Cisco!
To Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again!
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
The magic carpet ride continues. Ooh, my voice broke early. The magic carpet ride continues. Come on, baby, ride. Captain Ride on that magic ship or whatever the hell song I'm trying to quote. How about those Giants, everybody? My gosh. Did you give up? Did you give up and now you're tuning in to find out that you missed a 4-run rally in the 9th inning? Don't give up on the Casey Schmidt Giants. Oh, we'll talk about that. Don't give up on the Willie Adames Giants. Oh, he's born again. Don't give up on the plucky, gritty, grindy 2025 Buster Posey Giants because they did score 4 in the 9th and beat the Rockies 6-5 last night. Making for a great Wednesday already, Marcus Boucher. We're already in a good mood. My man.
Murph.
Good morning.
My man, good morning. Looking good this morning with a fresh new haircut.
No hat today because I can show off my Kenny Thunderhawk.
That's it. No need to hatfish anybody early on the stream today.
He even trims the beard, too.
I know, Murph. You
Feel
got
sharp
a
today.
good, clean look this morning, but I don't know if you're looking as good as Buster Posey's gritty Giants with another comeback
I
victory
walked into the
last night in
barbershop
Colorado.
down 5-2 in the 9th. I came out with a 6-5 W.
You're like, what's up? I got a fresh cut.
I'm going to steal your grandpa's hair color. No, for real. I'm going to steal your grandpa's hair color. Yeah, man. So that was, listen, how close were we to coming in here absolutely pissed off beyond belief? Like I was ready to turn on the mic and say, are you blanking kidding me? I was already working out the numbers that the Rockies had 13 wins on the year, and 2 of them were against the Giants. Mm-hmm. Because it did not go well up until the 9th inning. The Giants weren't really hitting the ball, although Adames, born again.
Willie.
2 RBIs. It's a home run. Welcome back, Willie.
Wake up, Willie. Wake up.
But it was just a weird game in terms of, like, they weren't really getting it done. You just kind of roll out. You're expecting to beat Colorado. And Kyle Harrison gives up 3 in 5 innings. You know, not awesome. Not a disaster, but not awesome. Oh, what'd you think of Kyle?
I thought Kyle was too wild yesterday, and I thought we've seen better arm side control of him this year. We've seen the velocity numbers bounce back, and we always talk about how hitters will tell you how your stuff is. That fastball was getting blown by guys. Like Colorado Rockies hitters were looking at that, and they were swinging and whiffing like it was way harder than 95, got up to 96, 97. So from a stuff perspective, I did like what I saw from Kyle. Did leave one slider hanging. It was kind of a cement mixer. That was one of the home runs that he did give up. But just too inconsistent. I think it was like 23, 24 pitches in the first, 25 to 26 in the second. The pitch count got way too high to me. And, of course, too many free 90s. So I would say it was a decent outing for Kyle Harrison, who ended the day around 6 strikeouts. I thought he could have been more efficient in the strike zone.
And they did not address, correct me if I'm wrong, they did not address Sunday and Verlander, did they? I didn't see that anywhere because the news was so big about Chapman. I didn't see anything. If anybody did, correct me if I'm wrong. I tried to show prep, but I didn't see anything about, so that would mean he'd be on pace to start Sunday in L.A., unless something happens in the next few days with Verlander. We'll see about that. But the big news was Chapman. And the Giants find out that Matt Chapman, the Iron Man, the heartbeat, the guy you can count on. I mean, listen, the guy's been here a year and a half, and Giants fans love this guy, right? I mean, he's the glove. And by the way, he was on a tear, Marcus. I get in his last 11 games, hitting .395 with 5 doubles and 3 bombs. And that dive back to the bag on Sunday afternoon where his right hand caught in the dirt, I guess. That they said Susan Slusser had a very descriptive. The bottom, they sprained at the knuckle where the finger meets the hand and is deeply bruised on the knuckle side and sprained on the other side. I know, right?
Ouch.
Sounds pretty banged up. And in fact, he's going to go see a specialist on Friday, which, as we always say, you never like to see. When we start quoting Dr. Stephen Shin.
Oh, no.
Bro, that's the guy he's going to see in L.A.
I don't need any shin updates.
Exactly. Anytime you start saying, yeah, Dr. Frank Jobe or Dr. James Andrews or Dr. Stephen Shin, that's not what you're looking for from your squad.
No, not at all, especially when you are talking about Matt Chapman, Matt Chapman, excuse me, who you're right. It kind of to me seems like when Matt Chapman is going, the offense is going. Now, the offense isn't going very often with his Giants team. We've experienced that over the last 2 years, but it's the stats I gave you on Monday after Matt Chapman was named a hum baby with his walk-off home run on Saturday. When Matt Chapman has an RBI, when he drives in a run, the Giants are 48-15 since he's joined the Giants. And to take it one step further, they're 29-8 when he hits a home run in those games. So when he gives you some offense in the middle of that lineup, that's when the Giants are playing their best. Obviously, we know what he brings to the table defensively, and that's why at least you still have Casey Schmidt to go out there in the hot corner. And shout out to Casey, who did go deep last night, but you're obviously losing a big, big piece of this offense without Matt Chapman.
We're going to have to talk a lot about Casey Schmidt in the coming days because, this is a guy now. And, I mean, Matt Chapman spoke to Susan Slusser and Maria Guardado of MLB.com, and he dropped a bomb to them about, quote-unquote, by the end of the first half. It's like, whoa, I'm looking at the new clock here in D.C., and it says June 11th. I looked up when the first half ends, July 13th.
Oh.
July 13th, they play the Dodgers to end the first half. I counted how 30 games between now and then. 6 against the Dodgers, 3 against the Phillies, 3 against Arizona, 3 against Cleveland, if you want to throw that in there. So in other words, just 30 games. Now, again, that's not a guarantee that he's going to be gone for 30 games, but he's the one who threw that out there. So that's something you got to like already start thinking like nuclear scenario. He could miss the next 30 games. So just kind of keeping that in the back of our mind, it brings us to Casey Schmidt, who, I've always liked him ever since I got my kid the Schmidt 6 jersey, which is, it's really funny. I got him a Adames jersey for Christmas.
That's right. I forgot about that.
And I said to him the other day, we were driving, I said, you have a Willie Adames jersey? And Rory the Greek said, I have the jersey curse.
Oh.
Because he has now a Casey Schmidt 6 jersey. He got a Jung-Hoo Lee jersey and wore it the day that it was announced he was gone for the season.
Oh, man.
And then he got a Willie Adames jersey, and the guy's hitting like $110.
Oh, I feel so bad for this kid. Is it the curse of Rory the Greek, or is it the curse of his father, the cooler, buying him these jerseys?
That's probably more like it. Because you know what the other one was? Trey Lance.
Oh, no.
Trey Lance
come
jersey.
on. I was going to say,
I'll throw in one. He's got a Garoppolo, too, if you want to throw that in there. I'm just on the pile.
I mean, he played good enough to win.
I mean, so anyway, the point is
tough, man. I was going to mention, maybe just buy the kid like a Logan Webb jersey, but I don't want you to curse Logan Webb. That's the thing. Maybe we should stay away.
Seriously.
So anyway, don't get him a CMC jersey.
Well, listen, we'll throw out 30 games as a nuclear scenario. If in the next 30 games Casey Schmidt performs, then maybe that Schmidt 6 jersey becomes golden. Because last night he did hit the home run that started everything in the 9th inning, and then quietly stayed calm enough to pick a hard ground ball and throw a seed to second base for Tyler Fitzgerald to catch, and throw a seed to a diving Dom Smith for the double play that only started to get them out of the inning, because then immediately the Rockies had first and third right after that. But so anyway, we will talk about Casey Schmidt, but we got to call it in, man. We got to call it in. I'm thinking about my friend Butch Berry, my great buddy. He's up in New York. He spends his summers in upstate New York, and he's so old school. He goes without no radio, no TV, no newspaper, and he sometimes streams us on the phone. So I'm like, guys like Butch don't even know what happened. This is what happened in the 9th inning. If you guys have missed it, Giants down 5-2. Casey Schmidt homers to make it 5-3. Tyler Fitzgerald walks. Andrew Kisner. Can we shout out his walk? And by the way, he had a good defensive game.
Yeah, good walk. His other at-bats were not that great.
He pounced on that bunt and made a really good play on a bunt, and then threw a runner out, too.
Yeah, with Patrick Bailey being a late-minute scratch with some neck soreness, it sounds like, from Pat Bailey.
Yeah, we'll have to watch that, too.
Yeah, well, who does he think he is? Murph turning his head to the right and talking to me every morning?
Me and Pat Bailey with the neck spasms.
You both love America and both have neck spasms.
Who's my Andrew Kisner? Yeah, so Jung-Hoo Lee then grounds into a force out. That was a bummer. I was hoping he could come through. So now you got one out, first and second. Zach Agnos. By the way, talk about the fact that the Rocky reliever's named Agnos. Shout out our buddy, Mayor Art Agnos, friend of the program, former mayor of San Francisco. Wild pitch. So he throws a wild pitch, which is great. At that point, you're like, we're playing the Rockies. They're blowing this, right? You're like, this is the Rockies.
I know. It's funny, you think that, but even Agnos or some of the other relievers they had out there, the Rockies have guys in their bullpen throwing 100 miles per hour.
Who was the guy who came in, Vodnik or whatever?
Yeah.
Vodnik?
Yeah, Vodnik was out here pumping triple digits. It's like, these are all big league players.
Victor Vodnik, who came in on a line change, bro. He controls the blue line, dude. Victor Vodnik, climbing over the freaking wall and skating onto the ice. So they give then Willie Adames walks. Vodnik comes in, bases loaded. Elliot Ramos sack fly, makes it 5-4, but now there's 2 outs. And the key is on the sack fly, Jung-Hoo Lee tags up from second to third. Kids, that's the key, because when Wilmer Flores hits the Denver dribbler, I mean, an absolute swinging embarrassment of a nubber bunt, and legs it out.
And Wilmer bust out the wheels, Murph.
Jung-Hoo Lee scores the tying runs 5-5. And then just for the cherry on top, Mike Yastrzemski, who we've hinted could be the next guy on the chalking block, does a lot for his resume by lacing the arm. Don't lick the paws.
Come on.
It's
We're celebrating the Yaz cat. I got to lick the paws.
I got to say, it always creeps me out. Yaz singles to score Adames 6-5. And then, of course, gets a little hairy in the bottom of the ninth. But Pat Burrell winds up calling Rob Manfred. Manfred goes, wait a minute. Are you calling me for the 6th game in a row? He said, that's right, you empty suit. And for a franchise record dating back to 1883, franchise record, 6th consecutive one-run win. Put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 6, Colorado Rockies 5.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
Winning is fun.
Buster was a winner, bro.
We want to be a gritty, grindy bunch.
Let's go, Wilbur! Yes, sir! Hey, you the GOAT!
It's time to go.
There it is, the new time to go. Funny, time to go almost sounds like time to goat, just like CJ West is saying about Wilmer Flores there. All right, well, listen, really fun. We'll get into it, obviously, coming our way. Oh, home runs, duh. It's been so long
Got to call him
since they'd had home runs. We'll start with the first guy, Willie Adames, born again hard, number 6.
Big fly! Boom!
And the guy who's going to be a focus for the next several weeks. He used to wear number 6. He doesn't anymore. Casey Schmidt in the 9th inning, number 1.
Big fly! Boom!
Thank you for that there. All right, well, fun day because the Niners are down there on the field. They're talking. Trent Williams gave some interesting quotes we'll have to get into. Kyle Shanahan spoke, talking about Bryce Huff. We got to get into that. And, of course, yes, sir.
Oh, I was just going to mention, don't forget, we've got Brock Purdy interception watch and Jake Moody field goal watch going on down in Santa Clara.
Right. We'll catch you up on that.
Big topics, Murph.
We'll bone up on all that on a happy Wednesday, a magic carpet ride Wednesday on The Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest this week. We also have a new mic. How do I sound? New mic. Who dis? We are giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica with Limp Bizkit and Ice 9 Kills on Friday, June 20th at Levi's Stadium. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. Will you have enough money in the bank when it's time to retire? That's the big question that's keeping you up at night. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Swings and launches one out to deep left field. This one on its way. It is gone. Well, there's a start for the Giants here in the ninth on the first pitch. Casey Schmidt hits his first home run of the season. Giants down to their final strike. Flores swings, little dribbler off to the third base side of the mound. Vodnik picks it up, throws to first. Too late! Flores legs it out. Lee scores the tying run. The 2-0. Yaz swings, line drive, base hit into right field. Rounding third, Adames heading home. He'll score. The throw cut off, and the Giants have taken a 6-5 lead in the ninth. The 0-2. Estrada swings, pops it up. Shallow right center. Fitzgerald out. Lee in. It's Lee. He's got it. And the Giants with a come-from-behind win.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about the fact that it was Tyro Estrada who made the last out of the game. Poor guy. Wearing the purple. Bro, he's hitting fourth for the Rockies, dude. Oof. Although I believe Gabe used to, yeah, we like to put TE in the cleanup spot. Yeah.
We used to have audio. I think we asked Gabe one time who his favorite Giants player is. And he's like, yeah, Tyro. He's a gritty MFer.
It was Sean Estes asked that when you were gone. Was it you or was it Paulie?
I think it's when you guys were in Scottsdale.
Sean and I did Scottsdale. I'm trying to figure
I was on the board. Paulie was on vacation.
And Sean Estes goes, why would I go to the yard to see this team? He goes, Tyro.
Yeah.
Tyro Estrada. He's a gritty, grimy, grindy.
He dropped
guy.
an MFer, I believe. He's a gritty MFer.
Poor guy. Well, listen, he's earning a paycheck. He's in the big leagues. He can't be that upset. He's playing in what you hear. He's playing in Denver, which I guess after yesterday's Sly Stone tribute, we now turn it over to the young kid who says, I'm playing my music today, MF. Look at this kid.
Yeah.
I did not drop an MF.
Little defying from young Tony.
You want to explain the rejoin here, buddy?
Yeah, what's up, Tony?
This is my guy Jack Harlow, Atherton High School zone back in Kentucky. This guy was doing, just like LaRussell was doing songs in the bathroom out there. By the way, new mic, who dis? Does it sound good?
It's B to B minus.
It's better than the old mic.
It's not all the way there.
I still don't think it's high radio quality.
Not there yet, but
Stern's doing his thing.
The less we call attention to it, the better.
Did you guys notice we have these mic filters, these pop filters? I
finally got one. Am I sounding richer and more
professional?
Everything's great today with the new cut, the new trim, and the new mic screens, and the Giants winning 6 in a row.
That's out here.
Atherton High School. So that's near you, or?
Not really. It's a high school in Kentucky.
I do like a good high school.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys know me, and I follow. I had one of my. I'm going to go ahead. Let me pat myself on the back here. Yeah, there you go. I'm obsessed with high school sports and trivia and all that stuff. Heck, shout out the Tam High Hall of Fame.
That's it. You follow all the good players.
Coming up October 11th, 2025 at the Tam Valley Community Center. Get your tickets now. I'm meeting a new batch of parents with, every new team that your kid gets on, you meet a new batch of parents. So I'm starting to meet Rory's new 7th grade water polo parents. And I'm meeting this guy. Yeah, my name's Dan. I said, hey, Dan, how you doing, man? Because we were at Sacred Heart Prep in Atherton, which is like, dude, you ever been down there?
Yeah.
Bro. Is that the nicest high school campus in America? I mean, it's like top 10,
Definitely
top 20.
In the consideration, yeah.
Have you played in their diamond?
No, never played there
Their
before.
baseball diamond looks like sunken diamond, dude. It's a high school diamond. It looks like it might as well be playing. They should be playing the College World Series there.
They should.
It's incredible. But anyway, their pool is gorgeous. And the guy, Dan, goes to me. He goes, so your high school like this? Ha ha. And I said, well, I went to TAM. He's like, you did? That's where the kids practice. He goes, oh. I said, how about you? He goes, well, I'm from Cincinnati. So I just go, oh, yeah? Xavier High? He goes, how'd you know?
Oh, dude.
I got it.
Wow. That's insane.
I just knew that I've known some athletes have come out of Xavier High in Cincinnati. It's just been in my head for some useless trivia. He was blown away. I'm like, yeah, it's how I roll.
Well, I've mentioned this before to young Tony and John Joe Curley. I said the number one Brian Murphy icebreaker is bringing up the high school that you went to.
You just did.
Because you have great high school knowledge. It's some high school knowledge that I know you have about our 9:30 guest later on today, Dom Smith. I know you got some,
I do
some
have
LA high school knowledge on Dom Smith also, so I'm sure that's going to be brought up.
That will be brought up for sure. I don't know anything on Atherton, Kentucky, though. It's in Louisville. It's in Louisville. And notable alumni from Atherton High include, let's see, I'm scrolling here, Sue Grafton, the mystery writer. You down with her? Hunter S. Thompson?
Wow.
Bro.
That's
a big deal. That's a big deal.
Yeah, move over Jack Harlow.
And Jack Harlow better take a back seat. And then Jack Harlow those would be your big three. There's a couple others, but really that's the big one. So are you guys about the same age, buddy?
I think he's a couple years younger than me.
He was born in 98. What were you born?
No, 98, so we're both around the same age.
You're November? He's March of 88, March of 98.
All right.
So he's a world-famous international recording artist. What are you? That's my question.
I'm a KNBR. I'm a The Sports Leader guy.
Let's see.
Are you going to make Trinity High School's wiki page for notable alumni?
That's a great question. I don't know. I have to talk to whoever's doing the high school Hall of Fame like you are.
You know what, buddy? You know who's not going to make it? Because I just saw a list. We had these I love these Twitter accounts that put out fun stats and really attractive packages. And one of them was top 10 highest ERAs in Major League Baseball. Brandon Pfaadt was on the list, bro. Yeah, he was on the list.
I mean, yeah, he struggled last year. He throws a lot of fastballs. He gets beat, and he gets beat with the long ball. So that's what's going to happen.
Well, the real question is whether or not Brandon Pfaadt was also doing rap battles in the bathroom in high school, Tony.
I can confirm he was not.
Damn.
Bro, how about your great American rivalry with Saint Xavier?
Oh, yeah, dude. Big time.
Yeah.
Big time.
Great American rivalry.
Is that what it's called? Oh, yeah, the Brahms went to your high school, huh?
Dude, JT, Justin Thomas, went to St. X. Like that guy.
But Jeff Brom went to your high school. Jeff Brom was a very likable and durable 49er backup quarterback for years.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Legend.
And then he came back to coach at Louisville. So anyway, we digress. What did you think of that Giants game, buddy?
Dude, amazing. I was actually asleep. I'm not even going to lie to you because I was so tired yesterday.
So how'd you find out?
So I woke up this morning and I just tuned into you guys because I figured out that the Giants had a nice ninth inning comeback win. But yeah, I mean, listen, that's what they do. They've done it all year long. They're the comeback Giants. They just find a way to win, man. It's tremendous.
Well, the gritty, grindy bunch. It's in our win package, you know? And I mean, listen, part of it's the Rockies, right? I mean, the guy walked him loaded, right? Didn't he? In the ninth inning after Schmidt hit the home run, was it he walked him loaded,
Yeah, I
didn't
think
he?
he loaded him up.
Yeah, he loaded him up. And so, I mean, I got Agnos out there. Shout out Art Agnos. You got this guy Vodnik coming in throw a hundy. But let's be honest, the Wilmer dribbler was legendary. It was iconic because there were 2 outs. And he had to do a Wilmer. He had to come through with one of those Wilmer RBIs, and nobody saw it as a dribbler. I mean, the way it reacted, I was watching on TV at the time. You heard the Rizzo call. If you want to play that Rizzo call again, it's kind of a fun call. Now, mind, if you missed the game, it's 5-4. There's 2 outs. There's runners at first and third. There's nothing. I mean, actually, in my mind, was a wild pitch because they had uncorked one earlier in the inning, and I was thinking, well, you're the Rockies. You could easily wild pitch or pass ball this run home. So I was like, that was on my bingo card.
Oh, we've seen it before. There was just a walk-off wild pitch the other day because for some reason catchers are still going down to one knee with the runner on third and the game on the line.
The Giants on Friday, yeah. So the Giants could have had 2 walk-off wild pitches. Instead, Wilmer does this.
Giants down to their final strike. 2-2 with 2 outs. Vodnik sets at the belt. He throws. Flores swings. Little dribbler off to the third base side of the mound. Vodnik picks it up, throws to first. Too late! Flores legs it out. Lee scores the tying run. It's 5-5 in the ninth.
You know what? I'll give Rizzo. Can you get some applause? Great call by Rizzo. He's good, man. San Jose's own, right?
That's it.
Or Palo Alto. Palo Alto kid, I think.
Palo Alto kid,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
of course he was the voice of the San Jose Giants. But yeah, great feeling anytime you got to go dip down to the bullpen.
I got to say, guys, I don't want to make this win package too long, but I got to tell you, Flores legs it out. Might be a candidate for a win package. That's an incredible little bite because you never hear those 4 words, dude.
Flores legs it out.
Flores legs it out. MLB.com.
Flores legs it out.
Pretty good, dude. So, according to Maria Guardado, came off his bat at 49.3 miles an hour, a launch angle of minus 72 degrees. You want some more analytics? He got down the line in 4.80 seconds, posting a sprint speed of 25.6 feet per second, faster than his average speed of 24.4.
Wow.
And he said speed kills. That's what he said.
All that being said, Murph, in the scores book, it's an RBI knock.
Yeah.
As simple as that.
Makes up for those times you absolutely smoke a ball to the wall. Or except for like the Nolan, what's his name? How do you say the Angels kid? Shanuel, who hit that ball that Denzel Clark caught. The Angels first baseman. I don't know how to say his last name. Shanuel?
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, he's the one.
Nolan Shanuel?
So in the box score, he goes 0 for 1 on that. And in the box score, Wilmer Flores goes 1 for 1 with a knock on that.
Put the ball in play,
which is why
good things happen.
Literally, that's why analytics exists.
Yep.
Because they want to determine between the Wilmer Flores RBI single, air quotes, and the Nolan Shanuel home run that wasn't.
One's an out, one's a go-ahead RBI.
Exactly.
What do you want? Game time RBI.
All right, let's go, guys. Let's get the guest list on a 408 says FP dropped some gold last night. He said, it's hard to close out if you're not used to winning. That's what he said. It's true. You saw a Rockies team that was not used to winning.
No.
Wednesday, June 11, 2025. What you got, Tone?
11. Marky Mark going to join us. Mark Cannizzaro at 6:50. We got the U.S. Open this week. Scotty Scheffler said it's going to be the hardest golf course they've ever played.
Well, God bless social media because we're getting all these great little on-court reports from the players who are dropping golf balls in the rough and then showing you literally can't see the ball. And then putting, like the putt's just rolling off the green for 40 and 50 yards. So it should be an absolute circus.
Someone putted from the fairway 120 yards out and made it to like 2 feet.
That was Zach Blair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Insane. So he's going to join us at 6:50. What did Young Tony ask today? 7:15. Mike Krukow going to join us at 7:30. The big hit at 7:50. Cooler content 8:30. And then as you mentioned, Marcus, Dominic Smith at 9:15 going to join us. Giants are undefeated in the Dom Smith, Jet Johnson era.
6-0. Buster, it's time to go. And they went. Okay, but serious business on Chapman. We'll talk about that. And Willie Adames speaking after his day off and coming back with a bomb and 2 RBIs. Next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, Giants road trip starts here tonight. We're in Denver at Coors Field, game 1 of a 3-game series with the Giants manager, Bob Melvin. All good from the homestand, 5 straight wins. You come on the road with a lot of momentum, except for the news that we heard today that, arguably your best player, Matt Chapman's going on the injured list.
He is, and you know what? You go through these type of things. We've actually been pretty fortunate as far as injuries goes to this point. Some guys a little bit more important than others, but you know what? Everybody's got to pick it up a little bit and hold down the fort until he gets back, and that's going to be the case.
Well, there it is, man. Young Tony, your Denver rejoins ran out of gas so fast you had to go to John Vender in the second rejoin?
Yeah.
I thought you were like, oh, man, I got a deep well of Colorado cuts here. And then you, go to the low-hanging fruit on rejoin number 2?
Well, I mean, low-hanging fruit's still a Denver, Colorado rejoin.
All
Come
right.
on now.
We went
Play
Jack
the
Harlow,
hits.
Denver first. I was like, okay, we're going to get some good, deep Denver cuts.
Nah, he emptied the tank early.
Yeah, this is from like a 1970s TV commercial, buddy. This is my demo.
I was going to say, I thought this was your request. I thought you took the jukebox
Never
back
saw
from Young
John
Tony.
Denver. It's funny. I no shade, no hate for John Denver. Never saw him live, but sort of a soundtrack of my very early childhood. Kind of on the radio when you're young. You're like, I didn't have to pay bills when I was young. I didn't have to get up at 4 a.m. when I was young. You know what I mean?
Times were good.
Yeah, he's getting baseball cards. I was getting baseball cards, and life was good. So
Simple.
there you go. That's what I'm thinking of right now.
No bills, no cell phones.
Exactly. No, but you know what we didn't have when I was young? Free tickets to Metallica, which we have now through the 9 a.m. hour. So stay tuned to see them next Friday, June 20th at Levi's Stadium. Stay tuned. So there you go, man. The bad news on Matt Chapman. Let's dive in here. Matt Chapman told Maria Guardado and Susan Slusser he hopes to be back by the end of the first half. Bro, that was a bomb because that's July 13th. Today's June 11th. That's 30 games. Now, I'm not saying he's going to miss the next 30 games. I'm just saying that's out there that he mentioned by the end of the first half. It's like, okay. So the question is, as great as this is, and the Giants are now 39-28, 11 games over 500. This is an interesting stat. For the first time since August 7, 2023. Yeah, we were winning a lot. You guys never embraced us, but we were doing the same thing.
You probably need to do some homework on that one.
Remember they collapsed in September that year, and that led to a lot of grumbling about. In fact, that's what cost Kapler his job.
Yeah, that's when Farhan turned his back on Kapler.
It's kind of amazing to think that the year he got fired, he was 11 games over 500 as late as August. How about that?
Yeah, that's...
But then they hit the wall.
Yeah, and then when you fall off like that, when you go from 10 games under to having a losing record, that's why Kapler's head was on a platter.
And everybody was like, there was just a general disgruntlement going on.
Walk.
That made me laugh. Who hit that? It was one of you two.
That was me.
Yeah,
I snuck that one in
That was
there.
very funny,
right
man.
through the 5-hole.
Anyway, can Casey Schmidt do this? Got a text from Chris Kelly, our buddy who runs Saturday Night Live, stage manager. He said, I have faith that given regular playing time, Casey's going to do the job. I said, well, that's a nice thought. And I think there's some merit to it. I don't think he's ever really had, wonder how, I'll have to go look it up in his game log. How many consecutive starts has he made in his career? What would you guess? I mean, it's never been more than did he ever have a week's worth of starts?
Yeah,
Maybe.
He got a solid streak, even at shortstop last year. I mean, the year before when he first got called up at third base before Matt Chapman was signed with the team, he did have a stretch of games. And really, when he first got called up, he was hot as hell with the bat and was swinging it so well. Well, I would say he was at least playing third for a couple weeks in a row. So he has had these stretches before. That's just off the top of my head, not doing the research.
Okay,
before.
but there's times that you look at him and you're like, he gets a little overmatched by breaking balls, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
He chases those sliders all over the place.
So this is going to be the challenge for him to prove that he's grown as a hitter. This is with Pat Burrell and Damon Minor and his own film study. I mean, he's now 26 years old. He's still relatively young. He just turned 26. We don't have to do one of those, he'll be 27. It's funny, I saw it in Trent Williams this morning. I was reading the Trent Williams story. Eric Brandt said, he'll be 38 in July. I'm like, well, gee, I mean, he's 37 right now, but
he'll be 40 in 2 years, Murph.
Exactly, dude, exactly. But, I mean, Casey just turned 26, so he's still relatively young. I mean, he's not 21 like Roman Anthony or 20 like Bryce Eldridge. But the point is that there's a lot of young talent in that body. He's going to get start after start after start. We've never doubted the glove.
Never.
Not once.
He's got a sick glove. I mean, I believe he won at least one, if not two, minor league gold gloves, if those matter to you at all. But we've seen him with the leather, not just at third, also at shortstop, at second, and now playing first base. So this is literally a guy that you can play all over the diamond, and he has a rocket, a hose across the diamond. This is a guy that used to close games down at San Diego State. So arm strength, no issue. Defensively, no issues. The question is, what can he do offensively, and can he cut down his chase rate of chasing those sliders in the left-handed box?
Yeah, I just immediately look like 2024 game logs. He started 1, 2, 3, 4. He started 6 straight games in May of 2024, but the problem is he went 3, 4, 7, 10, 15, 18, 3 for 22. So, I mean, he's had cold stretches at the plate.
No doubt.
Where it looks bad. And last night, though, he hit a bomb.
That's it. He'll run into one.
He will run. It's only his first of the year, though.
Yeah, but even going back this year to spring training, again, I don't know how much you care about spring training stats. I know a lot of people don't, but there were some highlights of him launching balls deep left field, dead center. So when he gets a hold of one, he does have that power, but it's just all about consistency and cutting down that chase rate. Once again, he's just too inconsistent about swinging at strikes and balls.
So here's young Tony. Who's this? Bob Melvin on Schmidt right here?
Yes, this is the Bob Melvin Show.
Okay, here it is.
He's going to play third base basically every day here until Matt comes back. So at least we have somebody that plays the position well. One of our top prospects in the organization, even though he's been in the big leagues the last few years, got off to an incredible start when he first got to the big leagues. There's a lot of ability there. This is a good opportunity for him.
Okay. I mean, this is it, guys. This is why you have. Every team has injuries. Melvin made an allusion to it. The Giants have been, knock on wood, pretty fortunate.
Relatively healthy, yeah.
And this is your first big hurdle. Now you're going into L.A. Friday, who, by the way, lost last night. Got smoked by the Padres.
Kike Hernandez on the mound in the 6th inning.
Is that right?
Yeah, pitching with a helmet on.
Well, I didn't
That's
even see that.
Embarrassing, man.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's bad look for the Dodgers.
And so, by the way, the Giants are now in a virtual. They're tied in the loss column for first place in the West.
Oh, hell yeah.
Giants, Padres, and Dodgers all have the same amount of losses. Isn't that incredible?
Half game back technically with the standings, right?
I'm a loss column guy.
I know you're a loss column guy.
Because you can't make up losses, Tony. You can make up wins.
Facts.
You can't make up losses. So that's incredible. So they're in a great spot. They've won 6 in a row. Buster said it's time to go. Dom Smith locking it down over at first base. You got this momentum. They listened to and now you got Chapman, your guy, your heart of your team out. So more pressure on Casey Schmidt or more pressure on Willie Adames to step in and kind of fill that role that Chapman had because he's going to be your veteran leader. Schmidt's not a veteran leader.
No.
Adames is your veteran leader now.
And Willie Adames is getting paid a lot more money than Casey Schmidt. So really my expectations for Casey Schmidt is to come in and play good defense and just give you competitive at-bats. Willie Adames has got to get the bat going. And yesterday seemed like a bit of a wake-up call. We talked about him having 2 days off after Bomel gave him Sunday off as a chance to reset, not just physically, but also mentally. And if you're looking to get hot, there's no better place on the planet than Coors Field. So Willie Adames yesterday squared one up, goes deep. Hopefully that's one of these at-bats that can wake up Willie Adames because we saw, even with how much he's been struggling, hitting below the Mendoza line, he was bumped up to that 2 spot in the lineup yesterday. So they need productive at-bats from Willie Adames. That goes without saying, but hopefully this is time because he does have the track record of turning it on in the second half of the season. We're not quite in the second half, but it's time for Willie to get the bat going.
Jeff in Santa Rosa calling in on his Giants. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Good morning, Jeff.
What's up, Jeff?
Good morning, everybody. How are you?
Great.
How's everybody's family?
They've won 6 in a row. Kids are getting out of school soon. Life is good.
Life's good, Jeff.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is. It is very good. Thank you. But, hey, I think, I think he's going to do fine at third base, Casey. I think, his bat's a concern, but he's getting older. He's more mature. He's learning. And I think now he is going to take the ball, no pun intended, and run with it. But also look at first base at Smith. I mean, we haven't even touched on that. Not that I'm part of your show, but he's doing a great job at first. And I think everybody's going to step it up. Matty's gone. Everybody on the field knows that that's a huge hit. But it's like, okay, it's time to up our game. And that's exactly what I think they're going to do, And I think Casey, nobody's going to be Matt Chapman at third base. I'm sorry. Those are some phenomenal hands and moves and feet work. But Casey has a great glove, just like, nobody's going to ever be B-Craw. I mean, that's just the way it's going to be. But there are good players out there. I think Casey's a good player. I think what we have right now on the field in every position is a winning team, and I think we can keep doing it. And they're fun to watch.
Jeff, am I correct? Did you call last week when things were bad and you were still hopeful?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, so look at you. Lucky, Jeff. We need you in the dugout,
yeah,
Jeff.
I would give some of my body parts to sit in the dugout someday.
You'd be that guy clapping it up, going, guys, we're down 5-2 in the ninth, but we got life. We got 3 outs to go. Let's go.
That is correct. I would be, and then I'd probably embarrass my family because I'd be so excited to be in a hollowed place like that. So,
but hey, we appreciate.
Let's face it, I may be 65, but I'm really a kid at heart, like all of us. So,
Jeff, there you go, buddy. Hey, man, next time don't say your age because that puts you out of the demo, and then Curly won't put you on the air.
Damn it, Curly, I lied. I'm only 42.
There you go.
Good man,
hey,
Jeff.
Call
good
anytime,
man.
Jeff. All right, you're good. Hey, Jeff, take care, buddy. Take care. Jeff in Santa Rosa. Hey, man, we like the call. You need positive dugout presences like Jeff in Santa Rosa. But it gets back to Schmidt, and somebody writes in here, 408 says, Casey Schmidt is not as good as Brandon Belt and will be a similar lightning rod in the fan base with extensive playing time. So he's already calling that the next several weeks of Casey Schmidt will divide the fan base.
Get ready for the Schmidt Wars.
The Schmidt Wars.
The Schmidt Wars are here.
Well, what do you expect out of him? What does he need to do? I mean, does he need to be Matt Chapman? I mean, I honestly do have faith in his glove. I do. We just need him not to strike out a ton. You said it, not to chase everything and just kind of hold it down. I mean, listen, even with Matt Chapman in the lineup, they were not hitting the ball, right? I mean, there's a reason. Matt Chapman was in the lineup when they scored, 15 straight games with 4 or fewer runs, and we were playing rejoins from 1976 and 1965. So I don't want to hear people saying, like, because Chapman's out, because, I mean, Chapman was part of that streak, right?
No doubt, but Murph, the numbers don't lie. Since Matt Chapman joined the Giants, when he drives in a run, when he has at least one RBI, the Giants are 48-15, and when he leaves the yard, when he hits a home run, the Giants are 29-8.
This is true. And and in his last 11 games, he's hitting .395 with 5 doubles, 3 bombs, and 5 walks.
Yep.
So he's been on fire.
So they're going to feel his absence without question.
Big time. A couple of more texts coming in on it. 707 says, if Schmidt does well, that ups his trade value. You look at Looking to trade Casey Schmidt?
I like him as that super utility guy because of that versatility of going around the diamond. But yeah, if he is asked about in a package, if you pair him up with one of your other young pitching prospects or maybe one of your veteran pitchers, yeah, I would entertain that offer.
And 707 says he hasn't had consistent starts at third. Most of his starts were at second and short.
I'd say his rookie year, he got consistent starts at shortstop.
Yeah.
When he first got called up.
I need somebody to do some work on what's his longest stretch of starting. I'd have to do some digging on that. People who can navigate Baseball Reference better than me can do that. But either way, that's your guy now. So he's going to be out for a long term, not just 10. And again, throwing out the phrase the first half of the season, that's July 13th. They finish against the Dodgers at home on July 13th. And if that's when Chapman comes back, then that's 30 games between now and then. 30
too long.
Games.
Too long.
If they go 15-15 in those games and you come out 11 games over 500, there you go. One more call before we go out to Marky Mark. Mike in Livermore is checking in. Mike, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Mike?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Good, man. Giants won.
Yeah, that's for sure. We're looking good right now, but one thing we got to get to is when do we start holding Patrick Bailey accountable for his bat?
Well, I mean, that's something we literally asked Buster Posey, and he said Patty is instrumental to our success, and he didn't sound like he was going to do anything. He truly does value his defense so much that I don't think he's in danger of losing his gig.
I don't think so either. I mean, I agree. His defense is otherworldly, and it's so detrimental to the pitching staff, just like Buster was. But at some point, batting, I'm looking at the stats right now, batting 185 with 1 home run is, I mean, when do you ask for more?
Well, I'd say even with those stats, the Giants are 11 games over 500. They have the best bullpen in Major League Baseball and one of the best rotations, and I think a big reason for that is because of Patrick Bailey behind the plate.
I think everybody's frustrated with the bat. There's no question. So, I mean, it's not like we're out here endorsing it, but I think it's sort of like a necessary evil right now that the catcher ain't hitting, but the team is winning and he's catching well defensively. Right now, I think we're just going to have to wear it for a little bit. Just going to have to grind it out, dude.
Yeah, we got to take it on the chin, but I mean, when you look at the game, we came back from in the ninth to beat the Rockies, the worst team in the league, and then we played the Marlins, or what did we play last? We played the Braves, who are on a downfall. You know what I mean? What's going to happen when we put his bat in a lineup against good teams in the NL West?
Well, we'll find out this Friday, Saturday, Sunday, won't we? We're gonna find out.
I mean, and that's the thing, too. It's like there really aren't any other options. So you want more Kisner back there?
They just split 4 with the Padres.
Yeah.
So there you go. Hey, Mike, thanks for the call.
Yeah,
we
thanks,
appreciate
Mike.
you. And if you look at his Baseball Savant page, it's an incredible study because all the ice cold blue numbers, batting run value, 2nd percentile, X WOBA, 4th percentile, and then fielding run value is this gigantic red rocket, 99th percentile.
Well, Murph, I tried to tell you already. Because he loves America so much, he made his Baseball Savant page red, white, and blue.
That's a win right there. That's a win. With the 4th of July right around the corner.
Right around the
It was
corner.
Flag Day. Flag Day's Saturday, right?
Yeah.
Flag Day's taking on a different hue these days. Let's move on. Hey, we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. All right, let's have some fun and talk about the U.S., the great United States of America. We have a national golf championship this week at Oakmont, and our all-time favorite. You want to talk about great Americans? Mark Cannizzaro of the New York Post. Mark, our favorite, next on The Sports Leader.
I like America.
I'll tell you, fun. Yeah, we do too.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, look at Tony hitting the French horns. The U.S. Open, Father's Day weekend, national championship, baby. Let's go out to Oakmont Golf Club in western Pennsylvania, which unfortunately is near Aaron Rodgers. But let's not get into that. Let's talk more Arnold Palmer turf there. Marky Mark, Canada's our all-time favorite New York Post ace columnist and man on the scene. More important friend of the program on a Wednesday of U.S. Open week. Marky Mark, good morning.
What's up, Marky Mark?
Murph, how you boys doing this morning?
We're going good. I got Marcus here too, buddy.
Marcus, good morning, San Francisco, and good morning, Marcus.
What's up, Marky Mark?
By the way, if you're asking me, I have not seen Aaron Rodgers' new wife, by the way.
By the way,
I've been in a high search, but nothing yet.
Was it my understanding that he mentioned that and none of the Pittsburgh Steelers beat writers followed up on that?
I don't know. Oh, there's more people in New York in a tizzy than there are in Pittsburgh, it seems like.
I mean, like if I'm doing an Aaron Rodgers presser and he says, yeah, I got married a couple months ago, I'd be like, oh, you want to share the good news? Tell us about it. Who is the lucky woman and how was the ceremony? Why did nobody ask that?
I have no idea. I mean, quite frankly, I saw it yesterday and I'm like, my first inclination was just to laugh about it because he literally can't go 2 minutes without some sort of, public drama. And so my good friend Jerry Dulock from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette I said, we're passing on our drama to you now. Enjoy it.
All right, then just real quick, because I know we want to get to the golf, but just top of your head, Steelers record this year with Rodgers is?
I have a weird feeling they're going to be pretty good with him. I don't think they're going to be winning a Super Bowl, but I think there'll be a playoff team with him. I think it's going to be better than it was with the Jets because they're better coached.
Yeah, Mike Tomlin versus you can't. I'm not going to sit here and take that Robert Saleh slander. That's our D coordinator you're talking about, buddy.
So, listen, in fairness to Robert, he was fired with 5 games into the season. So I don't even count Roger. I don't count Robert as that poor coaching portion of it. They fired him prematurely. And quite frankly, I think if they'd stuck with him, he might still be the head coach.
Mark, just because we brought up
a solid guy.
Oh, my bad. Just to jump in real quick, just because we brought up the Jets, can you give us a breakdown on Bryce Huff, how he was with Robert Saleh with the New York Jets and the move now coming to the 49ers?
They used him really well. I don't know exactly what Philly did. Philly obviously had a deeper defense than the Jets. I was very, very surprised he wasn't a huge success in Philly, to be honest with you. I thought that was a no-brainer for them, and he was going to thrive. And he barely got on the field. So I don't, this will be an interesting thing for you guys to watch to see if he kind of, regains the magic that he had, going double-digit sacks with the Jets. Back with Saleh, obviously.
Yeah. Kyle was talking about it. We'll get to that later. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Our all-time favorite, Mark Cannizzaro of the New York Post, is at Oakmont, Pennsylvania, there for the 10th time the U.S. Open. It comes to that historic Western Pennsylvania golf course. I'm going to throw you 4 main storylines. You tell me the biggest. Number 1, Scottie Scheffler rules the world. He's coming off the PGA. He's going for the 3rd leg of the Grand Slam. Number 2, Bryson DeChambeau is a 2-time U.S. Open champ, going for his 3rd. Number 3 is Rory McIlroy, after crying at the Masters and then flaming out the last 2 months, comes to Oakmont. And then number 4 is the actual damn golf course itself with the crazy rough and the crazy greens. Which is the biggest story of the 4?
Well, to me, they're like 1A, B, C, and D. But to me, I'm most fascinated to see how Rory reacts. I think his behavior the last month, dating back to the PGA Championship at Charlotte, where he refused to speak to the media for 4 straight days, right after, waxing poetic on the Wednesday of that week about how great his life was and he'll never accomplish anything again that will, match the Grand Slam and the Masters. And then, quite frankly, 2 weeks later, essentially blowing Jack Nicklaus off. No problem. I have no problem with him not playing Memorial. But to not even give Jack a call and say, hey, listen, I got to be at the Canadian Open next week, I've got, contract obligation, et cetera. To not do that was stunning to me. So I have no idea what's going on in his head. I don't know which player is going to show up this week. He didn't look, obviously he missed the cut by a mile in Canada last week. It didn't look like he even wanted to be there. So to me, he's the most fascinating storyline of the week. Scotty is, should be, because he's so dominant. But Scotty's also does this in such a quiet, matter-of-fact way. He almost sends attention away from himself, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, well, that's your guy, right? Remember we were telling you. I remember we had you on a couple years ago. We're like, the guy's he's from Jersey. He's originally from Jersey, and you're tight with his dad, right?
Yeah. His dad's like a total Jersey guy. You wouldn't even know his dad spent a day in Texas. Hysterical. Listen. Scotty is literally doing this quietly, but if you look at the numbers, Murph, he's doing Tiger Woods things right now. He is separating himself so much from the field in terms of the world rankings and what he's been doing. He just doesn't do it in the flashy way that Tiger did it. But, I would love to have a conversation with Tiger, and of course that's not really possible, about what his impressions from afar have been about what Scotty's done. Because I certainly know that he has all respect for it, but I'd love to get his reaction as to what he's seeing and if anything looks familiar to him.
Dave Fleming, who does our Giants games out here in San Francisco, but also has now been sort of moving up the ladder in terms of CBS's golf coverage. He does the Masters and the PGA. He came on our show and he says he thinks Scottie Scheffler is one of the most dominant athletes in the world right now.
Well, he is. If you look at him, he won 7 times last year. It's funny, this year early on, he was playing pretty well, but he wasn't winning. And, all of a sudden he just kind of punches it in. And now he's won 3 out of his last 4 tournaments. I texted his dad after Memorial to congratulate him. And And his dad literally just he said, Scotty looks like he's really determined right now. I remember him saying that. He just has that look. He has this look of determination to him right now. And that, could be pretty dangerous for everybody this week here at Oakmont because, and Scotty has also the perfect, aside from his skill level and the fact that he's such a straight and great driver and an incredible ball striker and does everything well. He has the perfect demeanor for this place. If I could lead us into the course, as you mentioned,
artfully, yes.
He has a perfect demeanor because this place is going to sabotage a lot of these guys' minds all week, beginning tomorrow, because it is so hard, it is so unforgiving and penal. The rough is so high, the greens are so fast, and Scotty he's the ultimate flatline guy. Nothing bothers him. And you have to play that way this week. It's going to take as much patience and resolve as any major championship does, any tournament period does. And I actually just got out of a breakfast with Gil Hance, the course architect, who did kind of like a touch-up redesign. He does it everywhere. He's probably the most prominent guy, in this business. And I asked him what he thought the number was going to be at the end of the week. He said, if it doesn't rain, the final score is going to be over par, probably 1 or 2 over par. If it rains a little bit on Saturday and softens it up, maybe 1 or 2 under. So that's an illustration of how taxing this place is going to be 4 days.
It's going to be unbelievable. In Oakmont, Pennsylvania, of course, people associated with Arnold Palmer, where he kind of grew up and cut his teeth around there. And the big thing for me is Scheffler would get the third leg of the Grand Slam, and all of a sudden, after celebrating Rory for joining history, we would have a guy. Now, he's not there yet. He's got to play 72 holes, but we would have a guy who's 1 leg away, right?
Exactly. And with the British Opens, in a month, he could steal some thunder pretty quickly.
Man, oh man. Anything on Bryson he's won 2 of these, including the defending champ. Is there buzz there?
Oh, there's always buzz around Bryson. To me, he's the most interesting guy in golf. He has found the formula in the majors. He's been in contention, almost every major. And obviously he's a defending champion. This place is going to be completely different, obviously, than Pinehurst was a year ago. Pinehurst was like no rough, and a lot of, it was all about the short game and the putting and whatnot. This place certainly is going to be about keeping it in the fairway. But, Bryson, when he won the U.S. Open at Winged Foot in 20, he used the formula, well, okay, the rough's high, but I'm going to bomb it as far as I can and just gouge it out. Now, I actually asked Gil about that at breakfast this morning, and he said the greens at Winged Foot were much more suitable to that because they were kind of pitched back at you a little bit, so you could kind of gouge a ball out, get it onto the green, and then the hill would kind of, cut the speed of the ball a little bit, where these greens are much more difficult than the Winged Foot greens. So I'm not so sure that philosophy will work. But listen, Bryson just played well. He plays well in everything. He almost won the Masters. Quite frankly, before Rory punched it in. So, he has the formula, and he's just a fascinating guy to watch. I really like him a lot. I like watching him. I like speaking to him. He's an interesting guy.
Well, the last, 2016, it was Dustin Johnson, big hitter with soft hands. 2007, Angel Cabrera, big hitter with soft hands. And then 1994, Ernie Els, big hitter with soft hands. I like a big hitter with soft hands. Mark, how's that?
Yeah, that's me. You just described me. I need to tee it up.
It is true. It is very, very true. Hey, we covered the big golf stories now, and Marcus wants to get to the real story, your Yankees here.
Yeah, Mark, I wanted to swing outside of the golf course and go into the stadium where Yankees will be facing off against the Red Sox again this weekend. Really, I just want to ask you like a big picture rivalry question because the Giants are also playing the Dodgers this weekend, and we were having a discussion about whether or not a team can have more than one rival. Now, obviously, Yankees and Red Sox, that's a rivalry, but we've also seen a bit of a rivalry over the last couple of years, Yankees and Astros, and even last night, maybe we're getting back to the Yankees-Royals kind of rivalry after Maikel Garcia slapped that tag down yesterday on Jazz Chisholm. So just your thoughts on what's going on right now with the Yankees and Red Sox playing back-to-back weekends, and the big question about whether or not it's acceptable to have more than one rival.
I'm going to start from the back end, Marcus. I don't think. Listen. Obviously you're going to have ex-rivals. Tampa Bay was a rival for a while because they were winning all the time. Houston was a rival because they were beating them in the playoffs and cheating. Oh, by the way, but I listen. There's never going to be anything like Yankee Red Sox and Giants Dodgers. But the problem with the Yankee Red Sox thing is the Red Sox have sucked for the last few years, so they haven't really provided much. Although they won 2 out of 3 weekend. But that rivalry will always, to me, be the best, along with Giants Dodgers. So I don't really have a problem saying that. I don't think. The other stuff is just the teams that are beating you a little bit, and so it feels like a rivalry because you want to get back at them. Like we want to get back at Houston because they cheated. And did I say cheated before again? Is that a double?
No cheating in golf,
So, but yeah, I mean, and the Yankees. When I was younger, the Yankees and Royals. When George Brett was the leader of the Royals, and we would see them in the playoffs every year. But nothing's going to supplant the old school rivalries like Giants Dodgers and the Yankees Red Sox, in my opinion.
Hey, last one. I'm driving in. I heard a New York-based sports radio show. I'm always trying to steal content. Say that New York fans like Aaron Judge but don't love him because he hasn't won a championship. Is that true?
I think that's a little dramatic. Listen, the narrative around him is, yes, he has not done it in the playoffs, right? I mean, they haven't won a World Series since 2009. And that funny thing about that was, A-Rod, finally performed in that 2009 series, against Philly. But Aaron Rodgers Aaron Rodgers, what am I doing? Aaron Judge can do nothing wrong, in my opinion. The guy just does everything right. To watch him play, he hit a home run last night that was almost out of the entire ballpark. We get kind of spoiled because you think back of, we had Jeter. Jeter wasn't a flashy, big, gigantic hitter guy. He just won all the time, and he's revered for that. Aaron Judge at some point is going to play well in the playoffs, and hopefully it's going to be this year and in a World Series. And once he delivers a World Series to the Yankees, he'll be, he's already right up there in terms of, greatest Yankees ever. But I think he will. He could put himself up in a Babe Ruth echelon if he keeps playing the way he's playing right now.
I know we're late. We got to let you go, but you went to PNC Park. Some say the only park that can rival San Francisco in terms of sheer beauty. What'd you think?
Well, I love it. I love the parks that are right downtown. It's just criminal that nobody goes to them and that the owner doesn't spend any money. I'm much more partial to your park because you got the water view. Plus I'm usually when I'm there, I'm sitting next to Murphy Murph. So that's obviously right going to bring me. But I love those parks that are right downtown. Great skyline view and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'll take your park over that.
You know
any
what?
day.
That's why we have you on all the time, buddy. All right, Scheffler wins, right? In closing.
I picked Schauffele just to shake it up a little bit, just because I feel like it's time for him to be heard a little bit. He won 2 majors last year, but his form doesn't say that, right? But listen, if I'm betting, you almost have to bet Scheffler. It's hard. It's difficult to bet against Scheffler. It's almost like betting against Tiger.
Exactly. It's almost like betting against Tiger. All right, buddy. I can't wait to read your scribblings. Maybe we'll keep your phone on. Maybe we'll chase you down again. Enjoy the hell out of it. And always good to hear you, dude.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
I'm available 24/7 for you boys. Thanks for having me on.
He is Marky Mark Cannizzaro of the New York Post, which leads into what did young Tony ask today? Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, 7:13 on a Wednesday morning, and Steve Moskowitz reporting for duty. He wants to help you out and let you know what to do if you didn't get your ERC check. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. And I want your listeners to get those checks. That's why we're working on this project. People have been waiting and waiting. Some people have literally been waiting years, and they still don't have the money. By the way, the IRS owes you interest on it, so whatever amount you think you're getting more because of the interest. But a lot of people are concerned, will President Trump pick up his pen, sign executive order and do away with it in his promise to do away with $2 trillion with a T of federal spending. Who knows? Why take that risk? There's 3 different ways for us to hurry him up, and that's what we want to do for you. Or if you got a letter that says, you're not qualified, no ERC for you, we want to appeal that because the IRS is being sued right now, alleging that they're using AI, they're disallowing a lot of people. They don't even know if you qualify or not. Lawyers are getting in trouble with AI too when they're citing cases to judges that don't exist. There's a lot of problems with AI. Bottom line is, the only thing you have to do is call for your free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. We'll do everything for you. And the only thing you have to say is, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
Yep, that's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com. All right, let's talk about, well, things to do when you get in a little bit of trouble, right? You get into a car accident. We got to talk about my friends at Raven Law. Yeah, you get into a car accident, it sucks. So how are we going to do it? We're going to save you time and money right now. Call Ted, the giant lawyer. We tell everyone to do it. Call Ted, 415-888-1045. Because who you call first could make or break your case. Ted is not a billboard lawyer who never calls you back. He's a local. He's like you. He's a fighter like the Orange and Black. He knows how to win. We like to tell a story about my guy Carlos from the Mission. Guy got T-boned on game day. Guy just trying to go catch a game. He got T-boned. And then insurance lowballed him. Then Ted stepped in and hit it out of the park. Policy limits, no delays, no stress. So if you're in the Bay, don't wait. Call 415-888-1045. Again, 415-888-1045. Or head to thegiantlawyer.com. Fast, free, confidential. You've got one shot to get this right. Make sure the guy fighting for you swings like a giant. Call 415-888-1045 or visit thegiantlawyer.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Holland. When your paychecks stop coming in, it's important to know where your retirement income is going to come from. Are you planning correctly? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now, it's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
But I'll track him down tomorrow, and I will see if he has some dirt on young Tony.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
All right, young Tony, let's go. We're up against it. We're a little longer with Marky Marks. We're going to dive right in. We are sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Let's get right to it, buddy. What you got?
Let's do it. We got some rules. I got a few questions. After I read the question, you're each going to have 60 seconds to respond.
If you need someone to get the job done quickly, Tony, I'm your man.
If your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That is your cue to stop talking. Everybody can join the conversation. Let's do it. Let's start with some bad news. Matt Chapman was placed on the 10-day IL yesterday, according to Susan Slusser and Maria Gordado. Chapman said that he will miss more than 10 games with a sprained right hand. He had an MRI yesterday, showed sprained ligaments. We've talked about it. So with this news, who in the Giants lineup has the most pressure to perform in Chapman's absence?
Well, the easy answer is Casey Schmidt, because he's the guy filling in for him. The second level answer is Willie Adames, because he's the veteran leader who's supposed to kind of be the Matt Chapman figure. You had kind of 2 Matt Chapman figures out there when you had Adames and Chapman. So now Adames, in one theory, would have to be sort of Chapman times 2. But I think if you're going to talk about pressure and the people who call KNBR and text KNBR and flame on Twitter, it's going to be Casey Schmidt. He's going to be that guy, because anytime he doesn't come through, anytime he pops up, anytime he chases his slider away, anytime he does it, he'll be like, oh, he's kind of, somebody brought it up on our text line, said he's kind of getting into early baby Brandon Belt territory. So even though Adames should be the leader who says, kid, don't worry about it, I got you, I think the pressure is on Casey Schmidt.
Ooh, Murph. Now, this is an interesting kind of breakdown of who the pressure should actually be on, because to me, pressure is a privilege, and Willie Adames has the privilege of owning the largest contract in San Francisco Giants history. Casey Schmidt, former prospect, second-round pick, has had some success at the big league level. I'm not worried about his glove at all down at the hot corner. He's a minor league Gold Glove winner. I think the defense is going to be fine with Casey Schmidt. I am concerned with the amount of sliders that he will chase out of the zone with the bat. But if you're talking about who has the pressure to help carry this lineup, it's got to be Willie Adames. And he just simply has not performed up to the Willie Adames standard yet. Has not even come close to living up to this contract. Now, it's only year 1, but it's time for Willie to turn it around. Glad he was able to wake up his bat yesterday in Colorado, breaking that 0 for 18 or 0 for 19 hitless streak that he had during the homestand. The pressure's got to be on Willie Adames, because now you don't have Matt Chapman, not only to help you out defensively, but not to help you out offensively. Willie Adames moving up to the 2 spot. He's got the pressure on his back.
You got 2 different answers there, buddy.
Some spicy takes. I like it. All right.
Let's go.
So new Giants first baseman Dom Smith has been thriving with the Giants.
Wait, you mean Dom Smith, who joins us today at 9:15?
You took the words right out of my mouth. He's going
right.
to join us at 9:15. After going 3 for 4 with 2 ribbies on Thursday last week, he talked about the culture of the Bay. Here's his comment.
You know, I'm an LA kid, but a ton of respect for the Bay, for the culture out here. Like I said, I've been a fan from afar, so it's been the surreal last few days being here, and I just want to, be a part of this organization, not just for now, for a while. So I got to do a job, and I know the job, man. This team is helping me do that.
So we've heard a lot about the culture of the Bay from both Dom Smith and Jet Johnson, friends of the program. How would you define the culture of the Bay?
Ooh, I like this question because I think you're going to get
60
different
seconds?
answers for different generations
yes,
and also
big
different
time,
parts of
yes,
the Bay Area because there are so many different micro cultures of the Bay Area. North Bay, South Bay, East Bay, the peninsula. Like, it's so different, but we're all the same because it's all a melting pot. And that's how I would describe the culture. Now, me personally, speaking for my generation as a 90s kid that was born in the 90s, grew up in the early 2000s, to me, Bay Area culture is hyphy culture, Murph. And Dom Smith is now using Mac Dre's Feeling Myself as a walk-up song. And I started to feel myself because it just takes me back to the hyphy movement, the Thiz movement, Mac Dre, E40, Too Short. Like, the Bay Area rap scene to me is a little underground nationally, but to me, like, you go to a party, you see somebody gigging, you know they're from the Bay. It's just a different flavor, a different style. So to me, the hyphy culture represents Bay Area culture, in my opinion.
It's a gigantic question to answer in 60, 56, 55, 54 seconds. I can't do it. But Marcus is totally right. It's totally different. I grew up with a different Bay Area culture in which was much more San Francisco-centric. Like the Bay is like spread out because, you know, obviously housing costs and things have gotten so much more. But like Herb Cain would like lay the ground rules of like what bar you went to or what restaurant you went to. It was definitely much more sort of traditional. But in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years, it's gotten way more of a sprawl. San Francisco has had less of an influence. And I'd say that the biggest thing I would say defines not just the Bay Area, but Northern California, it's different. It's different than any other region. Multicultural plays a lot to do with it, but a lot of cities are multicultural. But when you travel the country, like there's a lot of cities that kind of blend into the same. Northern California is different. It's got different weather. Our summers are cold. It's weird. It's got different views on the world. It's definitely different politically. So it's kind of proudly different from the rest of the country, and in some ways, not even part of the country, I hate to say. So there you go. There's your answer.
The Bay Area, nothing like it.
Hey, there you go.
Well
Perfectly
done.
said. By the way, 60 seconds, nowhere. Anyway, go on. We couldn't do that in 60 seconds.
Third off the list, Colorado Rockies won their first series of the season last week. They're on pace to be the worst team in baseball by far. So when you think of worst teams, worst seasons, what is the worst season that you can recall from a Bay Area sports team?
Bay Area. Oh, okay. So my brain was immediately going to my old head, like, what's the worst sports team I've ever seen? I was going to go the 1976 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We're terrible. Worst season ever okay, well, I mean, listen, I'm under pressure. Time's dwindling, so I may have to change my answer as I always do. But I'm going to go to my whipping boy. The Cohan Warriors. I freaking hated the Chris Cohan Warriors. I hated the Thunder at Raymond. I'm sorry. I know Raymond was not happy with me back then. The Chris Cohan Warriors were so depressing and so lifeless. I hated the orange unis. I hated Thunder. I hated everything about it. They sucked. The team of my youth disappeared for a long stretch of time. So I'm going to throw a blanket over the entire Chris Cohan Warriors, with the obvious exception of the We Believe year. But I'm going to say those teams. Yeah, the Giants sucked in the 70s. Yeah, the A's have had some lousy years too, and the Niners certainly had some bad years, but nothing was worse than the Chris Cohan Warriors.
Well, Murph, I'm going to stay in the city of Oakland because you know that I bleed silver and black, which means there's been a lot of painful seasons as my fan experience being a fan of the Raiders. I mean, I gave you guys the stats, like there's been like 18 different head coaches just in the 32 years that I've been alive. So there are a lot of options to choose from here. But I think I got to go back to the 2006 season. The Raiders went 2-14. It led to the Jamarcus Russell draft pick the next year, first overall, and things really started to spiral out of control on the back end of Al Davis's tenure with the Raiders before he passed away. So to me, that was the moment where you're like, what the hell was going on? The Raiders were just in the Super Bowl like 2-3 years ago, but everything went downhill. So I got to go with the 2006 Raiders going 2-14.
Yeah, you're doing Art Shell dirty, buddy.
Yeah, a lot of options to choose from with the Raiders.
I just looked it up. The Art Shell I thought it was Callahan. Anyway, go on. We're getting
one more real quick. Finally, in honor of the 49ers mandatory minicamp, what was your favorite camp as a kid?
Ooh,
I was not. You go first, buddy.
Good question. Now, my favorite camp as a kid, I will maybe extend into my high school years. Every year, Homestead High School's football program would go out to Cal Camp, and we'd do like 7-on-7, full pads on. That's where I went 1-on-1 against Keenan Allen on a 7-on-7 drill. Like, those were always fun. We got to stay out in the dorms out in Berkeley, go out to Mongo Burger, and explore all of Berkeley. But I'm actually going to backtrack a little bit now that I worked through this process in my head. I'm going a Stanford baseball camp when I was a kid. It's the reason why I love Sunken Diamond so much and going out to Stanford to watch baseball games is because my dad sent me to a baseball camp out at Stanford. We got to play on the field, take a batting practice out in the outfield and treat it like it was home run derby. So I'm going Sunken Diamond Stanford baseball camp as a kid.
When I look at Marcus, I think Stanford University.
That's it, exactly. People are like, why are you a Stanford fan? It's like, dude, I used to go to baseball
I know
camps.
we're out of time, so I'll give you two quick answers. Number one would be outdoor ed in 6th grade when the guy taught us military marches down to camp left, right, left. That whole thing, we marched to the camp. Number two, shout out the legendary Pirate basketball camp out at Drake High School in San Anselmo or Fairfax, where the legends of youth basketball congregated to tussle on summer basketball courts. If you know, you know. That's it. Those are my answers.
Great work as always, gentlemen.
Mike Krukow next on The Sports Leader. Oh, young Tony's talking camps. Why don't we go to Amici's pizza eating camp? I'll do that. Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria. Hey, Sunday's Father's Day. Amici's doesn't want to miss it. Anybody who goes to eat with dad or grandpa or your father figure and you say you heard Murph on KNBR talk about the Father's Day special this Sunday, Amici's going to give each table dining with your dad or your grandpa a free 10-piece order of either the barbecue wings or their signature flame-roasted lemon chicken wings. Those are great. So just say, yeah, man, I heard that guy on KNBR. He's talking about those free wings. You're like, yeah, it's coming. Father's Day. Happy Father's Day. 10 barbecue chicken wings or signature flame-roasted lemon chicken wings, as well as those beautiful wings. All Amici's locations offer that full menu, of course, of the famous thin-crust New York-style pizzas and the new Detroit-style pizzas that we love so much. Beers and wines for dad to enjoy. So look, perfect place to dine out with dad this Sunday. Enjoy a free 10-piece order of barbecue or flame-roasted lemon chicken wings. 2 words, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Well, Mike, 6 consecutive wins, 6 consecutive one-run wins, a 4-run 9th inning, all of that great news, and one gigantic piece of bad news. Matt Chapman out for a while with a banged-up hand. So a lot to process. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Morning, Mike.
Yeah, great. I mean, a remarkable night. Another miracle. You go back to when they won that 3rd game against the Padres, and they were down 5 runs. You kind of thought, well, they came together as a club, and boy, have we seen that for the next 6 days. My goodness. And then last night, just completely dead in the water and just not a lot going for them. And you could understand the mood of the clubhouse because you took a massive stomach punch. Remember when they left San Francisco on Sunday, Matt Chapman had just gone in and just gotten the results from the x-rays. And then when you addressed the media, he said, the x-rays are clear, I'm fine, here we go, right? Well, I mean, I believe the x-rays were clear, the initial x-rays. But with him, you you can't believe a word comes out of his mouth because he's always going to say, I can go play. I mean, he stayed in the game. I don't know if you were there and saw the first 2 throws that he made after he injured his hand, but he threw them in the outfield about 10 feet over Fitzgerald's head. I'm thinking, what? So you have a stomach punch, and you always watch a team to see how they react to it. And this is a big deal. I mean, this is their hottest hitter right now. And not only that, but, he's the anchor of the infield. And I think the very first 7 innings of last night's ball game, they kind of played that way. They kind of played that they were just kind of searching a little bit. And then the 9th inning happened, and it was one great at-bat after another. Think about where the rally started. I mean, it was a Casey Schmidt home run. Then, the 6, 7, 8, 9 guys, they made contribution. Then every at-bat after that was great. And they wind up coming back, and they win that ball game. And they kind of overcame the emotional hit that they took in regards to the injury.
It was really tough, and I kind of want to spend time talking about the comeback, but I feel like the injury is something that we need to address even more so because he told Susan Slusser of the Chronicle and Maria Guardado of MLB.com that it's going to be more than 10 days. He even threw out, but hopefully by the end of the first half, and I was like, oh gosh, that's July 13th, Mike, so it could be a while. He's going to see a specialist on Friday, Dr. Stephen Shin in L.A. So the immediate question is Casey Schmidt and what you think about this kid in his heart and in his mind, how he will attack this assignment.
Well, he's most comfortable on the field at third base. Excuse me. He's a guy that has always kind of danced around what he wants to do. I mean, if you're a young player, you're going to get to the big leagues, you'll do whatever they say to do. And for him, it was learn every other position on the field except the one you love, and that's third base. So for him to go back to third, you're going to get him into the comfort zone immediately, and it certainly showed in last night's ball game. I mean, every at-bat that he had was a great one, including the one that really got the team going in the 9th inning. So I'm not worried about him. Plus, the other thing too, you don't say this very often when you have a platinum glove at third base with Chapman. You don't say we're going to watch Casey Schmidt and they're not going to miss a beat defensively at third base. But you can say that with Schmidt. I don't know if he's a platinum defender, but he's a damn good one. And so I think that problem is solved. In regards to the hand injury, I don't trust hands. I don't trust hands and hamstrings. I just don't trust them. Because when your hand hurts, it hurts. And too often guys come back early and they swing around the pain and their swing just goes to hell. And it's, it's going to take a while. I mean, when I first saw that thing, I went, man, I don't know. And then I heard the news afterwards. I go, man, I don't know. And now that we're into it, and he's sitting there on the dugout, in the dugout, and you're looking with that soft cast he has on your hand, you're going, I don't know. So we'll see. But look, every team goes through that. Every team loses a very significant player. It's how you overcome that is what determines your season. So you have to have guys step up. And it's not just Casey Schmidt at third base. It's other guys in the middle of the lineup because you need presence there. And it'll be up to the Giants to figure out how they're going to do it. I mean, it worked last night, but as they go forward, I mean, the big series is going to be this weekend. Last night was so instrumental, maintaining that momentum they have going. Now you win a series in Colorado. You have to have some swagger going into L.A. Chapman's absence is going to be missed in L.A. Somebody's going to have to overcome it and represent. And that's just the way it is. But think about the homestand, who they have coming back. I mean, it doesn't get any easier. So this is where they're getting tested right now, and we'll see how they do.
Yeah, Mike, I absolutely agree with you. I think Casey Schmidt will do a good job replacing Matt Chapman defensively. But to your point, the question is whether or not he can pick up the slack offensively. But it's not just on him, it's on the entire lineup, which leads me to my next question about Willy Adames, who also left the ballpark last night. But it's a question that we were asking our audience this morning. Do you think there's more pressure on someone like Casey Schmidt or Willy Adames to pick up the slack offensively without Matt Chapman?
No, I think it's up and down the lineup. I mean, they haven't been getting anything bottom of the lineup. You know, Fitzgerald is ice cold. Bailey's been ice cold, and then you just keep going up, and you got a lot of guys that are hitting under 200 or close to it, and really not stinging the ball. I mean, up until Yastrzemski getting a couple hits the last couple of games, you know, he had a 3 for 46 going. I mean, it's up and down the line. So, I mean, they have to pull from within, and that's why I thought was so significant last night It was a team win. There were so many great at-bats, especially coming from the bottom of the lineup. And that's been a big abyss of not a whole lot in regards to offense. And so they got to get it going. They got to fire it up. And if you could start getting more and more of those at-bats that don't always get a knock, but, grind a walk. There were 3 walks in that inning that led to the victory. They were as significant as anything that happened in that inning. So, it's if you're going to have a good season, well, hey, the guys who've been struggling for the first 2 months, it's time to turn it around.
For sure, and the Giants go back at it tonight, 5:40, taking on the Colorado Rockies. Before, of course, obviously the big series down in L.A., and you're trying to keep your mind focused on the Rockies. You saw what happened when you take your mind off the Rockies. They almost beat them last night, although Robbie Ray goes tonight against Kyle Freeland, another lefty. We'll see how the Giants respond to that. I mean, with such big news about Chapman and Schmidt and Adames and the big comeback, I kind of feel dumb asking about the backup catcher, but I feel like I need to because this guy, Andrew Kisner, he's starting last night, and then who knows how long Bailey's neck spasms are going to last. And I thought the kid obviously showed some defense last night. Hopped on a bunt, made a nice play, threw a runner out on an appeal. I mean, obviously, when Buster Posey picks a catcher, you're going to trust him. But have you noticed anything about this kid so far, and especially if Bailey's going to be out?
Yeah, well, number one, he ain't a kid. He's been around the block for a while, and he's a catch and throw guy with a good reputation for receiving and framing. So that's what they really wanted. And, he made a throw in last night's ball game, and I think his pop time was under 1.9. I mean, he really came out of it, and it had to be perfect. I mean, it went to review, and it was a long time before they came back in and ruled in favor of the Giants. So they've got a little more of a veteran presence back there that backs up Billy. And more importantly, he's a guy that the pitchers want to throw to. So I think that's huge significance. Plus, he's not overwhelmed by it. I mean, I love that about old catchers. They just take a beat and keep on ticking. It's kind of how they roll. But they last a long time. And why do they last a long time? Because they know how to handle the minds on the mound. I mean, the brains on the mound are volatile. They can, they react in a positive way when they're throwing well, but when they're not, how do you get them back on track? How do you calm them down within an inning? How do you keep them positive? I mean, and a catcher that can do that can stick around a long time. And that's what Kisner's been doing his whole career, and that's what he'll continue to do here.
Mike, the latest update I've seen on Justin Verlander is that he's scheduled to throw a simulated game today and then will be reevaluated this weekend, which leads to the future of Kyle Harrison in his rotation. Would love to get your breakdown on his performance last night. 5 innings pitched, 87 pitches, only 2 walks and 6 strikeouts, but it seemed like there were some misses, especially with the arm side control. What was your breakdown of Kyle's performance last night?
Pretty good. I mean, I think that lazy breaking balls don't really play well in Coors Field. Sliders are notorious for being they don't show up, and they're not a real go-to pitch. At times we've seen him tightened up the spin on that slurry breaking ball, and it gets quicker, and it's just because it all relies on a higher angle. We can get more tilt with that slider. Buster Posey recently asked me between Hayden Birdsong and Landon Roop and Harrison, who do you think's the best one? And I think it's Harrison. And I think Harrison because he has so many different ways to get better. Right now he's a 100% four-seam fastball guy. I asked him one time, I go, do you throw it two-seam? He goes, no. I go, well, why not? He says, I don't need it. Well, okay, that's a great attitude to have about a pitch. But as he goes forth, he's going to learn that there is a difference between the four-seam and the two-seam fastball. A two-seam fastball is better when you're trying to get ground balls. He basically is a fastball strikeout guy with a lazy breaking ball. So the changeup that he's come up, a good one, but he's not throwing it enough. I think that as he goes forth, you're going to see him develop more of a changeup and go to it in more situations. He's going to have another fastball to complement that four-seam fastball. And I think his body is completely, with his arm release and arm slot, is perfect for a cutter. I mean, you take a look at the way Dave Dravecky was built, and I think he had one of the best cutters in the game. And I think that's in front of Kyle Harrison. So I think that he has 4 weapons that he's going to eventually get to where I think he can go to another level. Now, how did he do last night? He did great. He did great throwing, a few change-ups and the fastball and a lazy slider. And he kept him in the game through 5 innings. But I do think that his ceiling is off the charts. As to what happens when Verlander comes back off, I think that you're going to see Harrison go back into the pen. And I think only because of how stuff plays and the fact that it would give them another left-hander and make their incredible bullpen even tougher.
He's got to throw more strikes, though, if he comes out of the pen, right?
I don't worry about him throwing strikes.
Okay. He walked a couple last. What was it? The pitch count was high last night through 5, right?
Yeah, but he got through it.
Yeah.
I mean, he gave up, 2 runs and 2 or 3? Yeah, he gave up 2 runs, right?
That was 3. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Either way, just question. Hey, other things to talk about before we get out of here. We didn't mention Wilmer Flores, the Denver dribbler, and legging that thing out. We were laughing about baseball. I mean, we've known this all our lives, but that kid from the Angels who hit that home run the other night, that the kid from the A's stole, Denzel Clark stole it. That's an out. That's an 0 for 1. Wilmer Flores goes 1 for 1 with an RBI on that dribbler, Mike. That's baseball, baby.
When's the last time you saw him get an infield base hit?
Last
Never.
night? Never. Once.
Yeah.
Once.
Never. I mean, he hits a dribbler down the third base line. The third baseman could get it. He could relay to the pitcher, and they could relay the throw to first base and still get him by 2 steps. He has none speed. And when that ball comes off the bat, we all jumped out of the chair and go, "Run, Wilmer, run!" And he legs it out. That was a sign from God right there. He gets an infield single to tie it up, man. Here we go.
Oh, man. So, hey, the old line, just put it in play, right? Good things happen.
Yeah, exactly. You never know with baseball.
Oh, man, that was fun.
That's a line drive in the box score today.
Last one is that Robbie Ray goes today. There was talk around here, just BSing around the office, that they, with an off day, they could have had Robbie Ray go last night and Kyle go tonight. Therefore, Robbie Ray would have pitched Sunday at Dodger Stadium. I don't know. Is it something to cross your mind to get Robbie Ray a look at the Dodgers?
Yeah, in September, not now. Right now, it's, who needs the rest? Rest is so important to keep guys fresh. When a guy's having an unbelievable, Robbie Ray is, and he really has redefined himself with that changeup. He's having more fun now than he has maybe perhaps in his whole career. He's got weapons that he's never had before. And he's in his 11th year. He's had a lot of innings. He's been rebuilt from Tommy John. And you can give him an extra day here. Great. It's still, it's June. And, but hey, you get down to the last week of August and you're going into September, absolutely, 100% stack it up so he's facing those guys.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure, man. Well, that'll be fun there. We'll see what him do it tonight. And by the way, just last one, 6 straight 1-run games, Mike, franchise record. This goes back to 1883. They've never had 6 consecutive 1-run wins. So we saw some history.
I am enjoying this so much. It's so exciting. And our fans who love torture are just, they were sitting back, fat, dumb, and happy. Man, they just love what's happening. And it's now they just go there and expect to win. They don't know how, but they're going to get a Wilmer Flores infield single somewhere down the road, and it's going to be a difference maker.
It is torture, and it is glorious. 5:40 tonight, Robbie Ray on the mound, 4:40 pregame on KNBR. Great chat, Mike. We will talk to you Friday morning. Have a good one.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on the UMA guest line. Giants are our big hit. How you guys feeling about this Chapman injury? Is there more pressure on Schmidt or Adames? Who do you trust more? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica on Friday, June 20th at Levi Stadium. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Hold it now. This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Swings and launches one out to deep left field. This one on its way. It is gone. Well, there's a start for the Giants here in the ninth on the first pitch. Casey Schmidt hits his first home run of the season. Giants down to their final strike. Flores swings, little dribbler off to the third base side of the mound. Vodnik picks it up, throws to first. Too late! Flores legs it out. Lee scores the tying run. The 2-0. Yaz swings, line drive, base hit into right field. Rounding third, Adames heading home. He'll score. The throw cut off, and the Giants have taken a 6-5 lead in the ninth. The 0-2. Estrada swings, pops it up. Shallow right center. Fitzgerald out. Lee in. It's Lee. He's got it. And the Giants with a come-from-behind win.
Wow, listen to Joe Rizzo, man. Great calls. Really, shout out Joe. I love his calls very much. We should have Joe more often. Curly. We should book Joe Rizzo more often. I enjoy his stuff. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And listen to our different rejoins. We're trying to connect it to Denver and or Colorado. it's sort of a limited encyclopedia. Once you get past Rocky Mountain High and Jack Harlow's song, Marcus.
I know. Young Tony came out of the gates hot this morning with Jack Harlow at 6:15 and then kind of fizzled out. So I said, Tony, I got a request. Give me Coda the Friend, Colorado. That's the track you're hearing right here.
Okay, there you go. A very, very middle-of-the-road pop band called The Fray are from Denver, Colorado. They had a couple of hits, How to Save a Life and all that stuff. Anyway, you can maybe mix that in if you want to go adult contemporary. But there it is, man. Listen, everybody, good morning. It is the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, and we are sitting here marveling at the San Francisco Giants, who were up against it 5-2 in the ninth inning and scored 4. Thank you, Rockies, for being the Rockies. They kind of had that point in the game where you're like, oh, yeah, the Rockies are going to, as the kids would say, sell this game. That's what the kids all say. Oh, they sold. Rockies sold.
Oh, the Giants are selling this game, Dad.
Yeah, but then the Rockies became the Rockies. There were a walk of the bases loaded. Once Casey Schmidt hit the home run, and that's kind of our big hit question today at 808 KNBR, is with the really bad news that Matt Chapman's injury is more serious than we thought, that a 10-day IL stint is only the beginning of the conversation. He told Maria Guardado of MLB.com and Susan Slusser of the Chronicle, it's going to be longer than that. He even threw out end of the first half, and that made me go, Jude.
Uh-oh.
I had to look up when the end of the first half is. The All-Star break's not until Sunday, July 13. Bro, it is Wednesday, June 11. So we're talking about a month. 30 games. I counted it. Now, we don't know. He's going to see a specialist on Friday, Dr. Stephen Shin. I hate anytime you start talking A, specialist, and B, Dr. Stephen Shin. We got problems.
Dr. Shin, the specialist.
Who was, remember we kept talking about Purdy's guy. Who did the elbow for Purdy? We said his name like 10 million.
You are correct.
I should
out of
know
Texas. Something Meister.
Yeah,
Keith Meister.
Boom.
Bang.
Anytime you're talking Meister, we got problems.
Yeah.
Anytime you're talking Shin, we got problems.
Yeah, keep Shin and Meister out of your mouth,
it's
all
like
right?
Like I was growing up, it was Frank Job. It was the guy, the guy his arm trouble was going to go see Dr. Frank Job. We're like, we got problems here. Well, anyway, Dr. Stephen Shin becomes our guy Friday in L.A. He's going to see a specialist. So anyway, what happens? Here comes Casey Schmidt, the lovable golden retriever puppy that is Casey Schmidt. Because, I mean, honestly, if Schmidt was an animal, he would be a puppy because he's so lovable. He's so friendly. But then he pees on the rug. You're like, you peed on the rug. But I'll chase the ball. But I'll pee on the rug. That's Casey Schmidt.
Yeah, everybody loves those golden retriever-like characters.
Very much so. So here he comes, guys. And Young Tony asked us in a provocative, what did Young Tony ask today's segment?
Very provocative.
Who's got more pressure on him, Casey Schmidt or Willie Adames? Because you look at it one way, and this is the way you looked at it. Willie Adames is the big money man who is here to lead the team. He's here to lead the team. And the joke is he's led the team in celebrating other people.
Yeah. He's the team leader in VAR, vibes above replacement.
But last night, a little refreshed, hits a bomb, hits a sac fly, draws a walk in the ninth. Okay. For me, I said, given the reality of today's world, people are going to focus on Casey Schmidt. And if he doesn't perform almost like every single day, or if he has an at-bat where he chases a slider in a run-scoring position, or if he, God forbid, boots one at third base, which I don't anticipate, but it's baseball. It happens. I have a feeling fans might be short on patience with him. I'm a Schmidt fan. The joke at the show is that when he burst onto the scene and had that great first week, we got Rory the Greek, a Casey Schmidt jersey, number 6, by the way, because he's now wearing 10.
That's right. Bowmel showed up and said, give me that number.
Give me that number. And so it's kind of been a joke that we're a jersey curse family because he has a Willie Adames jersey curse. He has a Jung Hoo Lee jersey last year, out for the year curse. He has a Casey Schmidt jersey curse. Just throwing for good measure, he's got a Trey Lance jersey.
Damn.
All right.
When is it going to end, Murph? And that's what led to about 5 or 6 different texts this morning on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line about how you need to buy Rory the Greek a Shohei Ohtani
I got to
jersey.
give the texters a lot of credit. 6 a.m., there was a lot of slew, about a half a dozen sharp texters said, hey, man, go buy Rory a Shohei jersey. Go buy Rory a Shohei jersey. Go buy Rory a Dodgers jersey. So, 925 goes back in the old days. Dr. James Andrews of Birmingham, Alabama. That was the guy, man. There was a stretch in our lives. We're like, Jack Morris is hurt. He's going to go see Dr. James Andrews. Like, oh, wow. Ooh, Roger Clemens is hurt. He's going to go see Dr. James Andrews. Oh, wow. Yeah, right. But anyway, out to the phones and the texts. Where are you at with the Casey Schmidt, Matt Chapman? Do we have some sound actually from What do you got, Tone? Is it Bob Melvin or is it Wilmer Flores on Casey Schmidt filling in for Matt Chapman here? Yes, sir.
He's going to play third base basically every day here until Matt comes back. So at least we have somebody that plays the position well. You know, one of our top prospects in the organization, even though he's been in the big leagues the last few years, got off to an incredible start when he first got to the big leagues. There's a lot of ability there. This is a good opportunity for him.
Okay. For example, for 4 races, it's not like Matt Chapman was tearing the cover off the ball. Schmidt just needs to play good D. Well, I'll tell you this about Matt Chapman. In his last 11 games, he was hitting .395 with 5 doubles and 3 bombs and 5 walks. So he kind of was tearing the cover off the ball.
Yeah, quietly, he's kind of been the spark behind this offense, an offense that hasn't had a lot of sparks, let's be completely honest with you. But I give you the stats Monday morning after the walk-off home run on Saturday. Since Matt Chapman has joined the Giants, when he leaves the ballpark, when he hits a home run, they're 29-8. And if you're looking for other games where he's still contributing without the long ball, in games where he has an RBI, the Giants are 48-15. So when he's humming, the entire Giants offense is humming. I mean, it's an old saying in baseball that hitting is contagious. Not that contagious with this Giants team, but still, when you're desperate for offense, you're going to feel the absence of Matt Chapman moving forward.
It's going to be very, very interesting because he's such a presence. And, you know, we can complain about this offense all we want, but he's been part of a winning squad. I mean, when he goes out, they're 10 games over. Now, they win last night. Granted, they're playing the Rockies, who are atrocious, and Rockies kind of sold by walking the bases loaded last night.
Thanks for the free 90s.
But that said, we'll see how this win-loss thing goes between now and whenever he returns. If he's out for, like, worst case, nuclear case, he's out for 30. If they go 15-15 in that time, he comes back at the All-Star break, they're 11 games over 500.
Yeah, that's not the worst thing in the world, but can they tread water without
exactly
him? That's the big question, because to me, it's not just about the pressure put on Casey Schmidt, who I do think will be able to replace him, not to the elite level, platinum gold level that we see with the Matt Chapman, who's a platinum gold glove winner himself. But also, Casey Schmidt was a minor league gold glove winner. He's got a sick glove. We know he can flash the letter. Defensively, I'm not concerned. And we know that the Giants have been winning a lot of games this year. Now 19 comebacks on the season with pitching, with defense, and with timely hitting. I'd like to see some more timely hitting from Casey Schmidt. But defensively, I'm not too concerned. It's the other guys in the lineup that also need to step up.
Let's talk about the ninth inning when Doval, the leadoff guy, gets on, and you're like, oh, here we go. It's Coors Field. That guy's it's almost like Little League. He's guaranteed to score. And whoever the hitter was it hits a kind of a chopper to Casey Schmidt. Dude, he handles this thing nicely and throws an absolute rocket to Ty Fitzgerald, who then throws to our 9:15 guest, Dominic Smith. This is an awesome play started by Casey Schmidt.
Ball ready. Sets just above the belt. His 2-2, a swing, and a ground ball right to third. Schmidt has it, goes to second. The out there, over to first. And it's dug out by Smith in time for a double play. They got a wide throw from Fitzgerald to the home plate side of the bag. But Smith sprawling out on a backhand, able to make the play, keep his toe on the base, and they got him.
He did, yeah. We're talking about Casey Schmidt, but let's shine a light on the way Dom Smith is handling the one bag.
He's played first base extremely well defensively, in my opinion.
Yeah, 4-8 says, I trust in Casey Schmidt now that he's back to his natural position. He can loosen up a little bit and feel more comfortable with the stability of knowing where he's playing every day. Stability is underrated. Like, for example, walking in every morning and seeing Cleo at the desk, you know what I mean? Or Oppo in the garage.
I miss that stability.
Or walking in and seeing young Tony and John Joe sitting next to each other in their new configuration. It's a little odd.
Yeah, and then I got to go chase them down to go get the printer. They're all over the place. But, yeah, you're looking for a little consistency.
You got Bob Melvin on.
He talked exactly about that, the fact that he's just going to be playing third base. He doesn't have to worry about where he's playing, moving around the diamond, and hopefully he's settling in at the plate offensively.
As far as playing third, it's not something he has to think about a whole lot. So I think in that case, it's one thing to have to go play short, some go play second, some he's learning first base. All those things can kind of filter into the offense as well. So now we know he's just going to go over and play the position at third. There is some bat to like there. Hopefully he has a nice run with it.
Yeah, okay, so here you go. And 707 says this is good for Casey Schmidt and the Giants. He's been a maybe as a prospect, and this should tell us if he can be an everyday big leaguer.
Yeah, and I think it's a fair assessment because I asked the questions a couple weeks ago. I mean, really, we've been asking a question since Matt Chapman signed the contract extension about what the future of Casey Schmidt would be because, to your point, he was one of their top prospects, a second-round draft pick. Like, I would think that they would envision him as part of the future, but what is his role? Is he a super utility guy? Because he can move around the diamond, as we just heard Bob Melvin talk about. And I do think that's a fair assignment that maybe he won't be thinking as much at the plate about his defensive opportunities because this guy was literally learning how to play shortstop at the big league level, learning how to play second base at the big league level. We had JT Snow on a couple weeks ago, said Casey Schmidt wasn't even taking reps at first base during spring training this year. So it's another season where he's learning a new position at the big league level. And credit to him, he's done a great job defensively. But yeah, maybe this will simplify things a little bit for Casey Schmidt.
Look, I kind of, to be honest, I miss Chapman. I love watching Matt Chapman play, but I don't want to say I'm looking forward to an injury, but I'm interested to see how Schmidt's going to handle this. 916 says Casey Schmidt has a great glove, and I believe he will hit if given opportunities. 925 says it's about timely hitting. Can Casey help with a timely hit with runners in scoring position? All very true. 831 says let's celebrate this opportunity for the kid. Go get him, kid. The kid says, go get him, kid.
Go get him, Casey.
415 says, by the way, where are we at with Encarnacion?
For last night. Has not been the spark that we were looking for.
You know, I mean, we sort of hinted when he was coming back. We're like, we do know this guy does not have a huge track record in the big leagues.
Yeah, but the
We're treating
Giants
this
were
guy like he was
so
Jeff
bad
Kent.
offensively. We're like, we're just looking for somebody that can run into one.
831 says, bummer seeing Tyro Estrada have to make the last out for my former 2023 Willie Mack Award winner. In fact, we have some sound from that we should play in the cool. Actually, want to play it right now? There's no time like the present. There's why make
why
people
the hell
wait?
not?
So in 2023, Sean Estes went to Scottsdale with me because Paulie was going to, I think he was taking his son to college or something. He had a trip. Oh, no, I think he's going to
Italy.
No, I think he was
in
going to
North
see
Italy?
I think he's going to see Bruce Springsteen in Portland.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
But so Sean Estes was when we had Gabe in. Gabe's like, yeah, I have a few minutes for you guys. And Sean said to him, why should I go see this team? Oh, you have the question with it? Oh, here it is.
Take your manager's hat off. You're a fan of the Giants. Who you coming to the ballpark to watch on this team?
I love to watch Tyro Estrada play baseball. I think he is a smart, grindy, tough MF. In the batter's box, on the diamond, big at bat, big moment. Game on the line, I kind of want Tyro Estrada at the plate. Game on the line, I kind of want him to field the ground ball.
Here it is. And the game was on the line last night, and he popped up.
Wow.
He's hitting in the four hole.
How good that audio was. Like, he almost goes full like Max Kellerman. Like, with the aliens, they have the radar on Earth. Give me Andre Iguodala.
It is an Iguodala.
Give me Tyro Estrada with the game on the line.
It's
a grindy MFer.
It has some Iguodala tendencies there, yes.
Big at bat, big moment. Game on the line, I kind of want Tyro Estrada at the plate. Game on the line, I kind of want him to field the ground ball.
Fate of the universe, give me Andre Iguodala. Give me Tyro Estrada.
Pretty good call there,
wow.
buddy.
Wow, I forgot how good that audio was. And also, can we just celebrate the fact that, look, I don't want this to be like seen as a shot at Tyro Estrada. I also enjoyed watching Tyro Estrada play baseball.
Listen, didn't you catch one of his homers on opening day?
I did. So,
Yes.
I'm a Tyro Estrada fan. Like, what he went through being shot before he was even in the Yankees
Former
organization.
Yankee,
Yeah,
yes,
exactly. Like, I like Tyro Estrada. But Tyro Estrada is not the reason why you go to the ballpark.
Yeah.
And Tyro Estrada was maybe the perfect example of the platoon systems and the ever-changing roster. Like, nobody was showing up buying Tyro Estrada jerseys is what I'm saying, and it just feels like a completely different vibe the last couple of seasons.
So what you're saying, hey, where are the Estrada jerseys?
Yeah. You got the
you have them in black.
You got the all-black Estrada jersey. Yeah, I'm looking for the All Blacks.
559 with a tough deal. He says, Gerard Blanken Soler.
Ooh.
That's a high-level text.
Yeah, at least you're not paying him Soler money.
High-level text. They're both similar profiles. Big, hulking figures in the box, not hitting as a giant. Right-handed guys. So anyway, I didn't want to turn this into a Gerard Encarnacion bang session here. Let's get back to the
let's get back to
Casey
making fun
Schmidt
of
here
Kapler.
thing. Well, here's 925. Casey Schmidt stinks, and those who don't know that after all these years are insane. Okay, well, there you go. How about that? I told you. That's why I say there's more pressure on him. Because of things like that.
The Schmidt Wars.
707 says, Casey Schmidt is well past pressure talk. That talk sailed last year after his anticipated debut in 2023. He'll cruise the 200 level, and that's what we and he expect. Man, some harsh stuff. 541 says, yeah, it's all well and good, but again, this is the Rockies. Had the Giants lost this one, they would have been responsible for 16% of the Rockies' win total. 541, I ain't going to lie, I started doing that math myself. When they were down 5-2, I was like, so 2 of the Rockies' 13 wins are against the Giants. But guess what? You got to play 27.
Yeah, exactly.
27 outs, baby. It's not 24 outs.
Nope.
Not 25, not 26, because Wilmer's got a chance to hit the Denver dribbler. And he did.
And here's the thing I'll say, Murph. Yes, it was the Colorado Rockies, but this was not the first Giants comeback of the season. Last night was their 19th comeback win of the season. It's not just the Colorado Rockies. This team is going to be competitive with the one-run ball games, with the best bullpen in baseball. This is how the Giants are going to win in 2025.
This is it, baby. All right, we can continue this on the other side, the big hit. Or if we want to get into the Niners a little bit, why don't we take a straw poll here? You guys want to get into some Niner talk here on the other side?
I'm down with some Niner
talk. Yeah,
talk.
because we haven't done it all morning. We only have a window. Trent Williams with some interesting talk about his career, and Kyle Shanahan with some interesting reviews of Bryce Huff. How about that? I enjoyed the big hit. Even the negative Casey Schmidt text, which proved my point that he's under more pressure than Adames. But thank you all for participating. And now the 49ers on the field. Next on the Sports Leader.
Fate of the universe on the line, or the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth. I want Iguodala.
Big at bat, big moment. Game on the line, I kind of want Tyro Estrada at the plate. Game on the line, I kind of want him to field the ground ball.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kapler was one of a kind. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica on Friday, June 20th at Levi's Stadium. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. You've worked hard during your career to save money, but is your money growing the way you want it, or should you invest it differently? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets, or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
How does he looks lighter, maybe? Trent.
I haven't checked him out as hard as you have, but what do you mean by that? I think he looks good, though. You know, he looks in shape, and he's been in shape in his drills. He's gone through them all, and he's healthy and right where he needs to be. I think it's vital, just the same as it always is. You know, when you get injuries, you get injuries, but with guys with age and the wear and tear and stuff, we just try to keep their legs fresher and stuff. And it's been good to get him here in 2 weeks of individual drills and things like that. And be shocked if we put him out there tomorrow. I don't expect to see him, except for maybe individual, and he'll be good to go for camp.
All right, Trent Williams here. That was a disaster here. Tony was trying to play the Denver band The Fray, and I said to him, those lyrics are too loud. Then he cut it out entirely.
Pulled the
Just wanted
plug.
to pot it down a little bit. That's all right. Who do you think you are, Kyle Haar, back there with the loud rejoins, buddy? It's okay. You could have potted it down. We could have kept the Fray
It's
going.
a depressing song, and there's nothing depressing about the Niners right now, so why would we even play it?
Well, that's the question. Instead of playing how to save a life, the question for Kyle Shannon is how do you save the 49ers with the last play schedule?
Look at that. You're hot. Ever since that Iguodala frickin' Tyro call, that's been making me laugh, buddy.
Fate of the universe on the line. I want Tyro Estrada.
Iguodala Estrada, as I want.
Iguodala Estrada, nice.
I want Andre Estrada. I want Tyro Iguodala. Anyway, the 49ers in our lives. So let's do it, man. They were down there yesterday doing their thing on the field. And then today is their last practice. And then, guys, poof, they scatter. Poof. We won't see them again until late July when, we start doing our traditions, start getting ready and then do a broadcast from down there. And heck, I'll do 2. You want to do 2?
I'll do 3. I'll do a whole week of shows.
Unless we got to complain about commute like some of our younger workers.
Hey, well, could you only imagine if we did end up moving down to Levi Stadium like it was originally reported?
Hey, that's still on the table, buddy.
Yeah, you never know.
Well, listen, one of the big things is Trent Williams. And you just heard Kyle talking about Trent. And, there's always, I wouldn't say that Trent's mysterious, because anytime he talks, he's an incredibly engaging guy, likable, thoughtful, all that stuff. And then he kind of disappears for a while, and everybody's like, oh, is Trent going to play again? What's up with Trent? Is he going to play? Is he going to retire? And then he always shows up like, no, I'm good. I'm here. So let's talk to him about his future. Listen, last year was really tough. He was injured. I forgot he missed the last 7 games.
Yes, he did.
And also his wife tragically had a stillborn twin. So it was a part of that horrible year, the very, 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 very bad year the Niners had on and off the field. So Trent had to take some time to kind of reassess everything, and he rarely shows up to things like this. He's so good. He's like that kid in Little League, Kelly Lee, like, dude, you don't have to come to practice. Just come to the game.
Yeah, skip tryouts. You're going to be the number 1 overall pick.
Exactly. But he's one of with Trent, you kind of forgive a lot, Hey, Trent, I'm going to miss camp. It's okay.
Yeah.
Just make sure you're here, buddy.
Yeah, he's earned those privileges.
Yeah. So here he is on his future because, guys, listen to this. Ready for this? He's 30. He'll be 37 in July. Once again, advancing another birthday.
That means he'll be 50 in 13 years, Murph.
That's very true. So he's made 11 Pro Bowls. He's shooting for 12, which would be an all-time record. Only 5 offensive linemen have played into their 40s. He's talking about doing that.
Damn.
So a lot there. Here's Trent Williams on his future.
Think about how long I wanted to play. I didn't give it a lot of thought, honestly. I just feel like, I do myself and my teammates a disservice if I'm looking towards the end. And, I'm paid. People count on me to be here now and to, we got goals and aspirations as a team. I just don't think putting brain power towards that helps us get to where we want to go. So, when it happens, it happens. I feel like I know. I think one day coming in, I should know when it's getting that time, and then I do the responsible thing and let them know early enough so that they can make the adjustments needed.
Okay, so he's like, yeah, don't talk about that. Let's talk about today's practice, keeping it kind of Trent. And so it doesn't sound like it's anytime soon.
No, but it feels like we have been hearing these rumors, I should say, about Trent Williams retiring for the last couple off seasons now. And there's always questions about whether or not Trent's going to play or not. But it sounds like he's focused on this season and beyond. So maybe we should just stop bringing up the topic in general, because I'll use this as an example. Like in the fight game in MMA, they talk about like UFC fighters. Like once they start to even think about retirement, it's time to retire, because you don't want to be put in that position, especially in a physical sport like combat sports or even in football, where somebody can take advantage of you. But if you watch the film last year when Trent Williams was healthy, nobody was taking advantage of him. Still one of the best offensive tackles in the league, if not the best.
He wasn't playing awesome. There were times, I can't believe I'm saying this. In fact, I'm not going to say it. You need Trent Williams.
Yeah.
Let's get him out there.
Future Hall of Famer.
Absolutely. Well, is he the best offensive tackle in the history of the NFL?
Wow.
I mean, he's on the
808
list.
KNBR.
Anthony, sounds like a Greg Papa question.
Yeah.
Anthony Munoz comes to mind. Ron Yeri. Who are you going to go?
My favorite was Jonathan Ogden.
Johnny Ogden.
I mean, that
How
guy.
could I? 20 push-ups, dude.
Yeah, dude. He was a monster.
And beat Murray State on Saturday.
Yeah.
But you see that UCLA baseball drew Murray State's like the big story. Now we got to beat that A on Saturday. Dude, John Morant even tweeted about it. Racing towards Omaha with a horse.
Uh-oh, watch out, UCLA. You got an RPG aiming at you.
Dude, don't even
Got
get
some
me started.
grenades coming your way.
More Trent Williams on, like, you wouldn't think this was a 6-11 team last year.
You wouldn't think this is a team that went 6-11 last year. The confidence, the way the kids are flying around, the new draft class to me looks like it has several steals, several great picks that's going to contribute. So, I was really pleased to see how the confidence and how the atmosphere is coming back and kind of being around the guys for the first time.
He said 5, several steals. Now, he's famously praising, I do have to admit, Trent's very famous for lavishly praising his teammates. He literally said, we had him on the show, that Trey Lance was a generational talent.
Yeah.
So, listen, I mean, he's supporting his QB.
Yeah, and I get it. Like, I like the breakdown. I like the thought that Trent Williams thinks that they've gotten a bunch of steals in his draft, but we haven't even put on the shoulder pads yet. Like, these guys have not gone one-on-one in the trenches yet. I want to see some of these rookies test Trent Williams. It's probably going to be a wake-up call. It's probably going to be their welcome to the NFL type moment going one-on-one against Trent Williams. But to me, like, again, it seems like there is an overreaction to even OTAs and 7-on-7s with people tracking interceptions and missed or made field goals. Let's get the pads on. Let's play some real football.
Yeah, for sure, man. Meanwhile, playing real football, here's Kyle Shanahan talking about new pass rusher Bryce Huff. Now, we asked Mark Cannizzaro about Huff, too, and I told you my buddy Schmitty in Philly's like, oh, you guys are taking Huff off our hands and everything. And, we're counting on the Robert Saleh magic reviving Bryce Huff, change of scenery and scheme fit and all that. So here's Kyle Shanahan, some praising words, cut F, Tony, on Bryce Huff.
I just like Bryce. I think he affects the quarterback. When you talk about just getting off the ball and how fast he does it, he'll be our best get off the ball guy we've had since D Ford. So in terms of that, it's good to beat tackles that way, but also widens tackles to help with inside pass rush and things like that. And he affects the quarterback.
Yeah, how about that? Did he just say our best off-the-ball guy since D Ford? And that's a big statement.
I mean, that's high praise.
Yeah.
And Robert Saleh has seen the success of Bryce Huff when he was with the Jets before he got paid by Philly. He had career highs in sacks, double-digit sacks, led the NFL in overall pressure. So we know in that wide nine system, he can have success, especially on third down, if you do get other teams in third and long situations. But Murph, I think the underlying biggest positive news here is that Tim Ryan will still get to use his big, bad woof riffs, even with Hufanga gone. Now he can go, Bryce Huff, he'll puff, and he'll blow your quarterback down.
Yeah, I'm with you, too. By the way, multiple people on the text line coming at us, multiple. 415-408-559 saying we're dissing Larry Allen. I thought Larry Allen was a guard, and I went to his Pro Football Reference. Yeah, he played tackle briefly. He played guard for the vast majority of his career.
Yeah, I guess if you're going overall offensive lineman, then yeah, guy Larry Allen's own. I know, I heard you. I'm just clarifying for the text line out there.
He only had, in his 14-year career, he played 12 years at guard. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify that for everybody. We're not dissing Larry. We'd never diss Sonoma State's own.
I mean, you're talking to a Sonoma State Cossack / Seawolf.
We lost him.
One of the GOATs.
We lost Larry too soon, man.
R.I.P. to Larry Allen, but all the sports programs up in Sonoma State.
Yeah, very true. Very true. 408 says Joe Thomas is the greatest tackle of all time and then dominated Titan games. I don't know what that means, Titan games. You know that?
Oh, I think it's like Beast Games or like American Ninja Warrior. Or what's the one they used to have back in the day?
American Gladiator.
American Gladiator. Thank you, Tony.
I came from that era.
How the hell do you know what American Gladiator is?
I thought it was pretty cool. I actually bought one of the episodes on like my iTunes when I was a kid. I thought it was pretty entertaining. It's good stuff.
I always liked the tennis ball gun they had, shooting at people. Pop, pop, pop,
I came from the American Gladiators era. I was kind of like when I was early on UFC. I was kind of like, yeah, I'll pass. Kind of like
they tried bringing it back a couple years ago.
Yeah. What was that? Yeah.
I think it was a movie that they brought back. By the way,
American Gladiators.
I think so. Yeah.
All right.
Cut L. Because you've been talking about this, Marcus, about the receiver. You'd like another receiver.
I think they need more depth in the wide receiver room, especially when we're talking about Brandon Ayuk potentially missing at least the first month of the season. Don't really have an accurate timeline on his recovery. Then you throw in Ricky Pearsall right now dealing with a hamstring injury. It is early. It is still June, so I'm not overly concerned. They bring in Demarcus Robinson this offseason. Sounds like he could be suspended for a game or two. So I just think overall you could use some more depth. And there are some names out there like an Amari Cooper or like a Keenan Allen, some veterans wide receiver that could come on the low with the 49ers still having some cap space.
So here's Shanahan. I guess they met with Gabe Davis. I didn't know that.
Ooh.
That's news to me. Here's Shanahan on that. Mm-hmm.
I think it's how we handle every situation. We monitor everything. So I think Gabe's visited a few teams. He's a guy we've been a fan of in the past, and he wanted to visit a few teams and talk to them about mutual interest, and we had a good visit. But that's stuff we really never stopped doing.
Okay, yeah. Anytime, it's funny. You talk to John Lynch or anybody, you're like, are you guys looking at that? We never close the door on anything. All right.
We always answer the phone.
Give me a Schefter report that they're signing a receiver or not. And then one more topic from yesterday is Bob Saleh. Robert Saleh, and Kyle Shanahan was asked, having him back now. They've had him since, February, right? Or January? When was the actual hire made? January, February? I'll have to go look at the date.
I
think it was still in January, wasn't it? Or no, was he still looking at head coaching jobs after the Super Bowl? I'm not sure. I'll go back and look. But anyway, the point is, Shanahan on the aura of having Saleh back.
I think the guys, there's only, I'm guessing, like 3 guys, maybe 4, who were here when he was here last. And so I think those guys have a lot of confidence in him and remember his time here, and they probably express that confidence they have in him to the other guys. But yeah, our energy has been great throughout the whole team, through the defense, definitely. And Saleh's been great too.
I mean, listen, it's by the end of January 24. So it's been, almost 5 months that they've had him here. The thing is, if it goes the way we want it to go, he'll be here only 1 year. If it goes great, like if the Niners make a run in the playoffs, go deep, which, with a last place schedule.
Murph.
That should be on your board.
Yeah, I should have it ready to go.
With the last place schedule. You'd like to make a run, and then you'd lose Saleh.
No doubt, but here's the thing. Even if Robert Saleh does leave after one season, if the 49ers do get back to having one of the best defenses in the NFL, the effects of Robert Saleh could be felt year after year after year with the 5 defenders that they took in this year's draft class, bringing over Bryce Huff. Like, even if Saleh decides to move on after this season, he could be building a foundation in the trenches that could last the 49ers throughout Brock Purdy's contract.
Yeah, good call. All right, just a little Niner hit for you. We can return to that later in the show, and we always look forward to talking 49ers. Matt Mayock will join us tomorrow. Good stuff. Dom Smith going to join us. Baseball talk at 9:15 with the new Giants first baseman. Looking forward to that very, very much. And then, of course, the cooler. of content, which has everything, including what? A Gabe Kapler, Max Kellerman mashup, and Will Clark with one of the great rants you're going to hear this week. Next on The Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, the Cooler of Content is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. A couple more business items. One, Giants-Rockies tonight. Robbie Ray, ball coming out of his hand nicely against lefty Kyle Freeland. 1-8 with a 5.19. Can't really judge a Rocky one-loss record. He's got a 5.19. Pre-game at 4:40, first pitch 5:40. Joe Rizzo and FP Santangelo on the call. Those guys are doing great on the calls. And then Dom Smith, new first baseman. LA Kid with the Giants uni. He's going to join us at 9:15.
Oh, it's a bar, Murph.
Yeah, not as much of a bar as the Iguodala Kellerman thing, Tyro thing. That was amazing.
Speaking of,
should we go right into it?
Yeah, let's get into it.
So it came up that Tyro Estrada was, playing for the Rockies last night. We know that, but it was just seeing him, it always jars a memory. And then seeing him up as the last batter of the game with the chance to tie the game, runners at first and third. You're like, oh, boy, and he popped out. Shallow center. Jung-Hoo Lee grabbed it, and we were like, man. And Marcus was musing. We were talking about how, don't we have a Gabe Kapler quote on Tyro? And I was like, yeah, it was when Sean Estes asked him in 2023 spring training, because Sean was down there because Paulie was going to see Springsteen somewhere. And Sean Estes asked Gabe Kapler, who's the guy you want to come see? Marcus makes a great call off of this quote here.
Take your manager's hat off. You're a fan of the Giants. Who you coming to the ballpark to watch on this team?
I love to watch Tyro Estrada play baseball. I think he is a smart, grindy, tough MF. In the batter's box, on the diamond, big at bat, big moment. Game on the line, I kind of want Tyro Estrada at the plate. Game on the line, I kind of want him to field the ground ball.
So we were like, Marcus goes, dude, this has one vibe and one vibe only.
Immediately when I heard game on the line, I kind of want Tyro Estrada. I was like, did Gabe Kapler go full Max Kellerman on us?
Fate of the universe on the line, or the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth. I want Iguodala.
Dude, he wants Iguodala.
Give me back. I'm going to ask you to do some hard work back there, Tony. Can you
Murph,
give me?
It's ready to go.
Oh, wait.
The people have been waiting all morning for the Max Kellerman, Gabe Kapler mashup. Young Tony, what do you got?
Fate of the universe on the line, or the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth. I want
Tyro Estrada at the plate.
Nicely done, Tony. Nicely done.
Is there any way we can set that to music?
Fate of the universe on the line. I want Tyro Estrada at the plate.
Is there a tune we can get going on that? I'll give me that one more time. I need that just for my head, buddy.
Fate of the universe on the line, or the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth. I want
Tyro Estrada at the plate.
Boom! That is too good,
I kind
man.
of want Tyro Estrada.
Let me put that on our year-end list here,
He's
buddy.
a grindy MFer. And once again, like, no shots or no shade being thrown
I know,
at
I
Tyro
like Tyro.
Estrada.
Willie Mack Award
we all
winner.
like Tyro.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that Sean asked Kapler to take off his manager cap, one of those Marlin caps, to say, who would you suggest fans come to the ballpark to see? And his answer was Tyro Estrada. That tells you a lot about the Gabe Kapler Farhan Zaidi regime.
Yeah, we even drifted. He walked into a mall and said, "Hey, where are the Estrada jerseys? Yes. Do you have one in all purple?
Yeah, I'm looking for the Rockies hats. Looking for the City Connect.
Do you have the hat one there?
I'm looking for the Marlin hat.
It's not. I mean, listen, all love to Gabe, and we're having fun. He's a nice guy. He helped the Giants community fund a lot. Junior Giants. I'm just saying, Gabe, you made it so easy because your voice was so deep. There's no way you can't do the Gabe impression. It's like doing Boach. Well, we're not hitting the ball down in Texas, But we had two managers in a row with very distinctive speaking styles. Bob Melvin doesn't fit the bill.
No, and also like Bob Melvin doesn't post ASMR of his
Well, there
camping
you
trips
go.
and walking
There
over
you go.
bridges
There
and
you go.
posting thirst traps about
There
how
you go.
I like them in
There you
all
go.
different
There-
shapes and sizes.
There you go.
Like it's a lot different.
Who's got that? Who's got the all shapes and sizes?
It's a lot different of a manager style.
Do you have that?
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
925 says, that bit is not funny. Well, okay.
Thick and
I thought it was
juicy.
funny. It made me laugh.
I got a chuckle out of it.
It really did.
You must be fun at parties.
It made me laugh. All right, guys. What's next up on Tone on the
Will Clark with a great
dude.
rant.
This rant is incredible because, well, it's talking about the Dodgers and their little celebrations at second base. Don't do it. I'm not even going to look at you. And here's the problem. It's seeped down into Mill Valley Little League.
Oh, no.
I'm going to tell all those coaches out there. I see it with there's All-Star season starting. 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s. Go get them. Our 9s are off to a good start. They got to win. Hey, 9s managers, 10s managers, 11s managers, 12. Ban the Dodgers celebration now.
Why the Dodgers?
They're doing the Dodgers celebration, and I'm hot about it. Well, I'm not the only one. Because Will Clark, in his epic hits with Eric Burns on the No Filter Network, they call it Deuces Wild, he got even hotter than me. Check it out.
The worst thing that I've been seeing, you and I talked about this a little while ago. This infuriates me. You hit a double. All right, whack. I get a good pitch. I get a gapper. Yay! You pull into second base. You are not even at the second base bag, and you're turning around to the dugout going, whatever the these motherfuckers are doing. It's like, hey, turn around. The ball's still in play. If they miss the cutoff, you need to get to the third base. And infuriates me. I swear to God, I want to jump through the TV sometimes and smack somebody upside the face going, the play is not over. You can't celebrate until the umpire has the ball in his hands.
Thrill, I could not agree with you more. And what's becoming even a bigger issue is that that's infiltrating the youth game. So I had to have a talk with our Let Them Play kids. And I'm like, look, you guys want to celebrate. You want to do whatever you want to do. Wait till the play is over. Over.
When the play is over and the play is dead, all right, do your bullshit, whatever the fuck you're doing. Not while the play is still going on and the ball's behind you. Turn around and find the ball. How about that one?
One of the greatest rants I've heard in 2025.
Go off,
There's
Will.
no
Go
question.
off.
He's on point with everything. And by the way, his noise, his is what is all-time sound right there. If you can just isolate that, man, that is all-time. I couldn't agree more just on so many levels. On so many levels. One, from the baseball level. Ball and play might get away from a relay guy. Easily. And I've seen it a million times where balls get loose. Sometimes I'm doing game changer in the stands and I've already finished a play and I look up and the ball's, I'm guilty of finishing the play before it's over. And all of a sudden the kid's on third because he was smart. Unless you're doing this. Oh, don't even get me. And now I got kids in Northern California in the Bay Area doing that.
See, that's a problem.
No.
That's an issue.
Yeah.
Because Will's right. It seems like guys are rounding second and not even picking up the third base coach. They're trying to pick up the dugout to do their celebration dance. I mean, we were just talking about there was a Dodger player the other night who hit a home run and did the celebration on second base as he was rounding second base. I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
I understand we're in the bat flip era and like people want to have fun in baseball. I got no problem with that also. But like at what point, what is it going to take to get a fastball in the ribs?
Yeah, you need a fastball. And also, can we talk about the fact that it's a lame-ass celebration, too?
It's a dumb celebration.
It's stupid. Like Billy White Shoes Johnson, when he kind of spiked the ball and did his dance, he was cool. Deion Sanders, his dance was cool. What the Dodgers are doing is lame, bro. It's freaking lame.
It looks like they're trying to squeeze one out.
Bullshit, whatever the fuck you doing.
He couldn't say that any better. By the way, 949 says the Dodgers were doing that stupid celebration against the Yankees up 18-2 against position players pitching.
Yeah, shout out Kike Hernandez on the mound last night. Down
They must
9-0
be
in the
stopped.
sixth.
They must be stopped, and they must be stopped now.
Well, let me ask you.
Let's go sweep their ass. And again, almost a bigger problem is these kids doing it. And if I was managing, and I've retired because, enough of me. They don't need to hear me anymore. I would literally ban it. I would say you guys have to come up with a different celebration.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Like, even beyond the Dodgers celebration, what are your thoughts on just Little Leaguers in general doing the second base celebration?
We did it. We encouraged it we actually had a contest at our retreat up at West Point Inn, and it was great. It built a ton of team camaraderie, but never until the play's over, for sure. Like, if they were doing it and the play was still on, there would be hell to pay. Dude, we did it Grace Santini style back in the I brought the old school to these guys. But no, celebration, Burnsy said it, it's right. It's great, and it does build camaraderie. But A, don't do the Dodger one, and B, don't do it till the play's over. Yeah. Yes, I totally agree. That was incredible.
Times are different, and I get it. Like, little leaguers always try to emulate big leaguers.
Not the Dodgers.
You know what my bigger bone is, though, like that I want to pick right here, just because we're talking about Little League gripes? What's up with little leaguers wearing the sliding mitts?
Oh, they got it now.
I mean, they're not even allowed to slide head first. You're not allowed to. But they're out there with the sliding mitts on. What are we doing? But that's another case of that trickling down from Major League Baseball. Bro, you don't need a sliding mitt. You don't even slide head first.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, I had to get that off my chest.
Yeah. All right. Do we have anything else, or is that just we're going to drop the mic there?
We could just drop the mic there. I mean, we have one Mike McDaniel clip if you want it. He was asked about why
Why
Jalen
not?
Ramsey isn't signing with the team.
Any Mike McDaniel is good Mike McDaniel, because then he can play some Mike Jones stuff. Yes,
Personally, and I would lump you into this with me, I don't give a shit about what I feel. I don't even really go down that road of how do I feel about it. My job is to react and control my controllables and make sure that people are moving in one direction appropriately.
So I guess he was asked, how does he feel? He's like, what does it matter? How do I feel?
I don't give a blank about how I feel.
How do you feel about this, too?
Talk to me about your feelings.
Pete Carroll, who became the enemy when he went to USC and chomped his gum, and then Seattle. But prior to that, when I was friends with Pete Carroll, I'm joking, he was the Niner D coordinator in 1995, and I was on the beat. And he was a good guy to interview, and he still is. I know he's a great guy. I know he does a lot of good stuff. He's a good dude. He's just been on the wrong teams, that's all, USC and Seattle. But we asked him one time after we had a D coordinator hit every week. So we were doing our interview, and I remember one of the beat guys said, how do you feel about this matchup? And Pete Carroll goes, how do I feel? Because I love these questions. How do I feel? How do I feel? He's like, come on, guys, ask a better question. And somebody said, like, how much does this matter? He goes, how much? How much? I don't know, this much? That much? I don't know, that much?
Just mocking the
He was
questions.
but he was always having, he's like, I'm just kidding. He's like, ask a better question. But anyway, how do you feel? And McDaniel's like, I don't give a blank.
Yeah, I don't
how
give a blank.
How do you feel about this segment, Mark?
Ooh, I feel good right now. And how would you feel if I ended the segment with a question, which we're not supposed to do because we're about to break, but maybe a 49er topic that we can discuss on another segment is the fact that Mike McDaniel was being asked about Jalen Ramsey not being traded. With the 49ers' current defensive backfield, would you go out and make a trade for Jalen Ramsey, or would you entertain maybe the thought of signing Jair Alexander, who was just released by the Green Bay Packers?
Absolutely. You're always looking to get better and better. I mean, absolutely, that secondary is not locked in. I mean, Renardo Green and Demo Lenore and Upton Stout right now.
Yeah.
I mean, are you counting on Upton Stout just to step in to be the nickelback? Or is there somebody else?
I mean, those are the expectations right now, Murph.
Absolutely. You look into it. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk to Matt about that tomorrow and others, too. All right, well, that was fun. I just need one more hit of Will about this. Especially because they're going to play the Dodgers on Friday, and they're doing this. By the way, Dodgers weren't doing this last night. They lost to the Padres 11-1. So here you go. Yeah.
Bullshit, whatever the you doing.
So good.
Yeah,
preach, Will, preach.
Blank him.
That's why he's the thrill.
Blank him, whether it's Will saying it or our friend Nikki T.
Anyways, yeah, the Dodgers.
Pretty much. Okay, Dom Smith, who grew up in L.A., maybe a Dodger fan. Who knows? He'll join us at 9:15. But let's get back to the Giants here at 8:50, then our next segment. Listen, the win was great, and we can talk about that all we want. But the bigger question is, Casey Schmidt stepping in at third base. And young Tony asked us today, more pressure on Casey Schmidt or Willie Adames to fill the Chapman role? What do you guys think? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
I don't give a about what I feel.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
Giants down to their final strike. Flores swings, little dribbler off to the third base side of the mound. Vodnik picks it up, throws to first. Too late! Flores legs it out. Lee scores the tying run. The 2-0. Yaz swings, line drive, base hit into right field. Rounding third, Adames heading home. He'll score. The throw cut off, and the Giants have taken a 6-5 lead in the ninth.
Fate of the universe on the line, or the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth. I want
Thairo Estrada at the plate.
The 0-2. Estrada swings, pops it up. Shallow right center. Fitzgerald out. Lee in. It's Lee. He's got it. And the Giants with a come-from-behind win.
Oh, Joe Rizzo with some great calls and a little creative Tony. Or I shouldn't creative Tony. What's up, creative Tony? Young Tony mashup there. There it is. Thank you very much. On the Marcus suggestion that the Thairo Estrada, Gabe Kapler. I liked it. What a night. What a night. And we were ready to come in here. I mean, I was already preparing my takes. Had the Giants lost 5-2 to the Rockies, would have been the Rockies' second win out of 13. I was prepared to be like, okay, guys, I guess, 5 in a row. We got to be happy with that. But man, oh man, that's borderline unacceptable. Well, I didn't have to come out with these takes because the Giants scored 4 runs in the ninth inning. The Rockies kind of rockied it up, walked them loaded at one point. The Denver dribbler hit by Wilmer Flores, and he legged it out. Speed kills, he joked in the end. And then we haven't talked a lot about Yaz getting the next knock because we could have been in a ghost. Jeez. We could have been in a Marcus always licks his paws.
He's the Yaz cat, Murph.
I know. It freaks me out. It honestly, kind of borderline freaks me out a little bit.
Now, what would you prefer? Yaz licking his paws on second base or the Dodgers doing that dance?
Definitely Yaz licking his paws.
Exactly.
No question.
You're a cat guy now.
That was really well.
Someone call you the cat.
You trapped me. You're like a great lawyer.
Yeah,
Isn't it true, Mr. Murphy, that you're a cat guy now?
Yeah, some people would call Murph the cat daddy.
Who's your daddy? Yeah, that's what daddy does to pay the bills. That's what daddy does to pay the bills. And I would say that neither of those celebrations is Gucci.
Ah, you're saying it's not Gucci, bro.
That's not Gucci, bro. Yeah. I wonder what the original was on that, by the way. That's Gucci, bro. When did I originally say that?
That's a good question.
I don't know.
I think that predates me.
I saw that sad movie, 8th Grade, about that girl she was just struggling. That poor gal. And she would post all those YouTube videos and go, Gucci. And then she would check and it would say 0 views.
Nobody was watching.
Yeah, 0. That was a tough one. Tough one. 8th grade.
That's
Although I would argue that 7th grade is harder than 8th grade socially, puberty-wise, all that stuff.
When you're in 8th grade, you're the king of the
yeah,
castle.
You're kind of, yeah. 7th grade sucks more.
You're the big fish in a little pond.
You with me, Tone, on that?
Yeah, it's a good call. I think you're right.
Because I got a kid finishing 7th grade right now, and I'm like, thank God he's out.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Just wait till you're an 8th grader, kid.
Now you're the king.
Yeah.
Now you're the king.
Just wait till you're the Greek. Roll in the court.
You're listening to
He's
KNBR.
the king on the mound after closing that out for you guys.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, knock on wood. He did well. Stayed cool through strikes.
Didn't do any Dodger celebrations.
Did not do any Dodger celebrations. You know what he did try to do, though, was the Doval, the little gallop.
Oh, the little leg kick gallop.
Yeah, he and his buddy, the catcher, they did a little.
Right.
He did that last year. He's not doing it this year. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Do you like the Doval gallop?
I do.
Yeah.
I like it. It's a
Kinda
little extra
understated.
flavor. And
Kinda
also like
understated, yeah.
something if you notice when he's at the ballpark, when the gates swing open and he comes out of the bullpen, he kind of does the leg thing to start his trot onto the field.
I didn't notice
so
this.
it's his signature.
That's good.
The little nuances that you pick up at the ballpark.
By the way, he made it a little hairy last night.
Yeah, he'll do that.
Yeah.
Also, I thought he got hosed on a call outside at fastball. Probably should have been strike 3. They gave him a walk. So,
Dude,
I thought the strike zone was a little tight
having
last
the
night.
worst year ever? Are they having the worst year ever? I think the answer is yes.
They got
They're having their worst year
They
ever.
have the anxiety of the ABS.
Dude, Doichi, dude, I definitely think there's anxiety.
It's the ABS system. Somebody's watching me.
I'm serious. I think that I can't remember umps being so bad. I mean, I know we have more data now than ever, and we have all these Twitter accounts that grade them out and all that. But I think even given that, I just feel like it. I feel like they're cracking under the pressure.
Yeah, but I still don't want robo umps.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fine with the ABS challenge system, but I don't need every single pitch being called by a robot umpire.
Just talk to Burnsy about that. He wants it.
I don't.
Burnsy wants it.
What are we going to do with Patrick Bailey if that happens?
I'm okay with 2 challenges a game.
Yeah, that's fine.
So far.
I can accept that.
So far. But anyway, so we talked about the game, Joe Rizzo's calls, and the Giants win. We called it in earlier this morning. 6 consecutive one-run runs is a franchise record and the longest in MLB since 1989. So we're seeing some real history here. Can they do it again tonight? Robbie Ray on the mound. But the bigger picture is bigger than last night. I mean, it was a great comeback, and we loved it. It was awesome. And the Denver dribbler will live forever, and Casey Schmidt hit a bomb, and Yaz got the big knock, and all that good stuff happened. But the biggest thing to happen is Matt Chapman, and he's going to be out for a while. And Susan Slusser and Maria Guardado of MLB.com talked to him separately, and they got information that he said, yeah, it's going to be longer than 10 games. And he even threw out by the end of the first half. And whoa, bro. That sent up a red flag. Because the end of the first half isn't until Sunday, July 13th. It's Wednesday, June 11th. Bro, you're talking 30 big games between now and then. Now, I'm not saying he's out for all 30. I'm just saying he put that out there. He's seeing a specialist on Friday. We've joked all morning, kind of gallows humor about anytime you hear Dr. Stephen Shin in Los Angeles, you're like, oh, boy. I don't want to hear that, right?
Give me flashbacks to Dr. Keith Meister and Brock
Exactly.
Purdy's elbow.
Dr. frickin' Keith Meister, dude, or Keith frickin' Meister. We heard that way too much. Although it came out pretty good because as what did Tim Ryan call him? He got the robo. Was it the robo? What did he call him? The synthetic slingshot.
There it is. Synthetic slingshot.
Yeah. So Dr. Keith Meister did it. Now he got 50. What is he now? The $262 million man.
Shout out to Dr. Meister.
Exactly.
I don't know how I feel about Dr. Shinzo.
So this leads to what are they going to do without him? Number one, let's talk about so we know Casey Schmidt's going to play third.
Yep.
We can talk about that. One of the things that we'll talk about is the lineup because he was locked into the 4-hole, right?
Yes.
So now you look. Last night they went Lee in the leadoff, which he'd been hitting third. Adames 2, Ramos 3, Flores 4. Probably anticipate Wilmer Flores is going to be hitting fourth a lot.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, is a topic that we've talked about for a few years now. I remember when everybody got mad at the New York Mets broadcast. I think it was the New York Mets. One of the broadcasts called out the Giants saying Wilmer Flores is not a number 3 hitter. And everybody lost their mind. And look, Wilmer's having a great year this year. But I would agree with that sentiment that you don't want Wilmer Flores hitting 3-4 for you. That's not saying that Wilmer Flores can't get the job done. I mean, look at the RBI production he has this year. But the Giants are at their best when Wilmer Flores is a 6-7 hitter, someone who can extend the lineup, because that's what we saw when they started off the season 12-4. It was Wilmer at the bottom of the lineup that was giving you extra value. And ever since they moved him up, ever since they moved Yaz around on the lineup also, really haven't been getting that bottom of the order production.
So then you go to the 5-hole, and last night it was Gerard Encarnacion. He went 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Then you get to the 6-hole, Dom Smith, who will join us in about 15 minutes. We're very much looking forward to that. Then you get to the guy we want to talk about, Casey Schmidt, hit in the 7-hole last night. And, it's probably a good place for him. Fitzgerald 8, and then the backup catcher, Kisner, who had a nice night defensively last night, even though he can't hit. His career at the plate is not robust. He's like a 208 career hit or something like that. He did have 1 year in St. Louis where he hit 10 bombs inexplicably. But he's a veteran. And Buster likes his defensive catchers.
Yeah.
Buster's like, people are like, what are you going to do about Pat Bailey? He's hitting like 110. Buster's like, he's instrumental to our success. And then when he had a chance to make a move, he moved Sam Huff, who was more of a bat than a glove, in for a glove, not a bat.
Yeah, and I think it's something to keep in mind, too, that Kisner does have a track history with Camilo Duvall. Caught him this year out in the Winter League. We heard that from Bob Melvin last week. So when you're getting to these late-game situations, if Patrick Bailey's not out there, it's good to have some familiarity behind home plate.
You've brought this up before, but let's be honest. And with all due respect, nice guy. To put in the wrong spot, we don't want Blake Sable back there.
Absolutely not.
That's what I'm saying. They were in a situation where it's the 9th inning. You got Blake Sable trying to block.
Oh no, dude! I don't want Blake Sable in the first inning behind home plate.
Kisner's a guy you can trust in the 9th inning with a runner on third.
Yeah, and look, we've gone through this conversation before. If you are going to give up some offense, you're going to give it up behind home plate. I know we had a caller earlier say, when are you guys going to hold Patrick Bailey accountable? Look, everybody wants Patrick Bailey to be more successful with the bat, but he's too valuable defensively, where Buster Posey and Bob Melvin are not going to take him out of the lineup.
So then this gets to Casey Schmidt, and we asked the question earlier. Young Tony asked it, who has more pressure, Willie Adames to fill the Chapman role or Casey Schmidt to fill the Chapman role? We disagreed. I think it's on Schmidt, and by that I mean there's going to be public pressure, and he's going to need to tune out noise and get out of his own head, because we don't expect him to be, I don't know, he's not going to hit 300 with 15 bombs and make an Elliot Ramos-like all-star run. He just needs to stay calm, stay cool, and take it easy. You said that you think it's more on Adames because he's the big money guy who needs to sort of be the leader, right?
Yeah, I need Willie Adames to step up more in Matt Chapman's absence because I don't think you're going to see struggles defensively from Casey Schmidt over at third base. We know how good he is with the leather. Also, a little less pressure off of him of having to learn a different position at the big league level. I mean, this is a guy that's bounced around from third to shortstop to second to first base without any prior experience. So maybe that takes a little pressure off of Casey Schmidt in this situation versus Willie Adames, who we saw get moved up to the second spot yesterday and came through with a home run that hopefully wakes up his bat. But Murph, pressure is a privilege, and Willie Adames has the privilege of cashing in the biggest check in San Francisco Giants history. And with that pressure, with that privilege, comes expectations. And any Giants fans that has watched any game this year has noticed that Willie Adames has not quite lived up to expectations. Has been a great clubhouse guy, has been a great vibe guy. But right now, especially without Matt Chapman in this lineup, you need to step up offensively.
Let me ask you, do you feel it differently? I mean, there was pressure on him even with Matt Chapman in the lineup, right? Because he was flailing, and that's why they gave him a day off. So it's almost wild that now Chapman exits. Like, he's already got this burden. Bagley writes his big piece on him in The Athletic, and now he's got to fill in for Chapman too. I mean, it's kind of there's a lot going on, but it did feel different last night. Now it's Denver, right? You want to go to Denver where you do that.
That helps out.
He hits a home run. He hits a sac fly last night. You know, would those balls have died? Would that home run have died in the marine layer of San Francisco? Perhaps.
I mean, yeah, it was squared up pretty nicely, and Sonnenfeld Wall's like 415 out in Colorado. But yeah, big difference with the weather. But to me, the big difference is, Murph, is that the Giants are still currently 11 games above 500. We're 10 games above 500 with Matt Chapman in the lineup, with Willie Adames struggling. And they were able to still win ball games without the success of Willie Adames. Now you take Matt Chapman out of that lineup, and it just completely thins out, in my opinion. I mean, we literally just went 1 through 9 of what those options are. So without Matt Chapman coming through with a clutch knock or a walk-off home run like we saw on Saturday, there's got to be more pressure and higher expectations for Willie Adames to get back to any type of similar form that we've seen over him for the last couple years, which granted that contract given out to him.
Now, you know, he already was under pressure. He signed the big deal and all that stuff. So here's my thing with Schmidt. I think it's going to be important for him to kind of like just be like, stay cool, kid. You're not going to go 4 for 4 every game. You're not going to hit all these bombs, but maybe quietly, slowly grow into the player that we've always been hoping that he would be. I don't want to say this is a good thing that Matt Chapman got hurt. It's not. But if there is a silver lining, there is such a thing as silver linings in this world, is that you get this kid to finally play third base regularly. He hasn't really had that chance. And again, I want to look up at some point what's the most games he's ever played consecutively at third base. I don't have that stat in front of me. It's not a lot. Like, what can he realistically do? Can he play a great glove? I mean, we both agree on that like we've always liked the glove. And I think the Giants have always liked the glove. And even last night, I mean, it wasn't like the greatest play in the history of the world, but it was a pressure play to start that double play.
Yeah, and it's just like a crazy concept that we can talk about there not being a huge drop-off defensively when you are without Matt Chapman. Like, that's credit to Casey Schmidt and the works that he puts in.
Krukow actually said the same thing. He said this is going to be nuts to say that it's a platinum glove guy, but it's not that big of a drop-off defensively. What can this kid do offensively? Now, Baseball Savant, he doesn't have enough data to log into to see his tendencies, but with your analytics, as the great Jim Leland would say, he looks like a guy who waves at sliders outside the box. And it's discipline, and pitch recognition and not putting pressure on yourself. And look what he did last night in the ninth inning. Hit a home run, his first of the year. He also had another knock earlier. I actually confess, I was at a youth sporting event. What was his other knock?
Yeah, 2 knocks on the day. I don't remember it off the top of my head, if I'm being completely honest
with you. Was it a Denver dribbler like I'll look it up here.
I don't think it was the straight Wilmer Flores special that we saw last night, but that's the question about whether or not you can find something special with Casey Schmidt's bat. And he's had stretches when he first got called up, even to end the season last year when he was talking about eating extra Sour Patch Kids before those last couple games of the season. He had that 2-home-run game. Like, we've seen some potential out of Casey Schmidt. He just needs to be more consistent. And even last night's a great example of timely hitting. I know that the Giants were down multiple runs, and it's not like Casey Schmidt came in and tied the game or hit the go-ahead home run or anything like that. But that's how the Giants have been winning ball games. It's a reason why they have 19 comeback victories on the season, because of pitching, defense, and timely hitting. They're still going to have one of the best staffs in baseball. Defensively, we just talked about there not being a huge drop-off between Matt Chapman and Casey Schmidt. It's whether or not Casey, but not only Casey, the entire lineup can step up and contribute in these late inning situations. Because you can look at Matt Chapman's number, but I feel comfortable with Matt Chapman in a late game situation. I'm not there with Casey Schmidt, but maybe Casey Schmidt doesn't have to be that guy. That goes back to Wilmer Flores, Elliot Ramos, Willie Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, and the entire lineup needing to step up in Matt Chapman's absence.
Jung-Hoo Lee's a big one there, too. 209 says Jung-Hoo Lee needs to step up offensively. Chapman out. I like him at leadoff. 310 says, could no Chapman for a month force the hand on a trade sooner for another bat? Maybe, but again, that comes down to who's willing, what are you willing to give up? And right now, you're in a pretty good spot. You're tied for first place on the loss column in the West, which is incredible. And 559 says, it seems like the Giants are becoming a team of too many glove-only guys, and that doesn't cut it. It's kind of been that way all year, man. It's kind of been that way all year. By the way, he singled sharply to left in the 4th inning. So he's 2 for 4 last night. Go get it, kid. It's your world, man. He started that double play last night that ended with Dom Smith lunging off the bag to catch Tyler Fitzgerald. Sort of is kind of a, what was it, almost like a cutter low and away to a left-handed hitter that Dom Smith had to go get off of first base.
It's a little two-seam action.
He's going to join us on the other side. Very excited. He's been, fantastic defensively for the Giants. He hasn't hit his last few games, but he's been locking it down over there. And he had 2 sack flies in a win earlier. So Dom Smith, who the Giants picked up from the Yankees, he's been around baseball a while, man. Came out of L.A. as a high school draft pick of the Mets in the 1st round and kind of has, fought his way to this point in his career. And here he is in 2025, first base for the Giants. So we will have Dom Smith. Yes, sir?
L.A. face with the Giants uni.
That's what I said. Yeah, there you go. So we'll have Dom Smith join us on the other side from Denver. We're looking forward to it. Next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica on Friday, June 20th at Levi Stadium. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. Here are some instructions. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. While the economy is unpredictable, your retirement income doesn't have to be. A solid plan is the key to success and peace of mind. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets, or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, what a pleasure to have on the UMA guest line new Giants first baseman Dominic Smith. Dom Smith, the L.A. kid, now wearing a Giants uniform and adopting Mac Trey as his walk-up music. He's been part of this 6-game win streak ever since he's arrived. The Giants have won 6 straight. So, Dom, you are the good luck charm and a pretty good baseball player, too. So it's great to have you here on KNBR, the Giants flagship in San Francisco. We do the morning show here. It's Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. So welcome. Glad to have you on the show, and welcome to the Giants, Dom. How are you, man?
Yeah, what's up, Dom?
How you doing, fellas? No, thank you guys for having me on the show. And, you know, obviously being a L.A. kid, this is just super surreal, being on the West Coast. And then being, you know, a Giant, you know, played against them, you know, for years. And, you know, I hated coming to Oracle just because of how the fans would get on us and just the energy there. It made it really tough on us. So to see it as a home ball player, it's really like a dream come true. And, you know, just being a part of this organization from the top down, I mean, they just showed me so much love. And it's just been fun. I mean, I've only been here 6 days, so I'm still trying to wrap my head around everything and, you know, just falling in line with the boys so we can keep getting these wins.
Man, oh, man, there's so much to talk to you about, Dom. It's been such a journey for you, and whether it's your L.A. childhood or whether it's the Mets or whether it's the Yankees stint. But I do want to kind of pick it up recently for my first question, and that is, when did Zach Manassian and or Buster Posey kind of reach out to you and your people about coming on board? That's the first part. And then second of all, have you had interactions with Buster Posey since you've been here?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, obviously, you know, following my career over the last few years, you know, I've been a free agent, you know, a few times and been in trade rumors. And, you know, I've never, you know, had communication, or my agency hasn't had much communication with the Giants. So when I opted out on June 1st, to be honest, you know, the Giants weren't even on my radar personally because there were other opportunities out there and, you know, other, you know, places I can go and fill in a role. And, you know, I was, you know, taking my few days off, and my agency, you know, they were working diligently, and they're not telling me, you know, every team they're talking to, every interaction, because, you know, some conversations might be a little filler, some might be serious. So, you know, they really only, you know, let me know about the serious conversations, and it really happened fast. I opted out on June 1st. I got a call, you know, well, I didn't get a call. My agency got a call on June 1st. They had, you know, a small little conversation, and then, you know, they worked on it on June 2nd, and that's when my agency reached out to me and told me that it's a possible fit. So he wanted me to, you know, be ready, but he would, you know, confirm it when the Giants, you know, kind of figured out what they wanted to do. And he gave me a call later that night, June 2nd. You know, he told me, you know, get on the flight, you know, fly into San Fran. I was, you know, coming from Scranton, PA, which is, you know, on the other side of the world. So, you know, hopped on that, you know, 5.5-hour flight and, Ever since I got here, it's just been kind of whirlwind. But I was able to meet Buster. We talked for a little bit. I played against Buster. Been a fan of Buster, what he did for this city, this franchise. And he's a great dude. He's a great guy. And I'm just happy that he's on, this side, helping bring the Giants back to where they want to get to.
Dom, if you could take us back even further a couple steps and talk about that decision to use that opt-out clause to become a free agent, because we were paying attention to your numbers out with the Yankees in AAA, and you were having a successful season. So talk to us about that decision that ultimately led to you coming here and playing in San Francisco.
Yeah, it was a couple of different variables that, helped me with that decision. I had a few different opportunities in the off season, with other teams that were interested. And I obviously made the decision to go with the Yankees because I saw that I was a great fit. And, if some things, don't happen, if, maybe Giancarlo doesn't get hurt or some of these other things that happen, I might make that roster over there just because of how it's constructed. And obviously, I didn't because of, they had to go different directions. They needed more flexibility with utility players and more right-handed bats. So I was the odd man out. So, I wanted to stay. I loved, my time in New York just as a person. I love that city. So I wanted to give it a chance. So that's why I decided to go to Stanton. And just seeing how things were playing out, seeing other opportunities out there. And, it's no knock to any person. I don't think any guy who's playing this game wants to, play in AAA. So, I kind of just bet on myself, and I saw a few opportunities out there, and quite frankly, it wasn't a guarantee. You can't talk to these teams until you're an actual free agent. It's against the CBA and the rules to interact with teams while you're under contract. So I just wanted to take that chance on myself, knowing that, there will be opportunity somewhere, whether it might be in AAA somewhere else. It could be a big league offer somewhere else. It could be overseas. There was so many different options out there. And at this point in my career, I just believe in myself. I believe in my ability, and I know that, I'm a big leaguer. I can contribute to a winning ball club. So that's just everything that was going through my mind when I made that decision. And I made it and just prayed on it. And, God, answered the prayer with something that was so unimaginable. And I'm just so blessed and thankful to be here.
Yeah, good stuff. Dom Smith, hearing about the journey. It's funny. You started this journey in 2013 when you were drafted out of high school, out of Sarah High School in Gardena, California. And here it is. So you're only 29 years old. You feel like you've been in this game forever, dude. You're not even 30 yet. You're 29. So I guess the question would be, who are you at 29? How much better of a player is Dom Smith? Obviously the AAA numbers were good, but who's Dom Smith, the 29-year-old baseball player, compared to the guy who was facing a lot of pressure as a Met?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's crazy when, you break it down like that. And even when I talk to, some guys who've been around for, 9-10 years, this last decade, and guys who, are a little bit older than me, they're shocked to even, realize or know that I'm 29 years old, because I have been in the league, for parts of the last 8 seasons. And, you just learn so much. And I think for me, being 29, I feel like I'm barely scratching the surface with my prime, and I'm entering my prime. I learned so much on the field, off the field, mentally, spiritually, emotionally. I have, mental skills coaches that I didn't have in the past that I have now. I have just a different perspective on the game, on life. I'm just very much more mature, I would say. And I think things that would have bothered me when I was coming up as a 22-year-old, 23-year-old, they just don't faze me as much. So I'm very comfortable in my skin. I failed at this level. I've had a lot of success at this level. So I'm just very confident, and little things it just doesn't waver me as much. So I know what I can do. I'm so thankful for this opportunity. And, at the end of this season, I think that, the Giants are going to be proud of, not only the team, but the decisions that they made, bringing some guys in. And I just want to fall right in line, not do too much, but I know what I can contribute. So I don't want to let the talking do it. I want my play to do the talking. So, like I said, I'm extremely happy to be here, and we just haven't seen the best Dom yet.
Dom, you mentioned in your first answer how excited you are to be playing baseball back on the West Coast. And I know you guys are currently in Colorado, but you take a look to this series this weekend down in L.A., a little bit of a homecoming for you. What is it going to be like for you going back to L.A. and now playing in this Giants and Dodgers rivalry?
Yeah, it's going to be extremely exciting. Growing up in L.A., you've seen this rivalry, and I've seen it my whole life, and it's pretty intense. But I think as a player, I don't want to speak for all players, but I know for myself, these are the moments you want to play in. These are the games you want to play in. You want to be a part of these big rivalries. You want to be a part of playoff games, World Series games, and that's why we grind so hard, from a young age to now, just so we can get the opportunity to play in these moments. So when I step on that field, I know that the crowd is going to be rocking. It's going to be loud and very energetic, and I think the boys are motivated. I don't think I know we're motivated. You've seen how we've been playing the last few days, and it's a big series. We know that, but we're very confident in this group. And if you watch the games, you see, our pitching is so elite. Starting pitching, bullpen, and they're carrying us right now. And if they're keeping us in every game, they're giving us a chance to have that big hit late in the ball game. So it's going to be a fun series, and I can't wait to get out there. Travis Ravine as a Giant.
Yeah, welcome to the Giants, pitching and scraping by. And that leads us to last night. We talked big picture with you. Let's talk small picture about last night. You guys got the news Matt Chapman's out, and he even told reporters it's probably going to be longer than 10 days. So I love the Dom Smith reaction. Now, you've only been here a week, so you're still feeling out the clubhouse. But, you've played against Chapman through the years. And just give us the Dom Smith veteran perspective. How bad is the Chapman injury? What can you say to Casey Schmidt, and who's going to step up?
Yeah, I think, we know what he means to us as a ball player, as a person. He does so many great things on both sides of the ball, defensively, offensively. It's just things that we can't replace, and we can't really replace with one person. And we understand that. We know that this game is a team game. It's a collective effort, and everybody's going to have to pick up, a little slack here and there. And I think when he came, I'm sorry for saying that, but when he came into the ballpark yesterday, he was in great spirits, and the boys were in great spirits too. We know it's a big blow, but him, reinstilling that confidence in us and, reassuring us that, it's going to be good. We're going to grind out these ball games. We really believe it. We know it's a big blow, but we have to keep the ship afloat until he gets back. But the boys are more than capable of doing that, and more than confident in doing that. So it's a good opportunity for Schmidt to get out there and get comfortable at his position third base, and let him swing it, because he's a very talented player as well. So just giving these young guys a chance to have bigger moments and to help his ball club win. So we know that we're going to have good days. We might have some tough days, but I think the mentality in that locker room is very confident, and we can't wait to get him back.
Yeah, I know Giants fans are going to miss Matt Chapman, not only offensively and defensively, but Dom, I can say personally, I'm going to miss hearing his walk-up music. Kendrick Lamar is not like us. Now, that's Matt Chapman using an L.A. rapper as his walk-up music. You now have Mac Dre, Phil, and myself in your rotation for your walk-up music. Now, how did you come to that decision, being an L.A. kid? What's your knowledge on the hyphen movement and Mac Dre?
Yeah, that's a great question. Being from L.A., we have so much respect for the Bay, for their culture, for their music. And I've been a fan, since I was a young kid. I remember my dad, he would play, Too Short and E40 and Mac Dre and just all these, Celly C, just all these amazing Vallejo, Oakland, San Fran, just legends. And they really shaped kind of my musical background. And a lot of the great music, I would say, is, from that old school, hip-hop genre where, they're really spitting bars and really talking about, real things in life. So, yeah, it's pretty surreal, being on this coast and just having so much love and respect for what they've done. Like you said, the hyphy movement. I was coming up as a kid, and, we were ghostwriting whips and just dancing, getting crunk, and doing all these crazy things that we shouldn't have been doing. But it definitely, panned out and shaped, how I viewed music and things that I really like. So to be out here in the Bay, I always have to show my love and respect because they did play a major role in my life.
Great stuff. Dom Smith, a few more minutes here with the new Giants first baseman who grew up in L.A. wearing that Giants uni, going back to Dodger Stadium this weekend. And I want to talk to you about L.A. because you went to Sarah High School, which is known for its football program. So many great football players out of there. You played baseball, and I want to talk about the African-American experience playing baseball because it says that, according to your wiki page, you played in the RBI program, the Reviving Baseball in Inner Cities program, and the Major League Baseball Urban Youth Academy. I want to ask you about that because I'm older. I'm the older guy on this show. I grew up watching African-American stars all over baseball, whether it was Andre Dawson, Jim Rice, Reggie Jackson, Ken Griffey, the older guys, Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, Hank Aaron, all that. And so much of it is gone now, Dom. And I'm wondering, what can you say about that? Growing up as an African-American kid in L.A. and playing baseball when the other kids were playing football and basketball. Can you comment on that? And did that program do anything? Is there any hope of getting more kids?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, the biggest thing that, first and foremost, I'm very, thankful for the Urban Youth Academy. It's called the MLB Youth Academy now. And I was actually ran out of Compton College. And without them, a lot of my inner city friends, we wouldn't have been able to play travel baseball. I mean, it's so expensive from flights, to equipment, to paying for tournaments. It's a $1 billion industry, and a lot of inner city kids really can't afford to keep up with that. So the Youth Academy, they really stepped up, and they took us everywhere from, Arizona to New York to China to Australia. And they gave us this opportunity to really learn about different cultures and really grow and have different perspectives on life that we wouldn't have been able to without that. So it's a big, shout out to them for that. Guys like J.P. Crawford was a part of that program with me, and Hunter Green, and, Anthony Ghost, Aaron Hicks, just to say a few guys who came through these, programs. And we're very fortunate to be a part of that because they really did get us in front of the right scouts and the right people to help us get our skill. At the same time, like you said, back, in the early 90s and 80s, the game was really flooded with African-American ball players. And I'm not saying that they're not playing because they are. And I do a lot of things in the inner city where, I host events, I host camps. I have a nonprofit out there, and I do different things to try to highlight inner city kids and highlight all kids, to be honest. But majority, of the time we're trying to highlight the kids who, don't get that same opportunity, that same, fair chance, and try to just promote them to the world, to show the world that we are still playing. We're out here. You just have to come find us. You have to come search for us and see us. So it's definitely something that, we've been trying to fix over the last few years. I know the Players Alliance has stepped in. They're trying to, integrate more things and, donate equipment or have tournaments and do different things to showcase, minority, players or, any cities of need. So it's things that, we're trying, but we are definitely behind. And I think the kids, having more guys like, myself or, even, guys like the best ball players, we need Mookie, we need Judge, we need, CeCe, with CeCe's not playing no more. I'm just drawing a blank of some of the minority players who are still playing right now. But we need these guys to.
There's some Michael Harris, Hunter Green, James Wood is out there with the Nats.
These are the young guys who are in the game who, I don't think that's on their mind right now. I don't think they're thinking about how it's only 4% African American players in the big leagues. They're trying to still, become established and really grow their careers. So I think it's up to the older guys who've been around, who have a little bit more experience to kind of guide those young guys and help them understand what's really going on and help them be a part of the community. So I don't even want to put the pressure on the younger guys. I want to put the pressure on some of the older vets who understand, the game, who understand the dynamics of the community and the economy. So yeah, it's definitely some work that needs to be done. And like you said, Hunter Green, he does a great job. We're from the same area. He gives back to his community. He has a scholarship foundation for kids to make sure that they can, go to school, private schools, and he does a lot of amazing things. But it's more things that we need to do together, collaboratively, because it takes a group. It takes a unity to really push a message. So we just got to get unified and really show the kids that we care about them, that we want to see them successful, and it's a job that's gonna, it's gonna take years. So I'm here to help that and expedite that as much as I can, and I love talking about it, but it's something that it's kind of dear to my heart. So I don't really go talking about it too much, but we know it's work that needs to be done, and we won't stop until it gets done.
I love it. Don't stop. It's such an important part of the game's history, going back over 100 years, and it's just such a big part of American culture that I want it to continue to thrive, man. By the way, Hunter Green, dude, he's nasty. He's 0.97 whip right now, right? So,
he flipped the switch this year. He flipped the switch. So I'm happy for him.
Last one is just tell us about that glove, man. The ground ball to Schmidt, over to Fitz for one. He throws it to your left. You got to keep that foot on the bag. It looked like you dug it out, but you didn't. But, man, that glove is looking good, Dom.
Yeah, I take a lot of pride in the glove. I call myself an old school ball player. I grew up watching, a lot of the great old school players like, Barry Bonds. And, I was a fan of like Mark Teixeira because he was a great defensive first baseman. He could bang. Robinson Cano, great left-handed hitters, could pick it. Carlos Gonzalez, So these guys, they took pride in their defense, and they knew that there are multiple ways to win the game. You can win it with your bat, but you can also win it running the bases right. You can also win it making a play out there. And I just wanted to be a well-rounded player where, I don't have many flaws. Obviously, I know I'm not the fastest, so there goes a big flaw right there. But for the things that I can control, as far as like, my hustle, my attitude, my glove, if I'm putting in the work with that, that's something that I take a lot of pride in. I want to help my teammates be comfortable with making more plays or, getting rid of the ball and making throws that, sometimes they might think twice if, they don't have a skillful guy over there. So I just want the whole team to have trust in me. And like I said, the glove is something that I love. But I already know that, we get paid with the bat. So, if the glove is, semi-decent, when the bat gets hot, hopefully it gets better than the glove, and I think it will. It's always been better than the glove. So, when people talk about the glove, it's pretty funny because, I haven't even scratched the surface yet. So I really appreciate it, and I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. That's my bad. I was just going to say you're playing for a guy who values the glove. Buster, you're president of baseball ops. You just said you get paid more for the bat than the glove. Your president of baseball ops likes the leather.
That's what I heard. So, we haven't had that conversation yet, but seeing the way the team is constructed, and then obviously with him bringing me in and talking with my agency, and, that's what they said. They value defense. And to be honest, watching and learning the game over the years, the team that win the World Series are the teams that pitch well and catch the ball. So pitching and defense, they take you to the playoffs, they take you to the promised land, and the one that gets you over the hump is the teams that can have good timely hitting. So I think we have a good combination of all that right now, and I'm just happy to be a Giant.
Man, I've got to tell you, we have a text line on the show. It is blowing up with people loving hearing you talk ball, talking about your journey, talking about the Giants. So you got a lot of fans out there now, man. So number 7 is going up the charts. So what we're going to do is let you go prepare for a game. I know you got to go get ready, get into your routine, get into your mindset to go play a ball game tonight. And then we're going to chase you down when you get home. We'll come say hi to you in the clubhouse. So have a great rest of the week in Colorado and in L.A. And thanks for hopping on Murph and Marcus.
Yeah, thanks, Dom.
No, you guys are awesome. Thanks for having me. I look forward to seeing you guys when we get back. Let's get a dub tonight.
Dom Smith, there he is on KNBR, the sports leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Dude, we're still buzzing after our new best friend, Dom Smith, came in and we could have done like a Joe Rogan 3-hour pod with Dom Smith.
We could have done the entire 4-hour show today with Dom.
I mean, I didn't even get into I wasn't talking about playing in New York and like the pressure and how, because he would have given a really thoughtful answer. I'm sure he would have, because he's a very thoughtful guy. In the Andy Baggerly piece in The Athletic, he says he's found kind of this new counselor / therapist / minister that he talks to a lot about life and handling. I bet next time we talk to him, because I bet New York was tough on a young kid, and they were like, come on, man, hit 50 homers. You
Absolutely, and those are those New York expectations. But yeah, I wanted to ask him about not only Mets versus the Yankees, was also a part of the Red Sox-Yankees rivalry last year, and how that's going to compare this weekend to the Dodger-Giants rivalry.
By the way, you hear that, Metallica? That ain't no accident. Time to call Curly if you want those tickets.
Yeah, join me, Overnight Dave, and Dom down at Levi's Stadium, June 20th.
Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see Metallica, June 20th. That's a week from Friday. Prize furnished by Live Nation. These single-day tickets are now on sale now at LiveNation.com. The M72 2025 tour is underway. You ready to bang your head, buddy?
Oh, I'm banging
Single-day tickets for the no-repeat weekend shows are on sale now. The Levi's concerts will be midfield in the round with a snake pit in the center of the stage, so attendees will have a complete 360-degree view. Not John Denver. This is not John Denver. This was Paulie's Raheem Mostert song. Mostert. Just to read, 408, awesome interview with Dom Smith. 707, that guy was fantastic. 510, great interview, Dom. I hope it works out with the Giants. I would love to keep hearing from him. Way to represent the culture. 916, Dom is in the building and he's feeling himself.
Nice Mac Trey reference.
510 says, this kid, I love hearing him after this interview. I have to say I'm pretty happy he's a Giant. 818, I love Dom. 916, I loved the Dominator interview. 209, LFG, we got a good one. 408 says, in my Nikki T voice regarding Dom Smith, Buster picked a winner, bro.
He got a winner, bro.
317 says, Sarah Boy does it proud. Now mine, this is not Sarah San Mateo. This is Sarah Gardena, California.
Sarah
California.
South.
530 says, you don't typically hear this type of appreciation for baseball history and geographical ties to baseball culture out of current players. 650, lock it in. Dom Smith, future Willie Mack Award winner. 707 says, I know we got a Casey Belt comp already this morning, but I see a lot of similar vibes between Dom and the Giraffe. Do you see that? Brandon Belt and Dom Smith?
I need a bigger sample size, but Brandon Belt also had a great glove over at first base.
Yeah, he did.
I need a bigger sample size to make that comp.
408 says, Dom Smith, a great interview. Can you arrange a weekly hit? 707 says, after listening to Dom today, it reminds me of something Tim Flannery said. I would rather lose with these guys, than win with others. Incredible person. 831, did we all just fall in love with Dom Smith, or is it just me? 707, I'm a fan. 925 says, the Dominator. 559 says, loving the Dom Smith fives. Best of luck, kids. 831, Dom Smith rules. 510, I like Dom. Energy reminds me of Willie McCovey.
Wow.
Man, oh man. And 408 ends it with a funny one. Better than Dom from the Eagles.
That's it. We got the best big Dom in the country.
So, listen, the guy's contributing. I think he's won for his last 11 or something like that. It's baseball, right? But as he said, there's more than one way to win a game. And he's like, I know people don't appreciate the glove so much, and unfortunately, I interrupted him. My bad. But I was like, no, you're playing for a guy. Buster's told us with Pat Bailey. I know, listen, we all want home runs. Who doesn't? Yeah. We all want home runs. But Buster believes you're going to win it by pitching it and catching it.
Yeah, and he signed a guy that's willing to buy into the Buster plan of pitching, defense, and timely hitting. Dom literally gave us that answer in that last segment. And he's a guy that has stepped up already with some great defensive plays and even some timely hitting with a few sack flies.
Yeah, those 2 sack flies.
Like he's got good bat control. Like he's giving you major league quality at bats.
The thing is, he's a bridge to Bryce Eldridge.
Correct.
He's not going to be the Giants' first baseman of the future, but he sounds like a guy at this stage in his career. By the way, I kept saying he's 29. He turns 30 on Sunday.
Hey, happy birthday, Dom.
So cling to those days of 29, buddy.
Oh, I know. I know how he feels.
30 is not that. 30 is still young-ish.
Thank you. I take that as a compliment.
Yaz is 34, right?
Right around there. He made his debut at 28. This is his 6th or 7th year with the Giants. So by my math, that is never good. Yeah, he's probably right around 34, 35 now.
I think he plays still in quite a youthful manner. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't look at Yaz and think of him as an old guy. He's 34. Yeah, he'll be 35 in August.
Yeah, I mean, he's still out there playing some great defense.
No, I mean, he plays great. He moves nicely. Like, you know what I mean? His old man, his grandpa played for a long time.
Yeah, and like baseball's a lot different too, where it's not like the NFL where, a running back just turned 30, his career is over. Like, no, we're seeing baseball players play until their mid to late 40s.
Who's the best
still be in their prime.
Who's the best old player in baseball right now? Like
Best
a guy who's
old
still
player?
a guy who's hitting in his late 30s.
Well, I was going to give you Justin Verlander as an example, as the
No,
literally oldest
I'm
player
thinking like a
in North
guy-
America sports right now.
Like guys-
Paul Goldschmidt.
Is he-
Goldie's got to be around 38 now.
How's he
right?
playing?
He's playing phenomenal this year.
Is he?
Like, you look at his splits, dude. He's hitting like over like damn near 500 against lefties. He's having a great all-star type season.
He's 37.
He looks like the MVP version of Goldie.
Damn, is
Yeah.
Goldie?
But that's also a big reason why Dom Smith opted out of his contract with the Yankees, wanted out of the organization because they signed Paul Goldschmidt, and he's been playing phenomenal this year.
He's not knocking on a Hall of Fame. Yeah, he's hitting 310 with an 825 OPS.
Yeah, check out those splits.
He's not knocking on a Hall of Fame door, is he? No, he's one of those guys that, 369 career bombs, career 289. No. He never won an MVP.
Yeah, but he's got a few Gold Gloves, right?
Oh, he did win an
He
MVP.
did win an
I'm
MVP.
sorry, 2021.
Yeah, he's an MVP. He's a 4-time Gold Glove winner.
And he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in the top 6 in MVP voting.
Yeah, over 2,000 hits, 369 bombs. Nice.
I mean, he's the kind of player, though, in my era, like I mentioned Andre Dawson, although Dawson's in the Hall of Fame. Will Clark, Dale Murphy, those guys aren't in. Kind of similar-ish numbers, but now with the steroid era, and all those numbers have changed.
Yeah,
Anyway.
and just for his success against the Giants, he should be a Hall of Famer.
He's in the Giant Killer Hall of Fame. He's freaking first ballot Giant Killer Hall of Fame. All right, guys. Well, that was fun, man. Hey, 5:40 baseball today, 4:40 first pitch, Robbie Ray. We'll hand it over to Papa and Silver, find out what young Tony learned next on The Sports Leader. All right, let's talk Bigelow Tea. Let's talk about my friends at Bigelow Tea. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow's the #1 tea in the Bay Area. Even in our move to Daly City, we brought our Bigelow Tea, our English breakfast, our Earl Grey. Keeps us going, keeps you going. We love all their different flavor options. Perfect for those of us who make a living behind a microphone. So look no further than KNBR. We have our Bigelow Tea right here, making us great today. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, man. Part of doing a live radio show is getting stuff breaking right now. Terrible news, man. The legendary Brian Wilson, the founder of the Beach Boys, dead at the age of 82. Man, the day after we lose Sly Stone, this is gigantic. Young Tony, thank you for playing this. One of his most beautiful, probably his most beautiful song. Found this guy, gigantic, huge titan in American music. Brian Wilson, the man who wrote all the Beach Boys, and they went from like the surfing bangers of the 60s to these beautiful layered sounds from the Pet Sounds. So you know this one, Marcus?
Yeah, of course I do, Murph.
Yeah. The featured in the final scene of the movie Love Actually, as they kind of do all the hugs at the airports. But man, that's a big one. They say, God, it goes in threes, unfortunately. Tony, Brian Wilson of the Beach, he'd be kind of like what Paul McCartney was to the Beatles. This guy was to the Beach Boys. It's a huge figure in American music. Huge. So, we salute the Titans. He was 82. I knew he wasn't in great health. But, him and Sly Stone in the same week.
I mean,
That's
pour
tough.
one out, man. Yeah. I mean, RIP to an icon.
Tony, you know the song, kid?
I don't think I do, no.
You ever saw the movie Love Actually? A movie I don't like very much, by the way.
I've heard of it. I've not seen it.
So this would be what did young Tony learn to today? And this is, by the way, same name as the Giant Closer, obviously, but not the Giant Closer. He's the iconic founder of the Beach Boys. So let's do it then, young Tony. Let's do it.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Yeah, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Yeah, he was all, so you hear these layered sounds, and he was so brilliant. Like, people are like, dude, this guy's a genius. He's like a Mozart. Like, he was so layered in his writing and his compositions. That's like Paul McCartney and the Beatles were like, damn, that guy. They actually said that, the McCartney and the Beatles were like, we're keeping our eye on this guy. Because when this guy drops a record, we got to go chase it. They really were. They would talk like that. They're like, he was kind of their, I don't want to say their idols. I mean, they loved Little Richard and all the old blues guys, but they loved Brian Wilson. And they became friends, Brian Wilson and Paul McCartney, for a long time. So anyway, another one.
Yeah.
Another Titan gone.
And it sucks to make these announcements, but also good to pay tribute and to respect to a man that was behind a lot of timeless music. Like, obviously, like, we know how significant they are to pop culture, but like, we still use their music for like our Surfside calendar. We still use it weekly.
I was going to say, Tony, you've been playing Beach Boys on Surfside, which we'll be doing tomorrow.
Exactly.
Right? See, when he broke in, he just knew how to write a hit. He was like, I'm just going to throw out about 40 hits for you guys. What do you need? And then when he gets a little older, he does a little more layered stuff like Good Vibrations and God Only Knows. So anyway, G-Pop, Brian Wilson. That's a big one, huh? Sly Stone and Brian Wilson the same week.
Both 82 years old.
What's that, buddy? Both 82 years old. Yeah, well, it goes to show what a golden age it was to be born around then. Anyway, just wanted to break that news for you guys. Fun day.
Yeah.
Giant baseball. What are you going to do? See what Casey Schmidt does tonight. See what Robbie Ray does tonight.
We'll see what friend of the program, Dominic Smith, does tonight.
That's right. Unbelievable day with Dom Smith. That's going to be the memory of today, right?
Great interview.
For sure. And rest in peace, Brian Wilson, one of the all-time great. Good one to play out there, Tone. Good job, kid. So that's what young Tony learned today. The legend. Hey, when it's time for a change, think speed, aero change, and auto service. Think this guy could write a song. Engine light on, we can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Fate of the universe on the line, or the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth. I want
Tyro Estrada at the plate.
Bro.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Now it's 3-1. Ghana swings. Drives one, deep center, well hit. Doyle back, looking up. It's gone! Willie Adames to straightaway center. Leads off the fifth with a home run. Swings and launches one out to deep left field. This one on its way. It is gone. Well, there's a start for the Giants here in the ninth on the first pitch. Giants down to their final strike. 2-2 with 2 outs. Rodman sets to the belt. He throws. Flores swings. Little dribbler off to the third base side of the mound. Vodnik picks it up. Throws to first. Too late. Flores legs it out. Lee scores the tying run. It's 5-5 in the ninth. Second. Speedster with Flores over at first. The 2-0. Yeah, swings, line drive. Base hit into right field. Moniak up with it. Rounding third, Adames heading home. He'll score. The throw cut off. A flip to third is too late. And the Giants have taken a 6-5 lead in the ninth. The 0-2. Estrada swings, pops it up. Shallow right center. Fitzgerald out. Lee in. It's Lee. He's got it. And the Giants with a come-from-behind win here in Denver to open the road trip.
Oh, just like we all thought. 5-2 trailing going into the ninth. The Giants put up a 4 spot, and one thing that's for sure, they know how to get these one-run wins. Good morning, everybody. Papa and Silver, Greg Papa hanging out with you at 10-2. Tomorrow's short show today, a big and busy one to get into everything. First off, rest in peace to the great Brian Wilson. We lost Sly Stone earlier this week at the age of 82. Now Brian Wilson, the Beach Boys, Brian Wilson, not the former Giants closer, to just be clear, as we are the Giants flagship station. Rest in peace at the age of 82. Going to be having a lot of Beach Boys on the air today. And I will say this, as I say good morning to Greg Papa in the house. True story. Last year when I was producing for Bill Lasky and then for select Warriors games with JD, Kyle Haar and I would make bingo cards depending on the night of what's going to happen in this Giants game. And it was a good way to keep us entertained, particularly when the offense was really struggling last summer. I'll tell you some items that would not have been on the bingo card option last night. Wilmer Flores saving the game with his legs. RISP Yaz, as he was 2 for 26 with runners in scoring position going into that. But you know what would have been the free square? The one right smack dab in the middle that you get no matter what? Torture. Would have been some torture. The Giants find a way to do it again.
That's a very different bingo card that I played with Grandma Papa. Have you ever played bingo? Actually,
the old-fashioned
bingo?
Yeah, did it a couple
times. My grandmother did it with 8 different cards out. So she was a savant for bingo. B5, got it, hit. That's all I can help you with, Grandma. So we played a lot of bingo growing up. Wow, what a week. And I do encourage you to watch Sly Lives on the great Sly Stone. And what a great career, meteoric rise, but meteoric ending as well. He had a hard life and a lot of addiction. So hot fun in the summertime we're thinking of with Sly Stone, and obviously so many different ways we can go with Brian Wilson. And when B. Weezy was a Giant closer, we rummed up all the different analogies for Beach Boys songs, and Good Vibrations would be what we're seeing right now. So what a win. First of all, Joe Rizzo, I listened to the entire game last night, and watching the Dodgers get pummeled and have to have Kike Hernandez throw from the 6th inning on. They used a position player. Wow. Their pitching staff is a mess. They're going to be on the day at 1 o'clock against San Diego. We'll watch them. But anyway, Joe Rizzo, he's such a great announcer. I mean, he really is underrated. When you go into a booth with John and Dave and Dwayne, obviously, as play-by-play, and Mike, it's, believe me, I've been there. It is intimidating, even though you got a lot of years under you. And Joe's just so, how many big games has Joe called? You know, the ones in New York, and it seems like a lot of these riveting comebacks he's involved in, and he and FP did a great job. So that whole 9th inning.
And he got Snell's no-hitter last year, too.
They did. I was doing TV, so I heard the end of it, heard the call. You're right, the 4 of them. And Javi Lopez was on that broadcast, and they did call the no-hitter in early August in Cincinnati in the Great American Small Park. Speaking of Blake Snell, I guess he's a Dodger. He's thrown like 4 innings all year. Is he ever going to pitch for them? I'll get into that a little bit later on. But that 9th inning was just riveting. And the big news, obviously, is Matt Chapman. And we had it early in the show yesterday, right after we said goodbye to Susan and before we talked to Javi Lopez. And he's going to see a hand specialist in L.A. when the team does fly to L.A. on Friday. So we're going to talk to Shay Hay. He knows everything. What if the hand specialist says that he needs surgery on the hand? It's a possibility. When you see that soft cast and the nature of it, he said he thought he tore all 3 ligaments of the index finger, the middle finger, and the ring finger. I don't know, but he's going to be out for a little while. We are going to have our friend Drew Goodman, the voice of the Rockies, on TV. I mean, it's time. Let's go get Ryan McMahon. Right now, they're third baseman. Would you do that? If you find out that Chap's going to be out a while, would you do that? And then when Chapman does come back even, I think he could slide over and play first base. Donovan Smith's defense plays, and I think they're going to pick defense over offense a lot. He's got to hit the ball. I know he was down with the morning guys, Murph and Marcus, but his play in the bottom of the ninth was big time. But the top of the ninth, the home run by Casey Schmidt to get it started, the 2 walks by Fitzgerald and the Sigma Kiz with the Super Riz, and then the top of the order and what Jung Hoo was able to do, and Willie Adames battling back from 0-2 down and able to draw a walk. He almost fouled out on the sac fly by Ramos, where he nutted that ball, thought it may go out. And then the play you're talking about, Wilmer, who Dave Fleming, when he came on the wrap, of every single player in Major League Baseball's sprint speed, Wilmer Flores has the second slowest of anybody. I'm wondering.
The big number 385 out of 386.
Do we look up who 386 is? Who was the slowest player?
Oh, they said it on the post-game wrap. It was
is it just position player?
I think it's just got to be position player.
It doesn't include pitchers, though. Some pitchers, I think every pitcher's faster. And just the whole deal, the way they Mike Yastrzemski singling in the run. And look at what they've done. Obviously, since the Buster blockbusters, he didn't make a trade, but he picked up guys off the scrap heap. He said later days to late night Lamont. They haven't lost a game. They've won 6 in a row, all by 1 run. And 2 of them, the first one and the most recent one, they were way behind. They were down 5-0 to the San Diego Padres a week ago today and came back to win that game 6-5. And then last night, when Spencer Bivens gave it up in the bottom of the 8th, and all of a sudden you're down 5-2, you're wondering, how are you going to do this? Are you going to lose to Colorado? And then Schmidt, Casey's got uncommon bat speed, I should say. When he nuts a ball, it's going to go a long way. Obviously, the first goal is to square one up. He's going to hit probably in the low 200s and maybe a little better, but he's going to run into some. He's got some power in his bat, but just the quality of the plate appearances. Tyler Fitzgerald, the way he was able to get on base, obviously, and we were a little worried about Patrick Bailey. What's going on with his neck spasms? Should we trade for Ryan McMahon and Hunter Goodman, their catcher? They're not going to give the young guy up, and maybe McMahon. But the Sigma Kiz able to draw the walk and just so unexpected to be able to come from behind and win a baseball game like that. And the L.A. Dodgers, as we mentioned, they got bludgeoned 11-1 by the San Diego Padres. So the San Francisco Giants, with 2 more games to go at 20th and Blake, and L.A.'s playing a day game today against San Diego. Then they're going to play over the weekend. I mean, it's possible, Greg, when the Giants roll into Dodger Stadium for the first time all year, as they call it down there, the Ravine, the Giants could be in first place in the National League West. Will they be in first place in the National League West when the weekend, Father's Day weekend, ends?
Well, either way, whether they are in first at the start or at the end, it just goes to show how massive of a series this is for June baseball. And the first time they're seeing L.A. all year. They're going to play them 13 times. We had that Giants promo playing where the Greg Papa contribution was beat L.A., we're going to play them 13 times. Beat them 13 times. All right, let's just focus on one.
They do that, they're going to win the National League West.
Maybe even the National League as far as the regular season goes. But, yeah, I would say that it's got to be a one-at-a-time approach. And obviously, Matt Chapman being out definitely stinks. Good to see Casey Schmidt play third base last night. And the homer, of course, was big because he's going to have to give you a little bit of power with Chapman being out. And Chapman starting to swing the bat a little bit better. Now he's going to be missing some time, and he told Susan Slusser and Maria Guardado that he's going to be missing more than 10 games, and it's going to be up to Dr. Stephen Shin in L.A. to determine how long he really does miss here. But
interesting name of a doctor. Dr. Shin's going to work on your hand. I would like Dr. Hand to do the hand job. And we'll find out. I mean, the one thing is, what if Dr. Shin recommends surgery?
Right.
Then we'll get into a timeline. We'll ask Shehay what he thinks about that, and that's where the Ryan. I mean, it's possible he's out for a long period of time. If he has surgery, he's out months. But even so, go back a couple of years ago, the year before he became a Giant in 23. He got off to a great start in Toronto. Then he had a hand injury, and I remember watching him and thinking, what's wrong with Matt Chapman? He cannot swing the bat. His numbers, I think it was like middle May, he was among the league leaders, and then after that, he fell completely apart. Hand injuries are hard. Thumb injuries, which he had earlier as an Oakland A. He's a right-handed thrower, so it'll affect that a little bit. He's also a right-handed swinger, so it's his top hand. There's a lot of things here. So we'll look at Casey Schmidt in the interim, get the news from Shin on the hand bone, which is not connected to the shin bone, and find out exactly how long Casey is going to be out. From the 209, we get, guys, Stallone is not dead. Did we say Sly Stallone, Sylvester Stallone? South Paw, South Jersey, South Camden, South Paw, condominiums? I don't use them. We know the great Sly Stallone is still with us. We're talking about Dance to the Music. We're talking about Sylvester Stone from Sly Stone and the Family. Sly and the Family Stone. I think he's kidding.
Yeah, just want to clarify to everyone out there listening, getting their Wednesday started, that the guy who played Rocky is very much still with us. So that's great news here to kick off
he
a
has
Wednesday.
been punch drunk for many, many years. Did you ever see the movie Wolfgar? He was a beard. He was tracking down an international terrorist. Wolfgar!
I know what you're talking about now.
Walter, see that one? That was. After that, it all kind of slid down for Sly Stone.
Yeah, so honestly, mostly
Stallone.
Mostly a good morning here for the most. The two things I have complaints about are number one, rest in peace to Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys at age 82. Number two, we are unintentionally twinning, and hey, that's okay.
We're going to work
through
hot in here.
Yeah, I'm taking
Our
off the
other
jacket
studio
too.
down on Battery was a freezer. It was like Rocky going to the meat freezer to beat the meat.
Exactly.
So, but this one's a little heated, so I'm going to take this off in a minute.
Yeah, no question.
I'm going to take off an article of clothing every segment we do.
And then Dr. Shin is going to come in and give us the full physical evaluation.
Dr. Shin on my hand? Seriously?
I mean, it is a fair point. What are we doing here?
I don't know.
He picked the wrong profession, to say the least. 808 KNBR, the number if you want to chime in. That's 415-808-5627. Giants find a way to get it done. It was not easy, but they have won their sixth consecutive game, all by, of course, a single run. Can they do it again tonight? Robbie Ray going to be on the mound. It is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants win their sixth straight game by a run, and of course, in Giants fashion, it was the maximum level of torture. 4 runs in the ninth inning to get the 6-5 win over the Colorado Rockies. Willie Adames looking refreshed after the time off. Casey Schmidt with the big homer, and everybody stepping up in the absence of Matt Chapman. Keep it here, 10-2. We'll be talking all about it. Hey, good to catch up with our friend Steve Moskowitz here on a Wednesday. Always giving the best financial saving tips for the Bay Area. Steve, what can you tell us about the ERC today?
There's so many people who've been waiting for years to get their ERC check, Employee Retention Credit. And they're also worried, will President Trump do away with it in his promise to do away with $2 trillion with a T of federal spending? there's no reason to take that chance. And you're entitled to a lot more than you think because the government pays you interest. So you've been waiting so long, you get a big chunk of interest now, too. The bottom line is we have 3 different ways to hurry them up. That's what we want to do. Let's do it now before the government says it's gone, if that happens. And also, if you got a nastygram from the government that said, you don't qualify for ERC, no ERC for you, we need to appeal that because the government is being accused now in a lawsuit of denying claims using AI. They don't even know if you're qualified or not. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. Just call us and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
If you want to give them a call now about your ERC money, you can do so at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAXDEAL, or you can go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Schmidt 1 for 3, had a single back in the fourth, swings and launches one out to deep left field. This one on its way. It is gone. Well, there's a start for the Giants here in the ninth on the first pitch. Casey Schmidt hits his first home run of the season, and now it's a 5-3 game.
It was a timely first home run of the season for Casey Schmidt. First pitch of the ninth. They talk about it in the postgame wrap. Kind of rattled them a little bit. Didn't see a whole lot of fastballs right there, and the Giants end up putting 4 on the board. Camilo Doval comes in to get another save. It was a classic, stressful Camilo Doval save, and forever Giant Thairo Estrada with the last at bat, popping it up. By the way, Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line just been popping right now to start the show, which I love for us on a Wednesday. Giants won their 6th straight, and as we talk about the tough news of yesterday, Matt Chapman headed to the 10-day IL and then telling Susan Slusser he's going to be missing more than 10 games with some sprained ligaments in the right hand. And we talked about him going to see Stephen Shin, a specialist in L.A., thinking, well, that's kind of ironic. We have a text, 510 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. How about he goes and sees Mr. Hand from Fast Times at Ridgemont High?
Nice. I thought of it right away. If you're going to look at your foot in L.A., it would be Dr. Furkel. There is a Dr. Anderson who's a hand specialist in Charlotte, but they're going to L.A., so it is Splint. Well, not Splint. What's his name?
Shin.
Shin. And hopefully that Splint is fine. Anyway, right now all they're saying is that it's a sprain. But a sprain is technically a microscopic tear of one of the ligaments. And he said when he did it initially, he thought he tore all 3 ligaments, all 3 of the middle fingers, the index, the middle, and the ring finger. So we'll find out where it is. The fact that he wants to see a specialist in Dr. Shin. If he gets bad news from Dr. Shin and Dr. Shin says you need to have surgery on one of those fingers or maybe multiple fingers, then you're looking at, maybe 2 or 3 months he would be out. Knowing Chapman, he would probably seek a second or third opinion and get to someone who would say, it's going to heal on its own. So, but you see the soft cast on the hand. It goes all the way from the wrist all the way up the forearm to the elbow. So it's significant. He knew that it was something, and the x-rays show some things. I don't know what the imaging was after the game. We'll talk to Shay Hay, and if they got more of a CT. CT scans do show bones more than MRI. So we'll see where it all, but for the here and now, Casey Schmidt's going to play every day at third base. And they also changed the lineup considerably. Jung-Hoo Lee back in the leadoff spot. Well, actually, first time all year. He was there last year. Willie Adames back in the 2-hole, and Willie got a good game. He had a big bomb of a home run. He had a sac fly after Jung-Hoo opened the game with the triple. The Giants during this 6-game winning streak. The SF Giants, when you score an SF, sac fly, it's SF. They have 6 sacrifice flies during this 6-game winning streak, and then obviously at the bomb of a home run, and then drew a big walk after being down 0-2 in the 9th to fuel the comeback. But it started with KC going yard. And when I'm in studio at NBC and they give me just the direct shot of the hitter in the box and Matt Williams is throwing him BP, Casey Schmidt's bat speed, and I don't know when you look at Savant what it is in games, but when he just lets it fly, he has some of the most electric bat speed in baseball. The problem for him has been squaring the ball up. But when he gets a fastball up last night, especially at Coors, it's going to go. Last year, KC had 13 home runs at AAA Sacramento in 335 at-bats. He also hit 6 home runs during his limited playing time with the Giants. He got 113 turns. So that's 19 home runs that he hit in the 2 stops combined. He had a year back in 2022, A-ball, high A-ball, AA, and AAA, where he combined to hit 21 home runs. So I think if he gets a runway to play, and he's going to play almost every day at third base, they don't have a lot of other choices. Christian Koss could play over there. Willie could play over there. But you're probably going to see Casey Schmidt in against lefties, certainly, and almost all righties. May meet a date off here and there. He's going to run into one every once in a while. And the question with him is going to be the batting average. I mean, right now it's in the low 200s. Last year, we were talking, when he came up this year, he was hitting 125 at AAA. So he's a guy that's got some swing and miss in his game. I thought he got up on the plate a little bit more, and he was picking up that slider away, Greg. But right now he's kind of vulnerable to it, so he's going to have to close that up some way. But he's not alone. Willie Adames is, even though he had a good game last night, they did go at him and punch him out with the slider away. I mean, the book on him. And then Gerard Encarnacion is really having a hard time with the slider away. So you got some holes in the lineup. But and now Chapman, one of your best hitters and certainly one of your power guys who was on a tear when he went down. But they still got 6 runs somehow, some way to come back after. I mean, look at the 2 comebacks in a week's time, from 5-0 down to San Diego to win that game 6-5. And this one's probably even more improbable going down 5-2 in the ninth inning, which is 3 outs away from losing the game and losing Chapman for several weeks, about 30 games or more. And then Schmitty hits a home run, and it's on. They're able to score 4 in the top of the ninth.
Yeah, and I don't care if it's the 12-win Rockies. You got to just find ways to keep stacking it, and that's what the Giants have done. As Susan Slusser put it to us yesterday, they have done just enough. I got fixated on the baseball savant thing. So of the 388 eligible position players, the 90-foot sprint speed, Wilmer Flores ranks number 387 out of 388. Keibert Ruiz, the only player with a slower.
Washington Nationals catcher who was involved in the Max Scherzer Trey Turner deal.
Wow, good recall.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is it K-Bear or Keibert? I don't know.
Maybe it's
And
K-Bear.
also, I think it's K-Bear. Maldonado, the catcher in San Diego, is also slow. So Wilmer, as far as non-catchers, catchers are showing up as the slowest and next slowest. Are they running with their shin guards on when they go down the line? You know what? He got down the line, and it was just enough. Yeah. That was the nickname of David Eckstein, the great shortstop of the Angels. His throw across the diamond, I wonder what his arm velocity was on that, but they called him just enough. And when it was against Ichiro, it was not nearly enough. But Wilmer was just enough there. I think the one thing on that play, and I'm kind of fixated on Ryan McMahon a little bit. Drew Goodman's going to join us. What time? 12:30 for Drew?
12:30, yeah.
TV voice of the Rockies. Last time we had him on, we wanted to trade for Trevor Story years ago, and now I'm looking at Ryan McMahon, and they're not going to give up Hunter Goodman. What's up with the neck spasms for Patrick Bailey?
As the other injury that
That's
we didn't
another
address
injury.
yet.
Hunter
Yeah.
Goodman's going to be an all-star, I think, in the National League behind the plate and represent the Rockies. But Ryan McMahon, not having a great year, but he's a really good player. He's been playing against the Giants forever. On that particular play, the Wilmer topper down the line, the one he beat in the ground to beat it out and tie the game, McMahon was playing so deep. I mean, he was playing Matt Chapman depth. Matt may have been able to make a play on that ball. That's one, like the pitcher, you're not going to pick it up with your momentum going away from first base. Right. I don't care how slow Wilmer is. He's sniffing a big RBI to tie the game in the ninth inning. If he doesn't beat that out, they lose the game. So it's kind of a big deal. I don't think McMahon would have made the play, but I would have liked to have seen McMahon get a shot at it, just to have a little scouting report on him, because he's a pretty good defensive third baseman. He could take over there for a short time, left-handed hitter, and then when Matt Chapman does come back, I think McMahon could easily go across the diamond and play first base.
And what a way for Wilmer Flores to get his 50th RBI on the year right there. I mean, he has been the guy who has answered the bell clutch time and time again. He does it again last night, just keeps finding a way. Then Mike Yastrzemski, who added to the list of players who have benefit from a couple of days off. Jung-Hoo Lee benefit from a couple of days off with the team off day, didn't play in Sunday. He opens the game with a triple right off the bat, and a ball that I thought could have been gone to begin with. Willy Adames gets a couple of days off. He has his best game in a while and breaks his 0-for-19 spell. And then Mike Yastrzemski, who did play on Sunday and got some big-time RBIs, got 3 of them, which they needed, but he got a couple of days off in the week with Daniel Johnson coming up, and now he's all of a sudden looking a little bit better and swinging it and looking a lot closer to the April version and not getting beat by the high fastball quite as much.
I mean, 50 RBIs for Wilmer by June the 11th is amazing. A month from now, we're going to be past, we're going into the All-Star break, and the Dodgers will be in for that big series right before the All-Star break. Obviously, Robbie Ray's going to pitch tonight. The great Dave Righetti's going to join us later on, and we'll break down Robbie Ray's year. What we saw last night from, we call them hairy fastballs, but it was hairy changeup last night from Kyle Harrison. He threw his changeup more last night than I've ever seen him before, and a little bit of a flat slider slurve that got taken out the yard for the second home run. But, obviously, Robbie Ray, Logan Webb, I think they'll make a push for Randy Rodriguez. It's hard, though, as a middle reliever if you're not putting up stats as a closer. Some years it does happen. But Wilmer is an all-star among the position players. 50 RBIs. Now, he would be in the DH category. So right. Shohei obviously is going to be voted the National League All-Star game in Atlanta as the DH. Kyle Schwarber, we're watching the Phillies and Cubbies play a game today in the daytime. I think he will make it as a second DH. I thought Marcell Ozuna. Marcell Ozuna's walking a lot. He doesn't have nearly the RBIs that Wilmer has. He has kind of a lot of power, and his team is losing.
I was just going to say.
They what are they, 10 or 11 back? And we saw them over the weekend. They're not doing well. He's a good player. I mean, ordinarily in the National League, would you even take 3 DHs? Maybe you only take 2 when you want Shohei to play half the game, and then Schwarber comes in and takes the rest of the at-bats. But if they do pick a third DH in the National League, I think it should be Wilmer Flores over Marcell Ozuna.
There's no question about it. So if we think about potential Giants All-Stars right now, I mean, Robbie Ray is going to be the obvious candidate. Logan Webb, we'll see how he ends up pitching in his coming outings. And then offensively, it's got to be Wilmer Flores, your RBI leader, because, well, let's be honest, this team offensively has had its ups and downs. Jung-Hoo Lee started the year hot. Yaz started the year above expectations, not to all-star caliber, of course, but Wilmer Flores has been the guy, and he's doing it in clutch situations time and time again.
Yeah, I just got a text from our guy, Steak Shapiro. He's saying, Papa, what's wrong with you? The game is at Truist Park in Atlanta. You're going to take Wilmer who? Wilmer over our guy, Marcell Ozuna. That does factor into it. Who's Atlanta's all-star going to be this year? Matt Olson?
Yeah.
He's having a good year. I mean, they are the home team here, so that would be the other side of it. Do they put Ozuna on the National League team to play in front of the fans at Truist Park? But if you looked at it really objectively, Wilmer's got a lot more stakes, RBI, Steak Shapiro, and his team has a lot more wins. Giants are 11 games over 500 for the first time all year.
808 KNBR, let's fight about baseball politics. The number 2 chime in. Tell you a little bit about the official guest list. John Shea joining us at 10:50. Drew Goodman, we mentioned, is going to be coming by at 12:30. Dave Righetti, 12:50. And then Andy McCullough at 1:30. So 11 o'clock hour. Good chance to get into some of that 49ers sound that we did not get to yesterday. And I will also tell you that we are brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Let's hear some Giants postgame sound when we come back on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here. I had custom lens replacement. It's known as CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley a couple of years ago, like 3 summers ago. It has been a game changer for me. And I was in the chair 20 minutes, went from 20/80 vision to 20/20 like that. Threw away all my glasses, and I had the Hubble telescope to be able to see. Don't need any of it anymore. So if you struggle with distance vision, as did I, previously to CLR, and now you need reading glasses or do wear bifocals. I never wore the bifocals. That's old man stuff. But I had reading glasses. That was pre-CLR. CLR, custom lens replacement, is your permanent solution to readers, bifocals, glasses, contacts, and he'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. So don't wait until you're old and gray to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, my friend Dr. Craig Bindi and his staff at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. They make it easy. They start with a free virtual consultation at lasereyeclr.com. See if you're a candidate for CLR. Maybe it's LASIK or one of their other procedures. They'll discuss your vision goals and all the different lens technologies. Again, no readers, No contacts, no glasses, no cataracts the rest of your life. What are you waiting for? Sounds simple. LaserEyecLR.com or call and get what I have. 877-GET-2020.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver, John Shea going to be joining us coming up in the following segment, 808 KNBR, if you'd like to join the conversation at any time. And also got the YouTube chat. Good to see a lot of our regulars in the YouTube chat. Rockin', Wes, Pat H with his boot, Victor Stevenson, bunch of others. Always appreciate seeing you. Otis Bird III. Bird is the word hanging out here with us. So
Otis Bird's song. Remember him? Great NBA guard in the Kansas City Kings years ago.
Shout out to the actually, it's been a good chance to get a refresher of the knowledge with a lot of these old teams because with what the Giants are doing right now. So they have 17 total one-run victories, which leads all of Major League Baseball 6 in a row. And since 1901, there have been 4 teams to do that. The 1989 California Angels, the 1927 Chicago Cubs, who had 7 and a chance for the Giants to tie them tonight, the 1916 St. Louis Browns, and then dating all the way back to the 1897 Boston Beaneaters with 6.
And the St. Louis Browns, they weren't a very good team for a long time. They later became the Baltimore Orioles. In the 1989, yes, they were the California Angels when they were an expansion team with Bill Rigney as manager. In 61, they were the L.A. Angels. And then they became the California Angels. And, those teams were Rod Carew and Don Baylor and Reggie Jackson. And they had a great run in playoffs all the way. Obviously, in 88, the epic loss to the Red Sox, or 86, I guess that was, the home run that Dave Henderson hit off of Donnie Moore. But those were good Angel teams in the late 80s. So what the Giants have done has been quite remarkable, all these one-run games, and they were losing a lot of those one-run games until they got on this 6-game winning streak, and to be able to win 6 games by exactly 1 run. And not all one-run wins are equal. They're not all 3-2. A lot of those have been 3-2. The first one of the winning streak, coming back from down 5-0 to San Diego, then last night's game, coming back 5-2 down, going to the 9th inning, and the nature of the way they were able to grind out those plate appearances and walks after Casey Schmidt, and Schmidt happened with a leadoff home run. So whether it's 6-5, or 3-2. This team is, you said the line earlier, just enough. They are the David Ecksteins of Major League Baseball right now.
Let's hear some post-game sound, and starting with arguably the player of last night, and that was Willy Adames. When Matt Chapman headed to the IL in the middle of our show, we started talking about Casey Schmidt and the expectations for him to contribute. He had the big homer to get that ninth inning rally started. And, of course, we talked about the big money man who's gotten a lot of attention due to that contract, Willy Adames, the big offseason signing who has not produced to this point. He had an 0-for-19 stretch, did have a sac fly in the homestand in one of those single-run victories, but other than that was not finding ways to get on base. And then he hit a big home run for, as we do our dong pool, found out it was the longest dong of the year. Here is Willy Adames talking about the day off, how it helped him reset, and it was awesome to help contribute to the win.
No, it's always, it's always great when you're not, having your best time out there, man. Just to have a day or 2 days to reset, and go back to who you are. And I think those 2 days were really good for me, and just to relax mentally and just to let it go and try to just be here for the team and just do whatever I can to help the guys to win.
So when we had Susan on yesterday, we asked her about Willy Adames, the off day, what that discussion was like. And I mean, she said, honestly, it wasn't much of a discussion. She could tell that a lot of things were weighing on him. And Bob Melvin made the decision to say, hey, we're going to sit you down a day and double up on this off day with a team off day. He's not the only one to benefit from the off day, but the timing certainly was nice, and he took advantage of that Coors Field air.
Yeah, so they gave Yaz a couple of days off in the San Diego series, but I think he was working because the one was the day game, and it was night games. When you get a Sunday afternoon game off, you're not going. They wanted him to get away. They wanted him to stop thinking, stop pressing. So I don't know what he did Sunday, but it sounded like they just barred him from the batting cage underneath and took his bat away. He wanted to come to the game late for defense, and Chapman kind of barked at him like, "You're not playing today." But then you could see the video out early yesterday at Coors working on some things mentally with Willy Adames. It was Pat the Bat Burrell. F.P. Santangelo told a story where Dusty Baker on this last homestand went up to Pat the Bat and said, "You mind if I talk to Willie for a minute?" And he said, "Oh, so many people are giving him hitting advice." He said, "No, it's not about hitting. I think it was about fishing." But Dusty has a cool way of Johnny Be Good just to kind of calm you down a little bit. But the bottom line, he did have a big sac fly on the homestand that we talked about. He was over. He did not have a single hit on the last homestand against the Padres and Braves. So it was time to give him a day off. The sac fly, you know what I feel about SFs. They are the Giants. Sac fly score runs. Second time up, he got ahead in the count, and again, he popped the ball up. And then he went long dong silver out to dead center, and you get one. He got ahead in the count 3-0, and then he took one 3-1, and then he barreled the ball. And when he barrels it, especially a pitch away like that, he can drive it out. He struck out on a slider when they got in the bullpen. And then the plate appearance in the ninth where he fell behind 0-2 and was able to eventually get a walk. He did foul one off that looked like it was going to be caught in foul ground by the first baseman, but it just took away, and he was able to stay alive, and he drew a big walk. So, I mean, the bottom line is Willy Adames plays every day. Every day. He plays every inning. So it becomes a big story when you DH him one day or you don't even play him one day. Ordinarily, that's just part of baseball. You get a day off here, day game, or traveling after the game, or off tomorrow. It'll be like 2 days. That's standard. Casey Schmidt's going to play every day. Those two guys, like, who's more important? They think they get in the box, and Casey's thinking, oh, it's more important on Willie to get a hit than me. He's the most highest paid. They don't think that way. Casey Schmidt, this is his time.
Yeah.
This is Casey Schmidt's time to prove he is a major leaguer. Obviously, defensively, he is a big leaguer, and he could be a Gold Glove winner. He's got every skill you want at third base. He's Chapman light. He's just about that good. But offensively, he does swing and miss a lot. He's got a lot of the same commonalities of Willie, and that is chasing that slider away. But Giants hit two big flies at 20th at Blake in the elevation last night, and it was the left side of the infield. Willy Adames had one, and then Casey Schmidt started the comeback with one.
Yeah, no question. And I mean, if we're talking about, this was a morning show discussion. It was something we can actually get back into after we have John Shea. But it was about who has the most pressure to step up without Matt Chapman now. And I would say that a lot of people are going to focus on Willy Adames, of course, but Casey Schmidt for sure gets that nod for me because this is his chance to get a little bit of consistency. Luis Matos, how often do we mention that with young players playing every few days, every so often, it's hard, and Casey Schmidt is actually playing at his natural position right now, which he hasn't been able to do. He had to do some shortstop when Willy Adames took the day off. We've seen him at second base. We've seen him a lot at first base this year, which looked so awkward. And then to his credit, he really picked it up defensively at that position. But this is a chance for Casey Schmidt to play a position that's natural to him, to get a consistent level of at-bats that could help him, and, frankly, really just play to have a consistent role on this team, or at the very least, a presence in the big leagues somewhere in some capacity.
Yeah, I never get into that. Who's got the most? And this is professional sports. There's a lot on the line. Every time Willy Adames gets in the box, he has to justify the money and being a new Giant. There's a new level of expectation here than Tampa and Milwaukee for him. And he even talked about it. He needed to get away. He's pressing too much. He's trying too hard. Now, is he going to try less hard? That Chappie's not next to him? I don't know. We'll see how it translates. But Willy Adames just got paid. He got a 7-year contract. This is not football. These contracts are fully guaranteed. He will get every dime. What is it, $182 million? He's going to get it all. Casey Schmidt, this is his chance to prove that he is a major league everyday player. I think there's a role for him on a 26-man roster, and they make good money, obviously, but you become an everyday third baseman. You defend the way he's capable of, and you hit. I told you last year between AAA and the bigs, he hit 19 home runs combined. He hit 21 in 3 different minor league spots. He's got power to be a 15 to 20 home run guy in the big leagues or more. He has to prove that I am a major leaguer. And when you look at it, go back to that weird pandemic draft of 2020 when Farhan was still here. They already had Joey Bart on the team. They took Patrick Bailey in the first round. In the third round, they took a guy named Kyle Harrison from De La Salle High School out in Concord. He was going to go to UCLA. They paid him money. He was the third-round pick. The second-round pick that year out of San Diego State University was Casey Schmidt. And we talked a lot about Casey before he came up to the big leagues. And a couple of years ago, he flipped the season around. Remember, he came up for that series against, was it Washington or Philadelphia? I think it was Washington. His defense just like, wow, they were not a very good defensive team. They called up Casey Schmidt early on that homestand on that week, and then Patrick Bailey later. And I remember we were doing the show on the patio, and I'm sitting there watching, and I'm like, just watch the infield defense now. Patrick Bailey with those pillow hands behind the plate, and Casey over at third. He reminded me a lot of Matt Chapman, who was obviously in Toronto. The whole infield defense that was shaky got a lot tighter. So Casey is a high draft pick with high expectations. We thought about trading him back in spring training. I didn't want to do that. All of a sudden, he's playing first base. It was awkward to start. Now he kind of has the dance. He's serviceable at first, second, short. He's not natural at any of those 3. He is natural at the hot corner. So sometimes Schmidt happens. Who knows? Let's see what happens here with the injury to Chappie.
By the way, you referencing Casey Schmidt coming up for the first time, that was when he was wearing number 6, and I learned that Murph got his child a Casey Schmidt jersey number 6, which is now the number that Bob Melvin wore. So,
front row.
Yeah, I was going to say, hey, that's going to be a great piece of clothing to have, though. So I think that's a good flex at the end of the day. John Shea joining us on the other side. We do it every Wednesday. Shea Hay with Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
It's Wednesday. It's Papa and Silver. And the only right thing to do to move forward with the show would be to welcome in our good friend of the San Francisco Standard, John Shea, who is brought to you by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Shea, hey, on the UMA guest line. Not a lot of action to really write about, huh? These Giants games just so boring. They don't offer you much for the ninth inning. I have to stop paying attention after, I don't know, maybe 6 outs or so. So, I mean, how are you continuing to do your job?
You guys are no longer talking about 071 batting averages and 204 batting averages and 188 batting averages?
Well, Casey,
I mean, those are still there, though.
Casey Schmidt still has a 204 batting average, hey. So I think let's just start with the news of the day. And it was actually yesterday that Matt Chapman has gone on the IL, and it's going to be way more than 10. It could be 30 games in 30 days. And he is going to see the hand specialist over the weekend in L.A. or on Friday's shin. And I'm worried that he may advise him to have surgery. So you were there covering the game against the Braves on Sunday. Are you surprised that they went from X-rays are negative, he's fine, to he's not fine, those 3 middle fingers on his right hand are bad, and he's got to go on the IL, and he's going to be out not 10 days, but maybe 30 days or more?
Yeah, I don't know if they said everything was fine. I mean, even Melvin was saying yesterday that he kind of knew something was up because he was on the field for a long time. The play was reviewed. He was standing at first base. He was bent over. He was looking at. He was flexing. I mean, he was doing all kinds of things. It didn't seem normal, but I mean, they have not used the word surgery at all. Melvin always says, everything's on the table until it's not. And it's a natural visit because the team's in LA and Shin is in LA. And I think he's the same guy who did Steph Curry surgery, right, on his left hand a few years ago. But that was a fracture. And nobody's saying nothing's broken. It's not the bone. So, best case scenario, I guess, is a month. But from everything that was said out of Denver yesterday, but I think they're blessed to have Casey Schmidt. I mean, he's an above average defensive third baseman. He's got almost a Chapman-like arm, and he's got nice reflexes and hands and range. So I don't think you're losing much, despite the fact that Chapman's the best defensive third baseman in baseball. It's kind of weird to say that, but it'd be nice for him to pick it up. He hit a home run, to pick it up offensively, but I mean, it's still an issue. I mean, they didn't score at all until that final inning, and the offense is still not like maybe where it was when Wilmer Flores was hitting 3 home runs against the Oakland, against the A's, and the bats still have to come around. I mean, that wasn't a very good offensive showcase until the very end for that offense at a field where you're supposed to score a whole bunch of runs.
John, how important is this stretch for Casey Schmidt? Because we just heard it from Papa. He's only hitting 204, but now he has a chance to be playing every day at the position defensively that is much more natural for him. And it always hurts losing a Gold Glover and a Matt Chapman, but Casey Schmidt can certainly fill that role defensively. And then I think the big question mark goes with what it is for the rest of the team. That's the ability to display the power like you saw in the 9th inning, the ability to hit consistently.
And he does have power. I mean, that kid has raw power. We saw it a little bit in the minors. We saw it when he came up a bit. But I think it's a prime opportunity for this guy to play every day for whatever it is, 3-4+ weeks, and get comfortable instead of trying to figure out how to use his footwork at first. And this isn't a glove. It's actually a mitt. How do I fold this? And, oh, by the way, you're going to play second. You're going to play short. He's playing the position he played at San Diego State, played in high school, played, in pro ball all the way until they started flirting with him as a shortstop and a second baseman. And then not until they get to the big leagues, they introduce him to first base. So that's all brand new. So I imagine he could be a mental wreck not even focusing on offense as much as he should. Now it's just wake up and play third like I have my whole life. So I think that's going to be a huge plus for him mentally. And, that's the whole game, the whole mental approach. If you're comfortable doing what you're doing on a daily basis, the hits will fall in, and they kind of need him.
Without a doubt. And he's so good at third base. He was serviceable at short, but not a natural position for him, and probably less so at second. At first, he struggled on that first homestand. Remember the game at Houston, the day game? And then all of a sudden he got better and better, where he became a pretty good first baseman. But he's not Dom Smith, though. Dom Smith, no. I didn't even know Dom Smith was Dom Smith. I remember him in New York being a gap-to-gap, line-to-line hitter, a decent defender. But my gosh, the underhand flips to the bag, the play where he took it off the screen, the play on Saturday afternoon in the 2-1 game when Chapman walked it off, diving for the ground ball to Fitzgerald, missed it, but popped back up and made a great catch. Just play after play. Last night off the bat of Jordan Beck in the bottom of the ninth, sprawling out to get the feed from Tyler Fitzgerald to complete the 5-4-3 double play. So baseball changes a lot in the week. Last week it was Matt Chapman at one corner, Lamont Wade Jr. at the other. Now it's Casey Schmidt at third, and it's Dominic Smith at first. So far, so good, especially defensively. But you wrote a fascinating piece, John, about the relationship between Dominic Smith and Barry Bonds, and how he actually, very few people have access to Barry for even 5 minutes, maybe you because of Willie, but not an hour to get him on an interview and go back and forth. So you wrote about it. Talk more about it, the relationship between Dom Smith and the home run king.
Yeah, early in Dom Smith's Mets career, February, about 3-4 years ago, he just put in a request and said, hey, could I interview Barry Bonds? I mean, what current baseball player who's not an announcer does that? He doesn't have his own show. He doesn't have his own platform, but he just wanted to talk to Barry Bonds. And he told me that Barry was one of the main reasons he got into baseball. And this is a kid from Compton. And he wasn't too much into basketball. He wasn't too much into football. At a very early age, it was all baseball. And his team was the Angels, and he was 7 when Barry Bonds was 6 outs away from winning the MVP in that World Series. And then the bullpen blew up, and the Giants lose in 7 games, and they gave the MVP to somebody else. But those were his guys, those Angels. He liked the way they just were scrappy and did the right things in baseball. And he got into the Major League Baseball's RBI program, and there's a youth center down there that MLB oversees in Compton at the college that he was all in on, and he did a lot of traveling across this country, a little bit overseas into Japan, etc. And this is just a kid who told me he wouldn't have had those opportunities if it weren't for this RBI program that Major League Baseball sponsors in the inner cities. So, fast forward to pro ball, he gets drafted and works his way up. And if you watch him, you mentioned defense, and I am fascinated by those underhand flips, by the way. Those are fascinating. There's a lot of flair and flash. I've never seen a first baseman flip it the way he did. And you've talked about this, and it's kind of cool to watch. But anyway, he does. You watch him in pregame, he doesn't throw as hard as he can to second on a double play. He doesn't do. He's not 100%, and I'm thinking, wow, he doesn't have much of an arm. Then you see him in game, and he's totally different. He just makes all the plays. I mean, he's not really hitting. I think he only has 4 hits, and 3 of them were in one game. But he's helping to win games despite all that. But with Barry, Barry agreed through his people to accommodate him, and MLB Network did something on Instagram Live back when that was a thing, and they spoke for an hour. They spoke about the challenge of getting more young African Americans involved in baseball. They spoke about racism that Barry faced as a kid and growing up in the minors and in the big leagues, and what it was like being a black man superstar. And then they got into all kinds of things, like what's it like being walked with the bases loaded. That really fascinated Dom Smith, when he looks back at Barry's career, and Smith was amazing in my interview with him, reciting all these Bonds numbers. And I had to look it up just to make sure he was accurate, and he was. He really knows his baseball history. He's familiar with Giants history. He spoke with Bonds a lot about Mays and McCovey and his relationship with all these other icons within, the organization throughout the history of the franchise. So I think as a left-handed batter who has a little pop, not great pop, it was also a way for Bonds to break down his swing and where he left the bat. And Barry in the interview with Dom told him that I spent 7 minutes watching your at bats, and I could already tell you what's wrong. And it's typical Barry because he's so good at that. He might be one of the best hitting coaches, on the planet. And he's there most nights, home games, in the cage. And I see him every day when I walk past there, and he's there and available, like Mays was in Murph's office, available to help out and listen and work with guys. So I think both Daniel Johnson, who grew up in Vallejo, a big Bonds guy, but he went to more games at the Coliseum because it was closer and he was more of an A's guy. But he did get out to San Francisco and he watched Bonds quite a bit. Spoke about when he was 7, 8 years old and standing up every time Bonds was up, thinking it's going to be a home run. But these guys, it's kind of cool to see the next generation of players who were 7, 8, 9 years old when Bonds did his thing, and now they're Giants wearing the same uniform, and Bonds is walking through the clubhouse, and they have total access to him. And Dom Smith said, "Yeah, I just went up to him, in the lunchroom to get reacquainted, but I will spend time with him, because it's you hear guys every month or two say, yeah, Barry taught me that, or Barry said, look out for that, or the famous Michael Morse LCS home run. Barry just told me keep my leg down, put my leg down, get it down before the swing. So he's always referenced, and he's still a huge asset to this organization, even though it's been a long time since he suited up as a player."
John, one of the columns that I don't think you expected to have to write this last week was about the clown show with that ball coming in on the sacrifice fly throw from Mike Yastrzemski to Patrick Bailey and everything. I mean, how many times have you seen an interruption like that? And just also tell us a little bit more about the player reaction, because it was a great little piece and seemed like people were rightfully really upset by the danger that it could have brought to the game.
Yeah, anytime as a longtime ball writer, you see something you've never seen, you kind of want to focus your whole story about that, because everybody's either seen the game, seen the highlights, know what the score was, seen the box score, saw the highlights. So you kind of want to go a little further into, boy, that was weird. Let me ask everybody in the room about it. And that was the night that Patrick Bailey told me it was their ugliest game of the year, and they won, and they kind of were overboard in terms of waiting for one of those, because it was through that 16-game stretch where they just couldn't score more than 4 runs, more than 3 runs, more than 2 runs, until finally breaking out with 6. And anyway, so they all just thought it was so wrong. And up in the booth, obviously, Krukow said, "Oh, some clown in the upper deck threw it down." And that night, the Giants surveillance, the video cameras, MLB, the security, they weren't able to track down the guy and or gal, I'm not sure, but whomever it was evaded them that night. And I haven't heard an update lately, but MLB was made aware of it, and it's just like, Bailey told me, it's just absurd for someone to do that. It was just terrible, and you can never be part of a play. It's okay in Wrigley. Guy hits a home run, he's on the opposite team. Hey, throw it back as the guy's rounding the bases. Just don't hit anybody. Don't throw it at anybody. And then the left fielder picks it up and throws it in, and it's all, okay, that's cool. It's a Wrigley Field thing. And you see it in other parks. But you never see a ball come down toward home plate from the upper deck right when the right fielder's also throwing to home plate. And
ridiculous.
Bailey did a wonderful job, to not get distracted and not get hurt. And the umpire almost did get hurt. but it was just stupid and uncalled for and should never happen again. And unfortunately, they didn't catch him right away.
Yeah, you echoed it. So hopefully it'll never happen again. When you go to Dodger Stadium, it's not a baseball that usually comes on the field. It's a beach ball that comes over the wall. But I don't remember them doing that because the Dodgers are so damn good. So knowing you, Shea, I always try to get an itinerary when the Giants are on the road. You're not in Denver, but I would venture to guess the importance of the weekend series are you going to be flying to L.A. and hitting up 1000 Vin Scully Avenue for the 3-game series this weekend?
Well, the importance of the weekend series is superseded by one event and one event only. My daughter's graduation from college on Saturday.
So that's a no. That's a no.
So young Danny Emmerman, our fine NBA writer, will be there in my stead. Yeah. No, I love Danny Emmerman, and he was out over the weekend. He was out a couple times on the homestand. So former Giants beat writer for KNBR.com.
Without a doubt. He and Gabe Kapler had some interactions.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you know the distinction.
Nicely done, Greg.
I thought that was a Gabe hit.
That was pretty good. Pretty good. He was spot on there. So you're not going to be there, but I know you'll be watching around your daughter's graduation, and congratulations to you. And I mean, the Dodgers' state of the pitching staff, we are going to see Yamamoto, Kershaw, and May, I think, over the weekend, but they got their top guys, currently on the IL. Roki Saki and obviously Blake Snell, I think, is still in baseball, right? And obviously Glasnow, and that's
he's making money.
He's making a lot of money. How many innings has he thrown this year? So
I threw a bullpen session yesterday. I've been keeping some tabs.
So did Shohei. He threw a simulated game to 3 innings. So just your thoughts on this. And they're playing a day game in San Diego. We'll be watching that closely before the big showdown. But the Giants are only a half game out, Shea, in the National League West. Wow.
Yeah, and the perfect scenario would be, sweep or bust in Denver and have those two teams beat up on each other and with nobody sweeping. But let me ask you, wasn't that an embarrassment yesterday with the Dodgers having a position player?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people pay money for those games, and you just forfeit. And it's like, hey, isn't there a mercy rule? Can we just go home now? People pay a lot of money to watch the Dodgers play. And, I mean, an awful lot of money now with Ohtani. The prices are not cheap. And they just gave up. They let a kid they just got called up to go all the middle innings, give up double-digit hits and runs. I mean, it was hard to watch. And you look at the box score and say, this is ridiculous. They can't put a major league reliever in there for the final couple of innings. They have to get a position player who's just lobbing it across the plate. I thought that was shameful. Do you guys agree or disagree?
I watched the whole game. I was listening to the Giant game with Joe and FP, and I watched it all, and they went bullpen. Lou Trevino, the former Giant in A, gave the first inning, and he pitched well.
Did well.
And then Matt Sowers, the guy you talked about, he gave up 13 hits and 9 earned runs in 4 2/3. He threw 111 pitches. He got shelled.
Yeah.
And then they bring in Kike Hernandez, who had some weird, flap. It looked like, Bob Montgomery back in the day with the Red Sox, the backup catcher to Carlton Fisk. I don't know what he was doing to protect his noggin. But he came in the 6th inning. He pitched 2 1/3. But what they're doing is saving the bullpen for today. But the bigger question, and we'll have a Dodger writer come on later, seriously, when is Blake Snell coming back? When is Tyler Glasnow coming back? When is Shohei going to come back, and how are they going to do that? He threw the 3 innings of a sim game. I mean, they get those 3 guys back. Those are 3 of the best arms in baseball, along with Yamamoto, and Kershaw's throwing the ball well. But when, if, maybe, are they all coming back? What are you hearing about their trio of pitching stars?
Well, all I hear is that, they're coming back, but how could you have? I mean, I want to see a deep dive into this training staff and why these guys are always hurt, and I'm talking some big time major injuries, and why is it always the Dodgers? I mean, what's the last starting pitcher on the Giants who had any kind of Tommy John or anything? And it just seems across the board the Dodgers keep getting hurt with their arms, and I don't know if it's usage or what they do with their minor leaguers. I know Farhan really babied Kyle Harrison, and maybe that was overboard because I think in his second start in the big leagues, he threw 90-some pitches and then had a shoulder issue shortly thereafter. But Yeah, back when Nolan Ryan was working with the Rangers pitchers, he just said throw more. I don't know what the answer is, but it just seems like the Dodgers are always hamstrung, that rotation, and even some relievers, they just can't stick around. And they have a 9-man rotation, and they had to use an opener yesterday.
They got 14 pitchers on the IL. 14.
That's nuts.
Tony Gonsolin is now
crazy.
hurt from St. Mary's. You mentioned Glass now. Roki Sasaki is already hurt, and Blake Snell and Blake Trinan. I mean, it goes, how much money do they have on the IL, Shea? My God.
Probably more than the Giants payroll. Probably, yeah. I mean, it's nuts. I don't know what the answer is, and it's not a 1-year thing. It's been going on for a few years. The Dodgers won a World Series with openers because guys were hurt, and they got guys just off the shelf and put them in for the playoff run. And I don't think Giant fans really care about the Dodgers' health, but I do think that it's kind of helped the Giants stay in it. They're only a half game back, and if the Dodgers were healthy as the Giants have been, this division probably would have been over. But it's kind of nice to see 3 teams within a game of each other, and we kind of knew all along that it was going to be 3 teams. We just didn't know it was going to be the Giants instead of the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks still have a losing record, and it's the first time Giants are in Denver, and if they lost last night, we wouldn't be having the same conversation. But things happened. They drew some walks in the final inning, and Wilmer, hit that, one hopper that went about 15 feet. But you know what? Hey, people talk about you guys have been talking about Wilmer's speed. How about Wilmer's exit velo? Do you know that when you compare Chapman with Wilmer with the exit velo, Chapman's like at the 97th percentile. He smokes the ball every time he's up. He hits
actually
the ball
got it pulled
hard.
up right here, Shay. Chapman is at the 94th percentile.
Okay, look
What's
at
Wilmer? What's Wilmer?
1%. 1% in all of Major League Baseball in exit velocity. Am I right?
So what is
Yes.
faster, Wilmer's exit velocity trying to beat out a ground ball to avoid a loss, or Wilmer's exit velocity off the barrel of his bat? It works.
But the funny thing about that is
it works.
We heard for 6 years about the importance of exit velo and everything, before Buster showed up. And guess who has the higher batting average? The guy with the 1% exit velo or the guy with the 97% exit velo?
Say
Wilmer
no
has
more.
a better batting average by about 10 points
And 50 RBIs.
than Matt Chapman. And 50 RBI.
There's actually a Giant who's even a lower exit velo than Wilmer Flores. It's Tyler Fitzgerald. So there you go.
Jeez.
Yeah. Fun little stats today here with
Time
John
for
Shea.
Shea Hayes' exit velocity off our show. That was always Tim Flannery's
Hey,
line in the studio.
I-
Wait till you see my exit velocity to get out of the studio. Yes, Shea Hayes.
I think Wilmer has a decent chance. He's not one of the top 2 DHs because all the big names will get there.
Right.
But he could go in after an injury, or he could even go in like Alex Cobb did. And everyone was kind of surprised. Wow, Alex Cobb. You know what it was? It was kind of a career achievement award. He'd been around a long time.
Right.
Everybody loved Alex Cobb. Hey, let's pick him. It would make his day, make his career. And he absolutely loved being part of it. And everybody on every team loves Wilmer Flores. So that could be in the same vein, something like, hey, an Alex Cobb situation in 23 and 25, 2 years later, he could bring Wilmer Flores in as an injury replacement if they already have.
How many DHs? How many DHs will they take on the? And Shohei's going to obviously be voted in. Kyle Schwarber of Philadelphia.
It's always 2.
Is it not 3? I think Ozuna or Flores. It's 2 DHs in the National League.
Well, yeah, it is. It's normal, but they could always add. They could always add a guy, and in a pinch, they realize, hey, Wilmer could play first base if the other 2 guys are knocked out. But yeah, I mean, it's usually 2 per position, right? Plus,
right.
They have to accommodate every team. You have to get the Marlins, you have to get the Rockies. They have to get one guy at every team, and there's 30 teams, so that's a lot of teams they have to draw from who might not get elected by the fans or the players. So I wouldn't be surprised. He's having a heck of a year. Forget about his exit velo or sprint speed. He's just getting it done.
Walter versus Wilmer Flores, 40-yard dash outside. Let's get him over here at Marchbank Park. Shea Hay, thank you so much for coming by and spending a little extra time with us. Always going to read you in the Standard. And we'll talk next week after Big road trip continues and a Dodgers series this weekend.
Thanks, guys.
Congratulations, Daddy, on the graduation. Hey, Daddy.
Yeah, it's actually big congratulations. By the way, we are brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA. All right, we'll get back to it on the clock on the other side. Maybe hear from Bob Melvin and then get a little Niners talk in this 11 o'clock hour before we go back-to-back baseball guests, 12:30, 12:50 later on. It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers will be out for their mandatory minicamp yet again today, and we played just some of the Kyle Shanahan on our show of yesterday, but we'll be getting some cuts from Shanahan, Diamador Lenore, Trent Williams, and the many others who spoke to be breaking down the latest storylines and hottest comments you heard from your red and gold. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, some not even in California? Well, maybe you did, but you also know that Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay. They have been for more than 25 years. We're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you right here where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn all about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team also saw a vast increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with the motorcyclists, the pedestrians, the vehicles, I think Papa's Tesla almost killed me this morning. It's chaos all around us. Let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver, good to be with you. Had a nice long conversation with John Shea, so we'll be podcasting that for you to check out later if you missed it, or you can scroll backward on YouTube or twitch.tv/thesportsleader. One thing we have not done today yet is tell you about a chance to win. The Giants keep winning. You can keep winning. 4 tickets to see the Bay Area Panthers take on the Arizona Rattlers. Tune in between now and 1 p.m. when we give that cue to call. Just be caller number 10 into the studio at 415-896-5627, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win furnished by the Panthers. Are we going to go there again today on a Wednesday? Our cue to call is...
He's just growling at you.
Go Panthers.
Okay, so we added the Marcus
3
Thompson.
days in a row? We've heard of every day Eddie Guardado. It's 3 days in a row, Walter.
So good. We can't just...
You love that? And Robbie Ray is pitching tonight at Coors Field.
He is, yeah. So it's
And
only
that's where I did the growl, was Robbie Ray.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's only fitting there. Next time you hear the Papa growl with the tag on now of Marcus Thompson, when we thought his phone connection just completely spat out on us. No, it was just Marcus Thompson in his laid back way, giving a growl saying, "Go Panthers." That's your cue to call for the next time between now and 1.
And by the end of the week, hopefully we'll add someone else to that cue to call.
Are we doing the Wednesday Whip It Out, by the way, today?
It's actually going to be Friday's Whip It
We're
Out.
doing it a flip out on Friday? I came in studio. I wanted to see it with my own eyes.
Yeah,
The
well,
Walter Whip It Out.
Hey, you can always come back on Friday.
On the camera, huh?
Yeah, that's not happening.
We decided, Walter and I talked about it, and we're like, we do have the full show Wednesday, but then we thought about it and figured it was just best all around with the Dodgers series on the horizon. Send you off into the weekend, flip it out, spin it around, and watch some baseball, you know?
We got some good stuff coming up on Friday. Just a forward tease.
He's actually preparing for it. Last week, he just kind of flipped it out and didn't do much. So anyway,
The spontaneous.
I am expecting with the Panther audio to be something new tomorrow. But we have a short show tomorrow. We have an hour show. Giants are playing a day game at Coors Field.
That's right. Pregame's going to start at 11:10. So if you want to tune in to Pop and Silver and have a chance to win tickets to see the Bay Area Panthers, just listen to us for the full hour because it's going to be short and
11:10,
sweet.
I'm off. I'll tell Greg and Benny from 99.7. Drinking in the parking lot at 11:11 tomorrow.
There you go. By the way, I did a scavenger hunt over the weekend. It was sponsored by this company called Boppin', where you make different teams, and then once it all opens, you go to this app, and they have a different handful of tasks that you have to do, and it gives you a certain amount of points. And so some of them are just like, take a team whiskey shot, 5 points. I'm like, okay, well, that's easy. You got to spend a little money, but that's an easy, doable one. Then you have the ones where you got to go and talk to strangers. I had to get into a tickle fight with a stranger and get it on video.
Wow,
So.
just walk up to a stranger after you're doing a Gold Bar 49er shot, whiskey shot. You're walking up and just grabbing some big guy and getting right into his gut and
I
making
mean,
him
you
laugh?
got to ask for consent and
Do you
everything.
go
You know, we're
feet
not.
or do you go stomach? What's the most ticklish part of the human body?
Ooh, well,
Feet.
I'm a pretty ticklish person in general, so I would say all of the above for me.
Rex Ryan says feet.
Rex Ryan definitely says feet. Also, what I did do was a 40-yard dash. I didn't do it. I filmed it. Filmed a 40-yard dash at Kezar Stadium, feeling like the true 49ers
Kezar
of old.
Stadium?
That's
the
right.
original home of the Raiders and back in the day, the 49ers. Wow.
Yeah. So.
And then what do you do after you do the 40 yards? You do a shot of 40 water?
No, I don't think we had to do that. There were some wild ones on there, like suck a teammate's toe.
Whoa.
Luckily, I
You're
abstained
really
from
into
that
the
one.
toes.
No, I abstained on that one.
Next is Rex. You're Rex's wife, too. Wow.
I know we could have had Rex Ryan on our team.
Trying to
and-
stay away from foot fungi.
Yeah.
You suck a teammate's toes?
Yeah, I abstained.
Wow.
I was like, I don't think I can bring myself to do it. So
I was going to feel left out that we weren't invited to this until you mentioned.
Yeah,
toe sucking.
glad we were.
yeah, that's why I started simple, and then I just brought in the more and more absurd ones as I went along, so that you all of a sudden Walter would be like, you know what, I'm good. I don't
So
need to
you
do
did
this.
all these different events or just some of these?
Just accomplish whatever you could over the span of
You
4
took a
hours.
hard no on the suck a teammate's toes?
Yeah, I took a hard no.
Yeah.
Didn't want the points there. One of them was actually get a picture with the mayor, so I was kept stalking Daniel Lurie's
Daniel
Instagram
Lurie?
story. Yeah, he was out at the Giants game, but I was over in Cole Valley by Kezar Stadium, and I'm thinking, and one of the rules too was no cars.
So he was there? You could do it?
Well, I didn't find him.
Did you tickle him?
He would have been the tickle fight
Tickle Me
participant.
Elmo?
Yeah.
Oh, he wasn't there.
Yeah, no question
I
about
did
it.
take a picture with the former mayor. Had dinner next to Gavin Newsom at Pico's in Larkspur on Friday night. He was in a really good mood on Friday night, and then he woke up to an S-storm on Saturday morning. Boy, his speech last night was so good.
Yeah, there's a lot going on out there in the world right now. So hope we can provide some good entertainment
Are we
by me
worried that
talking about
Giants,
toe-sucking
Dodgers,
stories.
the Dodgers-Giants game maybe hopefully this will be over by the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard anything about it to this point, but always, we'll see. The 2020's decade has been a handful of times where sports have been interrupted by real-world events, starting with this thing called COVID-19, which shut it all down. And then I remember there was cancellations of games in the NBA bubble. Then we had the wildfires, which caused the LA Rams, who earned a home playoff game, to not even play it in their home stadium and end up going to Arizona. So we love talking sports, and that's the business. But, there's real life out there, too, and has a big impact on a lot of different things. So on that note, while we're kind of talking about football in Kezar Stadium, let's go ahead on the other side and get in some 49ers fix. We played the Kyle Shanahan audio for you yesterday. Let's get into some of those cuts, as well as hearing from Trent Williams, Diamador Lenore, and the other Niners that spoke out at minicamp. Robert Saleh will be taking the podium today, so we'll keep you updated on all the latest out there. And then Matt Mayoko going to join us at the end of the week to be breaking it all down. We'll give you a little break, come back, talk some football. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Good to be with you, Papa and Silver. We've got a lot of baseball coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. Drew Goodman, TV voice of the Rockies, is going to be joining us at 12:30. Dave Righetti talks some pitching, and Robbie Ray on the mound tonight going up against another lefty, Kyle Freeland, who we know very well. And then Andy McCullough going to join us at the end of the show, 1:30. So lots of ball to be talking, but 49ers mandatory minicamp day 2 is underway right now. They took the field early. We wanted to get a lot of our 49er friends on for the show, but with our time slot, it certainly was tough. And then they're going to be going away for many, many days. And as we've dubbed on the show, 40 days, 40 nights coming up. And then we'll take some time off each separately in the month of July. And then when we come back, we are hitting the ground running. It is training camp. We'll see where the Giants are at come late July, if they're going to be fighting for that top of the NL West as it looks right now. Just a tad to get back behind the Dodgers. But either way, it's going to be full-on red and gold. We'll be ready to go for some football.
I think July 23rd is the day they're going to report for training camp, and that's right after a long road trip, Toronto and Atlanta, for the Giants. So 40 days and 40 nights. I mean, we worry more about the 40 nights than the 40 days when the guys are gone. But they're all clean livers. I do remember a 4th of July when JPP, you down with JPP, Jason Pierre-Paul, blew off his hand with a firework in his hand. So it could be days, who knows. But hopefully they'll all be good and come back. And today it's over. They're on the field right now. They started at 10:40. They're going to wrap it up. They go a little over an hour. And then Robert Saleh will meet the media in the Bill Walsh interview room. And then they'll have some players come up to the podium. And then that's it. Tomorrow they're going to have a barbecue. They're not on the field tomorrow. A lot of teams during these mandatory mini camps are on the field yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Kyle, he said, I don't even want to put him on the field tomorrow when he spoke yesterday. He just wants to get out of there. And there's a lot of guys with soft tissue injuries, few guys that are coming back from ACLs, Ayuk being the headliner, and Malik Mustafa. We'll see what their availability is in training camp. They may have to start it on PUP. But today's the last day of the offseason. They had weeks and weeks of organized team activities starting on April 22nd. 100% participation the first day. They're all there. Even the first ballot Hall of Famer, Trent Williams, has been coming around 49 this offseason more than ever.
Yeah, and Trent Williams also had some great cuts, and we'll be playing those coming up in a bit. I want to start with Kyle Shanahan because we played the full 12 minutes he gave to reporters yesterday and got into everything from Bryce Huff to Mac Jones and not overanalyzing what he's done on the field, Christian McCaffrey, his work ethic, and how he looks coming back. But there's starting with Gus Bradley, actually, I wanted to talk about because Robert Saleh is going to be speaking today, and Gus Bradley, one of these newer members on the staff, was trying to get our buddy Eric Branch on, but as I mentioned, timing not great with the show when the OTAs. Gosh, I can't speak right now. The point being that he wrote a couple of great columns about some staffers that are either in new positions or coming over to the 49ers, Mick Lombardi, and just his growing up around the game, being the new quarterbacks coach for Brian Griese, as well as Gus Bradley, someone that Kyle Shanahan thought about having as the defensive coordinator when he first took over in 2017. Then Gus Bradley went elsewhere. You saw him with the Raiders, the Chargers, and now he is over here in San Francisco to join this Robert Saleh staff. So here's what Shanahan had to say on Gus Bradley joining the team.
Gus, I have as much respect for as any coach. Been around, going against him a ton, how good he's been, and I just feel very fortunate to get him here. Saleh's been with them for a long time. They have different personalities, but they're from very similar backgrounds, so I think it's really cool for Saleh to have him to bounce ideas off of and kind of to challenge him in certain ways. And Gus also brings a certain wisdom, just as far as teaching, how he communicates with people. He's always trying to help guys out around the building, and I think he's been one of our huge additions this offseason.
So the fact that Robert Saleh and Gus Bradley have been bouncing around different places together, and of course together in Jacksonville, I believe Seattle as well, that is something that I see as a positive because we're going to learn a lot more about Gus Bradley and what he's going to add to this San Francisco defense. But if you just look at the last 2 years and the constant defensive coordinator turnover, it's like the defense against the dark arts teaching position at Harry Potter, for those of you into the whole Hogwarts deal. 2 years ago, you had Steve Wilkes, who had a lot of experience, and now he's over with the Jets. But it wasn't a great fit, and the personalities were just a little bit off, and he didn't run the same kind of scheme that Kyle Shanahan liked to run. Then he hired a guy who grew up sort of in the scheme, in Nick Sorensen, but he didn't quite have the experience, and the defense really struggled and had a lot of injuries and was not effective against the run. So now the hope is with Gus Bradley, you're bringing in someone who's got both the experience, but also knows how to work with Robert Saleh, is going to be able to coexist on a staff with Kyle Shanahan, and on top of that, be able to coach up a bunch of young guys as the defense has kind of rebuilt itself.
So where they got to know each other, Saleh and Gus Bradley, was with the Pete Carroll and the Legion of Boom, and that's really where the cover three, I don't want to say it was born in the NFL, like nobody played a cover three, three deep and four under buzz, but Seattle took it to historically strong levels. They won a Super Bowl, were a yard away from winning a second Super Bowl. Their defense was flying around, and Gus Bradley was the linebacker coach on those teams, and then later, became the defensive coordinator there as well with Pete, and then he became a head coach in the NFL with Jacksonville. Robert Saleh was on the staff, so it's a little bit of a flip where Gus was the DC in Seattle from 09 to 12, and Robert was on that staff. But then after the Jacksonville situation, and for whatever reason it didn't work out, he's been a DC all over the league. He was with the LA Chargers. He was with the Raiders. Most recently, 3 years with the Indianapolis Colts. And now he has the title of assistant head coach. And it's a little interesting. I mean, you mentioned Daniel Sorensen. They also had Brandon Staley last year, and he had that title. It's a different relationship with Robert Saleh and Gus Bradley. It's not quite like Robert Saleh and Matt LaFleur, where they were best men at each other's weddings, but he and Gus have history. They go back, and it's a little bit of a role reversal. They've been kidding each other about that before, Gus was the DC in Seattle for that great defense, and the cover three defense that the Niners ran this league for a decade, and in some form, Vic Fangio's cover four is kind of breaking through with them winning the Super Bowl. But the cover three is what the Niners run, and Gus Bradley majors in that, and he is very much like Robert Saleh, where before, with Daniel Sorensen and Brandon Staley did come from the Vic Fangio coaching tree, and that's more of a 34, and it's a cover four. It's a 3-4 front in the base. Obviously, get to a four-man down. So just being around Gus Bradley, for one thing, and neither were great players, but, I mean, if you had to suit up a 12th and 13th guy on defense, I'd take Saleh, and Gus Bradley is physically intimidating. His neck, I mean, it's like, whoa. He is just a big man who was there to observe, but you see them talking all the time, and I'll be anxious to see what he imparts on Kyle as well. I mean, in Robert Saleh and Gus Bradley, you have two guys that have run defenses in this league for a long, long time, but you also have two guys that have been head coaches in this league for one shot. Gus in Jacksonville, a lot of reasons why that didn't work out, and obviously Saleh and what was going on in Florham Park. So I think as many former head coaches as you have around to help with everything, game management and just scheming and not just running the defense. But Kyle said it yesterday. I think one of the most under-the-radar acquisitions with all the players and the signings and a lot of shuffling on the coaching staff, Gus Bradley's probably, for me, the most underrated one, but could be the most significant, the combination of Robert Saleh and Gus Bradley.
Yeah, and we're going to get Eric Branch on eventually to get into all this, because I really like the column that he wrote about that, as well as what he wrote on Mick Lombardi. But in a really stupid offseason bit in the Silver family, we have done before, if all of the NFL head coaches had to fight each other, what the Super Bowl would be. I think at the time when we did it 2 years ago, we settled on Dan Campbell versus Mike Vrabel as a pretty good matchup for the end. But defensive staffs with a coordinator and one other defensive staff, Saleh and Gus Bradley, I got to go through the list, but
and I'd throw Kasarik in there as well.
Oh, yeah.
He'd be spitting all over you. And they weren't great players. But I mean, Gus Bradley's just physically a big man.
Yeah.
And he's got just a way about him, just the way before he's run defenses in this league for a long time, and historically good defenses, obviously in Seattle, and he's been a head coach before. So they're just a physical presence. Saleh's cut, and Saleh works out really hard. Different type of body, but it's just Gus Bradley's neck. I think he could play nose tackle easily.
If you want to get some questions in for Papa and Silver while we talk a little Niners coming up, we're going to play some more on Trent Williams, on Diamador Lenore, get you some sounds and a little bit more from Kyle Shanahan as well. 415-808-5627. The phone lines are open. It is your home of the Niners here on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Hey, are you maxed out on credit cards, struggling with high interest debt? You could pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Line. Hey, it's Greg Papa. Get cash out now without touching your low rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan Program at Loan Pronto is amazing. One Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. Wow. That is a huge turnaround. Loan Pronto, they give you instant approvals, low rates, no hard credit pull up front. Listen, your home equity is yours, so use it. You can get cash out of it to consolidate your debt down to one easy low monthly payment. Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home and see how much cash you can get today. Loan Pronto is A+ rated by the BBB, Better Business Bureau, and have nearly 2,500 five-star Google reviews. Their service is off the charts. So call now to start the conversation. 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721. Get debt relief now at loanpronto.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is Papa and Silver here on a Wednesday. We got a short one coming up tomorrow, and then Friday is going to be big getting ready for Giants Dodgers over the weekend. Anytime those teams face off, it's a massive deal. But the fact that you look at the standings and the fact that Matt Chapman's now on the IL and the Giants keep finding ways to string together wins by the skin of their teeth, even against the 12-win Rockies, well, it's going to make it for some extra entertainment. Right now, talking some Niners ball here. 49ers mandatory minicamp underway for day number 2. And then it's going to be a lot of silence and vacation and chilling and hopefully no fireworks being set off by players on the 4th of July with the Jason Pierre-Paul incident. Let's just all be calm, have a good time, and we'll see you on July 23rd. Speaking of someone that's been around a while, Trent Williams, someone we were just getting into in this last segment, and he has been more present in this offseason than we've seen in some of those past years. He's not really the type of guy where if he's not there at the mandatory activities and certainly anything voluntary, you're all that worried about it. He's Trent Williams. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's one of the best to ever do it at his position. And when the time comes, he'll be ready to go. Now, last year, there was also the added element of could they get a new contract extension? And they ended up doing that. Here is Trent Williams speaking on his future as it's become somewhat of a question in the last few off seasons. And here's Trent addressing this head on.
Think about how long I wanted to play. I didn't give it a lot of thought, honestly. I just feel like, I do myself and my teammates a disservice if I'm looking towards the end and, I'm paid. People count on me to be here now. And to, we got goals and aspirations as a team. I just don't think putting brain power towards that helps us get to where we want to go. So, when it happens, it happens. I feel like I know. I think one day coming in, I should know when it's getting that time, and then I do the responsible thing and let them know early enough so that they can make the adjustments needed.
Hey, do the responsible thing. I like that. I got to say, observation-wise, and of course, we're not down there yesterday, but Trent looks lighter at the podium. And I don't mean physically lighter, like in terms of his weight. I'm talking about some of the things that he's had to go through as a player. And of course, we know how his time in Washington ended with the medical team kind of fumbling that and then him having to get a life-saving surgery and even say his goodbyes before that surgery in preparation of something going wrong, and thankfully it did not. And not only was he able to play football at a high level, he was able to just live his life and be there for his family. And then last year, really a couple of weeks into us working together, we were about 30 minutes into a show one day, and that's when the news came out about Trent Williams having a stillborn twin and the tragedy that he went through with his wife. So he also went on to talk about just the much-needed extended offseason for this group after they went NFC Championship in Philly with Purdy, snapping the UCL. Then the Super Bowl in overtime and losing. Yes, 6-11 absolutely stunk in many ways, but the 49ers, a lot of these guys look refreshed and ready to go, and that's not something we were seeing at all last June.
And you got to remember, when he came here, and I remember it was during that pandemic draft, it was weird. It was 2020, and John Lynch actually made the trade to get Trent Williams away, and Daniel Snyder. They were trying to get Trent Williams for years, but Daniel Snyder just wouldn't give him up, and he was not going to trade him to a Shanahan. There was bad blood there. But Ron Rivera was running the team more then, and Daniel Snyder, I don't know if he knew he was on the way out, but he just, go ahead. And they made the deal, and it was a great trade. Joe Staley announced his retirement on that Saturday during day 3 of the draft, and they got Trent here. And I remember watching tape on him that day, and Joe Staley is a Hall of Famer. He's probably right now the best left tackle to ever play in Niner history. And then right away, I watched like 5 snaps of Trent Williams, and I said, he's better. It's like going from – and by the way, Joe Montana is 69 years of age today. Steve was really good, but Joe was better. I mean, you just don't – it's like going from Ted Williams to Carl Yastrzemski to Jim Rice to Mike Greenwell. It just doesn't happen. Anyway, you could just tell. And I think even Joe, we've had Joe on. He said Trent Williams, the best left tackle the Niners have ever had. Arguably, he's the best offensive lineman they've ever had, including Bob St. Clair, who played mainly right tackle. But anyway, Trent's been all of that. When they got him here, he played in 2 playoff games, and they lost both. So his goal right away was to win playoff games and ultimately win the Super Bowl. And that's why, there were a lot of heartbreak, losing the playoff game against Philadelphia, losing the game against the Rams. And Trent was not right for the Ram game. His ankle was bad. Going back to the Green Bay game, I remember him coming out of Lambeau on that snowy night, and he had a boot on, and he's not playing in the championship game. And maybe in retrospect, he shouldn't have, because they couldn't convert the 2nd and 1 or the 3rd and 2, which would have won him the game. But I remember when the Niners came back and beat the Detroit Lions in that epic championship game from down 24-7, we went through all the guys that are going to their first Super Bowl. And it was Brock was certainly one. Brandon Ayuk's going to his first Super Bowl. But we just paused. And Trent Williams is going to his first Super Bowl. And this is a guy who's, he's going to turn 37 right before training camp starts, 16th year. State-of-the-art player. When he's right physically, there's not a weakness to his game. You can run 19 toss behind him, and you can ask him to single block any of these monster defensive ends in football. He will handle. You don't need to slide help 71's way. He's just that good. And then he's one of those rare guys, like I saw on the tape going back to his days with Washington and Deshaun Jackson when Kyle had it. They would run. You don't game plan for offensive linemen. You do with Trent Williams out on tunnel screens where he gets out into space, and you get a guy like Debo on the Debo dash, and Trent's leading the way. He's leaking out. That's because Trent Williams is a cat. At that size and that strength to be able to run like that, he's just different. So anyway, he's had physical problems. The Green Bay game, the Ram championship game, his ankle was not good last year. It was not good. It was not healing. It was weird. It's like, what's wrong with him? He did say he got over it in February. And then the heartbreak, his family situation is just, it's challenging on so many levels. Then to lose, we found out when we got back I was actually still in Buffalo when we found out about the death of his, or the stillborn, and had to go through something like that and what that does to a family. Anyway, he's a special player. You need him back and healthy. Obviously, McCaffrey's got to get healthy. I mean, that combination of just running 19 toss, where you run McCaffrey on an eye set and toss it to him going left, and you have George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk and the structure fool stuff where they get out and chop guys, and basically it's Trent just headhunting. He's just a special player, and he loves Kyle. The line that he had, he talked about being a 40-year-old, and whether or not he's going to be able to do that. He said some, the injuries are piling up a little bit. He'll be 37 next month, as we mentioned. But the one line about I'm definitely not going to retire with something left in the tank. Mm-hmm. Mike Krukow talks a lot about that. Certainly, it's hard. You're playing to your 40 years of age. Think, you got a damn training camp for 20 years and be away from the family. I mean, to come out for OTAs, really? You need me to come out now? Just send me the cut-ups. I know what I'm doing. I'll be there in July. He doesn't practice often on Wednesday. It's his body. He's worn down. And you mentioned the health scare. He had a really they thought he had cancer in the brain. He did. And that was the disconnect in Washington. But anyway, for an athlete like that, he knows. It's hard. It's hard to raise a family. It's hard to do it all. It pays him a lot of money, obviously. And I think Trent Williams has made more money than any non-quarterback in the history of the NFL. And he's smart. And he invests in a lot of toys. That Phantom electric Rolls is unbelievable. But that's a car that's not going to depreciate. It's going to appreciate. He knows. I could drive it around as a toy, and I'll sell it. I'll make more money. He bought into Residency 3, the hat company that they all wear. And he's just smart with his money. But anyway, he also knows that he's not going to be able to play pro football forever. There's going to be a time when his skill set is not there, and maybe that's when he says it's time to go, or injury takes him off the field. But the fact that he said, if I have anything left in the tank, I'm going to play. But I think the football gods will decide, when the tank is on empty.
Yeah, and it's good to see Trent Williams being committed. As long as he's showing up, he's going to be fully committed to the operation, and excited to see what he still does have left in the tank, because I'll tell you this about the Trent Williams injuries, and we've known this from the last couple of years when he's dealt with certain things. when he's healthy enough to be out there, even if it's 60% of Trent Williams, that's a pretty damn good offensive lineman. So something you do not take for granted if you are newly signed Brock Purdy to an extension, if you are Christian McCaffrey, if you are the returning Kyle Juszczyk, who makes his job a lot easier on the blocking side. Let's go from a little bit of an older side of the 49ers to younger side. Diamador Lenore now says he's feeling old as one of the leaders on the defense. He just signed a big extension as well, and he's talking about one of the newest members of the 49ers family, true youth. Let's do it. Upton Stout straight up saying he looks more comfortable than Diamador did in his rookie year.
Well, just looking at Upton, I feel like, he's way more advanced than where I was when I first got in. Just playing the nickel spot, everything just kind of like slowed down for him. And I feel like all the plays that he's making, it shows that he's, slowing the game is slowing down for him. And I feel like that's a spot where, that's very vital and that he's going to excel at.
And Diamador raved about the whole maturity level of the rookie class in general. And look, I mean, anytime you got new faces coming in, anything they're going to say, especially outwardly to reporters, is going to be overwhelmingly positive. It's a positive time, and kind of like we discussed with spring training, it represents hope, belief, starting over something new. So it's not to read into every single word. All that being said, specifically about the game slowing down for him, and this is where when you go and analyze practice a couple of times a week, when we go out to Levi's and do our shows there in the season, I mean, to have it be a mental advantage to this point, I think is something that could go a long way with a defense that's going to rely on a lot of youth. They're going to have to be with it mentally from the get-go.
And, he was praising Upton Stout. It's only, it's springtime football. It's not the same. When you put on pads in training camp and it's time to go and they'll do some live hitting, then it's real football. But Upton Stout right now is playing well. But Diamador Lenore, remember, he was in the same draft class of 2021 of Ambry Thomas. Ambry Thomas out of Michigan. Now, he opted out during the COVID year, so he kind of was set back a little bit. But Ambry was the higher draft pick. Diamador Lenore, remember, Philadelphia specifically, it was Nick Sirianni's first game as the Eagles head coach at home. It was week 2. They targeted Diamador Lenore with one of their fast wide receivers on a go route and down the right sideline, and they hit it. And luckily, the Niners tackled him shy of the goal line. And then Sirianni actually ran the Philly special in the low red zone, and they screwed it up on 4th down, and the Niners weren't able to win the game. It was a battle. But they specifically went at the rookie. And then Diamador Lenore, we come back home for the home opener that year against Green Bay. They went at him, and he had to go inside and play nickel. He was not comfortable playing nickel, and he essentially didn't play the rest of the year. He played a lot in Philadelphia in week 2 with a home opener against Green Bay, and then Diamador Lenore was gone. He also posted some video from training camp where he was hitting guys, and you're not allowed to do not even training camp. It was the OTAs. It was the minicamp. Yeah. And the Niners got fined. So did Kyle. Kyle wasn't happy with it. Anyway, but that's the hyena. He could hit. And then the 22 year, he began to develop and play more and more, when Jimmy Ward left and they needed a nickelback. So he's become one of the best two-way corners. And there are really two distinctly different positions. Outside corner is completely different than nickel where you're covering a guy in the slot. And the way the Niners played, it really is like a linebacker spot. So your next, it used to be Fred and Dre. We'll see who it is, if it's Fred and Nick or Fred and Dean, whoever it is, Luke Gifford. Then that nickelback is almost like a third off-the-ball stack linebacker. So you got to fit the run. They play a lot of zone out of that. You got to pick up all the in-cutting routes. It's hard. And for Diamador, he would do that and then also go out and play outside corner. So I think the interesting thing this offseason in the OTAs and minicamps, which they just got off the field minutes ago, and now it's officially over. We're into the officially 40 days and 40 nights, and they're done, is Diamador would bounce inside and out, back and forth. That was his special skill set. There's not a lot of guys that are able to do that. That's hard. So we'll see if Upton Stout or Trey Brown can take that spot. Something tells me ultimately they may use Diamador Lenore back inside anyway. I mean, Upton could be really good. Trey Brown looks that way, but it's just a different spot, and it really is important, but we'll see. But what a rise from being a 5th-round draft pick to getting paid the way he got paid. last year, and now he's one of the young but veteran leaders of the defense. When you look around that defense, Diamador Lenore is outside of Nick and Fred, who's been on this defensive longer than Demo.
That's a good question. Is there anybody?
I don't think anybody.
I don't think there's anyone. Yeah. So.
Well, Kyle was talking about there's 3 or 4 guys that were here with Sala previously. Isn't it just Nick and Fred? Who else was here? Sala left after 20.
Dre would have been the third.
Dre's gone.
He's gone.
I don't know. But anyway, Diamador Lenore, he's certainly the leader of that young secondary.
No question about it. And Diamador Lenore, I mean, we're going to have Matt Mayoko join us on Friday. But when we last spoke to Matt, I asked him about Lenore and the early impressions fresh off of this extension. And Matt said, I think this is the year he gets put on national notice. He kind of was on the local notice as a guy who went on the rise. So we'll see. But he's now a leader in this secondary. And this is going to be a huge year coming up for him. I was going to play one more cup, but I want to hear from you first.
Well, I just think the one thing with him and the evolution of him, because he can play nickel.
Yeah.
And he can still play outside. Like going up against Seattle years past, Charvarius Ward would follow DK Metcalf around.
Yeah.
Now, neither one of them are here anymore. DK's gone. He's in Pittsburgh, and Mooney Man is in Indy. But Jackson Smith and Jigba, but Diamador Lenore, you can just say, Demo, you got JSN all day. And if he goes in the slot, you got him because you can play in the slot. If they wanted to get DK Metcalf off of Charvarius, they'd line him up in the slot. Charvarius would not go in there, so you'd have to bump the coverage. Because Demo can play inside and out, and Sala doesn't do this a lot. He didn't even do it with Sauce Gardner. I remember, why doesn't Sauce Gardner follow guys around? He doesn't do it a lot. But let's see how much they do that because he has the ability to play outside and man you up, play inside and play zone, whatever you need. If you go into a certain matchup against a guy that clearly, and now they got Cooper Kupp as well.
Right.
I mean, to put him on Kupp, do you put him on Jackson Smith and Jigba? But because he can go in and out, you can't hide from me. If you go in the slot, the hyena's going in the slot. If you go outside left, go outside right, you go into a bunch, he's on you. So he's one of those special guys that can be a man, match, mirror, follow you around type corner.
I understand that the week 1 matchup is ways away.
I'm already on it, brother. Sam Darnold's dead to me now.
I was going to say, one of the most intriguing matchups to me as of right now is Diamador Lenore versus Jackson Smith and Jigba, because that first show we did together, I still have flashbacks of Jackson Smith and Jigba getting open whenever he wanted for Geno Smith. We all know what happened the night, and DK Metcalf did not have a very productive game. Jackson Smith and Jigba just carved up the secondary with that route running.
Well, what about Cooper Kupp? They got them both. They got to go double slot? How are they going to do this? Jeez, that will be all right. The first game's going to be fun.
Renardo Green, Trey Brown, squad.
They got guys. Upton Stout. Let's do it.
Last one before we go ahead into this 40 days and 40 nights period. Here is Diamador Lenore once again, talking about the most important thing between now and camp.
Really just tuning up your skills, I would say. I feel like it's really about this next 40 days is really about, excelling at your position and just being, very real attentive and locking in on the details.
And no fireworks.
Yeah, and I just took my annual physical where the doctor told me to cough and turned my head. Boy, you got cold hands, Dr. Shen. No, I think Demo's going to be good. This defense is, let's face it. They bottomed out last year. And Diamador Lenore was the best, but it was not a good overall defense. And Demo will tackle. This defense has got to tackle. They got a lot of new guys. I know we're all excited about Hala for Sala and Gus Bradley, but it comes down to these new guys on the front. And we'll see what the role is for Bryce Huff. And it all starts there. I do think the secondary will be fine. People are freaking out about Richie Grant and Jason Pinnock. These guys are good players. Malik Mustafa's not going to begin the year on time. He retore, that Achilles or the ACL, and then Jair Brown. We'll see what he was at. But Jair, I keep seeing the James Cook touchdown run in Buffalo over and over again, and he took a bad run fit, a bad angle on that play. He did not play well. When Talanoa came back, he lost some playing time to Malik and Talanoa. So to me, we'll see what they do. But those two veteran safeties could both start. I don't care. And Malik's going to be a while if Jair's completely healthy or not. Richie Grant and Jason Pinnock can play. And Pinnock in particular, going back to Sala, knows him well. So And then we'll just see, Renardo Green. We haven't seen a lot of him lately because of the injury, but he looks like is he going to be a shutdown guy? Is he going to have a sophomore slump on the outside? And then, what do you do with Demo? Do you move him inside? But I think the linebackers are going to figure it out. I think the secondary will be okay. It's just the D-line. It's the heartbeat of this, not just the defense. It's the heart and soul of this football team. They have got to rev it back up. If the D-line don't dominate, this is an average defense.
And they used their first 2 draft picks on defensive linemen for that very reason. 808 KNBR, if you would like to chime in, let's get back into the baseball side of things before we catch up with Drew Goodman and then Dave Righetti joining us in back-to-back segments. So let's reset, talk a little Giants getting ready for the Rockies game 2 tonight. It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Chapman tells Susan Slusser and Maria Guardado of MLB.com that he will miss more than 10 games with this sprained right hand, and he hopes to be back before the end of the first half. So in his absence, who needs to step up the most? Is it going to be the full-time third baseman for the moment, Casey Schmidt? Is it going to be Willy Adames, who finally woke up those bats yesterday? Where does the pressure lie? And you can enter this discussion at 415-808-5627.
And I'm Greg Papa, always on KNBR, as Bay Area sports fans know all too well. Sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything is on track, and the next moment an unprecedented challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 800-INJURED. That's 800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they will fight to make it right.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He's just growling at you.
Go Panthers.
Go Panthers! 415-896-KNBR. Your cue to call now. Give Walter a little bit of a conversation, and maybe you can give him your best growl over the phone as an extra pass to win 4 tickets. See the Bay Area Panthers take on the Arizona Rattlers June 22nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. We got to get somebody else. We got to find some other way to incorporate another growl and just keep building on this package. I'm really liking this.
Yeah, I guess that was Robbie Ray when I growled. Robbie Ray will pitch tonight. Kyle Freeland will go for the Colorado Rockies, and he's got a number of different pitches. We are going to talk to the great Dave Righetti at 12:50. Speaking of another lefty named Kyle, interesting outing last night for Kyle Harrison. Did not have, and we talked to Javi Lopez. You go into Coors Field at elevation. How good is your slider going to be? And he had a couple of flat ones. He doesn't really hang them. They just stay in the hit me zone. They're just flat out of his hand. But his fastball command last night was really off. And that's the one thing with him. You can see it in the minors and periodically in the major leagues. It's mainly arm side. The Rockies had every hitter in the lineup last night was a right-hander, except for the lefty Ryan McMahon, the third baseman. And to a right-handed batter, arm side is, up and away to a right-handed hitter into a lefty. And he just could not locate his fastball. To his credit, though, last night, he threw 87 total pitches, Kyle Harrison. We call him Prince Harry fastballs. But last night he was Harry slow balls. He threw, of his 87 pitches last night, 48 were four-seam fastballs. And some were good. Some were non-competitive, out of the hand, easy takes, has no idea where the ball's going, up and away, like he was, younger. So what did he do last night? He threw 21 changeups, 48 four-seam fastballs, 21 changeups. Is that the most changeups he's ever thrown? And his changeup was good last night. We had a whole give and take with Sean Estes last week, and it was Robbie Ray's changeup has opened up so much for him. The Tarek Skubal change on top of the same as Kyle Harrison, the high left-handed four-seam fastball they can't get to, the knuckle curve, the back foot slider. But it's the changeup. So for Kyle to throw 21 changeups last night was like, wow. And then eat the 18 slurves, whatever that breaking ball is, just flat. The second home run, the first home run he gave up to McMahon was on a fastball. The one later he gave up was on a slurve. So anyway, we'll see. He's going to pitch at Dodger Stadium. He'll be pitching in the twilight, 4:10 pitch to start time. First pitch to, against the Dodgers will be aided by the shadows. So they'll have a hard time catching up to his four-seamer, but he's got to have more ways to get that lineup out because they are so, they're just veteran hitters that know how to hit, not just the top 3 guys, the MVPs, Greg, all the way to the bottom of the lineup. They are loaded. So we'll talk to Rags about that a little bit. And then in light of what's going on with Matt Chapman, and John Shea said, no one's saying a broken anything. Well, something's going on with a ligament. When you sprain a ligament, you stretch it. Do they have to correct it with a surgery? We'll see what Dr. Shin, the hand specialist, says. But still, he's going to be out 30 days. He's going to be out to the All-Star break or more. And just looking at the Rockies, they're obviously the worst team in baseball. They fired our guy, Bud Black. We are going to talk to Drew Goodman, who's a good friend of ours and been doing Rockies TV forever and ever. Last time we had him on the show, he tried to get Trevor Story in a trade very early in the year. He wound up going to Boston. They don't typically trade off guys. They fired Bud. They hang on to their guys. Bill Schmidt is their senior vice president, general manager.
Well, Andy McCullough, who's going to join us at 1:30, actually wrote a big column about some of the problems with the Rockies' culture of holding on to guys, and interviewed a bunch of ex-Rockies. You can get great quotes from Nolan Arenado in this one. So that's another topic I really want to get into with Andy.
Well, and then what do they do with Ryan McMahon?
Right.
I mean, Ryan McMahon, he makes pretty good money. He's making $12 million this year, $16 million next year, and $16 million in 27. Then he is a UFA. He's not Nolan Arenado defensively, but he's good. And he's a guy, again, you're a mile above sea level, but he's had 5 different 20 home run seasons, including 4 in a row. He's not having a great year this year, but not horrible. He's hitting .215. He's got 8 bombs. Still looks like a quick bat. What are they going to do with him? Kyle Freeland, who's going to pitch tonight. He's from Denver. He's grown up there. You know, he's kind of like the Kyle Harrison, young Kyle. You know, Freeland's the veteran. Logan Webb growing up in the area. Even Rags, you know, obviously with his South Bay ties, never, you know, was more of a pitching coach here. But anyway, what are they going to do? They're on pace for one of the worst seasons in baseball history. Their bullpen looked really good last night until it wasn't good. And they got some guys that can help. They're not going to trade the young catcher. He's probably going to be their one all-star. Hunter Goodman's really good. Guy's got 10 bombs, and he is really fast. But will they trade Ryan McMahon? Will they trade Kyle Freeland? Who else do you want off their roster? But to your point, they don't typically do that. But the kind of year, you just fired Bud. You're going to lose 100. Let's try not to lose 120. And, you know, be there with the 1899 Cleveland Spiders or the 62 Mets or last year's White Sox. Avoid that. But do they just completely shoot a cannonball through the clubhouse and trade guys like Ryan McMahon and the guy who's going to pitch tonight, Kyle Freeland?
Tough to be one of the losingest teams of all time if your name is the Spiders. I feel like that should give you an advantage. The Spiders is a cool mascot. I think of Richmond University, who made a couple of runs in the tournament.
Beat Syracuse. Don't get me started. Hello, Newman.
Was that the year that Richmond
was that
and Morehead
Syracuse or David Robinson beat him? No, it was Richmond beat Syracuse.
Yeah, Richmond.
16. Is that a 16 over a 1 or a 15 over a 2?
No. The first 16 over a 1 was UMBC Virginia 2018. So it took a while for that to happen. Anyway. So
I don't like spiders or snakes.
Yeah, Keegan Murray's Iowa team was a big favorite as well to go to the Final Four. I think there were 5, and then 12 seed Richmond Spideys came in, knocked him off a few years ago, and my roommate was all over the Spideys. So yeah, don't want to be like those other the Cleveland Spiders, but Drew Goodman, voice of the Colorado Rockies for television, going to be joining us on the other side, and then Dave Righetti at 12:50. It's all coming your way. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, great to hang out with you on a Wednesday, Marchbank Park. Right out there to our left in the window, but the focus turns over to Coors Field, where the Giants are going to be playing their second out of 3 against the Colorado Rockies. Of course, you know well by now, we've been talking all about it. Last night featured all the drama, and here to help us break it all down and preview these next couple of matchups is the television voice for the Colorado Rockies. Drew Goodman joins us on the UMA guest line. Drew, we really appreciate your time. Greg Silver, Greg Papa out here in San Francisco. How you doing today?
Doing well. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing pretty well ourselves, and good to be talking some baseball right now with June. And I guess we'll just start with, last night, and obviously not the greatest season going on here for Colorado. And we'll get into some of the big picture stuff coming up. But
that's a revelation.
It's an understatement. Slight understatement. They're 12-54. Moving on.
Yeah, exactly. I'm putting it lightly there in that case. But I guess just, last night, the bullpen actually, pitching pretty well until the very end of that ninth inning and everything. But I think when you hear about teams that are struggling, it will be just finding different ways to lose. I mean, I know it's been a long season to say the least, Drew, but was that something you kind of forecasted coming, or was the bullpen kind of pitching a little bit better to your expectations? And, what just kind of all went wrong there in the ninth?
Well, to be honest with you, when your club is 12-54, there's a whole lot of bleep going wrong, right? But the bullpen of all the elements of the club has been pretty good. It's been middle of the pack, which, and you guys know this, if you're middle of the pack, pitching half your games at Coors Field at altitude, that's pretty darn good. The bullpen, comprised mostly of young guys, has been good. And I heard, Greg, your lead up to the ninth inning, they were lights out. I mean, the Giants, weren't even, I don't even know if they reached the first 4 innings against the bullpen. I know Bird struck out 5 of the 6 he faced, and the other out was a weak ground ball. And coming into the game, as I said, they had been pitching well. So I thought, especially up 5-2, I thought they were going to, put this one away and get a rare victory. So it was, it was a gut punch.
Without a doubt, your bullpen was the story of the game until it wasn't, and you blew it up in the ninth. But just a word, I got to say, Drew, listening to you, and I've known you for years and years and years, you are such a pro. These are hard years. I mean, at one point you were 9-50. You did sweep Miami, and then you're back now to 12-54. And our friend Bud lost his job, and but you, no matter who you're working with, whether it's Spilly, you got a few partners, you're just such a pro, and you're so on it. But I know it's a challenge. I know I've had some bad years with all the teams, but my question is, now what do they do? And Bud's gone. You got the interim manager in, Bill Schmidt, the senior vice president and GM. I mean, ordinarily, you think a team that's going to lose 100 or more easily would blow the whole thing up and trade anybody who's tradable and move contracts. But the Rockies just don't do that, or historically do not. So how do you think they approach the deadline this year, Drew?
Yeah, it's a great question. First of all, I appreciate the compliment, Greg, and you would know as much as anyone in the country, all the games you've done in the various sports, that you know, when you're tagging along either on a good team or on a really good ball game, whether it be football, basketball, baseball, hockey, you tag along and you try to be a nice accompaniment. Your challenge is in blowouts. Even if your club's ahead, you know, those games are, it's nice that your club's ahead by 10 runs, but, you know, they're not great games to do. So I appreciate the compliment, and I know, you know that from experience through your years. The Rockies, yes, they've done things unconventionally. They've been an insular organization. You know, sometimes we're perplexed in sports as to why a coach got fired. Tom Thibodeau takes the team to the Eastern Conference Finals, gets fired. Pete DeBoer gets fired. Western Conference Finals in the NHL with the Dallas Stars. The Rockies have always been very, very loyal, which is an admirable characteristic. But this is now going to be 3 years of 100-plus losses. Who knows how many it ends up with this year? And I think, if you have to sit back and have an outside group or individual take a 10,000-foot view of where you are in every area of your baseball operation. Because it's not acceptable to anyone involved, and so I would hope that happens, and how they deal with things from there, we shall see. To your the second part of your question about player movement, I mean, I like the kid you saw last night, Jake Bird, who's controllable for a couple of more years. He's been outstanding. I would think there's a lot of teams out there that would love to have him. Ryan McMahon. I mean, there are some pieces that would be desirable, and I think you have to look to move them to try to get additional talent back.
Talking here with Drew Goodman, the TV voice of the Colorado Rockies, what's the future holds, if anything, for Kris Bryant? I mean, I know he's had issues with the back, and I was reading that he was playing catch out there yesterday, but it seems like he's made very, very slow progress with this injury, and just kind of a tough situation all around for him personally, and also having to watch a team that's losing a lot of games without him.
Well, the fact remains this is year 4 of a 7-year deal, and unfortunately for Kris, who's is a terrific guy, and early in his career he was rightfully celebrated as one of the best players in the game. They won the historic World Series with the Cubs, and he was the MVP, and I think his second year after winning Rookie of the Year. Couldn't have a better start to his career, but the back, and there's been, I think, a drop-off in terms of performance when he has been healthy. So year 4 with the Rockies, he's played less than 30% of the games, and the games that he has played, unfortunately for Kris and unfortunately for the franchise, he hasn't been good. And that's not trying to pile on Kris Bryant. It's just been a fact. And I can't tell you when or if, he'll be back. I did see him yesterday. He's working out in whatever capacity that is to, try to get well. But, I can't remember him staying on the field for like 2 consecutive weeks since the Rockies signed him.
And he got the same. We were just looking it up. He signed for the exact same contract detail, 7 years, 182, as the Giants gave Willie Adames. And he was briefly a Giant. When he got traded from the Cubs, he was there in that 2021 year, and they moved on. So that is so unfortunate. You were talking about Ryan McMahon. We've seen Ryan for a number of years. Quality third baseman. He's got some pop in his bat. 4 consecutive 20-homer years and a 24 earlier, so 5 times. And the numbers are a bit down. He's still a good third baseman. He's making $12 million this year, 16 the next 2. I mean, Matt Chapman's here, and we're wondering when he goes to the hand specialist on Friday, Dr. Shin in L.A., what will he be told? Possibly surgery's there, but maybe the money's too much. But just overall, is Ryan McMahon still an effective major league third baseman defensively? And his numbers are down. He's batting .215. What kind of a year is he having this year, Drew?
Offensively, he got off to a horrendous start in April. I mean, baseball, we all know, even if you're a 300 hitter, which is rare these days, right? You don't hit 300 with 5 home runs every month. You have a month where, boy, you went off and you hit 330 and you hit, 9 home runs. And then the next month you hit 245 and you hit 2 homers. That's the nature of the sport. McMahon in April, it was, I forget what it was, $150 and not much. And he had a really good May, to his credit, and he has a long track record. Greg, you enumerated some of the things he's done. He's still one of the best defensive third basemen in baseball. He's smooth. He's athletic. He posts up every day. I have immense respect for any player that does that. And I think, given the right situation, I think he still has plenty left offensively. The numbers look really bad again because just a horrific start he had. But he's still he's still a quality major league third baseman on both sides of the ball. And I think in the scouts that I've talked to and the people around the game, I think they still believe that.
When he has been asked to play first base, and it's not often because he is a really good third baseman, how does he do around the number one bag, Drew?
Do you know what, Greg? I've never seen him play over there. I'd have to check to see if he's ever played there. Yeah,
you should call Rockies games on TV. I'm looking at Baseball Reference. He's played there. You've never seen him play first base? Yeah, I see him playing third base there. I have to look it up.
When help me out? Because I wipe the slate clean every morning. When was the last time he was third base?
The last time I'm looking at, I think he played there in 2022 as well.
2022?
Maybe it was briefly in a sub. Yeah.
Greg, three years ago? Yeah, I can't remember.
Good,
3
man.
years.
It was also one game, to be fair.
One game, that's enough to be. So anyway, he's not. So the point is, if you don't remember it, he's not played there a whole lot. So I'm thinking.
No, now if you ask me about second, because he played a little second.
Oh, really?
Back in the day, and he was terrific there. He could play first he has tremendous hands, and he has a great first step. There's nowhere on even if you had to play him at short for a couple of days, he could handle that. There's nowhere on the dirt I would be concerned. So if a team was interested and said, hey, 85% of the time we want you at third, but we want you to play first occasionally. I know he could do that. I have no idea if he has interest in doing that, but I know he could do that.
A few more minutes here with Drew Goodman. And yeah, by the way, you're off the hook because not only did he play a game at first base, he played a single inning at first base. He did play 81 innings at second base, though, so that's good enough to jog your memory.
Greg, let me ask you a question.
What's Greg yelling at? Is it Papa or Silver?
Yeah, no. It's not. This is not for Papa. Okay. Greg, do you have an examiner, like the sports section nearby?
Examiner. You're going back in the day. You mean a Chronicle? Yeah, Chronicle.
Chronicle, whatever.
Sport and Green.
Okay. Roll that thing up and swat Papa in the head for me.
I don't think I'm going to do that with the MacBook Air. That's not how we're going to do it.
He has played first base. You are the TV voice of the Rockies forever, aren't you?
Right. He played an inning there 3 years ago, and I'm getting scolded for not remembering.
Before we let you go, Drew, last night we saw Kyle Harrison up on the mound, and he's a pitcher that hasn't always had the most diverse of a pitch mix, but he was really making a lot of use of the changeup, and that's been a big part of Robbie Ray's addition and why he's been so good this year. What is it about Coors Field and everything that's made the changeup such an effective pitch? Aside from the fact that as a whole, the Rockies have just struggled to hit by and large.
And that's a great question, because the answer to that is, of all the pitches in one's arsenal, and you can include splitter and some two-seamer, four-seamer, slider, slurve. The pitch that is least affected by altitude is the changeup. And I did notice that Harrison is really a two-pitch guy, utilized the changeup far more frequently last night than he had coming into last night's start. So, it's kind of interesting that you bring that up. But the changeup is a pitch that is not as affected by the light air.
Yeah, he threw 21 changeups last night and just 48 four-seam fastballs. So there's the answer to your question. Plus, he had a hard time commanding
and
his
he only
fastball.
and he only utilized the changeup 6% of the time coming into last night's start. So it was a distinctive change, if you will.
And, left-handed guy, grew up in the Bay Area and East Bay and went to De La Salle, now a Giant. A little like your guy, Kyle Freeland, who's going to go tonight. And, Thomas Jefferson High School in Denver, and he's been a Rocky throughout his career. Numbers aren't great for him, and I'm being kind, 1-8 with a 5.19. I do remember him facing a Giants lineup early in the year on May 1st when he had the come-from-behind win. He does pitch well against the Giants. What kind of a year is he having? I mean, I would assume better than the numbers, 1-8 with a 5.19. And the one thing about him, he has a hard time getting right-handed batters out. So I think Bomel will stack up the lineup against righties tonight, Drew.
Yeah, I mean, Greg, you know your stuff. He's pitched much better of late. Last 5 starts, he has a 3.49. I say this incessantly when he pitches, and now he's like in year 9. I love the guy. You will not see a more fiery competitor on the mound than Kyle Freeland. He loves, even though he doesn't love where the record is now or has been the last few years. He's a Colorado kid through and through. I mean, he's a huge supporter of the Avalanche, the Nuggets, the Broncos, and he's a tremendous athlete. He's a scratch golfer. He's a great fielder defensively. He's like one of the few pitchers, guys. Like, pitchers, they could hit the back of a gnat, it's derriere from 60 feet, 6 inches,
Yeah.
but they can't throw to bases, right?
All of them except Freeland.
None of them can.
Right.
You watch Kyle, when you're watching the ball game tonight, fellas, he'll have a comebacker. He won't run it over and flip underhand. He'll turn and fire, at 85 miles an hour to the first baseman. I just love how competitive he is. He's going to give everything he's got. His arsenal from a velocity standpoint is short, but he's been much better the last month, and I say it all the time with him. He's going to give you everything he has, and I think you think back to when the Rockies were in the playoffs in 17 and 18. He finished 4th in the Cy Young.
Yeah.
One of those years and beat the Cubs in a wild card game. So, he's had a nice solid career, and, he still can go out, on a given night and shove. So hopefully tonight, from our perspective, is that night.
Yeah, he'd be hard to move because of everything you said, growing up in the area and being a Rocky and being a big Colorado sports fan. People love left-handed starters like him. I mean, the Dodgers are just decimated by injuries. San Diego. Is there any way they move Kyle Freeland between now and July 31, Drew?
Again, I fall back on something we touched on earlier, and that is, historically, Dick Monfort, who's the owner, and he's taken a lot of heat, to say the least, not just this year, but the last several years. But Dick is a really loyal guy, and he really loves guys that grew up a Rocky, were drafted by the Rockies, and in particular, a guy like Kyle Freeland, who literally, was raised at Coors Field, and then lo and behold ends up getting drafted in the first round by the Rockies. So I think he would be reluctant, to move him, but I can't say for sure. And I also know this much, again, historically, the Rockies don't like to deal with, they're not the only one, with teams inside the division, because they don't want that guy showing up in another uniform and hurting the Rockies, at Coors Field or and whether it be in San Francisco, LA, San Diego, or Phoenix. So, I think he's somebody that they look at and they say, no, he's gonna retire a Rocky. That's, again, right or wrong, that's been how we've operated.
Drew, we really appreciate you coming by with us. And, hey, look, knowing our Giants, it's definitely going to be a one-run game the next couple of days. So at least there's going to be entertainment through and through till the end.
Absolutely. You know how much I love coming out there. The one thing I will say, and this is the standard line, cliche type of line, I'm thankful, as much as I love that ballpark on the water, I'm thankful I'm not wearing a wool cap tonight to call the ball game.
When are you coming back? Like the last 3 games of the entire year in September, right?
Greg, I don't know crap. I didn't know that McMahon played an inning at first
Ryan
base.
McMahon
I don't
played
even
first
know.
base. Do you know Ed McMahon was the guy next to Johnny Carson? What do you know, good
Yeah,
man?
I do. Hey, I do remember that. We have to be careful, Greg. You and I at our age.
I know.
When we start. You know what I did the other day? I'm taking too much of your time. I made a Get Smart reference. And Spilly goes, the movie? I go, no, the movie was trash. We're talking about Don Adams and Barbara Feldon, Agent 99.
Did you go? Missed it by that much?
Right. Well, what I was talking about is, I think it was last night, J.P. Martinez comes out to visit, I think, with Kyle Harrison. I said, you know what? Everybody puts their glove in front of their face now, and the coach puts his hand in front of his face. I said, they need the cone of silence. And so, I'm trying to, it's a suggestion I'm going to pass along by email to Rob Manfred. I love the pitch clock, and now we need the cone of silence.
Yes. Silver, you have any idea what we're talking about? Get Smart?
No, but I was going to say cone of silence still sounds better than the Manfred Man, so.
Yeah. Anyway, old man.
Greg, you know what? We have to broadcast for our audience.
Exactly. Drew, you're the best. Appreciate it, man.
Anytime, fellas. Take care. Papa, I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, brother. He is a good man. A great Phoebe. And he is a pro's pro. Those are hard games to do when you're 9-50 and looking at the Cleveland Spiders or the 62 Mets, but you wouldn't know. You would think they're, 50-9.
We are brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Dave Righetti joins us next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants win their 6th straight game by a run, and of course, in Giants fashion, it was the maximum level of torture. 4 runs in the 9th inning to get the 6-5 win over the Colorado Rockies. Willie Adames looking refreshed after the time off. Casey Schmidt with the big homer, and everybody stepping up in the absence of Matt Chapman. Keep it here, 10-2. We'll be talking all about it.
Greg Papa here. I had custom lens replacement. It's known as CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley a couple of years ago, like 3 summers ago. It has been a game changer for me. And I was in the chair 20 minutes, went from 20/80 vision to 20/20 like that. Threw away all my glasses, and I had the Hubble telescope to be able to see. Don't need any of it anymore. So if you struggle with distance vision, as did I previously to CLR, and now you need reading glasses or do wear bifocals. I never wore the bifocals. That's old man stuff. But I had reading glasses. That was pre-CLR. CLR, custom lens replacement, is your permanent solution to readers, bifocals, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. So don't wait until you're old and gray to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, my friend Dr. Craig Bindi and his staff at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. They make it easy. They start with a free virtual consultation at lasereyeclr.com. See if you're a candidate for CLR. Maybe it's LASIK or one of their other procedures. They'll discuss your vision goals and all the different lens technologies. Again, no readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts the rest of your life. What are you waiting for? Sounds simple. lasereyeclr.com or call and get what I have. 877-GET-2020.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good to be with you, Papa and Silver. Hour left to go here on a Wednesday. Then we'll get it to Dirty Work. They're going to take you all the way up to 4:40 for Game 2 when pregame starts. First pitch going to be at 5:40. Robbie Ray on the mound tonight. Robbie Ray has had quite a season to this point, and when the pitching is doing well, we want to talk to none other than Dave Righetti, longtime MLB player and Giants pitching coach. Knows a thing or two about Buster Ball, thing or two about winning, thing or two about some World Series trophies, and he joins us on the UMA guest line. Really appreciate your time today, Dave. How are you?
Good, Greg. How are you?
Yeah, we're doing pretty well. I mean, we're having a lot of fun here on a Wednesday show, and the Giants always seem to find ways to make things interesting these days. But even when the offense has been up and down, well, the thing that's kind of kept them afloat is the pitching. So, just kind of want to get your larger overview of the starting rotation as a whole. We know how awesome the bullpen has been, but just kind of your impressions of the starting rotation, the way Robbie Ray has looked his best since his Cy Young season back in 2021. And then just, Kyle Harrison getting some opportunities last night. Hayden Birdsong starting in the bullpen. Now he's getting reps as a starter. Landon Roop has really been coming along. Just kind of the full scouting report in the first 50-plus games here.
Well, the best thing is all the guys are healthy, which hasn't been in the past. It's been a problem. So coming to spring training, the guys look great. They were in good shape. Out of all the guys, everybody had a good spring, to be honest, but Ray looked the best. And that's the best I'd seen him really since I saw him pitch years ago when he first came up. and I was excited to watch how he was going to do this year. And gosh, he's been fantastic. So, it picked up the slack for losing Justin for a little bit, but all in all, the boys are healthy. We're not having to rush up guys that aren't ready to pitch in the big leagues, and we were fortunate enough to get some guys back, like Beck and Jelly and these guys that have been there before, that'll keep the ball and the train moving, right, so to speak, the way things have been going. So, I know they got away from it for whatever reason, but you have to pitch, and if you don't pitch, you can't play. And all these teams in baseball are finding that out. I don't think there's a team the Giants should fear. Every time they go on the field, they know they're going to be in the game, and quite frankly, there's only a couple of teams that have top to bottom pitching, and the Giants are one of them. And I'm excited. I think it's going to be not only a great summer, but nice fall.
Well, it's great to hear your voice. You're already going to the fall. Rags! I want to hug you, brother. It's so good to hear your voice. I don't think we've had you on the show going back to when you were part of Team USA in the World Baseball Classic and in the bullpen. So it's been a couple of years. I want to get your expertise because I remember July the 4th of '83. I was watching the game with my dad. My dad was sick when he hit the Red Sox and punched out Wade to end the game. But then later, because of necessity, the Yankees put you in the bullpen, and you became a great closer. So you did them both. I'm watching Kyle Harrison, and last night he threw the hell out of that changeup. He threw 21 changeups, just 48 four-seam fastballs, 18 slurves. But by and large, he doesn't throw the changeup more. Maybe he will, but it was at altitude last night. To me, he's kind of a one-pitch pitcher, just that four-seam fastball. Sometimes he breaks out the slurve, but it's kind of flat. Mm-hmm. When you look at him, and I think for the short term, when Justin Verlander does come back, whenever that is, Kyle, because they're so loaded in rotation, will go to the bullpen, and I think he can blow hard there. Right now, when you look at, with your expertise, not just doing it, but coaching it, where do you think Kyle Harrison ultimately can achieve the most success in the major leagues? As a frontline starting pitcher or a short reliever and maybe even one day a closer?
Tough question, because they're all hard to do. The big leagues is tough. And personally, I'm a fan. I've watched him since he signed. Believe it or not, I thought his breaking ball was better a few years ago than it's gotten. He got a little flat. His arm does come down quite a bit because he drops hard on that back leg. He almost drops some drives like the old school guys. Except he'll come up and he'll spike that right leg and, lose a lot of fastballs up and away. And I think what happens with the changeup pop, I don't know, you probably can't see it on TV, but it calms him down and it gets his delivery right, almost like what it does for Ray with his curveball and changeup. I think it does wonders for your other pitches. So you're not out there grunting and grinding all the time. I don't know the end game when it comes to Kyle and a lefty to be a closer. To be a closer and a lefty, you better have your stuff together. And location is number one. You got to have stuff, and you better that secondary pitch is a pitch you have to be able to handle and throw on all quadrants of the strike zone and change speeds on it also. So that's a pitch I like him to keep developing, of course, and keep getting better at. I think he's going to, on a championship-type club, he's going to have to pitch where they need him. And that's what they're getting to be now. They have to start to think about how good they can be because they're pitching so well. And this isn't time to develop, so to speak. You have to win. And so it's very hard to develop and win at the same time. They've tried that, and it's not easy. Their biggest challenge maybe as the innings pile up on some of these guys, are they going to let them go farther? Are they going to back them off somehow? I don't know. That's not what they asked me to do anymore. But I'm not running around on Kyle. I just don't know physically, the league, how tough baseball is, where he's going to end up. On this team, he might end up doing everything at this time being. In the future, I think to me, I'd like to see him always keep trying to be a starter.
No, it's a totally fair answer to not fully know. As we are talking to Dave Rigetti here on the Yuma guest line. I mean, look, if you made me do a hierarchy of Hayden Birdsong, Landon Roop, Kyle Harrison, of who I'd want to start in a game you got to win today, Kyle Harrison would be my third choice. That being said, Mike Krukow brought up the other side of it with Murph and Marcus this morning. He thinks Kyle Harrison is the best young pitcher because of the amount of ways he has to get better right now if he adds more into the mix. And so, I mean, I really appreciate the full breakdown there. And that's going to bring me to the bullpen and Camilo Doval specifically. I mean, how have you evaluated Doval since he's gotten back into the closer role? It hasn't always been the easiest of saves, including last night. He did have the blown one against San Diego, but I mean, the reason he's back in this position is because he's a very different pitcher here in 2025 than when he was erratic, out of control, and not fully with it and lost the closer role last year.
Yeah, and I think he learned from that, didn't he? That'll wake you up, and I think he handled it great. I've seen a lot of guys put they'll put a boulder on their shoulder almost and get hard-headed when a lot of people are coming at him about how he's acting, how he's pitching, whatever. And the closer, you can't hide. And look at what Colorado tried to. That was embarrassing almost. I'm glad the Giants won. I hope they keep beating their brains out. But to see a guy go out there and can't throw a ball over the plate in the ninth inning, that just your organization. It's just really hard. You have to win the winnable games, right? I don't care how bad you are. Every team has to have people that can shut down the other team. Otherwise, it can get embarrassing. And in Camilo's situation last year, going into spring training, learning that he wasn't going to close, but Buster had given him, he backed him up, so to speak. And I think he doesn't show it because that's the way he carries himself. But I think that gave him a lot of confidence that the team didn't give up on him. But the other thing is he made himself very, very hard to coach because he would be quiet. He would just look like he was uninterested. And it's not I've seen him since he was 16 years old, so he's never changed. And the guy, I don't know what happened there totally, but what was great about spring training, he was open and listening and ready to work and do it, to get better. I didn't know if it was because he didn't have to worry about closing games, but either way, his stuff, you're going to find out that eventually they're going to need you in the ninth inning, and you got to be ready to go. And I'm really happy for him, what he's doing this year. It gives the Giants a better look. When your closers are finishing games for you, I can't tell you how much confidence flows through a ball club that you're going to finish something. And I don't care how the ninth inning's hard. It's not easy to do a Mario or Rivera or Eckersley and pinpoint and get everybody out all the time. So it's a hard game, and these guys are doing a great job. And ham and egging is not easy to do. Sometimes it doesn't work. It helped us with Casilla and Romo and our left-handers after we lost Wilson. So it can be done. We've watched it work. And because we changed back and forth a couple of times with Romo and Casilla. And sorry to ramble again, but but he's healthy.
Yeah.
His arm angle's better, and the ball's coming out of his hand better. He did something last night which looked like, I said, dang, there he goes. He threw a ball, and then he came back with a breaking ball for a strike. And I said, oh, good. He's, instead of winging the next one as hard as he could, And so to me, I think it's fantastic. I think they're gonna be good all year round if these boys stay healthy.
But as you say, and you guys were a fluid situation. I mean, Brian Wilson in 10 was your closer, and then Sergio took over in 12, Cassie in 14, and ultimately to win Game 7, it was Madison Bumgarner. So when I think of you guys back in the day with Buster, it was you coming up with the brilliant pitching game plan with Mark Gardner, and then Buster executing it, and then it was also your former teammate with the Yankees, Dick Tidrow, there with Brian Sabian and finding. So you said what? It's not what they asked me to do. Now, what do you do? And are you a little bit like Dick Tidrow was to Brian Sabian back in the day with your expertise and everything you've been through for Buster? What is your role for wisdom and guidance with Buster?
Well, whenever he needs me. We haven't talked much during the season. Saw him, of course, a lot during spring training. He's been busy. I know. He's been to Japan already. I think he's already been to the Dominican. He's finding out, what the job's all about. And he knew that going in. But you know what? I'm here for him, Greg. I wouldn't have come back if it wasn't for Bobby Melvin and Buster calling me up and saying, because I wasn't going to come back this year. And they both got on the phone and talked to me about, you're coming to big league camp and we need you and we want you to be there. And I know how to handle that situation. I'm not going to jump over. I know all the pitching coaches very well and known them for years. So I know how to navigate all that. And what I do is I go to Pop. I'll go to, I spend a lot of time in spring. I stay in Arizona. I want to make sure everything's doing. It's more baseball. It used to be like you were on the moon down there. There was just guys hurt and these young kids playing from our Arizona league, which was a lot of Latin kids. And so it was almost, they weren't part of the Giants almost. And we can't have that. We need everybody to feel like everybody's watching them. And, somebody's always watching you, so to speak, and we're going to do things right. And I'm really happy that Buster and now Randy Wynn is putting that message all the way through the system. And it's paying off. And you're going to find out if your coaches can coach now. They're letting coaches do some things that they haven't been able to do in the past. And the players are listening a little differently now. There's a lot more, pride throughout the system. I don't know how to explain it, but it's there. And so I'm just watching that. I go to San Jose and watch our A-ball teams, and I'll go to Sacramento at the end of the month. And if he needs me, he'll call me. I know he wants me to come up and sit there and watch some games with him in San Francisco. I hope I'll be able to do that. But I'm on the iPad all the time streaming games, Pop. It's driving me nuts.
I know the Dodgers and Padres are starting right now. I'm starting to watch that a little bit. Get ready for that.
Hopefully, I should say I hope they get in a fight, but nobody fights anymore. And beat each other up.
I was going to say Stanley Cup Game 3 had it all for us. So
holy cow, that was something. But you know what? It's a weird situation. The Giants are taking advantage of it because they're consistent. They play every day, almost like you expect them to do. And from inning one, the players know that every pitch is important now. It's not going to be 8-5 every night or some crazy scores. It might be a close game, so everything you do is heightened. And that's the best. That's when you watch. Then you know at the end of the year you're ready for the playoffs. And you can handle tough games. And this team is kind of trending that way.
Dave, before we let you go, one pitcher in this bullpen that's had a lot of success, it hasn't really gotten talked about as much as some of these other guys like a Camilo Duvall, Ryan Walker, Randy Rodriguez, is a Spencer Bivens. And last night he didn't have his best stuff, but we've kind of seen Bivens used with a lot of versatility. He's been in this long form relief. He's come in the 10th inning when it gets to extras. He's been low leverage. He's been high leverage. Just what do you make of Spencer Bivens, not only his journey to get to this point in major leagues, but just kind of the way he's been used in a handful of different roles in this bullpen that's done so well?
Yeah, Swiss Army knife. When, spring training, we had so many pitchers everybody was talking about. They made it sound like they were going to have to carry 16 guys. Every young guy was going to be on the team. The one guy I was hoping was going to be on the team was Spencer. And for that for what you're saying right now. When you get into these games day after day after day, not every game goes perfect. Those are the guys that really save your hide. You know what I mean? When your starters can't go 7 and you can't go right to your setup guy and closer, these guys are huge. And we had guys like that per year with Gene Machi and Petit and Moda. George did some of that early in the game, but we didn't pitch him much. George was probably already in the game already, but he didn't pitch a lot when it came to the 10th inning stuff, the guy on second base, that sort of thing. And Biv is perfect for that. He's got a great attitude, great arm, and he bounces back, which is huge. His brain and his arm, bounces back pretty well after, he could have a tough outing once in a while, and then you don't notice it the next day. I think he's perfect for the club.
Hey, we really appreciate you coming on with us for the very first time on Papa and Silver. This was fantastic, and we certainly won't make it the last. And the good thing is, we've got to ask so many of our guests with the area of expertise. Oh, yeah, this offense has really been struggling. What do they got to do? We just get to sit back and be like, hey, pretty good pitching, huh? You know a thing about that with this organization.
Well, you know what? We tried, in my 18 years, we went through the strength of, we had some really good hitting teams. So 2000 to 2005, we were loaded, and we had really pretty good pitching. And we never got the bullpen totally, once Robbie Ning got hurt, it was really tough to win those winnable games that you're supposed to win. And all those years that, Kane, it didn't matter if it was Kane, Lincecum, anybody else, they put it on Kane, where they didn't win the games for him. And because we didn't score enough. But, and you look back and I wish they would have, because they pitched like they were, 17 to 20 game winners. Some of those seasons they had those guys, and they'd have 13, 14 wins. But in the end, I swear to you, and when we started playing the way they're playing right now, where they're picking the ball up, winning close games, the guys, they were disappointed, I'm sure, but they never showed it. They never cracked, and they knew we were going to be good, and it was going to pay off in the end. And Kaner started all that. The way he handled those years where he was supposed to be frustrated, he never showed it, and it helped for those other guys coming up, Timmy, Bumgarner, whoever it was. They all knew that, Kane had gone through it and handled it the way he did, and he kind of set the tone for our great success of 7-8 years after that.
Thanks so much for coming by with us,
yes,
Dave. We'll do this again, and always great catching up with you.
All right, fellas. Thank
you, Rags.
Okay, Pop. Thanks, man.
You'll be good, brother.
Okay.
He is Dave Righetti, longtime San Francisco Giants pitching coach, of course, a pitcher himself in the big leagues. And let's do a quick reset on the other side because we got Andy McCullough joining us at 1:30. Then we'll get ready to wrap up the show and hand it off to Dirty Work. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers will be out for their mandatory minicamp yet again today, and we played just some of the Kyle Shanahan on our show of yesterday, but we'll be getting some cuts from Shanahan, Diamador Lenore, Trent Williams, and the many others who spoke to be breaking down the latest storylines and hottest comments you heard from your red and gold. Hey, did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, some not even in California? Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area. They have been for more than a quarter of a century. This is award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, wrongfully terminated, had your rights violated, well, go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn all about your rights and how they can best protect you. Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, we got motorcyclists, pedestrians, Walter's scooter all around us. So please, let's be careful, work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Walter legitimately almost took out my ACL today, and I don't want to talk about it. But feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. So careful, Walter, because you don't want to get sued. And you pay nothing up front if you're people like me. You got no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they waltz here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, time for what's probably going to be our shortest segment of the show because Andy McCullough joining us in just a bit. Dodgers, Padres underway. We got it going on. MLB TV in the studio. You know, as much as I like to say Walter gives us a hard time, he did something probably no one else in the studio could do today. That was figure out getting the right channel on one of the TVs here. So he's made for a good day. I got to give him some credit here.
And watching the game, thank you, Walter. I think the Dodgers are going opener again. Ben Casparis started the game. Last night it was Lou Trevino. And I think what I was told was Justin Robleski was going to be their starter. So I don't know how long Casparis is going to pitch for them. But they're going back-to-back days of openers. We'll talk to Andy about the state of the Dodgers. And they are going to pitch Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who's been undeniably their best starter. And I think he's a candidate to start the All-Star game. All of a sudden, Paul Skeens is starting to reemerge. Back-to-back All-Star games for that guy. Give it to Robbie Ray. And then I know Andy's written the book, so they're going to go Yamamoto Friday night. Clayton Kershaw, the best the Dodgers have, is going to pitch on Saturday, and then Dustin May on Sunday. And we think the Giants are going to go Logan Webb, Landon Roop, and I guess Kyle Harrison, unless Justin Verlander does reappear. What if Verlander pitches on Saturday and you have Justin Verlander, the winningest right-hander of his generation, 262 victories against a guy named Clayton Kershaw? How would that be to have Verlander Kershaw square off on Saturday?
Well, part of the reason I wanted to get Andy on is because he is the author of the book about Clayton Kershaw called The Last of His Kind. And I'm thinking, there's a guy that is actually the oldest active athlete in all of American major sports, and that is Justin Verlander at the age of 42. So what if there is a world in which we get that Saturday showdown? You get Webb Yamamoto Friday, you get the all-time greats of Kershaw Verlander Saturday, and then Sunday would be Harrison Dustin May, I suppose.
Yeah, I would think if they do that and reinsert Verlander, I think he's going to throw a simulated game today.
Yeah.
What's today, Wednesday? Probably more likely he would pitch Sunday. Although if I'm Verlander, I may just duck it all and say I'm not pitching against that Dodger lineup. But the Sunday game is a twilight game. That is a Sandy Koufax against Juan Marichal. 4:10 first pitch, trying to pick up those guys. And you would have the 262-game winner, Justin Verlander, off the IL against the 213-game winner. Interesting that Verlander's got 262 and Kershaw 213. But one thing with Kershaw, he is 17 strikeouts away from getting to 3,000. He won't do it on Saturday night, but he's starting to throw the ball better. I watched his last outing. The velo's down in the low 90s, but that guy knows how to pitch.
He won't do it Saturday night, but Willie Adames, if he keeps chasing away, might help him get there. I'm going to be nice to Willie. He just had a really good game last night. Andy McCullough joining us on the other side. Papa and Silver, the sports leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, Greg Papa here. Golden State Lumber and Showroom has supported Northern California construction for over 70 years, building strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Since 1996, Trex has led the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, offering products that won't rot, splinter, fade, or stain. No seasonal maintenance needed. Trex pioneered combining recycled plastics durability with the natural beauty of reclaimed wood. Their sun-comfortable heat-mitigating technology keeps deck cool underfoot, perfect for hot, sunny days. Trex marine-grade decking withstands salt water, sun, and sand, making it ideal for boat owners. Considering a new deck? Explore Trek's latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring sun-comfortable technology and a 50-year limited residential warranty. Find Trex decking at Golden State Window and Door showrooms or visit goldenstatelumber.com. With our commitment to excellence, we're here to support your project every step of the way. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, for bringing in national writers here on the show in the month of June, that's probably a good sign that the Giants are posing some kind of national relevance right now. We got the Dodgers and Padres up right now, and dare I even say that if everything goes right by the end of the day, the Giants could be holding the top spot in the National League West. But a lot to get there before we even worry about that, and a long, long way to go in the season. It is time to bring in national writer for The Athletic and the author of The Last of His Kind, Clayton Kershaw and the Burden of Greatness. I'm talking about Andy McCullough, who joins us on the Yuma guest line. Andy, Greg Silver, Greg Papa here in San Francisco. Really appreciate your time. How are you today?
I'm well. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing pretty well ourselves. Got about 25 minutes left, so you are our closer for the show. And Clayton Kershaw not closing. He's going to be starting on Saturday. But first, I want to get to the column you just wrote about the team that the Giants got to worry about before they face the Dodgers, and that is the Colorado Rockies, and just how bad this season has been, how much they have been stuck in their own ways. You got so many great quotes from a bunch of ex-players of the organization, Troy Tulowitzki, Nolan Arenado, and what is it about the Rockies that it just kind of prevents them from continuing, prevents them from just stepping forward, I should say, with blowing it all up and finding a new way to adapt and just truly resetting?
Yeah, worry was an interesting verb there. I don't know if that's how I would feel if I was the Giants about facing the Rockies at this point. But
hey,
yeah,
last night it took 4 in the ninth, so I'm not underestimating it.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I mean, Colorado is just obviously they're suffering through like a pretty wretched start to the season. They're on pace to sort of shatter the new record for losses that the White Sox set last year. And I think, we were trying to just kind of talk. We were trying to just come at different ways to write about the sort of historic futility of the team. And so tried to talk to some of those players that you mentioned. And yeah, I mean, I think there's just a consistent theme of the organization's just inability to sort of, blow it up. They haven't been aggressive at the trade deadline about moving players who other teams may have value. There's like a pretty consistent value misalignment of their players and what the industry thinks of them. They also are pretty reluctant to to move guys who have a lot of team control. So you've seen this with players like Brendan Rodgers, who, there was interest in several years ago as an infielder who they ended up, I think maybe he just went to free agency or maybe they DFA'd him, at some point. Ryan McMahon is another player who they regularly get calls on that they don't listen to or don't, feel like there's enough reason to move them. And so, yeah, they're just kind of a team that is stuck. They're not even tanking really because they're not trying to lose. They just kind of are. It's kind of the worst of both worlds. And that's kind of how you get to this point.
Yeah, they've lost 100 games a couple of years in a row, but they're on pace to. They're going to lose 100 easily. You mentioned the White Sox, the 62 Mets, the Cleveland Spiders, whoever you want to talk about. They're historically bad. We just had their TV voice, Drew Goodman, has been on for doing their games for years and years. Basically, it's their owner, Dick Monfort, is just really loyal. But they fired Bud Black, which is one step. And Bill Schmidt is their senior vice president and general manager. And we were talking about Ryan McMahon specifically. And he's not a rental. He's got 2 more years on his deal.
Yeah.
$16 million. Kyle Freeland's going to pitch against the Giants tonight, a lefty, quality arm. Numbers aren't great this year, but, he's grew up in the area. He went to Thomas Jefferson High School. We know what they've done previously. But they're 12-54, brother. They were 9-50. They're not just bad; they're historically bad. Do you see them finally figuring it out and blowing up, trading whoever's tradable, and trying to completely rebuild this?
Yeah, I mean, there was a story in The Athletic, just today from my colleagues Ken Rosenthal and Will Salmon that suggested that, they're maybe not thinking that way, that they're maybe thinking, their thinking hasn't changed too much. I guess we'll see. It feels part of the problem is identifying who even the players are on the roster who would fetch a significant return. They have a reliever, Jake Bird, who's pretty good, who they could get some stuff for, but they don't have a player of Arenado's caliber from a few years ago where you're like, oh wow, this is an all-star we can plug in and we want to give up a big package to acquire this player. It's more like they have some solid-ish pieces who could, other teams might be somewhat interested in. And so it's they don't even have a ton to trade. So they're in this weird spot where it's yeah, they probably should blow it up, but what are you going to get back? And they just have been so non-transactional in recent years that it's kind of hard to envision it.
Talking to Andy McCullough here, and as we just kind of take a larger scale look at the NL West right now, Dodgers and Padres are playing right in front of us here. The Dodgers are going for their second straight opener, it looks like. And I mean, they've just been decimated on the pitching injury-wise. But just how do you kind of foresee this NL West shaking out? I don't think it's a shocker that we're seeing a lot of competitiveness here, but I would say that Arizona has certainly underperformed. The Giants have overperformed a lot of expectations. And every team has got some great players. They also got a handful of flaws. And I think the Dodgers obviously the overwhelming favorite and defending champs, but it's a pretty tight race here to this point.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the Dodgers will win the division, but they are, obviously pretty banged up on the pitching side, and that has been a real problem. As you saw last night, they're using openers relatively regularly. They don't have Glasnow and Snell and Sasaki. I think, Arizona has really surprised me. I thought they were going to be, quite good this year, and they have played under their potential. They're only they're a game under 500, so like they're not too far off any of the wild card hunt, but they've been struggled pretty much most of the year. And San Francisco has played better than I thought. They've obviously had some good things go their way in terms of the pitching has been there. Chapman has been, before he got hurt, has been kind of the player they had hoped. So I feel like it is going to be more competitive, certainly, than the Dodgers would have liked, and maybe, fans in San Francisco, could have even predicted. But I think, all four teams are going to be in the postseason mix. I mean, we'll see if Arizona can, sort of get their heads above water and get in there, because they have a ton of talent, especially on the offensive side. So we'll see. But yeah, I do suspect the Dodgers will win the division. It just won't be like a 120 win romp the way some folks predicted, at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and as Greg mentioned, you literally wrote the book on Clayton Kershaw, the last of his kind, Clayton, and the burden of greatness, and his fate has it. He is going to pitch Saturday night against the Giants, and he's made 5 starts this year. I watched his last one. The velocity is not Clayton Kershaw, but it hasn't been for a number of years. But even at 91, he knows how to pitch. He is still really effective. So tell me about the burden of greatness, the last of his kind. I mean, you can make the point. Scherzer would be there. He's hardly pitched this year. Justin Verlander may pitch at some point over the weekend. So you got Justin Verlander. Maybe he squares off against Kershaw on Saturday night, and you have a 262-game winner against a 213-game winner, and Kershaw 17 punchies away from 3,000 of his career. But he has been burdened by greatness. But the line, the last of his kind, what did you mean by that in your book?
Yeah, I mean, just the idea that the sort of traditional ace in the sort of, the way that pitchers are raised, the way that they are, what is expected of them, the way they are asked to or had been asked to carry teams in the past is just no longer relevant, and they are not sort of asked to pitch as deep into games. They're not trusted, to finish games. Certainly, there's way less of a burden of expectation in the postseason. And Kershaw really, I feel like, is the last guy who's shouldered that pretty directly. It's not to say that there aren't great pitchers working now, but they're just asked to do less. They are, they don't pitch on short rest in the postseason as often anymore. The idea of getting to 220 innings is, like pretty basically not possible, let alone, 250 and things like that. And so, yeah, I mean, sure, Kershaw is the youngest of that sort of trio of Verlander, Scherzer, and himself that, kind of feel like the last real true number ones who were judged by the same standards as those who came before them, as, Pedro, Maddox, Randy Johnson, Bob Gibson, Sandy. They were seen as like doing the same job. The modern starting pitcher is not doing that job, I think it's fair to say.
So just kind of going really big picture to piggyback off that question, Andy, how do you think we're going to look at the careers when all is said and done of someone like a Logan Webb, or even going younger, like a Paul Skeens, a Yamamoto, a Sasaki, Yamamoto going to see on Friday, and their career achievements? How would you think with the conversation and the discourse of the way the game changed and how you compare what they might do in their careers when all is said and done compared to a Justin Verlander, a Clayton Kershaw, a Max Scherzer?
Yeah, I think because they aren't going to get as many cracks at the counting stats, like, certainly wins or strikeouts or innings, I think it's going to be just really judged based on WAR, for lack of a more sort of elaborate way to do it. I think guys are just going to be like, oh, this is a 65, win pitcher. Like, he should be in the Hall of Fame. Whereas, if you're talking about like Mike Mussina or, Curt Schilling or, Tom Glavine, you're getting it a little bit deeper into like, well, he won 20 games this year and he won, he struck out 200 guys, this year, or like he threw 275 innings, blah, blah, blah. It's more just going to be like, yeah, no, look, I mean, if you towed it all up, he was really good. I think that's just especially with the way that sort of younger baseball writers kind of have to take into assessing players. I really do just think it's going to be like, well, what was his WAR? Which it's a good tool and it's like helpful to understanding a player's value, but there's certainly it's a bit less romantic, I think, than the other way of doing it.
Yeah, WAR. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. As far as Kershaw, listening to you talk, I mean, undeniably, for this generation, he's the best regular season pitcher of all time. MVP, 3-time Cy Young Award winner, 5 ERA titles. Verlander's had a hell of a career in Scherzer, but Kershaw's Kershaw. But it was the haunting of the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
And he was able to break through and win in 20 and 24 in a different role. But you were talking about pitching on short rest. Invariably in game one, he would pitch really well, and they'd bring him back on short rest, and Matt Carpenter would hit a bomb against him, or Matt Adams would hit a bomb against him, and he just couldn't get deep enough in the game. And the Cardinals recently rolled out a video right before a Kershaw start at Busch 3, and they showed the Matt Adams home run, and he got royally pissed. So if we move past that, a little like Peyton Manning during his career, great regular season player, not as good in the postseason, and his role's been different in 20 and 24, but he is a 2-time World Series champion now.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know if I would describe him as royally pissed. I think he was, slightly cranky. But, whatever. It was an interesting choice by the Cardinals, and they lost the game, so I don't know how effective it was. But to get to the bigger part of the question, yeah, the postseason legacy, it's a huge part of his story, and it's a significant part of the book is, like, talking to him and to those around him about what happened in all those games and how it affected him and, what he took from it, what he learned from it, how he, was eventually to have that sort of triumphant moment in 2020 of, winning and being a huge part of, their sort of World Series. But yeah, he's never really run from the criticism or whatever, the responsibility that was put on his shoulders in the postseason. And I think that's one of the things that really makes him, such a compelling figure is that he never made excuses. He never said, well, they used me on short rest or, well, my back was, broken or, whatever, any of the things that like he could have said to explain why he maybe wasn't pitching at his, top level. And yeah, I mean, like if you look at his postseason ERA, I used to memorize this, but I haven't. But I think his postseason ERA is like 4.49, right? And if you pitch 6 innings in a big league game and you give up 3 runs, right? If you get a quality start, that's a stat that they use, right? And your ERA is 4.5. So basically, like he threw to a quality start, that sort of ERA level, in his postseason career, and that was considered not good enough, right? And that's just the burden of being the best, right? Like if you're just okay, it's not enough, and that's kind of what a big thrust of the book is. Basically, how do you deal with that when the expectations are so significant, both internal and external?
Andy, thanks so much for coming on with us. I mean, just to kind of pick your brain on everything, not just with Clayton Kershaw and the old era of baseball, but as everything we look at in the modern day and here in 2025 as well. We'll see if the Giants can continue to be competitive right here in this NL West race. But it's been a lot of fun to follow and always love reading you in The Athletic.
Well, thanks for having me. This was fun.
And you nailed it. 4.49 ERA in the postseason.
All right.
Got it
That's
all the way
good.
down.
I'm glad I memorized it.
Right down to the decimal. Thank you, brother.
Have a good one, guys.
Thank you, Andy. He's no Drew Goodman on his memory, though. No, we love Drew.
I don't remember Ryan McMahon playing first. And Kershaw in the Division Series, 4.68. In the Championship Series, 4.84. And in the World Series, 4.46. But that's a long... it's a decent ERA, but for Clayton Kershaw, you're not trying to get a quality start. I mean, by comparison, his ERA in the regular season is 2.51.
Yeah, and we're worried about his ERA come Saturday when the Giants are going to be facing him for the second of 3. But before we get there, got a couple against the Rockies. And yeah, you know what? I am going to say they got to worry about it because last night, and seemingly the Giants brand of baseball just makes it so you got to sweat it out a little bit. We'll wrap up the show on the other side. Papa and Silver getting ready to hand it to Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Chapman tells Susan Slusser and Maria Guardado of MLB.com that he will miss more than 10 games with this sprained right hand, and he hopes to be back before the end of the first half. So in his absence, who needs to step up the most? Is it going to be the full-time third baseman for the moment, Casey Schmidt? Is it going to be Willy Adames, who finally woke up those bats yesterday? Where does the pressure lie? And you can enter this discussion at 415-808-5627.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Nicely done to finish the show, Walter. This one actually not sung by Brian Wilson, but God only knows and what the Beach Boys were. Brian Wilson, the genius behind so much of it, and he lived a very strange life and, had a lot of issues to work through. And there's actually a great movie. I'm trying to remember what it was called, but Elizabeth Banks was in it. Was it John Cusack? I got to look this up in a second before we get off the show, but rest in peace. It's our second artist lost of the week at age of 82, and Giants getting ready for Rockies game 2 tonight, but music world's taking a hit right now.
Sly Stone a couple of days ago at 82, and now today at age 82, we're losing that generation. I was born in 62, and I'm 62, so these guys were born in 42, but Brian Wilson, and he was the Beach Boys. He was the songwriter, he was the lead, he was the founder of that legendary band and just that whole California vibe. He also was a great athlete growing up, played quarterback on the high school team in American Legion Ball. And I do brace because these things do come in threes. So I don't even want to go there mentally. It's been a really hard week from Sly Stone, from Sly and the Family Stone, from Vallejo. And Brian Wilson, as you would think, is more down south at Inglewood and went to Hawthorne High School. But when you think of that band, and Mike Love, Kevin Love's uncle was Mike Love. So Stan Love
he just passed away.
He passed away as well. Kevin Love's dad was Stan Love, and his brother is Mike Love, one of the founding members of the Beach Boys, who just were different. They had a different vibe. It's the perfect name for a band. They were California vibe, and they were just Beach Boys, and just spoke to a whole generation of music. But we're losing that great generation. Again, music lives forever. That's the one thing about it. They may pass away and they're not here physically, but musically they live forever and ever. But hell of a week at age 82 to lose the one of a kind. And I was thinking about Bay Area Mount Rushmore, and we've had so many great artists from the Bay Area. The Doobie Brothers are from the South Bay. You can't even, when you look at what the influence that Sly Stone had on music and everybody that followed him. Chuck Berry was the original, but Sly Stone was right there in a different way with his Funkadelic and just different. And then for Brian Wilson and the Beach Boys, they too just had a different sound. They were the sound really of the 60s and 70s.
The movie I was thinking of, by the way, is called Love and Mercy from 2014, and it was John Cusack. I called him Cusack, thinking of Todd Cusack.
I kind of thought that, yeah.
John Cusack, Elizabeth Banks, Paul Dano.
And what is the Beach Boys tie to that? It's about the Beach Boys?
John Cusack plays Brian Wilson and his struggle. And,
I've never seen that.
Yeah, and Elizabeth Banks is Melinda Ledbetter, the woman that he ends up falling in love with and marrying. So... Yeah, it's a really great film, and might have to go and rewatch that one. I think I saw it in a hotel or something once, and kind of one of those I never turned off. So, yeah, rest in peace to Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys, age 82. And, hey, we'll be back tomorrow for a short show because the Giants, will see if they can keep the streak going of single-run victories. But whatever it is, we got about an hour 10 on our hands, and then we'll get you ready for the day game. And then Friday, we'll be back for the big series over the weekend against the LA Dodgers. Big thank you to our guests today, Andy McCulloch, Drew Goodman, John Shea, and Dave Righetti. And a big thank you to Walter, as always, for getting that MLB TV up and running in here. And even though he almost killed me with the scooter, I still love you. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Walt's ass already out of the chair.
We're going to have a good show then.
Yeah, we got a short show for you today, just till 4:40 like we were yesterday. Giants pregame against the Rocks coming up at 4:40, a 5:40 first pitch. I don't care how you do it. I don't care how it happens, as long as you're winning ball games. Clearly, the Giants have an affinity for winning one-run ball games. Their 19th come-from-behind win this season, 7 consecutive victories of one-run ball. We were talking about the torture thing last week. I don't know if I'd consider it torture, but Greg Silver had a good tweet last night following the Giants and Rockies game where he said, look, this might be like the most exhausting 7-game win streak in recent memory.
Yeah.
And is it 6 now or is it 7?
Six.
It's a 6-game win streak, excuse me. I'm chalking them up for 8. I'm looking for one tomorrow and for one tonight. But in terms of like the emotional exhaustion around it, without question, it's one of the most exhausting win streaks following where the Giants were offensively. Put up 6 last night and they needed every one of them. A swinging bunt from Wilmer Flores to tie the game. You get a hit from Mike Yastrzemski, a come-from-behind win. Giants end up coming back, winning at 6-5. And now, by the way, they enter play today. You know where they're at in the standings?
Just a half game back?
They're a half game back of the Dodgers, who are taking on the Padres right now. We got to get that game on in the studio. Where's my remote?
They're right there. They're all right there.
I'm getting the remote. You take this. I'm getting the remote.
Okay. So the Giants won last night. And, we're feeling good. And when I say we, I don't mean me as a Giants fan. Just, the collective Bay Area.
Another we.
Don't you start, Tim. Don't you start. While Cope's trying to find the channel for this Padres-Dodgers game.
Get in there and change it for him.
Yeah, I know. He's doing it on his own for once. But here's my thing.
Well, I asked for the hockey game the other day, and nothing happened. Never got. I was like, "Can we get the hockey game on here?" And then it never happened.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. That game ended with it 6-1. So
yeah, but it wasn't 6-1 when it started.
Okay.
Remote's right there, brother.
And every day that ends in Y, brother.
Here's my. Yes, I mean,
cheeks.
Last night proved that this team is able to come back. I mean, they've been doing it for the majority of the season now, where they've been coming back in games. And this is the 6th consecutive victory they've had by 1 run, which is a franchise record and ties 4 other teams. Look at this list, Copes. You got the 1927 Chicago Cubs.
I remember them fondly.
Yes, you do. 1916 St. Louis Browns and the 1989 California Angels, which I believe was when Reggie Jackson almost attempted to kill the Queen.
Thank you. It's bottom line is when you see notes like that, you just go, it doesn't happen often. So what you're seeing and what you're feeling as Giants fans is certainly warranted, being that this is not a stretch we've seen from them in the past. Now, would you chalk up yesterday's win as a good win, or would you say, just a win against the Rockets? Because I know there's negative Giants fans out there. I know there's Giants fans that are going, you should be beating this team by X, Y, and Z numbers of runs.
I think it's both. I think you could say it's huge that they're able to come back in the top of the 9th and able to win that game when it looked bleak. And today, if we would have come on the air and they would have lost 5-2, we would have been like, I mean, it's a loss in June, but in the grand scheme of things, does it kill you? No.
Wouldn't have felt good about that loss last night.
No, but you don't feel good about it because it does kind of send a message where, like, you're going to lose games like this. Then how can we take you seriously against, the big dogs? And they have definitely played up to those challenges before this season. But it's like, you should take care of business. You shouldn't lose to that team last night. So they took care of business. They won that game. I think it's twofold. I think it's that it shows their ability to come back in games. It shows that they're clutch. Well, at the same time, yeah, you should beat that team. So not a huge deal, but at the same time, it shows their ability to come back in games, which I think is a bigger deal than who they won against last night.
For me, that's a throw it on the pile win. You know what I mean? I don't really care how it happens. Just toss it on the pile.
Yeah.
The come from behind wins against the Braves feel a little bit better, although the Braves are down bad, and their bullpen's been just as bad. It's been part of the reason they've been as horrible as they are over this stretch. But again, they started 0-7, so they've struggled this year, and I anticipated the Braves would take a step back. I actually thought the Padres would take a step back this year. Didn't anticipate the D-backs kind of being the ones to flounder. Now, the D-backs have dealt with injuries on their pitching side. The Dodgers, things got out of whack for them last night. You see that?
Yeah.
Kike Hernandez in there pitching in the 6th inning. He had to go 2 innings and change.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, everyone has it a foregone conclusion they're making it to the NLCS, and for good reason. They have a ton of talent. At the same time,
they're a playoff team, and when you're a playoff team in baseball, that's all you can be.
Exactly.
You're a playoff team until the playoffs start. Then the tournament starts. And when the tournament starts, in my mind, there are favorites, but there's anybody's ball game.
Sure, they were thrilled about Kike being out there yesterday.
Exactly, but at the same time, how many times have we seen them blow it in the postseason? And you guys love it all the time.
I mean, numerous times.
Yeah, so like, why is it a foregone conclusion they're going to get there just because they won last year?
Yeah.
They have so many injuries right now. I think that this week, and it's good that the Giants took care. definitely made most of the situation last night by winning that game, took advantage of the situation that was presented in front of them, win that game, and now win tonight. We'll see what happens right now. The Padres are up 1-0. You could be in first place by the time you play this team.
You might be in first place by the time you play a game today.
Exactly.
Padres win this game, you might be in first place by the time first pitch is thrown tonight. By the way, Robbie Ray, again, a couple of lefties again. Robbie Ray against Kyle Freeland.
Yes.
So 2 lefties tonight. 8-1 Robbie Ray against 1-8 Kyle Freeland. His ERA is up over 5, though. He carved the Giants up in that one game that they won. The Rockies did against the Giants in that 4-game series in San Francisco earlier this year. Yeah, 707 says, throw it on the pile just like if the Giants won the 2020 World Series. That's the argument I get from Dodger fans a lot. Or when people go, well, why does 2020 not count for the Dodgers? If the Giants won, you would have claimed it. And I would have said, yeah, but they would have won 3 of the previous 6 or 7 or 4 of the previous 7 World Series at that point, or 6 World Series at that. I guess you go 7 of 10, 4 of the previous 10 World Series at that point.
Regardless, whatever.
I'd say it's not like the issue I have is the Dodger fans didn't get to, not issue I have, the difference is that the Dodgers did not celebrate that in the same capacity because it was their first after 12 straight division titles or whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
Like you win that many division titles, you're like, yeah, you should have gotten at least one. You think the Braves are thrilled they got one in the 15 or 16 straight NL East crowns that they won?
No.
With 3 World Series pitchers and a World Series third baseman.
They love that one, but besides that,
they all feel like they should have gotten more. And that's kind of what I feel about this Dodger team is it's a good comp in that the Braves won in the 90s into the 2016 straight division titles. And they got 1 World Series to show for it.
Yeah.
And I think they only appeared in 2.
91?
So you get 2. They won in 91. You get 2 pennants. In 95 they won, excuse me. But
they were there. I want to say they were there in 91.
Yeah, but it's like you get 2 pennants out of it, 16 tries. Like, that's not good enough.
No, it's not.
And so the Dodgers, this is what we talked about with the expectations versus where the Giants are, where I don't want to call it house money. When you have an opportunity to win, you go after it. But, the more to the point is that the Dodgers have a different level of expectation. People view them as, unless they go to the World Series, it's a failure of a season. The Giants, a lot of people didn't pick them to win the World Series. This comes back to Tim's Tuesday take yesterday, where the expectation being lower is maybe more fun for a Giants fan. That said, I don't care how my team wins ball games because the Giants have done it pretty much the same way all year. I'm not saying they're going to come back from every deficit. I'm not saying they're going to win every 1-run game, but we talked at the start of the year about winning games in the margins and giving yourselves an opportunity. Down 5-2, you don't like that in Colorado. They came back. In Colorado, a 5-2 lead, by the way, is nothing. It's more surprising they didn't hit more home runs to have to come back and do it.
Jesus.
What I will say is, nice yesterday to see Willie Adames driving the runs.
Definitely.
Only 1 for 3, but he did hit a home run, did draw a walk, had a sacrifice fly.
That's a good spot to get your groove going.
He was the only reason they were at 2.
Yep.
By the way, when it was 5-2, and then draws a crucial walk, by the way, in the middle of that 9th inning. Casey Schmidt, who you mentioned yesterday, a lot was going to be on his shoulders with Matt Chapman out, and we'll talk more about Matt Chapman, but Casey Schmidt homers on that ball in the 9th inning. Tyler Fitzgerald draws a walk. Kisner draws a walk. By the way, Patrick Bailey scratched right before the game with the neck spasm, so a big walk there from Kisner. Then you get Jung Hoo Lee, who grounds out into a force. Willie Adames then walks, so 3 walks in the 9th inning. That's good at bats. That's putting together good at bats, making them throw to you to give yourself an opportunity to A, drive the ball, or put runners on base to force a comeback. And if you put that pressure on the opposition, the levee can break. Ultimately, that's what happens. Elliot Ramos, a sac fly, 5-4. Wilmer Flores on a swinging bunt with the burners beating it out to first base, makes it 5-5. And then Mike Yastrzemski, twice in the last 3 games, has a big knock to give the Giants an opportunity to win. I think he had the game-winning knock on Sunday's game against the Braves.
He did.
And he had the game-winning knock last night. A little dicey with Doval in the 9th.
A little, yeah, definitely. a little dicey.
Still might be the torture part of things now.
I mean, but you know what? That's what from my standpoint, not being a fan, it just makes it entertaining baseball. And you don't call them out in any games. You can't say like in the bottom of the 9th or top of the 9th that they're out of it. It's just entertaining, gives them a chance. Yeah, it might be torture, but at least there's no pictures in the standings, as people say all the time. It's a very cliche thing to say, but the bottom line is,
what does that mean? There's no pictures in the standings.
You don't see how they won.
It doesn't matter.
Bottom line is, what is it right now? They're 39-28. You all that matters is they have those 39 wins. So. Yeah, you could be sitting pretty this weekend by the time you play the Dodgers, and we'll see what they do against the Dodgers. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised with the way the Giants are rolling right now and the way that they always play up to playing the Dodgers. Not in recent years. Dodgers have dominated this series against the Giants, but I wouldn't be surprised if they won 2 or 3, but the bottom line is it doesn't matter right now. It matters at the end of the season, but you do feel pretty good as a baseball team if you're able to go into Dodger Stadium, be first place in the division, and then take 2 out of 3.
It's nice
we'll
to
see.
watch the Padres and the Dodgers beat up on each other, and while you're playing the Rockies, all wins are created equal, so get the win. Keep going.
It's funny, too, because as thin of a margin that they've played at, we talked about this, where they're winning all these one-run games, and that's where their money is going to have to be made. I think they're going to play a lot of tight games, and you'd rather have a great pitching staff if you're playing these tight games. 6-5 the win last night. 6 straight victories now decided all by one run. You had every game on the homestand, the last homestand, 7 games decided by 1 run. After all that, the Giants still 4th in the National League in run differential. 4th. And they're only 19 runs back in differential of the Dodgers. Dodgers are plus 65, Giants plus 46. Cubs are mashing teams. They're one of the best offensive teams in baseball at plus 103, and the Mets at plus 89. You stack the Giants up with the Mets in run differential at this point of the year, I would have thought you might have been crazy.
Yeah.
Based on the lineup they put together.
No, that is crazy. But, yeah, we'll see what happens. And they won last night. Everyone's feeling good about it right now. Matt Chapman on the 10-day IL, and it sounds like a little longer with what he said to Susan Slusser. A little concerned about that.
Yeah. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll get to thoughts on that. Thoughts on your call. Well, thoughts on the game last night. We'll get calls from you. Your thoughts on the game. Was it a big comeback or just a win against the Rockies?
I got one thing to say,
I think
too.
the comeback, it's significant to score 4 like that in the night.
Yeah, that's all well and good. I got to say, Copes, you come in today, you give me, Tim, some Oreos, and that's nice. Where the hell's this pie? You talked glowingly about the pie that Ron gave you. No pie today.
I feel like we got to go directly to Ron at this point.
You guys can do whatever the hell you want. Now, first of all, you demand pie from me.
No,
it was a gift to me.
No one demanded pie.
No one demanded pie. You asked for pie 2 days ago via text, and now I'm just supposed to, at your beck and call, bring in a slice of pie?
Did you not say yesterday
came on
you were bringing
these
in pie?
airwaves and said, I am bringing it to you guys. You offered.
I'm sorry, did I say I was bringing it today, or did I say I'm bringing you pie? Did I say today you guys are getting a slice of pie?
I was expecting it.
You gluttonous.
It was the implication.
You ingrate gluttons is what you are. You're a bunch of ingrates.
It's hard
is
to
what
be
you
gluttonous if there's no pie.
You guys just decide
all right, but you know
deserve
what?
pie.
You eat all of your pie,
When's the
Copes,
last
and then
time-
one day Ron's going to Hansel and Gretel you and just eat you to death.
No, you want to know what happened last night? No joke. When Ron brought me said pie,
What's
he
that?
said to me, "Hey, by the way, I've been meaning to bring this up to you about your rent.
Oh,
Love having you here. I'm deciding to freeze your rent. It's not going anywhere. All I need from you is if you ever decide to move out, 2 months' notice." All of you were wrong. You guys had no idea about the golden heart that is my guy Ron.
I'm telling you, man. Ulterior
Telling
motive.
me what? Telling
Ulterior
me what?
motive.
He said, by
wants
the way,
to eat you.
By the way, hired a guy.
He wants to eat you.
By the way, hired a new cleaning company to come clean the building. Let me know if you need anything done.
This guy's too nice.
This guy's fantastic.
No.
I won't stand for any of your BS about Ron. First and
I'm
foremost.
very skeptical about Ron now.
I don't know why you're more skeptical.
And maybe I'm just more jealous because none of my landlords offered me pie ever.
What a shock that Derek, who's never done anything for me, wants something from me and then is critical of my guy Ron.
I've done a lot for you.
What have you brought me to eat? You've never fed me a crumb. I've brought you in. I've fed you. I've cooked for you at my home on more than one occasion.
Oh, what? Air frying a bunch of French fries?
I air fried French fries. I'm sorry. Was I not working a grill for you?
Was it a dessert?
Yeah, true too.
Oh yeah. All of a sudden, no, it's true too. You see this? You see this crap? Derek's in here making demands. He's never done anything for me.
I'm pretty sure I've definitely gotten you food.
Hey Tim, you're pretty sure you've gotten me food. Go ahead. Tell me when.
I'll think about it in the break.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I've got a dozen times I can think of where I was like, Derek, you want this? And Derek just shoots it down or decides to take it home.
Takes it home.
Like the crass, rude person that
I was
he
just
is.
expecting some dinner pie.
You're not getting dinner pie. I don't know why you just deserve pie now.
Can I have his share of the pie?
It was the implication.
And as I told you before, when I said I'll bring it in, I was like, we got to eat the pie together.
Okay.
We got to have ice cream.
Are
We got to
sharing the
warm it
fork?
up.
I'll provide the ice cream.
Tim will provide. You don't have to do that. What is Derek going to provide?
Fine, I'll bring
Besides
the ice
bitching
cream.
and moaning about
Go to
whether
the
or not he's
kitchen and
getting
get a
ice cream.
fork, right?
I'll go and get plastic forks from the kitchen. This is unbelievable. This is now I'm just gonna. I don't even want to bring you pie. Tim, you want half a pie?
I'll eat a half a pie.
I'll bring Tim some pie.
Why?
One
He
sit.
was doing the same thing just a minute ago.
Nah, but Tim is like Tim. Does Tim not drive me everywhere I need to go for work?
I've provided food.
Tim provides for me all the time.
All right, I see.
Derek's just a mooch. You're one rung above a loader.
How dare you? How dare you? That's fighting words.
Adam
That's the
Goldman-
biggest insult you can say at the station.
Yeah,
Harsh.
408 says, "Don't get it twisted. He'll bring you a mean DiGiorno."
Damn right I will.
What if I promise Derek
Oh,
pie?
you know what? I brought you a big old Zachary's pizza.
you bought me a big old Zach. We were hanging out together on a weekend, and you said, I'll pick up Zachary's and bring it. I was like, cool. And all you've done is complain about having to carry that pizza to my house from 3 years ago from the one time you did it. And I'm pretty positive.
Very Costanza.
By the way, pretty positive you left with the leftovers. 808 KNBR 415-808-5626. Yeah, sure. Is the number to call and to text. Was last night a big comeback or just a win against the Rockies? And maybe more to the point, 808 KNBR, does Derek deserve any of Ron's delicious blueberry pie? 808 KNBR, you demand is the number to call and to text. More on that.
Ron's not going to eat me.
And the concern around Matt Chapman. At least I'll be paying the same if he does decide to take a bite.
Fine. You know what? As long as I have free pie and my rent's frozen, I can eat me all you want.
Yeah, well, it's not like there's pizza, which will be frozen if he shows up with it.
Damn right.
To your house. We got more to come. 808 KNBR. Big comeback or just another win against the Rocks? We'll do it next. Dirty work on a Wednesday on the Pie Leader.
The Giants are riding a 6-game win streak as they face the Colorado Rockies after their 19th come-from-behind win, 6-5 last night. Shout out Young Tone for that stat. Robbie Ray goes for his 9th win versus lefty Kyle Freeland. Pre-game 4:40, first pitch 5:40 right here on the Comeback Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. And Technology Report with me, David Hollander. While the economy is unpredictable, your retirement income doesn't have to be. A solid plan is the key to success and peace of mind. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets, or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Schmidt 1 for 3, had a single back in the fourth, swings and launches one out to deep left field. This one on its way. It is gone. Well, there's a start for the Giants here in the ninth on the first pitch. The 2-0, Yaz swings, line drive, base hit into right field. Moniak up with it, rounding third, Adames heading home. He'll score, the throw cut off. A flip to third is too late, and the Giants have taken a 6-5 lead in the ninth. The 0-2, Estrada swings, pops it up. Shallow right center, Fitzgerald out, Lee in, it's Lee, he's got it. And the Giants with a come-from-behind win here in Denver to open the road trip.
Sounds of last night as the Giants come back and win 6-5 over the Colorado Rockies. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text about that win last night. Do you chalk it up as just a win against the Rockies, or do you put any note on that win? Did it carry any weight for you as a comeback? I'm of the mindset that, like, if you're down that many runs in the ninth inning and you come back and score them all right then and there.
Significant.
And it's not even just to tie it. You want to tie it, of course, but you go to the 10th and then you scratch that one across. Kind of like how the Giants lost to the Padres a couple of times. You go, yeah, they battled into it and they hung around, but you really feel like you let one get away. The better team won this game,
of course.
In my mind. The Rockies aren't good enough to close the door on the Giants. They made several pitching changes. The Giants applied pressure. And they got the big hits when they needed it. They got the situational at-bats when they needed them, including the 3 walks in the ninth inning. The Casey Schmidt home run for me was a big one because and we'll talk more about Matt Chapman, but they're going to need a lot from him.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to need his bat. And as important, if not more importantly, you're going to need Willy Adames to hit. So it's funny, when I was doing the Diamond Notes yesterday, the 2 days off, Willie takes the first day off for a game on Sunday and then the off day Monday. And a lot of people, I think we had it was Laura Britt yesterday, who said it'd be great if this were the series where things got going for him in Colorado. Good opportunity. I looked up his numbers in Colorado. He had an OPS under 700 in his career in Colorado. Had only hit 1 home run previous in Coors Field before last night. Good place to at least try to get the bat going, and maybe he did settle down. Again, put together a good at bat when he had a sacrifice fly. He drove in the only 2 runs until the ninth inning and then had a big walk that was a part of that come-from-behind win. So I'm all about it. I'm about the win last night. I don't care how they come. You just want wins. I don't even consider last night's not a game where you go, it's an ugly win. You know what I mean? If you're the Rockies, and the Rockies win that game after they're up 5-2, and the Giants make it 5-4, they make it 5-5, and the Rockies win it in 10, you might go, yeah, that's a good win, but kind of ugly. The way the Giants did it, the come-from-behind nature of it, for like the 19th time this season, that's something that now is in their bag. So when we talk so much about during that stretch of 16 games or whatever it was where they couldn't score more than 4 runs, and they've only done it twice since then. The game where they broke through against the Padres last Wednesday, a week ago, and they won 6-5, and then last night. It does feel to me more now like it did early in the year where I think they're capable of coming back from 3 and 4 run deficits.
It was reminiscent of last week when they were down 5-0 that started this whole winning streak against the Padres. I say it was equal parts the Giants going back to what they look like at the beginning of the season and their ability to be clutch and ability to win one-run games, but also showing how bad the Rockies are, that they weren't able to maintain that lead. I think you could say twofold that the Giants are a really clutch team and they're able to come back in games. And also the Rockies are just a piss-poor organization right now that give up a 3-run lead in the top of the ninth. But you can't just scoff at that win last night. You can't think, oh, it's just a win against the Rockies. You could say that, but also you can acknowledge that the Giants have this ability to keep games interesting, and they can never die. So, yeah, I would say it's not the biggest win we'll look back on this season, hopefully, but it's one we'll be like, all right, they're able to do this. They're able to, be torturous with victories and keep things entertaining. So I think it's twofold. I think that had they lost this game, we would have been down on it. But then again, it's just a loss in June. At the same time, you don't want to lose to this team. You want to show that you're turning a leaf and becoming a different team as you prepare to take on the Dodgers. So, yeah, I would say last night was huge, but also it shows how bad the Rockies are at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, which is like you got to take advantage of bad teams.
Exactly.
And there's less of a football nature to it. In football, you go, that team's got no wins or one win, and we love to look at the schedule and go, they're going to win that game. That's an inferior team. You can catch a team when they're on a good run. You can catch a team when they're hot. Or starting to put things together, and you can make mistakes yourself, or they can game plan against you. There's no one game plan that's going to change things for a baseball team over the course of a 3-game series, except putting together good at-bats, clutch at-bats, situational at-bats, and the Giants did that, in my mind, at least in the 9th inning, in spades yesterday. Willie did it a couple of times earlier in the game. Somebody checks in here at the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line at 707 and says, with Chappie out, I'm glad that Schmidt is going to get a chance to see what he can do. Of course, we will miss him, but this is his opportunity too. I'm with that. Again, we've talked about the lack of depth on the roster. They've got to stay healthy. I mean, they are not deep enough to be losing players like Matt Chapman. And funny thing is, you lose Matt Chapman in a game where, he gets picked off there at first base, and the Giants ultimately win that game. He stays in. He's banged up. I mean, he talked to Susan Slusser, and I'll give you more details on it, but he's got 3 sprained fingers is what they're talking about. And it's happened at the knuckle. They're saying it's a bone bruise at the knuckle of his throwing hand. Now, he's dealt with some throwing injuries.
My God.
Some hand injuries in the past. I guess he had an injury on his middle finger in his final season in 2023 in Toronto. But that was at the knuckle. Mm-hmm. That was not down at the palm knuckle. It was at the middle part of the finger on that knuckle. Also had an injury, Susan Slusser said, with the A's on his right thumb, his throwing hand, years ago in Oakland. But Chapman, one of his quotes was, it's always just dumb little things like this. And he's frustrated and upset because he was swinging the bat well, 395 over his previous 11 games he'd been hitting. So they were really hoping that with his bat in the lineup, things were going to start to turn around offensively. Nice also, as much as you need Willie Adames to hit, nice to see Jung Hoo Lee started off with a triple yesterday, too.
No, definitely. And, Casey Schmidt came up big last night, and he's got to fill in for Matt Chapman. Hopefully it's not too long, but, I would anticipate that's going to be longer than 10 days, and we'll see what happens when we get an update from Dr. Shin when he goes to visit him in L.A. on Friday. But, you want Matt Chapman out there, and he was getting hot, but, you take advantage of what you have right now and playing this team and see how it goes against the Dodgers. But, the bottom line is there's going to be injuries sometimes, so someone needs to step up.
775 on the pie tip says, dude, no pie for Derek after that outburst.
I think I deserve a little pie.
Deserve? What do you deserve pie for?
The implication of bringing in the pie.
I felt like I was pressured. I mean, part of it, too, is...
There was no pressure.
There was absolutely pressure. Absolutely. You asked
Did I threaten you to bring the pie in?
No, I didn't say I was threatened. I said I felt pressure to bring you pie after I was given too many pies last week. And then I mentioned that there was maybe another by the way, this is a regular size pie.
You felt pressured?
I felt pressured. It was a little pie pressure. Not peer pressure.
There's no such thing as pie pressure. There's no such thing as pie pressure.
The fact that you
felt guilty. That's the bottom line.
I don't feel guilty about not bringing you pie.
You posted a photo on social media saying, look at this tasty pie I got.
Nobody pressured you to come on these airwaves and say, I'm going to bring pie.
Tagged Tim and I and said, look at this pie. And I was like, we're not going to have any pie cups? You're like, no. So then I was fine about it, called you out on it. But then the next day, you're like, you know what? I'm bringing in pie. And today is that day, my friend, and no pie.
You son of a bee, dude. I don't.
You know what the irony is? I'm not really that big of a sweets guy.
We'll take it home, right? Says he doesn't get.
You know what? I'll give it to my landlord, and then we'll become friends, and he'll give me pie.
My thing is this,
209 says you should probably get an egg salad sandwich instead.
The thing for me is
an egg salad pie.
When eating pie, I want to pop it in the oven. I want to crisp up the edge a little bit. Eating it here will be fine. It'll be fine. But
pie is pie, my friend.
I just don't. I'm more so. I'm I don't want to endorse you taking home the pie I bring you, but I also know that's the best way to eat it.
Yeah, of course.
That's if you get any pie. 209.
Now you're gonna hang this over my head?
Yeah, absolutely. Being good, or you're not.
707. The only pie Derek should get is humble pie.
209 on the Giants game last night says it was a different type of comeback with good at-bats, walks, and base running. Wilmer's infield hit had me rolling laughing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Lightning McQueen out there, Wilmer Flores.
See, sometimes things are funny, like the ball being thrown on Friday night. And then Wilmer Flores racing to first base.
That's nowhere near the same sphere. What are we talking about?
Just oddities in life where you're like, wow, Wilmer Flores fast for once. See?
I like when they break into the whistle.
Yeah, there we go.
9-1, that was the one that builds.
We need the Seinfeld baseline a little bit more for like stupid jokes.
916 says that was the best dust up of the week.
Oh, Wilmer?
No, me and you.
You
and Tim on the pie.
That's the best dust up.
I don't know how you think you didn't pressure me when you were like, you're not bringing us any pie? Why don't I get any
When
pie?
have you ever succumbed to pressure when it comes to me as like I'm guilt tripping you into giving me pie?
I don't succumb to pressure much anyway.
You are the show bully.
Stop this. Stop this.
The second somebody like starts
Guys,
the
they're
pressure.
being mean to me. I have to bring in pie.
Yeah, I kind of realize that's my attitude about things in general. Like if I show up to work and you guys are in a crappy mood, I'm kind of like, well, I'm going to be in a good mood.
Yeah,
dude,
exactly.
Despite their crap mood.
Exactly.
Then if you guys are in a good mood, I'm like, why is everybody so damn happy?
Yeah, I know. Wipe those smiles off your face.
Yeah, wipe that off. When you get some pie? Oh,
yeah,
what's the deal?
seriously.
Best dust up of the week says the 916. 707 says no, he doesn't deserve the pie, and you should eat it in front of him. See, that's just
cruel.
That's just mean.
That's cruel.
That's just mean.
Now, does everybody agree with me that Ron is a little suspicious with how much pie he gives Copes? And I would not be surprised if he has a Hansel and Gretel thing going on where he wants to fatten up Copes and eat him. Bake him in an oven and just, go to town on him.
This is the weirdest take. By the way, don't forget yesterday when Derek said, there's that old wives' tale. He's about the lady who cooks the food for the kids, the sweets to fatten them up. I was like, you mean Hansel and Gretel, dude? What's that wives' tale, too, about the bears and they have the porridge?
Something about
Goldilocks? Yeah, dude, the big bad wolf.
I mean, knowing me,
three pigs.
Knowing me, I probably would have mispronounced it. But like, there's that old wise tale. Remember that old wise tale about the?
You said wise tale too.
Yeah, I know, probably did.
Tale.
Yeah, 510 says you should give D-Pops a portion of the pie to Papa just to spite Shed Boy. I should give Papa my pie.
Greg the pie, and then I get nothing in the shed.
I'll tell you what.
I'm the one who was on to Brock before anybody else.
I was on the pie before.
I was eating pie way before these guys.
209 says, doesn't matter who you're playing, a 3-run deficit in the ninth inning shows amazing resilience.
I agree.
I'm with you on that. 925 says, Derek was probably crushing pies all by himself in Greg's shed. Hashtag Shed Boy.
Jesus.
Are we talking about the food? Or?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you. Oh, talking about Prince Harry Balls. 831 says, Derek seems like the kind of guy who would absolutely bring a pizza to a party, but it's a Walmart store brand and it's still frozen.
Oh, come on now. I'm not bringing Walmart. Come on. No, DiGiorno? Maybe.
415 says, the Rockies would have won if they let their relievers go longer. Maybe. I'm not sure.
No, they were peeing down their leg.
Yeah, people are saying no pie for Derek. 707 says Giants need to stack wins any way they can while the Dodgers are down and Chapman's
Absolutely.
out.
Absolutely.
P.S. No pie for D-Pop.
All right, does Tim get pie then?
Yeah, Tim's getting pie.
Fine.
Like I said, Tim and I have like Tim. Like,
put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I mean, dude, last week
you were with me when the show started, Tim. You wanted some pie.
He did offer, and so I was ready for it. But I've reciprocated with vehicle rides and drop-offs and
dude, Tim and I will buy each other food at times. We'll get the Chick-fil-A going.
We live Moss sometimes.
All I know is every time I've bought Tim Taco Bell, he either just Venmos me or says, "Can I Venmo?" Last Friday I got it, and you said, "Can I say something?" I said, "No, we're good."
Yeah, we always like to split the tip for our guys down at the 58 Social and whatnot. We got a good thing going.
We do.
Derek's never once offered to shell out anything for the live in Moss.
Well, I mean, you're Mr. Taco Bell now. That's a free thing.
I'm just saying it's a gesture. It's like when you know somebody's paying for dinner, but you pretend to reach for the wallet. You know what I mean?
No, I never heard that in my life.
Greg's like, you're splitting this with me.
The T-Rex.
All right, fine. The next time the three of us are out, I'll pay.
So, how's the prime rib? Yeah.
279, no pie for Shed Boy. 310 says, I have to believe it's rare air for Colorado to somehow make Wilmer Flores lighter and faster. That was the air in Colorado. It's got to be science. He doesn't get that leg out, or he doesn't leg that out at sea level. And then 408 checks, it says, normally I'm Team Copes, but you got to give Derek and Tim some pie.
There you go.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. The pie debate roars on here. I mean, it's high level stuff here.
I don't know. You just teased with pie. I was kind of expecting some pie.
I just had to will and be like, fine, I'll bring you some pie.
I don't think there was any wilting.
There was, because you kept asking. Does this mean I'm
Wilting,
getting
wilting
paused?
is when we give Tim his own segment after he pees his pants.
We do. Maybe if
Only
you
happened 4 times.
maybe if you wet yourself, you
Well,
have a
you know
slice of
what?
pie today.
I'm putting it on the table. Here we go.
808 KNBR.
I want some pie, damn it.
How concerned are you about Matt Chapman's injury? Is it of major concern after he told Susan Slusser yesterday it will be more than the 10 games initially stated?
Yeah.
He's got 3 bone bruises or bruises on his knuckles, on his throwing hand. How concerned are you? Is Casey Schmidt enough to help the Giants carry this load? Or are you going to need, you're going to need more from Willie Adames and Jung Hoo Lee and whatnot. But how concerned are you about the longevity of this Chapman injury? Are you at the same level of concern that Derek is about whether or not he's getting pie? 808 KNBR is the number to call. More of your calls and texts next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Pie Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday afternoon. Giants pregame, by the way, coming up at 4:40 today for a 5:40 first pitch. Robbie Ray against Kyle Freeland. Giants can win the series today and could find themselves in first place if the score of this Padres-Dodger game holds. The Giants open up play today, a half game out of first place in the NL West. By the way, atop the National League wildcard standings.
They're number one right now?
They passed the Padres. They were number two. So they're
half
makes
game
sense,
up
on the pod. So if the Padres win, they will be a half game up. And if the Giants win tonight, they'll go back up a half game on the Padres. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text. Garrett just said to me, by the way, I said, so if I bring the pie in tomorrow, you guys will be okay? And what'd you say to me right now?
Don't eat pie tomorrow. Can't do it.
He said it's my lifting day.
It's my lifting day.
Man.
Now he's picking the days.
I'm getting the gains in, so I can't have all that sugar and fat. So the pie's gonna have to be on my time, Coach.
Lifting day.
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
Were you a Boy Meets World fan? I was a fanatic as a kid.
No, actually never.
Tim, were you a Boy Meets World guy?
I'm still in love with Topanga. What are we talking
Who's not? Danielle Fishel, shout her out. You know what I mean? There's an episode, Tim, it's like, because remember there's like the whole early ages of Boy Meets World where they're like middle school students or whatever, and then when they make the transition to high school, like
who's the principal, Feeney?
It's Mr. Feeney, the teacher.
Feeney.
Then he becomes a principal. He ends up going to move to the college and like works at the school too.
How do we get Feeney in?
Yeah, how do we work Feeney?
Isn't he the dad from The Graduate?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think we lost him last year, a couple years ago. Yeah.
Recently,
yeah.
R.I.P. Anyway, there's a scene where it's like at the end of high school for like Eric Matthews, I'm thinking. Anyway, he decides he's going to like the older brother. He's going to like drive across. They actually are in Philadelphia. He's going to like drive across the country. And he just kind of like doesn't know what he's doing with the future of his life, with his life. So he's young guy. I'm going to drive across the country. And at one point he stops in like this little town somewhere in the Midwest, and he just decides, I'm staying here. He loves this little diner that's there. He starts working there.
All right.
But it's really about like being lost in his life and not knowing what to do with his future.
Yeah.
But he starts hanging at this diner, and eventually the dad comes and gets him. He's like, no, you're going to school. You're doing X, Y, and Z. But he's talking because they got this great like peach pie or something there at the diner.
Okay.
And everybody who comes in is like, you got to have this peach pie. It's fantastic. The pie here is great. And he tells him, when I was driving across some other state, he goes, I used to see this sign, and it would say 50 miles to the world's greatest chili. And you drive more to 25 miles to the world's greatest chili. And 10 miles to the world's greatest chili. He said, by the time I got there, I just had to have some of this chili. The guy goes, but we sell pie. I was like, that's all I can think about when we talk pies. We got to get that Boy Meets World pie drop in there.
All I think about is,
Pea
me.
Soup Anderson's thing where you drive by on Highway 5 and every 30 miles it's Pea Soup Anderson's. Then you get there, you're like, I got to have some pea soup. You're like, I'll have a slice of pie.
I'll have a slice of pie, yeah.
All I think about is me pining for pie. And then like tomorrow, it's like, sorry, I can't. I'm lifting tomorrow. And like you just like offer me the pie, and I'm just like shaking my head like at a Seinfeld, being like, nope, sorry, I can't eat the pie.
No pie. No
just
pie.
try the pie, damn it.
209 says, note to self, bring my own pie. 408 says, is this Hansel and Gretel nonstop reference so you don't forget it ever again?
Yes.
Old wives' tales. That way you keep bringing it up. He says,
I forgot it yesterday. Didn't know how to reference it. Old wives' tale or wise tale, whatever it is. Bottom line is I remember it now. It's Hansel and Gretel, and that's what's going to happen to Copes.
209 says, I love the switch of the Brian Wilson tribute to end Greg and Greg into the Piegate start to Dirty Work.
Yeah, rest in peace to Brian Wilson, though.
Are we talking Beach Boys, Brian Wilson?
Yeah, Beach Boys. He passed away today.
Did not hear that.
Yeah.
Which one affected Greg more, that or Sly Stone?
Probably Sly Stone, maybe. I don't know. I mean,
Did he get choked up talking He didn't get choked up talking pet sounds?
No. No, I don't remember listening to a lot of Beach Boys as a kid. Sly and the Family Stone, that was... Because, like, living in the Bay Area, like, yeah, you know about Sly and the Family Stone, but, like, Beach Boys, I know a few, but I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan. But, yeah, rest in peace of Brian Wilson, obviously.
Brian Wilson is a genius.
Genius.
What they were doing in, like, the 60s, people can't even recreate now.
No.
With all the technology that you had. That guy, brilliant. And I would recommend everybody to go home and listen to a Beach Boys album tonight because, holy moly.
Oh, yeah. Good vibrations.
530 checks in, says, by the way, talking Harry Balls with Kyle Harrison. He says G-Pop today called him Harry Slow Balls because he threw so many change-ups last night.
By the way, Harry
What's
Balls.
What's this bit he's working?
Yeah,
I don't even get him.
I don't know. Yeah, we get it, Greg. By the way, Harry Balls, Prince Harry, Kyle Harrison, kind of looks a little bit like Kerry Crowley, wouldn't you say?
Kyle Harrison?
I kind of noticed it last night when he was doing the post-game interview. It was like a little Kerry Crowley.
Kerry Crowley's got a little more cheek to him.
Yeah.
A few more freckles. Not a bad take. Sort of if you if you grabbed Kerry Crowley by the head on both sides of his ears,
just grab
and
those cheeks
and pressed him together, and so he elongated, then it'd be Kyle Harrison.
He stretched out his face.
But if you pulled it and stretched it wide, if you stretch Kyle Harrison wide from the cheeks, he'd be Kerry Crowley.
It'd be like in the 90s where like those Play-Doh commercials where you put it over your face. Like that's what it looks like. It's like a flubber face.
By the way, we should update
Kerry
the
Crowley.
audience. We killed off Mr. Feeney. He's still alive.
Oh, he's still with us.
I thought he died.
William Daniels, born 1927. He's still with us.
What am I talking about?
Don't you hate when you
And
do
he
that
was in
live
The Graduate,
on radio?
too.
He was in The Graduate.
Yes,
I
he
always
was.
think of him post Boy Meets World. I always think of him in Blades of Glory. He works for the ice skating commission or the committee.
Yeah, you're right.
He's in Blades of Glory.
Yeah.
He flares up.
Yeah, I haven't seen that movie in a long time.
Me neither, dude. It's made a whalebone. They only make like 3 a year. That's what I forget. It's so
Made
good.
of whalebone.
408 says if Depop had made that gal pie instead of banana bread, he might have gotten a call back.
Probably would have been married
Making
now.
a pie that's heavy work, man.
You ever done that?
Make it a pie?
Ever made the lattice on the top of the pie? Ever done it?
Is that the crust? That's what this blueberry pie is. It's got that.
It's work.
I like a Dutch crumble top myself. I think is that what it's called? Like a Dutch apple pie would be like the crumbly top. This one is like you got to do the crisscross, like the checkerboard on top.
Yeah.
Lattice.
What's it called, Tim? The lattice?
It's called lattice, yeah.
That might show up on a Tim's Tuesday Take and Trivia.
Well,
It has.
I was going to ask the next Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia is Tim just saying his take is the best part of a pie.
We're going to rank pies. I've already decided. That's what next Tuesday going to be. We're going to
Oh,
rank
it is?
pies.
Well, that or like your favorite part of the pie. Like, is it the filling or is it the crumbly stuff on top?
It was like us debating whether or not a cheesecake is a cake or, whatever the hell that nonsense was last
No,
night.
it was tiramisu. Is that cake?
I said it's tiramisu cake, and my answer is no.
Okay.
That's what I'm going with.
All right, that's fair.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How are we feeling about the Matt Chapman injury? Just a couple of notes on this.
Yeah.
So Matt Chapman said to Susan Slusser and I think it was Maria Gordado who was on this. Susan tweeted yesterday, Matt Chapman tells me and Maria Gordado that he will miss more than 10 games with a sprained right hand. He had an MRI yesterday and showed sprained ligaments, which is no good. No dice.
bueno.
So he's going to see a specialist in Los Angeles when they get there this weekend. And I guess that'll give him a better indication as to what the duration of this injury could be. He hopes to be back before the end of the first half. And she says it extra stinks because he was swinging the bat so well to that end. His last 11 games, Chapman, we kept talking, these guys got to hit better. They got to hit more. It's got to be Chapman and Adames. His previous 11 games before the injury, 395 average, 5 doubles, 3 bombs, 5 walks. I mean, that's as good of a stretch as he's had all season.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it really sucks to lose a guy who's in the midst of a stretch like that. The question is, can Willie Adames do what we've seen him do in his career in the second half? Chapman hopeful that he'll be back by the end of the first half or before the end of the first half. I'd be a little bit surprised if it's a month long, but who knows? If it's sprained ligaments, the severity of them could be a thing, which is why they're going to see a specialist. And it's not just about, I mean, he said it was pretty painful waking up on Monday is what it sounded like.
No, I mean, I could imagine, but also I wouldn't say a month long. We'll see what it is, though. Like you said, you never know. How confident are you in, though, with Willie Adames kind of, being the guy that he was in his time with Milwaukee in the second half of the season?
We talked about that yesterday, like how hopeful are you? Are you confident? I like the at-bats we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to pinpoint that because while I've seen him play so many times, do you think he'll be what we saw before? It's almost like asking, will Aaron Rodgers be what we saw before? Like, it's different because that's aging.
Yeah.
And there was an injury involved in there. But even last year, Rodgers, while he wasn't mobility-wise the same guy we'd seen previously or over the several previous seasons, his MVP-like years, he did put up pretty good numbers last year. So, like, I don't know, because it's not an aging situation. He's as John Morosi said, he's too good of a player and has been throughout his career.
He'll find it eventually.
For him to just have lost it completely. Now, he's obviously, based on the quotes we read yesterday, he's pressing himself.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'm looking in the mirror, and Buster Posey says to me, just be yourself. He said, I want to slap myself and say, just let it go. Just relax. Just be you, which I think is, when you hear those comments and then you hear Bob Melvin saying, we need to give him a mental rest. He needs to have a day. Then you hear him joking about how Matt Chapman, at one point, he grabbed a bat just to play with it in the dugout. Matt Chapman said, put the bat down. Stop messing around. Just take the day. Relax. Thank goodness he didn't have. Makes me wonder, too, because Chapman really wanted him to take that day and chill out. It does make me wonder when Chapman was dealing with that injury if he's like, damn, I come out of the game, Willie's got to come back in. And
I know.
Maybe some significance to that. You need everybody to start clicking or a portion of the roster to start clicking at one time. Ramos has been very, very good. Puts together quality at-bats. Jung-Hoo Lee needs to get back to putting together those quality at-bats. Willie Adames has just got to figure it out. He says it's going to take me a good week, and once the week comes, you can tell by his demeanor, his attitude, the way he carries himself, Willie Adames, at least in my mind, that momentum is a thing for him, that confidence is a thing for him. And it appeared, and remember he said, I got to get that swagger back at the plate that I'm so used to having. Doesn't feel like he has it when he says every time I step into the box, feels like I'm 0-2 immediately. But here's how significant Chapman has been just as a key player for the Giants. And Laura Britt said it yesterday. We've become accustomed to seeing him in the lineup no matter what every single day since he joined the team before the 2024 season. The Giants, when Matt Chapman drives in a run, 48-15. When he hits a home run, they're 29-8 in his 2 seasons so far, since he came to the team last year. When he's effective, the Giants
makes
are
an
on.
impact.
He makes an impact. He's been clutch, and again, he was hitting 395 in his previous 11 games. All right, we got to get to some of this because Tim just will not stop bitching about this. We're giving away tickets today to go see.
I love Ted Ramey. Okay,
to go see the San Jose Earthquakes take on the LA Galaxy in the California Classico. It's Saturday, June 28th at 7:30 at Stanford Stadium. Tune in between 3 and 6. We will give you the cue to call. All you have to do is be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you win those tickets furnished by the Earthquakes. Find the rules at KNBR.com. Yesterday we went with a little Ramey. We go to Ramey again. Here's your cue to call.
Call this a soccer riot? Come on, boys. Let's take him to school. Oi! Oi! Oi!
You knew some was going to happen eventually.
Yeah, wow. I was like, man, I thought Ramey sounded a little bit like Willie there, like groundskeeper Willie. Groundskeeper Willie Adamas. If you hear that groundskeeper Willie between now and 4:40, caller 10, 415-896-KNBR. The tickets are yours. All right. Why don't we take a quick break? When we come on back, we get to more of your calls. How concerned are you about the injury to Matt Chapman? Do you think the Giants have enough to carry or shoulder the load offensively without Chapman there? I think a lot of people would say, as good as he was in the previous 11, it wasn't the difference maker in their offense, which is kind of what gives me a little bit of confidence that if you're riding the pitching, you might be okay. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Want to hear from you. And by the way, Dodgers have taken the lead 4-2 in the bottom of the 6th inning now against the Padres. So Giants still a half game out of first place in the West. They could maintain that. It would be a full game by the time they enter play tonight. 808-KNBR is the number to call and to text. More to come. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
When I was driving through Texas, I started noticing all these signs advertising the world's best chili. And every mile there'd be another sign. It would say 100 miles to the world's best chili. 99 miles, 98 miles. So by the time I finally got there, I just had to have some of this chili. You see? It's pie.
The NBA Finals roll on tonight on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050. The series shifts to Indianapolis as both teams gun for a decisive Game 3 win. Tip off at 5:30 on the Pacers Guy Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. Giants pregame in about an hour and 40 minutes. 4:40 is our pregame. We are, by the way, we got some guests today.
We do.
How about our guy, Lar Krug? Larry Kruger's joining us at 3:30 in about a half hour.
Lar.
We'll get his thoughts on 49er minicamp because he's been down there for the last couple of days. Definitely want to get his thoughts on the Giants.
Yeah.
We'll definitely talk some Giants ball and some Niner football with Larry Kruger, and then more Giants baseball talk at 4:15 with Andy Baggerly, and probably a good thing because we've got some more breaking news.
Yeah.
And it's not great stuff. Derek, you got it for us?
I do. Patrick Bailey will be placed on the 10-day IL as well with a neck strain.
Cheeks.
So it's him and Matt Chapman now on the 10-day IL.
Anybody, any notice to who's been recalled from Sacramento?
Contract selected from AAA is Logan Porter and who is this? Selvis Basbe, designated for assignment. Basabe, designated for assignment.
Logan Porter. Oh, figuring out who this is.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I don't know who these guys are.
Logan Porter.
Is he a catcher, Logan Porter?
Catcher, first baseman, bats
Ham?
right. Bats right, throws right. He is a 29-year-old. Giants got a lot of these 29-year-olds just hanging around AAA. Previously with the Royals in 2023 in the bigs. That's the last time the only time he saw any big league action was with the Royals. Last season, he spent parts of the season in Syracuse in AAA for the Mets, in Omaha in AAA for the Royals,
Omaha?
and 21 games for the Giants in AAA. He's been in Sacramento all year, 40 games played, hitting .237 with a .669 OPS. So Kisner probably your starting catcher now. I mean, he's got the most big league experience on the roster. As Patrick Bailey yesterday scratched with neck spasms, and now he's officially placed on the injured list. I mean, we talk about the catching depth. Everybody's going, Bailey, blah, 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 blah. He's been such a bad hitter at the plate.
Yeah, you'll see now.
Look at the depth that's behind him in AAA. I mean, right now, that's your guy. He's leading baseball in defensive runs saved as a catcher. He is unequivocally the best defensive catcher in the game, which is the export that you'll take from him if that's what you're going to get. I mean, you're frustrated now with respect to Kisner. This guy was a journeyman minor leaguer, spent some time in the bigs. Same with this other guy who comes up now, Logan Porter, new name added to the roster, a catcher and a first baseman.
Does Tom Murphy even exist?
Tom Murphy's been on the IL basically since he got here. I mean, they got him as like an offensive backup option, and he has just not been healthy. So they call him Sasquatch. You always hear about him, you just never see him. Or Bigfoot.
What, we making up nicknames now?
That's actually an old thing from the Tampa Bay Rays were calling Matt Duffy that when Matt Duffy was there because he was there for a handful of years before he even played or he kept getting hurt, and they said they were calling him Bigfoot because they never saw him, but they always heard about him. Anyway, if you're just joining us, more tough injury news for the Giants. Matt Chapman, we believe, is going to be out for longer than the 10 games, and he's the one who said that. Yep. Now Patrick Bailey lands on the injured list. Giants got the win last night, but more injury woes here as Logan Porter, his contract was purchased from AAA Sacramento, added to the 40-man roster. Guy who's drawn some walks this year, 23 walks to 38 strikeouts, a 350 OBP, not the worst. So in parts of he's only played 11 big league games in his career. All came with Kansas City back in 2023, 647 OPS, only hit a .194 in that span.
Yeah, I would say that you don't want these injuries to happen right now. You don't want injuries to happen anytime, honestly. But when you're facing the Dodgers this weekend, I mean, we'll see what happens. But the bottom line is they've been winning with their pitching, and we know that's been the strength of this team. So even though Matt Chapman was getting hot, for the majority of the season, he hasn't been fantastic. And we all know about Patrick Bailey's struggles offensively. So while you want them for their defense, their ability that Matt Chapman has at third base, and Patrick Bailey being a great catcher, that's going to hurt right now. But the bottom line is you need Robbie Ray, you need Logan Webb, you need all of your guys right now that have been fantastic. And the starting rotation, the bullpen, to just step up right now. That's just what it is. You're going to have injuries, and we'll see what happens after they play the Rockies. We still need to take care of business despite the injuries right now. But just see what happens against the Dodgers, and we'll go from there when it comes to these injuries and when these guys come back.
Dodgers are up 4-2 right now in the top of the seventh against the Padres. 310 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Says a catcher named Porter sounds like that kid from The Sandlot.
What's his name, Porter?
Hamilton Porter.
Oh, Ham Porter.
You know him as the great Hambino. Yeah. By the way, did you see he took an at bat for the Savannah Bananas?
Did he really? Eric Burns' idea?
Yeah, I don't know. Is Burnsy still with the Bananas? I don't think he is.
Oh, yeah.
Are you positive? Because I see
maybe
banana
not.
stuff.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I see banana stuff all the time, and I haven't seen Burns tied to it in a while. I don't think they've blown up so big now. They're traveling. They're selling out stadiums. Like, they're doing massive things. I don't know that
I think he's part of the rotating cast.
I think he's part of the rotating cast, but they've got some like everyday guys. Then they've got a slew of celebrities who come in. I think there's more teams now too than just the.
What other celebrities are involved?
Party animals?
The party animals, yeah.
You got other celebrities involved in this Vanna Bananas?
Numerous times they've got like former athletes or big leaguers, or they get guys involved all the time. So anyway, I like that they did that. They rolled out Hamilton Porter in his.
We have a ham porter on the team now.
In his Savannah Banana yellow. I couldn't really hear what you said.
Say crap face?
What'd you say, crap face? That's your only
Did
problem?
you say crap face?
It's not even him. It's just the guy. That's a kid barking back at Ham Porter. Anyway, if you're just joining us, Patrick Bailey placed on the injured list. Logan Porter recalled from AAA Sacramento.
That's our new Ham Porter that Tim was saying.
510 says Porter just met her. Nicely done. 707 says here come the Joey Bart minions.
Stop.
But see, this was the issue as to why Joey Bart was called up. They didn't have enough catcher depth, and Buster decided to sit the season out. Right?
Yeah.
So Patrick Bailey, a plus defensive catcher. Somebody else checks in here. 530 says Buster can't just suit up for 10 days.
Yeah,
I activated myself. I mean, that's going to be. A joke
that'd be like. That'd be some Michael Jordan stuff right there with the Wizards. That'd be pretty incredible.
Roger Dorn is really what it would be like.
A quick check from my personal text line. Kerry Crowley checks in saying Kyle Harrison. Google Rory McIlroy. Yeah, I know, Kerry. You look like Rory McIlroy. You look like Greg McElroy, but you do look a little bit like Kyle Harrison.
Oh, y'all look alike. Kerry Crowley not thrilled that we said.
And he adds Derek shouldn't get pie for a year after that take. Yeah, that's harsh, Kerry.
A lot of people checking in on the pie take. Here is 925. Here's one Tim might like. 925 says, dude, blueberry sour cream pie from Marie Callender's. Nothing compares.
Nothing compares.
You've done that
to this pie
with sour cream.
Absolutely. The Marie Callender's text was absolutely correct, but you could do that better. You can do that on your own,
530 says squeezing Crowley to make him look like Harrison is killing me.
Yeah, come on, squeeze his face a little bit.
Just saying, he's kind of malleable. You know what I mean? Just sort of press
he's
him
kind of
together.
like Rubber Man.
He's like putty. You just push him in there. I mean, we're not quite into the dog days yet. You start to get to late June into July. You're into the dog days of summer.
Yep.
Patrick Bailey dealing with the neck stuff. That's not anything that would indicate that played a role in any of his struggles offensively this year. Maybe nice to get a little bit of a break mentally, come back healthy, and see what he can do at the plate. Sometimes that's a bit of a refresher. But somebody also checked in and said with the way Chapman was going, maybe it's a positive that he's out for some time ago. With the way Chapman was going, previous 11 games, he hit .395, 5 doubles, 3 homers, 5 walks. He'd been picking it clean at third. I mean, really the best all-around player on the team right now.
That's not a guy that you could say, like, well, maybe he was good. No, you want Matt Chapman out there. You want Elliot Ramos out there. You want Jung-Hoo Lee out there. I mean, Willie Adames for a day to get his head straight, I get that. But, like, the guys that, not consistently, but you can rely on to get you a hit. You don't want Wilmer Flores out for a long time. You don't want that with the guys I just mentioned. So, yeah, like, while I still say that I think they'll be fine with their starting rotation and the strength of this pitching, losing Matt Chapman, you never want that. But I'm not overly concerned right now.
Well, I just love where they are. And we keep talking about how they don't have depth, really, in terms of offense. But they keep winning games. They're 11 games over 500. I mean, they win last night due in part to a home run from Casey Schmidt, who's filling in for Matt Chapman at third. But so funny is a few years ago, and I was saying this to you the other day, because he was such a plus defender, Casey Schmidt, at the minor league level. When he came up a couple of years ago, remember that, Tim? It was all about his StatCast numbers. He threw the ball faster across the diamond than any previous Giant. He had like the hottest exit velocity.
Yeah.
An absolute rifle. He's great with the glove. Like,
a bunch of home runs right at the top.
It would be disrespectful to say off the top, you're not losing much defensively because Matt Chapman is one of platinum glove.
Of course.
You know what I mean? It would be disrespectful to the defense of Matt Chapman to suggest there wasn't as big of a fall off, but you're not losing as much as you'd think defensively going to Casey Schmidt at third base, which is his primary position.
The team liked Casey Schmidt so much that, like, once Chapman was signed for a long time, there was a long-term deal, they said to him, we like you. Learn a different position because we believe in you.
They like him so much, they had him learn first base so he could play against left-handed pitching this year. They moved him to second. He played shortstop for them, and none of those were the true position. But first base, I think, was obviously different for him and more difficult for him. Third base is his spot. And so hopefully that breeds some confidence for him as well. But no, they're not better without Matt Chapman on the diamond. You love the production you got yesterday from Casey Schmidt, but this is going to be a lot about confidence and a lot about guys stepping up. And when you lose a couple of vets, I mean, Patrick Bailey is a veteran. He handles that staff.
Yeah.
They've got confidence and comfortability with him. Something you can't have happen is part of the Joey Bart stuff. Everybody who's a Joey Bart disciple all of a sudden. Remember how Johnny Cueto did not want Joey Bart to catch him? Didn't think he knew how to call a game. Being on the same page and having your pitcher feel comfortable when you're out there is a major thing. Yeah. If the starting pitcher knows, I'm just going to get the ball, he's going to put down what I want, and I can rock and throw. Rhythm and pace and being on the same page is a huge part of that. Now, it's not like Patrick Bailey won't be around the team. It's neck spasms. He's not shipping off to somewhere to go have some major surgery and then we'll rejoin later. It's neck spasms, which is a tough thing for a catcher to have to deal with, which as much as you catch off of your face mask and whatnot. But he'll still be a part of that game planning, I would assume, because he's so entrenched in the success of the pitching staff. And when they're as good as they are, when you've got the best defensive catcher in the game not back there, does make you wonder what you're going to lose defensively and strike-stealing-wise behind the plate.
No, I mean, I agree. And we do have tonight's starting lineup a little bit similar to last night, or maybe exactly the same, actually. Jung-Hoo Lee, Willie Adames, Elliot Ramos, Wilmer Flores, Gerard Encarnacion, Casey Schmidt, Yaz, Tyler Fitzgerald, Kisner.
And so you're going to see a lefty. Yaz did not start and right last night. He came in as a defensive replacement.
Yes.
And then he got the game-winning hit. What you got, Tim?
Oh, man. We got a Mike Kohler update on the Giants farm system. We're talking about the lack of depth that the Giants have at AAA. It's organizationally wide. Now, one thing did happen in the last couple of days. Remember how the team designated Huff for
Sam Huff, yeah.
He cleared waivers and was outrighted to AAA. So there is an option there of somebody who has been with the team and caught some of these guys. I mean, the thing that, to me, the drop-off is defensively you lose a lot with Patrick Bailey. But these guys that are throwing incredible gems, the Robbie Rays, the Logan Webbs, they haven't really tossed any of these catchers.
Yeah.
So that is a potential for a question mark when you have a whole bunch of new faces in there. It's not just plug and play. Like, you do definitely have to form a rapport as battery mates. It just happens, you know?
Pine Needle checks in on the YouTube chat and says, hey, Bailey to the IL, what happened? Neck spasms. That's what he got scratched for yesterday. So if you're just joining us, Patrick Bailey to the injured list. And on the last 2 days, Pat Bailey and Matt Chapman land on IL. That's two guys in your starting lineup, two of your best defensive players and things that have made you keep talking about winning in the margins. Defense, base running. I mean, they won that game last night because of base running and quality at bats. Drawing walks, situational hitting, and then playing defense to keep themselves in the game. I mean, Yaz made a nice grab yesterday in the outfield as well to keep things alive. So in terms of how much this affects them, I mean, it remains to be seen, but confidence and keeping together the defense, smart base running, the margins are going to get even thinner here, losing two of your best defensive players.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, like Casey Schmidt could fill in at third base. Yeah, I mean, offensively, I don't know. I mean, you're not losing a lot with Patrick Bailey not being there. But that being said, Andrew Kisner now is going to have to fill a lot, a big role right now playing catcher, and we'll see, if he's able to do what Dom Smith has been doing and what Dan Johnson did coming up and having an impact already.
You ever had neck spasms or back spasms?
Yes,
Dude,
actually,
it is brutal.
Yeah,
I've had it before. It's brutal.
Neck, like left, like side of like my shoulder into my neck. It sucks.
By the way, maybe my favorite text of the day so far, because we got into a big debate about Piegate early on where my landlord Ron has brought me numerous pies, and I told the guys I would bring them some pie. Didn't bring it today, and now Derek's making demands. Do you remember, Tim, a few months back when Derek's car was having problems and he had to change the battery?
Yeah.
And that guy,
shady repairman.
The tow truck driver came and he's like, I'll take care of it for you.
Yeah, he dropped something in my car and never fixed it.
But then don't forget that he was like, I'll come back and get it. Never came back. Stop being Derek wasn't able to contact him. He wasn't responsive anymore. I think Derek shelled out a couple $100 too.
I did, and
close to $300, right?
Not to mention, I got it properly serviced at the place right next to me, and they told me the battery was not put in properly.
Oh wait, so you didn't tell us that?
Oh no, I told you that.
Did,
oh,
yeah.
this was. Oh, you mean this was when it happened, not again more recently.
Derek wanted that guy to come back, and the guy said to him,
"That's too damn bad." That's basically what he said. Yeah, 831 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. This a loyal little listener and member of the filth, if this is the reference. You'd think after that tow truck driver, quote, fixed Derek Carr problem, he'd be a little more cautious about handouts. This is on the pie tip. So there you go.
Hey, I mean, Copes has been eating all this pie. Nothing bad happened yet.
Yeah. Is that thing still rattling around in your car?
No, it's fine.
like a percussion instrument.
No problems yet. We're all good.
Derek getting
the bumper fell off.
Derek getting his Brian Wilson on with that percussion under there.
Yeah.
Just hear sounds you'd never hear about elsewhere. You know what I mean? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Tough deal for the Giants. Patrick Bailey lands on the injured list. Logan Porter contract purchased from AAA Sacramento. Any idea why Sam Huff's contract wouldn't be purchased? Why they didn't just bring him back up? If he cleared waivers?
There's something about designating somebody for assignment and how long they have to be in AAA. We're going to try to do some research. We'll ask Harold Crowley.
There's certainly
You mean
something.
Kyle Harrison?
There's certainly something if you send somebody down you have to wait a certain amount of time to bring them back up unless there's an injury. I think you can't just, we're sending him down today, then we're calling him back up tomorrow to get a new pitcher up here. You can't maneuver that way, but an injury does allot you a period of time. Because that was my first thought when they called up Christian Koss, was, has he been down long enough? And maybe he was, but because of the injury to Matt Chapman, you're able to bring him back up. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We'll talk to our guy Larry Kruger at the bottom of the hour at 3:30. Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic joins us at 4:15. But when we come back, minicamp started in football.
Oh, yeah.
Which means we get to do one of our favorite football segments. We do it usually throughout the entirety of the football season. You and I have been in agreement since we met and started working together. Football coaches give the best press conferences you can have.
Oh, yeah.
You get them a couple of times a week. They get chapped. They get pissed. They get defensive. They get snippy. And it's all part of a segment that we call Coach Speak.
Oh, in June? I love it.
And we'll give it to you next. Some of the best sounds.
That's better than pie.
From across the NFL during minicamp week. You got to hear Mike McDaniel. A couple of great sound bites coming your way. It's Dirty Work. Coach Speak is next on the Sports Leader.
Matt Chapman talked with Susan Slusser yesterday, suggesting his injured list stint will be longer than the 10-day minimum. After an MRI shown sprained ligaments in his right hand, well, that's not good. For all the latest, keep it locked right here on The Sports Leader and take care of your ligaments.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I got to tell you, I got excited when I saw all the head coach. It was nice to see Kyle Shanahan speak to the media the other day.
Yeah.
But it made me think, hey, this means most every other coach is going to be meeting with the media.
As they do
across
during
football.
mandatory OTAs.
Yeah, mandatory OTAs or the mandatory, is it minicamp? Is that what it's called?
It's interchangeable. Minicamp, OTAs, whatever.
There's too many acronyms, man.
I mean, honestly, my thing is none of this matters this week. When we get to training camp, that's when things are important. But it's good to hear from the coaches. At the same time, like I said yesterday, all these holdouts, when I was a kid and this guy didn't show up for mandatory OTAs, no one gave a crap. It's about what happens during training camp. So, yeah. I love football. You know that. I think we're getting a little too football crazy when it comes to this stuff, though.
Derek likes football because then he doesn't have to say names like Oslovis Basabo. I'm trying to hear you say that with someone else.
That was a hard one. Usually I have to prepare for my pronunciation.
For those of you just joining us, the news of the day is that Patrick Bailey has been placed on the 10-day injured list, retroactive to June 8th, with a neck strain. He was having neck spasms.
Accurate.
Yes, exactly. The fan reaction and how Patrick Bailey feels. Anyway, they've recalled or selected the contract of Logan Porter. He's going to wear number 13. Shout out to Edgardo Alfonso, rocking number 13 from AAA Sacramento.
Okay.
I guess Omar Vizquel, too, and a few others, but I don't know why Alfonso's the first one who came to mind. Patrick Bailey on the injured list. Giants lineup today for pregame coming up at 4:40. Jung-Hoo Lee in center, Willie Adames at short, Elliot Ramos in left, Wilmer at DH, Gerard Encarnacion's playing first today, Casey Schmidt at third, Yaz in right field, Tyler Fitzgerald at second, Kisner's going to catch, Robbie Ray is on the hill against another lefty who the Giants have lost to. I believe it's his only win, Kyle Freeland. We have to check to make sure that's the game. He actually got the W in, but Kyle Freeland makes the start today. All right. So because all those coaches were speaking, guys like Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDaniel, hell, I even saw Sean McVay. Bill Belichick spoke the other day to the media without his girlfriend present.
No, she wasn't there.
Exciting. What's her name? Jordan what?
Jordan Hudson.
Jordo Hudson. Jordan Hudson. I didn't see her do a press conference, but I'm sure that's coming too.
I hope not. God. We were this close to having them be on the Hard Knocks. No, because she ruined it.
Not if Jordan Hudson's got anything to say about it.
No. She ruined that whole thing. She wanted to be the star.
Unless she's getting a cut. Anyway, when coaches talk, we listen, and it's all part of a segment we love to do throughout football and even in mandatory OTAs called Coach Speak.
When NFL coaches speak, we listen.
And I just think it's difficult to box without sparring.
I couldn't get free coffee?
It's football season. Most players play football in football season.
This is Coach Speak with
Adam, Derek, and Tim.
On the Sports Leader.
That's fantastic production work, Tim.
I really tried.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, we're still piecing this thing together. When did the show start? December?
December. It takes a lot for people to re-record stuff. We'll figure it out.
December 2nd. It's just easier if we just do it ourselves like that.
Yeah, it's funnier.
We're doing it for the audience, really.
Yeah, come on. Get a good chuckle out of that? Come on.
All right. Coach Speak. Here's some sounds from across the NFL from some of the coaches in football and at the college ranks when we're talking Bill Belichick. Why don't we start right here at home? Kyle Shanahan.
Alrighty.
Met with the media the other day, and here's what he was asked. What should the guys on the team, the 49ers roster, both on the roster and looking to make the roster, what should they be focusing on between now and the start of training camp? Here's what Shanahan said.
The biggest part is the work we put in already. The work we put in since April, since phase one. I've been extremely proud of the guys and what they've done. You put all that work in, and now we got these 2 practices left, and now it's 1 really. And I almost want to cancel the whole week. But there's 20 guys out there who still really need this week, and then there's 60 guys who kind of, they're just trying to get through this and let's not get them injured. And that's kind of our biggest goal with everything. Everyone's put in the work. There's some younger guys who still need more reps, but it's knowing what you've done. Now get away from us for about 40 days. Some guys can stay here. We have the weight room open. We have all that stuff. But get away, assess what's gone on, work to improve that stuff. So when you come back to really compete in training camp, you've put in the work, and now you found a way to take a step forward. I always remember, you go back to spring football or anything, and it doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. You put in all that work, and then you need a certain amount of time to get away so you can find a way to get an edge on people you're competing against, and that's that time for these guys.
I was just about to say, Kyle has been known to just cancel mandatory minicamp practices.
He said it before. He was like, we're just taking the rest of the week off.
Yeah, and I guess that was needed a year ago when everybody was just tired, and there was a bunch of injuries, too, I want to say, during OTAs a year ago as well. So, yeah, Kyle's going to say the right things there, but I think, truth be told, he'd just be like, I don't know. It's just an excuse for us to get together. It's nice to see Bosa. It's nice to see Trent Williams. All these guys show up that are usually not here. But the reality is, when we start putting the pads on in July, that's when I give a damn. Right now, it's just good to see these rookies actually get some work in.
Yeah, it's funny is there was a couple of things that came out in that press conference with Kyle. This is one that's a good one to listen to and think about because he is putting a little bit more emphasis on this week, and he said there are 20 guys out there who need the work, who I do want to have out there and getting some work in. And for young guys, it's obviously a factor. We'll talk about a bunch of this with Larry Kruger, who's going to join us in the next segment. The other one that stood out to me is that Kyle was asked about the meeting that the Niners had with Gabe Davis, the wide receiver.
Yeah.
And asked about whether or not that meant in general that the Niners were in the market for a veteran wide receiver. And he said, well, not necessarily. He gave you the old GM and coach speak. Well, we're always looking to improve. We're always keeping those options open. And he met with a few other teams, which to me maybe meant Gabe Davis is weighing his options as to what could be the best for him. Maybe he doesn't want to be at these camps. Maybe he doesn't want to be at these OTAs. Maybe he'll sign at some point when something gives more clarity. Like, for example, Washington just lost Noah Brown today. Got carted off the field at practice, which could mean Washington's in the market for another receiver.
Yeah, I would
when
say
you get
so.
through these camps and these moments like this, and guys get injured, then oftentimes it opens stuff up for some veterans who are looking for the best opportunity for them and for their careers, and maybe it boosts their value. I would say if the Niners, among other teams, have met with Gabe Davis, that indicates to me, absolutely, the Niners are in the market for another receiver.
I think he's also injured, though, so maybe some teams are just being a little bit hesitant with him right now. But, yeah, we'll know more in July. That's when I anticipate that Amari Cooper and Keenan Allen will be signed. And we'll see if the Niners feel like they need to add veteran depth when it comes to wide receiver. But right now, I think they're just going to go in and see what they have in Jordan Watkins and Jacob Cowing and see where they go from there.
One of my favorite things that I get to do when we host a show is when I get to break news to my partner about something significant or just of note to them.
Yeah.
For example, the one that comes to mind is, do you remember when Tom showed up and did not know that Joe Madden had been fired from the Angels?
Yes.
And I was like, I'm going to bask in this feeling for a minute. You don't know? Oh, I can't wait to tell you. I was surprised, though, you hadn't heard about Noah Brown.
I did, but
I can almost never pass anything past Derek with football related.
I heard he got carted off today, but I didn't know if it was significant or not. So
I assume carted off means significant.
Yeah.
I don't know. There hasn't been any word yet on exactly what it is.
Not that I've seen, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get an update pretty soon here.
It's significant to say he was carted off.
Yeah.
All right, moving on here in Coach Speak. We got two cuts here from Mike McDaniel. These are fantastic.
He's letting a rip right now.
He is, dude. And by the way, got an extension before last year. Then didn't have a backup quarterback ready to go behind Tua, a quarterback who was dealing with concussions.
Yeah.
Missed time. Did not draw the offense up the same way with Tyreek, who had nearly a 2,000-yard season a couple of years ago. He could be on the hot seat if things don't go well for Miami this year.
I would say so.
Mike McDaniel was asked if he's surprised that it's taking this long for Jalen Ramsey to get traded. Here's what he said.
Personally, and I would lump you into this with me, I don't give a shit about what I feel. I don't even really go down that road of how do I feel about it. My job is to react and control my controllables and make sure that people are moving in one direction appropriately. And so the business is business. The opportunity that business does provide in the off season is a rep to the team about handling noise. What do I define noise as? Noise is things that don't have to do with what actually you're there to do and you should be focused on doing because you'll be held accountable to do. So business in the off seasons allows you to speak to your team about how the focus of noise is a constant battle.
Oh, my God.
That, if you're successful, you have to win.
All right. Mike McDaniel, I love him as a coach, but when he speaks for press conferences sometimes he sounds like me, just like rambling on. Just get to the point already, Derek. Good Lord. It's like Mike McDaniel. It's like
I don't give a shit about what I feel.
I don't give a ass about what I feel.
I love that part, like all the cliche answers after that. Like I understand the criticism he gets sometimes. The truth is, there's a lot going on right now behind the scenes with the Miami Dolphins where a lot of the players do not respect Mike McDaniel because of stuff like that, where you look at him and you don't know if he's like really a leader of men type. But yeah, Jalen Ramsey, he's basically called him out and said like he's not a real man or not a real man. Exactly.
Is that how you took that?
No, that's been reported on.
Okay.
But I think Mike McDaniel's just over it right now to this point where he's like, get Jalen Ramsey the hell out of here. I don't want to answer questions about him every single day.
Instead, he asked himself the question, what is noise?
Yeah.
He defines what noise means to him in the offseason.
I don't give a about what I feel.
Yeah, like I miss the days of like Mike Ditka or Bill Parcells that would have said like, we're talking about the players that are here right now.
Yeah. The guys who are here, like, he's not a camp. I like the answer. I also get the logic of that, too. Like, as a football coach, as really a coach in the business or a coach in any pro sport, feeling doesn't always work in terms of how you make your decisions. It's about, it has to be what is best for the team. And so him to say, hey, the situation's laid out and you have to react. Yeah. It's not really about how I feel per se. Well, we got more from Mike McDaniel. He was asked about how he holds players accountable. Here's McDaniel.
Hey, it's okay to call someone out when they deserve to be called out, and for those people it's okay to be called out as long as you change your behavior. Okay, so
he's just let it rip right now because I think that he doesn't know how this team's going to be this season, and he's getting a ton of questions about how the team views him and his leadership skills. I would not be the least bit surprised if Mike McDaniel is on the hot seat this season. If they have a subpar season, he's let go.
I mean,
behavior.
It used to be defined in the AFC East about how you competed against the
Patriots.
New England Patriots. Now it's all about the Buffalo Bills and how will they compete. I mean, where do you have them right now? How do you stack them up on paper against the rest of the AFC East?
Oh, man, I would say third right now.
Behind who?
Behind the Patriots.
The Bills and the Pats?
Yep.
You like Drake May and what they're doing?
I like what Mike Vrabel's doing right now. And we'll hear from Stephon Diggs later on, too, about that pink substance.
Oh, is that showing up in the sounds for right?
Yes, it does.
Stephon Diggs on his pink subs, and he didn't show up to camp either.
No,
that
he
was
did.
OTAs.
He
showed up to the mandatory portion.
Yes, he did.
Said he was on a boat with some big butts and some pink. With some pink
Sounds
substances.
like a good time.
Big butts and pink substances. The Stephon Diggs story.
Who amongst us?
All right, here we go. Here's Sean McVay. We got a little Sean McVay here in Coach Speak.
Oh, God.
Here's Sean McVay, LA Rams head coach. He's talking about tricking Jared Verse. Jared Verse, the stud for the, was he a linebacker?
Yeah, Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Defensive Rookie of the Year last year. He had a great draft at the Rams, went all the way to the divisional round, and were close to getting to an NFC Championship game. Anyway, he talked about Jared Verse, and he's like the stud on the defense now.
Yes, he is.
Apparently, Jared Verse kind of called out Aaron Donald, not like just basically saying I could outwork him if we were doing a workout against each other. They had a team meeting. Sean McVay kind of deked him and made him think that Aaron Donald was going to show up. Here's the story.
I got Jared pretty good last week where I faked like Aaron was here. So I said, how many guys have seen, what's going on between Jared and Aaron? A lot of guys raised their hand. I said, everybody welcome Aaron Donald. In verse, he sits like in the front left. He looked like he was going to shit himself, So it was great, though. But I loved it that they went over there. I know that it was all good and fun, but Aaron still takes pretty good care of himself. I texted Jared I said, I loved it that you went over there. He said, yeah, I'm not messing with legends anymore, though.
Dude, Aaron Donald looks like he can still play. Like the way he's working out right now and his physique, it's incredible. But yeah, I like how these OTA coaches, or these coaches during OTAs are just letting it fly right now with the explicit behavior, or explicit language, I should say.
It's just crazy, too, because the same day, this was yesterday, but Trent Williams spoke to the media yesterday, and there's some good quotes from him saying, maybe alluding to playing beyond 2026, 2025 and 2026 potentially for Trent. He said, I don't want to retire when I've got something left in the tank. I think we all thought Aaron Donald had a lot left in the tank. I mean, he was still probably the best defensive, if not top 3 defensive players in the league when he retired, but everybody's got to think about themselves and their bodies differently.
No, definitely. I mean,
he also has a ring. Trent Williams does not.
And Saquon Barkley, I think, recently said on the Greenlight podcast with Chris Long that he might do the same thing as Aaron Donald did, where just wake up one day and say, I'm going to retire.
It's funny because usually the NFL tells running backs that
you're
going to wake up and you're going to retire. We've still got some Bill Belichick. We'll play that for you in the sound story. We got to take a quick break because our guy Larry Kruger is going to join us.
War Daddy.
He was down at minicamp all week for those 2 days. We'll talk to him about what he saw. I'm sure Larry's excited. I'm sure there's stuff that he's got. We'll also get his thoughts on the Giants, who, by the way, for just joining us, the Giants today placed Patrick Bailey on the 10-day injured list, retroactive to June 8th with a neck strain. They selected the contract of Logan Porter. If you don't know who he is, I had to look him up myself. He's not played in the big since 2023, just 11 games with the Royals. Larry Kruger joins us next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. Giants pregame about an hour away on the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boy.
Call this a soccer riot? Come on, boys. Let's take him to school. Oi! 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 Oi!
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Giants pregame in about an hour, coming your way at 4:40 for a 5:40 first pitch in Colorado. But joining us now on the UMA guest line, it's our guy Larry Kruger. What's up, Larry? How you doing, bro?
What up, Larry?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
We're doing pretty good, man. Where do you want to start? Because we're definitely going to get some Giants ball with you. Should we start Niners, then?
Dude, dealer's choice, man. You're in the driver's seat. I can go either direction.
All right, let's start with Niners because we were just doing some football talk here, and then we'll get into some Giants baseball with you. So you were down at minicamp, the mandatory OTAs really for this week, and I heard on your show maybe late last week when we were signing off, I heard you open the show saying, you know, it's hard to put too much faith into things you see this time of the year, but you said then when the football season comes around, sometimes things that you saw this time of year actually carried true or held true. Is there anything that you thought you saw in the last week that you would take with you to watch for as we get closer to the actual training camp that comes up in July?
The Niners have this undrafted. First of all, the Niners have done an amazing job on day 3 of the draft, and they do an amazing job after the draft. Now, they didn't spend a ton of money in the undrafted market this year, but they did add this guy, Sebastian Valdez, and he's a 300-pound defensive lineman from the University of Washington. And the guy just, you know, you can just tell watching practice. I mean, he wins a lot of reps. There's a lot of high-fiving after his reps. And it's like, who is this guy? This guy wasn't drafted, but he had 34 reps of 225 pounds, which if he had been invited to the combine would have been number one of any defensive tackle that was there. So he's got unbelievable strength, and the movement ability is off the charts. He was like top 5 in some of the short shuttle and the 10-yard split. So he's a guy to watch for. Defensive linemen that can move and who are really strong. You never can have enough of those guys. It's like starting pitching in baseball. So remember him.
Larry, I heard you talk to Christian McCaffrey today about his injuries from a season ago and if that's impacting him right now. He says he's 100% healthy. So how do you look today, and what are your impressions on him as he coming back from a injury-plagued season a year ago?
Well, it's he's so intense, and it's like the question I wanted to ask him today. It's like I'm not sure if I'm ready to ask it or if he's ready to answer it, which is, would it be cool if, you didn't have record-setting touches and you didn't have 400 touches, if you had, like, I don't know, maybe half as many, and maybe Garendo had the other half, and you guys were like a deadly duo. But, I don't know that he's ready to be a deadly duo when he's been the Offensive Player of the Year, so recently. But that's what I see. And I see this Garendo's like watching, a Ferrari. I mean, he is just so fast, so electrifying. And when you see him out there, he ran the distance of the field twice today on a couple runs. He's got amazing hands. He can really catch the ball. And I just think that, the evolution of the 49ers has to include a little bit of easing off the CMC gas pedal and splitting that up with Garendo. And I think it could be an incredible combo. And I think we're going to see it this year.
Talking to Larry Kruger, nice enough to join us, talking some 49ers minicamp. Okay, when you say Ferrari, there's one guy in Niners' recent memory that I think of, and that's D. Ford. They've added Huff. Is there any comp there, or is it even fair to try to compare that the Niners want to get, obviously, like a third-down edge rusher? And I assume that's why they bring him in, to sort of be that Ferrari where you take the cover off on third down. I would imagine that's their hope for Huff, but is there a comp there at all? Do you see any of that?
Oh, totally. I mean, Copes, that's so spot on. And it's so funny you said that because he referenced Huff, or he referenced Ford,
yeah.
Get off. And, a lot of people feel like this is the best get-off-the-ball guy the Niners have had since D. Ford. And the Niners really didn't get the best of D. Ford. I mean, the Chiefs got the best of D. Ford.
Sure.
He had a 13-sack season there. The most he ever had with the Niners was 6.5. But, yeah, Huff is a guy that is not going to look – you're going to look at him and you're not going to be impressed. I mean, they list him at like 6'3", 255. He's not. He's 6'1", 248 or something. I mean, but you know what he is that he's so perfect in his ability with his first 3 steps to get off the ball. He's electric off the ball. And he just wasn't ready for that 2-point stance. The whole foot sequencing's different. And he's just much better scheme fit here. And you can kind of see it. Every single time Huff got off the ball in practice, you could see Chris go, way to get off the ball. He's like, he's really, always kind of telling the other guys. Huff and Bosa got a lot of reps today. And I'm not sure exactly why. If maybe they wanted to give the other guys kind of a view of this is how it's done. Because Bosa and Huff were doing a lot today, and guys were really watching it. But those two guys getting off the ball are going to be special.
Talking to Larry Kruger on the UMA guest line. Larry, the Niners are going through some injuries right now. They probably won't have Brandon Ayuk or Malik Mustafa to start the season. Probably both those players will be on PUP to start the season. But right now, with Ricky Pearsall having his hamstring injury and Michael Williams, it sounded like Kyle was kind of downplaying it, saying that if this was training camp, these guys would go. But right now, do you have any concerns with Michael Williams not getting those reps right now? And as far as Ricky Pearsall, any concern there with what he dealt with a season ago, excluding, obviously, him being shot? That's not injury-related.
Well, I think, you'd be like pie in the sky if you said, oh, no concerns at all, I don't think you can have no concerns at all. Ricky Pearsall's I think is going to be a very, very prolific combination with Purdy potentially. But you got to rep it on the field, and you got to be healthy to do that. I will say this, just from getting to, talk to Ricky Pearsall a bunch of times, he is not like your typical football player. I mean, he is seriously determined. He's seriously driven. He's got a really high standard. I think Purdy to Pearsall has potential to really be special. But he's got to, prove that he can stay healthy. And the bottom line is Ricky Pearsall. If Ricky Pearsall is going to be great, on draft day, who was the guy they kept comparing him to? Julian Edelman. Well, guys, Julian Edelman's like the toughest wide receiver that ever played the game. It's like, so I mean, how tough is Ricky Pearsall? We know he's been through a lot, but when I'm talking about football toughness, be able to take those hits in the middle of the field and not turn them down, and because that's where he's going to exist, in the middle of the field.
I was going to say straight toughness. I'll take Andre Johnson over Cortland Finnegan in the end zone any day of the week.
Fight.
You know what I mean? Those two guys going toe to toe. Speaking of just the receiving core, late round draft picks. I mean, you're already dropping in your first answer. You dropped a Sebastian Valdez on us, which is exactly what I need to hear from Krug on June 11. Here's a name that we haven't talked much about, but I feel like you maybe somebody that would excite you. Junior Bergen, 7th round pick, kick returner out of Montana. So
great name.
So Brent Boyer, the Niners' new. I was reading Matt Barrow's article about this. He's the Niners' new special teams coordinator. I guess his son was a kicker for the University of Montana for the Grizz, and he went out to go watch his kid at one point last year and said, "Forget my kid. The guy I'm looking at is Junior Bergen, who the Niners took in the 7th round. He holds the NCAA football championship subdivision career record for 8 punt returns for a touchdown. Could he help on special teams? Is he a guy that you anticipate will legitimately be in the mix for making the team? Because that's an element of the team the Niners have just struggled with since going back to Ted Ginn Jr. You know what I mean? They have not been able to find a good kicker punt returner.
Oh, God. I remember Ted Ginn Jr. was such a home run hitter, too. He was so fast. But, yeah, I don't know what to think on this one. I mean, Brant Boyer obviously had the inside, skinny on this guy. His son played on the team with him. He watched him a lot. He has more intel on Bergen than any other person probably in pro football. And he was like pounding the table, gotta have him. And, I've interviewed Bergen. He doesn't seem dumb to me. He seems pretty smart. He seems pretty eager I think enthusiastic and eager to do a good job, but he's a really sharp guy. And so I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen it. To me, it's going to be very challenging to make this team because he's not really a wide receiver. He's only a return guy.
Right.
But supposedly he has a knack. Most of the return guys that I know that are awesome have either super shifty or really, really electric speed. And I don't necessarily see either trait. And when I watched him catch punts in this camp, I thought Jordan Watkins was next to him, caught it way more consistently, and was way more sure-handed. So I'll wait until training camp. They're excited about him, I'll say that.
By the way, the last time the 49ers, and this is per Matt Barrows, the last time the Niners had a punt return for a touchdown was Ted Ginn Jr. In 2011. It says Jim Harbaugh was in his first NFL game as a head coach, and skinny jeans were all the rage. The last time they
I want to say Ted Ginn had a kickoff return and punt return in the same game.
Both in the Niners won 33-17. That was the last time it happened. Krug, I can't let you go without a thought on our beloved Giants, man. I mean, dude, 6 consecutive wins now by 1 run. We were asking the audience earlier, do you put credence on that win last night? Was it a great comeback win or just another win against the Rockies? I say anytime you're down the way they were, came back and won it, for lack of a better term, in regulation in the 9th inning without the ghost runner in the 10th or in the 11th. I call it a quality win. They've now lost Matt Chapman for the foreseeable future, and I'm not sure if you heard, Patrick Bailey lands on the injured list today. A guy we haven't heard of, Logan Porter, has been selected as the backup catcher from AAA. Where are you with the Giants right now? Confidence in this team behind the pitching? Are you concerned about the offense, or are you saying this is in their bag? They can win these 1-run games.
Well, first of all, they crossed the bridge that I needed to see them cross, which was they reacted to how bad their offense was, and they did something. And I think the shakeup is the reason that they had a good week. But it's still not enough, and you guys know it, and everybody who watches them knows it. They have to go and find some more offense. they got. I hate to say it because I love Bailey. I'm a big Bailey guy, but you got to find an offensive catcher that you can pair with him. And I think that's kind of important. I mean, it seems like you got to have some offense from that position. If you could have an offensive catcher you could pair with him, they just need another bat or two. The encouraging thing is their pen is awesome, just nails, and their rotation looks good. Almost all their young arms. They haven't even gotten to the young lefty who's going to be fantastic. I just think that they've got the weapons or the pieces to go trade for a bat or two. Now we're going to find out if Buster and Manassian can make it happen and do it. I feel good because I feel like I'm watching a better brand of baseball than we've watched in previous years.
Agreed.
I like the vibe around the team. They were good in spring training. I went in that clubhouse. They had a good vibe. So I feel good. They're a bat or two away. Can they get a bat or two at the deadline, or maybe before the deadline? The sooner the better. It would really help.
I'm looking at Ryan O'Hearn. That's the name I want. That's the guy. Expiring contract, cheap guy. He's got 9 bombs on the year, hitting .316, .897 OPS for the Orioles, and they may be sellers. I love talking Seabass Valdez.
I'll jump in there on that one and just say I love the O'Hearn idea, and what I would do is grow that deal. Because they've got Adley Rushman behind the plate. They got a catcher named Sam Basallo, who was in the Futures game last year, who's a lefty offensive catcher. Go get that guy. Grow that deal. Go get that guy as well. And that's the deal right there. I'm with you.
He's the only guy in the Bay that you're getting Seabass Valdez, Junior Bergen, and Sam Basallo from in the same hit. It's
right.
Larry Kruger. Make sure you're catching him on Niners Nightly on nights where the Giants are not playing. We got a 5:40 first pitch tonight, Larry. Get ready for some Giants ball, huh?
Always a good. I look at it this way too. It's another wagering opportunity.
It always is, Larry. Have a great night, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Larry.
Take care, guys.
The great Larry Kruger. You hear him weeknights when there are no Giants games on Niners Nightly from 6 to 7 right here on the Sports Leader. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, the Sound Soiree featuring Bill Belichick. He was asked if his girlfriend is going to be on the sidelines during games. Plus, Stephon Diggs asked about the boat party and that mysterious pink substance that it was Fun Dip that everybody's wondering about. And then Andy Bags of the Athletic, joins us at 4:15 before Giants pregame at 4:40. It's Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, only here on the Sports Leader.
DFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group. Because planning is a process, not a product.
The New York Knicks, after dismissing head coach Tom Thibodeau, have now been rejected by the Dallas Mavericks from interviewing head coach Jason Kidd after yesterday being rebuffed for interviewing Chris Finch and Ime Udoka. It's almost like there was no plan at all. For all the latest Knicks buffoonery, keep it locked right here to the No Plan Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for my good friends at Taco Bell. You know, somebody earlier today said maybe the reason Ron is hooking me up so fat with all this pie is because he's looking for a little Taco Bell hookup. Well, I've got it for him. I've got it for you right here. All you got to do is download the Taco Bell app, and you'll unlock exclusive access and rewards. You can earn points on every order in the app, on a kiosk, or in the drive-thru. And when you join the Taco Bell Rewards, they're going to hook you up. They're going to give you a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or a soft taco for free. What's better than getting rewarded for eating your Taco Bell favorites? Not to mention, you get exclusive insider access to limited time offers and drops. You can be the first to hear about new menu launches and member-only events. And is there a better place than to earn those points than the Taco Bell Cantina downtown? We'll be there next Friday. By the way, we'll be there. Giants and the Sox are playing next Friday at the ballpark. You better believe we'll be living Moss when we're on the patio. Just off 3rd and Townsend, it's a block from the ballpark. Perfect spot. just like us, to grab a pregame bite and a drink before walking over to the stadium. And on the way out, if you're looking for something to do or you need another pop, the Cantina's got you right there off 3rd and Towns. You can keep the good times rolling. So stop by the Taco Bell Cantina downtown for a cold drink, some good food, and your taste buds will absolutely thank you. And as always, like Tim likes to tell you, don't forget to live Moss.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Yeah, Tim's he's being real tight today about, hey, get to it. Get out with Larry at this time. Get on to it.
We've just been a little loose, that's all.
Yeah, short show. We
Don't get me wrong, I love the pie riff. We'll go pie all day.
I'm sure what the riff is. Dead serious is a heart attack about this pie.
So am I.
You want pie? So if I bring pie tomorrow, will you eat it here at the station?
No.
I'll eat his.
I think I'm bringing one slice tomorrow for Tim.
That's fine. If you bring one, we have a long show on Friday. I'll gladly take some pie on Friday.
Oh, so now Derek only wants pie when it suits his schedule.
My diet as well.
So you don't diet on Fridays?
No, I mean, it just depends, If I'm, pumping iron in the gym, I can't ruin that with the pie.
By the way, the whole premise of me saying Tim was being tight today was as soon as we started the segment, he said, if we're doing soiree, get right to it.
Yeah,
we just immediately
and then
did
run away.
Yeah.
By the way, Dodgers win.
Okay.
All right, whatever.
Yeah.
All right. Screw
No,
him.
I'm just saying, you're looking at the standings right. This could be a thing all season, where you have to monitor those games, the Padres games, and see where they line up in the standings when it comes to the division.
All right, let's get right to the.
I'm just saying,
the sound soiree. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, the sound soiree for Wednesday, June 11th, 2025. Andy Baggerly joins us in about 15 minutes here at 4:15.
It's been a minute.
First hit of the year with Bags. I like that. All right, why don't we get right into it here? Why don't we start with Bill Belichick?
Let's do it.
He was part of our coach speak, and then Tim was on us about timing. So he was like, why don't we do it in the zone soiree? Here's Bill Belichick.
It's pretty good, Tim.
Yeah, that's how he talks. Here's my trivia question.
Horrible impression.
What do you guys think?
It's not as good as your McVay.
I would say that impression of Tim is more accurate to Ryan McCarthy.
You think McCarthy sounds that way?
A little bit.
It's nothing like my Gwynn either.
Oh, your Tony Gwynn's pretty good.
Tony Gwynn's pretty good. Let's get right into it. By the way, my brother calls the show The Penguin with
with Colin Farrell.
With Colin Farrell. We always abbreviate everything, we always call like begins, rises, and night.
Just Gwyn.
He and my buddy Jason just been calling it Gwyn.
It's not bad.
You guys watch Gwyn? Episode 3 is sick, dude. Check out Gwyn. I was like, that's so dumb. It's
Incredibly dumb.
It's actually better than Go Sirs.
Yeah.
Shout out Pacers Guy. We'll probably talk to him tomorrow.
Game 3 tonight.
Pacers Guy. Maybe he'll join us tomorrow. Here's Bill Belichick, North Carolina football head coach, steps up to the podium, and he's got to answer questions. Dude, it's so funny. The things he has to answer now by his own doing are things that like he would never, ever, ever entertain ever when he was a head coach in the NFL. And now it's his bed. He made it. Jordan lays in it. Now he's got to talk about it. Here's Bill Belichick asked if his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, will be on the sidelines of football games this season. Here's Bill.
No, she doesn't have any role in the UNC football program. But again, there's been, noise out there about a lot of different things. Again, our focus is, day to day, getting better, stacking good days together, having good rest, recovery, and training, moving forward the next day, and from the coaching staff to focus on, how do we help our team get better? That's my job. That's our staff's job is to put a good plan in place so that they can, if they do the work, that they see the improvement. And so, that's what our job is.
That's classic Belichick right there, taking a thing that could probably be a distraction for the football team, switch it around, saying we're focused on football. That's the Bill Belichick we should be seeing for the majority of this season. Yeah. I don't want to see Jordan Hudson on the sideline. I don't want to see any more photos of him, kicking her up in the air with his feet on the beach. Just focus on football. I don't even think about Belichick being naked with her at 70 years old. Ugh.
Doing the dirty dancing things. Come on.
I hear you on what you're saying about his response there. It also isn't really like most responses that shift things back to football like Belichick's given in the past. Even that was wordier.
Of course. Well, because he can't.
No, she's not. We're focused on.
He can't pull the same crap he did with the Patriots because
why not?
He was the man in charge.
Yeah, but doesn't he have more power now than when he was in New England?
I know, but also these boosters. I mean, there's a lot of people involved with North Carolina that have way more power than what Robert Kraft had with the Patriots. So there's a group of people. There's like a board of trustees.
I'm with you, but didn't they lure him there and then they agreed to his terms?
Yeah, but he sees this job like this is one of his dreams jobs because his father coached at UNC years ago as assistant coach. He doesn't want to screw this up. He wants to be more nice. I think that he heard all of this stuff about him being kind of curmudgeon for a season while he was in media. That got to him. That's why.
Now it got to him?
Well, before he had a job, he didn't give a damn.
Did it get to him, or did Jordan get to him?
Probably both.
Did Jordan say, "Hey, if you want to keep doing this, you're gonna have to be a little more fluffy."
And if you want to get fluffy with me, you got to be a nicer guy.
I don't know. Do you? I don't know.
Come on, Pete.
I kind of want to see her on the sideline. I kind of want to see the drama that would unfold.
Don't.
It wouldn't.
That's a complete S show. Come on.
Yeah. Okay. So hold on. It's funny when a ball goes flying on the field while a play is happening. But it wouldn't be funny if Jordan Hudson was on the sideline with a headset?
Not every week.
Come on, I'd get a kick out of that. Tim, wouldn't you get a kick out of that? She's holding a play sheet. It's like a laminate.
Yeah.
Maybe
all the art on it.
She's standing there doing the arm sign stand for the quarterback. I'd get a kick out of that.
Maybe one game. And also, not every game I want to see a ball thrown on the field. For God's sakes, man. Come on now.
I thought you enjoyed comedy.
No, but just the hijinks of that moment. Luckily, no one got hurt, but when another ball's thrown on the field, I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
Better question. Do you believe Bill? He's already different than when we last saw him as a coach. Do you believe him?
I believe him.
All right. We'll see what happens. Are you watching UNC intently this year?
Not intently, but if they're on a nationally televised game on ESPN, yeah, I'm catching it.
Okay. I'll probably be watching. I'm excited. I mean, it's going to be a huge story.
They come to Cal this year, don't they?
I think they do.
Or Stanford?
They don't come to Stanford.
Okay.
I know because I just got my Stanford pregame schedule, and UNC's not on it, and you bet your ass we'd be doing it.
Yeah, that would be fun.
We'll be out there for Stanford pregame this year. San Jose State, shout them out.
Okay.
Florida State comes to town. Cal is going to be at Stanford this year for the big game, and then Notre Dame on November 29th.
Ooh.
Got our schedule, Tim, back-to-back weekends. I think we get a Thanksgiving weekend in there, too. Lucky us.
So excited.
Beautiful. Dude. You know, the positive, Tim, is I don't think we might only have one double-down weekend where it's Niners and Stanford.
Hope we get to mix in a Maui at some point, too.
Yeah, dude, yeah. Let's mix in a Hawaiian Airlines trip sometime in November.
Hey, speaking of Stanford, Christian McCaffrey.
Is that our next piece of sound?
Yes.
Well, Tim wants to get right
Sorry,
to it.
I'm just trying to let this thing roll a little bit.
Christian McCaffrey, any issues now with the injuries from a season ago? We just talked to Larry Kruger about it. Here's what McCaffrey had to say regarding playing a season after his injury-riddled year in 24.
No, I feel great. I think this offseason I spent a lot of time kind of building back a base, starting from scratch. So a lot of it was rehab, and wanted to put myself in a position where I didn't miss a day of OTAs and I could practice and play football again and be healthy and not miss a day. And I did that, and now it's, we can kind of kick back up the training again. But I feel great.
And that'll be the key this season is if he's healthy for all 17 games. And he doesn't need to be healthy for all 17 games. It just needs to be like he's not missing as many games as he did a season ago. And I agree with Krug. I think at this point in his career, it's not the priority for him to get 1,000 or be Offensive Player of the Year. It's just win football games and be a difference maker in the playoffs, which he has been. But maybe he wants to spell a little bit more with Isaac Guerrero. So yeah, I last year was a big criticism of Kyle that they ran Christian McCaffrey into the ground when he came back. I don't know about that. And maybe also it might have been McCaffrey saying, I want the ball. I haven't been healthy for, however many weeks right now where I want to be a difference maker. And, Kyle at the end of the day is the head coach. I'm sure he would probably have final say in that whole scenario. But yeah, I do want to see him mixed up a little bit, but I also want to see Christian McCaffrey to be the guy of old and not be so injury-riddled.
Did you feel like Kyle ran him into the ground when he came back?
No. I did not, but I think that was I think that's what some fans thought.
Well, some fans think it's Kyle's fault that Trey Lance got hurt.
Yeah, that's
his carries when he came back, 13, 19, 11, and then the game he got hurt in Buffalo, 7 carries. His receiving, so his first game a total of 19 touches, second game 23 touches, 14 touches, and then 9.
Yeah.
Before he gets hurt. Does he have more to prove than anybody on the team this year?
No, I think
Purdy?
I'd say Brock has a lot to prove this year.
Yeah, he's got a lot of money to prove it too. Why don't we go with one more here? We'll go to the Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, let's do it.
Sound here. So Stephon Diggs did not show up to the voluntary OTAs.
No, he did not.
To the non-mandatory portion.
He's also coming back from an ACL tear.
He is. He signed with the New England Patriots after his year in Houston last season. There was a video that came out while he was not at the optional OTAs, where he was on a boat, on a yacht, with a lot of very talented young women.
What do you mean by talented?
You know what I mean.
Okay.
Wearing light clothing.
Okay.
He was shirtless, I believe, in the video.
Well, that's not what I'm interested in.
And he's got a bag full of a pink powder substance.
Yes, he does.
And everybody's been wondering what the hell is going on. He's got a new head coach in Mike Vrabel in New England, who's no BS. Stephon Diggs, though, showed up to the mandatory minicamp and was asked about the boat party and the mysterious pink substance. Here you go.
Obviously, I want to be as candid with you guys as possible. I kind of have a thing where talk about my personal life with people I don't know personally. I'm pretty sure everybody here, men and women, are great people, but you know what I'm saying, I kind of keep my personal life personal. I had a conversation with Graves, obviously. I'm going to echo everything that he said. He told me, hoping everybody making good decisions, you know what I'm saying. And I had a conversation with people in the building as well, so, everything else is everything else. The particulars is all internal.
Again. Just ridiculous nonsense.
Particulars are all internal.
And I like to keep my personal life personal. Just say
you posted it on the internet.
Just say that's between me and Vrabel at this point. And if you want to apologize, you can. He doesn't like he's sorry for whatever he did on the boat. But no, just say we're keeping that in house. Like Mike McDaniel and Stephon Diggs, just get too wordy with their stuff. Just say you don't have to be nice with the media sometimes. He's trying to be, but no. Yeah, I went on a boat with my girlfriend and her big booty friends, and we had this pink substance, and I'm sorry. It's not as... You remember the Minnesota Viking sex boat scandal from 10 years ago, 50, or 20 years ago, actually?
Smoot boat experience.
Fred Smoot, I think it was Dante Culpepper, Bryant McKinney. During the season, they all had a big party on a boat that led to an orgy, and it led to, the cops coming in and everything. That was a bigger thing. This
Well, we don't know what's going on with the pink substance. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
October 6th, 2005, an alleged sex party occurred on Lake Minnetonka.
Oh, yeah.
Purify ourselves in the waters of Lake Minnetonka. With 17 members of the Minnesota. Dude, I can't believe I forgot about this.
Oh, yeah.
I was like a sophomore
This
in high
was
school.
a huge scandal.
Minnesota Vikings football team, including Dante Culpepper, Fred Smoot, Mwelde Moore, Pat Williams, Bryant McKinney, Nate Burleson was on the boat.
I forgot Nate Burleson was on there.
That's fantastic. I'm trying to find some other good names.
Toe drag swag,
That's
baby.
so funny. 2 houseboats were rented, and some, but not all of the players, had some interactions and some intercourse maybe with the crew members. Some workers from Atlanta and Florida were flown in for the party. There were at least 90 people on the 2 boats, and Smoot later estimated that there were 100 women present. An anonymous player of the Vikings claimed that this is not the first time that such incident happened. Allegedly, photographs were taken at the party showing people engaging in some of the acts. 4 of the players were charged with misdemeanors related to the events. Later, commentators pointed out the scandal as a key event in the history of the team, leading to the firing of Mike Tice, who was then replaced by Brad Childress.
Hey, you know what else happened that season? Tim, you remember this well. Who was the Wizinator, the running back?
Oh, who was that?
I forget his name. I'll find it during the break.
Was he on the boat?
I know, but I want to say that was the same season where he got in trouble at a Ontario Smith.
Ontario Smith, yeah.
Ontario Smith. Okay, I thought it was at Ontario Airport, but he was at an airport where he had a fake. He had the Wizinator in his backpack, which was a phallic substance where he was able to fake a drug test.
Yeah, it's where I don't know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes.
Not that I've engaged myself, but I understand. Anyway, that's
Andrew Baggerly next.
That's hysterical. Smith caught with Wizinator in airport last month. Some point we got to go through our favorite scandals in sports history.
Yeah, we do.
Andy Baggerly of The Athletic is thrilled to follow this segment. He'll join us next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants are riding a 6-game win streak as they face the Colorado Rockies after their 19th come-from-behind win, 6-5 last night. Shout out Young Tone for that stat. Robbie Ray goes for his 9th win versus lefty Kyle Freeland. Pre-game 4:40, first pitch 5:40 right here on the Comeback Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, people are always asking questions about the ERC. Tell us what we need to know today.
We need to pause and we need to hurry them up for them. People have been waiting literally years for their ERC payments, and now they're worried that President Trump, in his promise to cut $2 trillion with a T off the federal spending, may do away with the ERC program. Will he? Who knows? There's no reason to take that chance. We have 3 different ways to hurry them up. That's what we're going to do for you. Or if you got a letter from the IRS that you don't qualify, we need to appeal that, because right now the IRS is being accused of disallowing a lot of people not even knowing if you qualify or not. So the bottom line is, if you've been waiting and you haven't received your money, or they told you you weren't qualified, we need to take that over immediately. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And then only thing you have to do is go ahead and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
Steve can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. Giants baseball pregame in about 20 minutes. And a pleasure to have our next guest join us for the first time in a long time. It's our guy, Andy Baggerly, covers the Giants for The Athletic. He joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Bags? How you been, man?
Hey, Bags.
Doing good. How are you?
We're doing well, man. And you right in the thick of it now. A whole bunch of roster moves for the Giants in terms of injuries and some excitement over the last 6 games with 6 one-run leads, or one-run victories, I should say. Why don't we start with the moves today? Patrick Bailey placed on the injured list with a neck strain. He had some spasms that had him scratched from the lineup yesterday. I mean, what are we looking at here? Are they concerned about the severity of this, or is it just he needs a break now, and so they've gone and called up Logan Porter?
Well, I think the biggest thing is he's a catcher, and you really can't just operate with one catcher, especially here. So the spasm wasn't going to get better today, probably wasn't going to get better by tomorrow, which is a day game, so they kind of had to make this move to give it a chance to calm down. And no, I don't think they don't expect it's going to be something that'll linger past 10 days, but obviously you don't want to get ahead of yourself. So they'll treat it and, talk to Bailey. He's disappointed because he felt he was starting to get a little bit better feeling at the plate. Obviously he's catching all these close games and winning a lot of close pitches in those games. You never know how many of those make a difference.
Sure.
And in one-run games, almost every pitch makes a difference. So he's disappointed, but especially coming on the heels of losing, Matt Chapman as well. So, but Logan Porter made a nice impression on everybody in camp as a good catch and throw guy, a good athletic guy. He can even run the bases pretty well. And I think that Sam Huff is dealing with a little bit of lower back stuff. He hasn't played since they designated him, and he got outrighted back to AAA. So that's why Porter is back instead of Huff. And the Giants are hoping it's just going to be a 10-day thing. He's backdated also to Sunday, so that means that they won't have to wait a full 10 days to bring Bailey back.
I guess the other health thing I would ask you about, and we know Matt Chapman's going to see a specialist this weekend when they get to Los Angeles, and I guess in general he doesn't think it's going to be just the 10 days, which not a positive, obviously, but he's dealing with some pain, he said, in that throwing hand. In terms of Justin Verlander, I saw a report yesterday saying he was going to throw to hitters today. He'd been on the IL and has missed a handful of starts. Is the thought that if that goes well, he'll make his scheduled start on Sunday?
Yeah, it did go very well. He threw to Gerard Encarnacion, Christian Koss, Daniel Johnson, and pitches had a lot of life, a lot of good shapes to him, even here at Coors Field. He's got to come out of it okay because, he obviously amped up the intensity a little bit more. But, it's definitely a possibility that he returns to the rotation maybe in that first series of the next homestand, which means the Giants will have a decision to make in terms of whether Kyle Harrison goes back to the bullpen. That would probably be the move that would be most likely. But, they'll read and react to how, the next 2 days go here, how Dodger Stadium goes. But clearly when Justin Verlander is ready to go, he's going to return to the rotation.
Talking to Andrew Baggerly on the UMA guest line. Bags, I thought you had a great article with Willie Adames talking about his struggles this season and him being very open about how, in moments he's been lacking the confidence, but still, gaining that back right now and still being confident about that along with his teammates. So what'd you make about the interaction? What'd you make of the interaction talking to him, how he's feeling right now, and bigger game last night and just overall his struggles this season?
Yeah, I told him, I said, look, I was on hiatus and I just came back last Wednesday. So I've seen, 3 games live that you've played in. I know what the numbers look like, but so I said, I guess the most transparent way I can ask the question is, how would you describe how these last, 50 some odd games have gone for you for somebody who hasn't watched any of them? And he's like, well, you see the numbers, right? They're not great. So he's obviously he knows that he's got the contract he's got, and even if that didn't exist, I think he knows he's a big piece on this team, and a guy who was signed not only to be a presence, but a clutch presence, and you look at what he's done in those close and late at bats, and really hasn't put a lot of authoritative contact into play, and that's what he was saying. He just wants to get that feeling back at the plate. He is a guy who has been a slow starter a couple of times in his career. It's a big adjustment. I mean, and you can go down to a bunch of different examples of people who signed that big contract and then they just kind of struggle a little bit and have to kind of remind themselves that they don't have to do more than what they did to get that contract. Francisco Lindor with the Mets, I think, is a really good example that stands out as a guy who struggled in his first year after signing that deal, and now you look up and he's definitely one of the top 10 players in the league again. So I think that's the hope with Willie Adames, and they're going to need production out of him, especially with Matt Chapman out. That's probably the easiest way the Giants could sort of figure out how they could make up for Chapman's production is if Adames starts to turn it up. And, hit the homer, had a sac fly yesterday, but really to me the most encouraging plate appearance was in the ninth when here he's got the tying runs on base. A home run could put him ahead. You think this is maybe his moment. He tries to be a hero, maybe expand the zone. But when he got in 2 strikes, he got into battle mode. Pitches weren't there. He took the walk, and he left it up to Ramos. And now the runner's at third and scores on a sac fly. And then Speed Demon Wilmer Flores beats out a swinging bunt.
Lightning McQueen out there, yeah.
Yeah, so I think I love, sometimes we get too in the weeds on the stats stuff, but it is fun to look up that contact. And it had a negative 72 launch angle. It left the bat at 43 miles an hour. It wasn't hit hard enough to bruise anybody. And he is 3rd percentile in sprint speed with all major leaguers. So it's like all of that should have been automatic out, but somehow it wasn't. So, and when you're winning 1-run games, you need a few of those to go your way too. So, but that was really, I think, a nice sign that Adames is feeling comfortable, not trying to do too much, and maybe having a day off on Sunday and then the travel day kind of helped him reset and remind him of that.
It's interesting, Bags, because I've been hearing this now for a couple of weeks, maybe a month or so, people saying, Willie Adames, a traditional slow starter, and has picked it up in his career in the second half. And I looked at the numbers the other day going, but how much does he pick it up? It's pretty considerable. His second half OPS for his career is like 80 points higher than his first half OPS. Did you talk to him about that? Is that a thing for him? Is he just more comfortable later in the season? I mean, I don't know if weather will be a factor because I don't know if he knows about San Francisco summers. That's not necessarily going to warm up, but did you talk to him about his second half in his career?
Yeah, not so much that. We did talk about the fact that he's played all his home games basically indoors.
Yeah.
I mean, Milwaukee's got the retractable roof, and Tampa's got the dome, or had the dome. So, before a hurricane blew it away. But, yeah, that's an adjustment, playing outdoors as much as he is. But we didn't talk so much about the second half thing. That can be a pretty durable, phenomenon for some players. It just happens to be. I remember going way, way back when I covered the Angels and Tim Salmon was there. Tim Salmon might be about the best major league player who never made an all-star team.
Yeah.
That's because he never had numbers at the all-star break because he was always, pretty middling to terrible in the first half. But then you look at his July, August, September numbers, and he's one of the best hitters in the American League for a spell there. So just some guys that's Blake Snell from the pitching side.
Sure.
I mean, he's probably going to, dominate for the Dodgers in the second half. I hate to say it, but and here he is on the injured list trying to get right. So it is for some guys something that really has sort of followed them through their career.
Talking to Andrew Baggerly on the UMA guest line. So exactly a week ago, the Giants shook up the lineup by making some big moves. I know you just rejoined the team, so we want to get your opinions on the moves of DFAing Lamont Wade Jr. or now trading him away to the Angels, and the additions of Dan Johnson and Dom Smith. Just what do you think those moves meant for the message that Buster Posey wanted to send to the clubhouse?
Well, I do think that, there was an implied sense of urgency. I mean, when Buster comes out and says it's time to go, I think everybody listens. And not that there was complacency or that, they were being passive, but, when you make moves and the front office basically says, look, we're better than this, then maybe the players sometimes that's what it takes subconsciously to remind the players, you know what, we are better than this. And I don't think the moves necessarily are explain everything with the win streak they're on right now. I think the pitching's got a lot to do with it, but there are little things. So they could give Mike Yastrzemski a couple of days rest, and then he comes in and he has the big hit. They feel like Dom Smith is going to be somebody who's contributed some good situational at bats and has played some really good defense at first base too. So maybe not having to play Wilmer Flores at first base, which they haven't to this point, but they won't be tempted to after moving on from Wade. That'll keep his legs fresher, and now they've got another outfielder in Johnson, and they can pace Yastrzemski or look for matchups a little bit better. And so I think that the pieces maybe fit a little bit better than they did before, but mostly I think it was that sort of sense of urgency that was communicated, and sometimes that can make a big difference.
Well, if you came back last Wednesday, that means neither you, Dan Johnson, or Andrew Kisner or Dominic Smith have seen a Giants loss. So why don't we call it the Bag, Smith, Kisner, and Johnson era? I'm in for that.
Yeah, I don't know. I certainly, people have mentioned that to me, and it means that they're happy to see me when I'm in the ballpark. So I'll take it. Any reason that people are happy to see me, I'll take it. But it is kind of crazy. It's been 6 wins, right, and all 1-run wins, and they're the first team to do that since the 1989 California Angels. So they were California Angels back then. And if they win a 1-run game today, they'll be the first major league team, really only the second ever major league team to win 7 consecutive games all by 1 run. And the last one was the 1927 Chicago Cubs, managed by Joe McCarthy before he even became a Yankees manager.
Wow.
So that would be quite the feat in the baseball history if they can win a 1-run game. I'm sure that Bob Melvin would love for them to win 10-2, but I think they'll take any win they can get.
Yeah, I'm sure he would love them to win 10-2. It'll be Kyle Freeland taking the ball today, a lefty against the Giants. His first win came in his last start against Miami, at Miami, and it'll be Robbie Ray today, 8-1 for the Giants. Bags, enjoy the game. We will talk to you soon, man. Good to have you back.
Thanks, Bags.
Hey, great to be back. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
The great Andrew Baggerly. Make sure you're following him and reading him. And seriously, go check out that piece. We read you some quotes from that from Bags and Willie Adames the other day.
Really good article.
It's really good insight into where Willie Adames' head is at.
Yeah.
Is that he's staying positive, but he's also like, it's very human. It's very like, hey, man, I don't want to be struggling like this. I'm really trying to figure it out. He says, I've looked at everything. I'm looking at numbers and videos and trying to figure out what's wrong. And part of it is just, you sort of got to drop it. Like they say that, they teach you that when you're a young infielder, when you're playing baseball, is like when you start bobbling the ball or you start like you hurry yourself up, right? The ball might come to you. When you bobble it, there's a mentality of it where you go, just let it drop. Just let the ball fall, and then you can pick it up and make a play. I think it's sort of the same mental thing for a guy like Willie Adames. Like sometimes you're too deep in the weeds, and it's as simple as just go see ball, hit ball. Not that that's simple, but sometimes we've overcomplicated it with the data, with the numbers, with how crazy stuff has been, and that's kind of the point Bags is making. Some guys are just better in the second half. It's odd, but also he's really, really pressing right now. He knows the contract he's got, the richest in Giants history for a free agent. He knows he's here for 7 years. He wants to find success, and so far he's not done so, at least at the level that the Giants need him to. I hope that last night, in terms of the approach and the at-bats, and I like that Bags said that, the home run was big, but also the at-bat in the ninth inning where he drew that walk and kept things going.
Yeah.
Also had a sacrifice fly in the game, so a couple of RBIs there. That's a positive for Willie.
No, it is. And, you've been talking about the stats from his previous years with the Devil Rays and the Brewers.
Devil Rays, I like you going back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know
like you going pre-08.
Yeah.
Like
sorry about that. I mean, I grew up with them being the Devil Rays, with his time with the Rays and the Brewers. But yeah, we'll see if that happens. But I like it that he's been open and honest about this, and he's a guy that everybody loves in the clubhouse. So I'm sure he'll turn it around a little bit. And as I said before, I don't think it needs to be this season. You would like it for him to turn around this season, but it's mainly about next season. But yeah, we'll see if he's that guy that we've seen with the Brewers and the Rays. Copes.
I've been reading up deeper on this Minnesota Vikings boat scandal.
Ontario Smith.
Yeah, the Devil Rays were still around back then, by the way. Adam Copeland,
Yes.
Depop, Tim Webb. Tim's hurrying us up. We got to get out because Giants baseball in just over 6 minutes is coming your way. Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work on a Wednesday, getting ready to put the show to bed here. Is Giants baseball coming up pregame in about 2 minutes. Derek and I just locked in, dialed into this congressional baseball game that's going on.
I did not know this was a thing.
I didn't know it was going to be on TV.
Democrat versus Republican when it comes to baseball.
It's being played in D.C. Pretty packed house there, too.
I want to know who's on the call for this. Who's calling this game for Fox? Who got this assignment?
Dude, it'd be so funny if they went like one Fox News guy and then one like CNN person.
Yeah.
Tom Brenneman.
Yeah, it's like Rachel Maddow doing sidelines. Dude, they get Brenneman on the call, dude. That would be incredible.
I may never work again.
Well, based on the looks of it, the Dems are going to get their asses kicked again. Let's go put the show to bed. Tim, you got a note to self?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. Derek might be lifting tomorrow, but I'll eat his pie. No problem at all.
Yeah, good deal there. I like that.
Note to self. Along the same lines, note to self. Maybe I was wrong to assume you would bring pie today. And I apologize. I never treated Copes to a meal. But I'll be damned if you're going to say that you were pressured to bring pie. You were never pressured.
I was pressured, dude.
No, you weren't. Stop this.
You applied the pie pressure. You applied the pie pressure. And I haven't wilted yet, but I think I'll wilt tomorrow.
Okay.
Note to self.
Note to self.
Pick up some Tupperware because these boys need their pie. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb signing off here. And Dirty Work's favorite little sister, Jordo, hanging out today, too. Not to be confused with Jordo Hudson. Thanks to our guests today, our guy Larry Kruger and Andy Baggerly, who gave us an update, says it went really well today with Justin Verlander in throw into live hitters. Dan Johnson, Gerard Encarnacion, I forget who the other one was, Christian Koss that he pitched to, said good movement on the pitches, and he could be making his next scheduled start on Sunday against the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium. How about that? Dodgers won today. Giants are going in a game back of the top of the National League West as they enter play tonight. That's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Giants baseball right around the corner for anybody who needs to hear it. It gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. Just got to do it every day. That's the Dirty Work, but it does get easier. Giants baseball at the Rockies game 2 starting now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work. No.